with chat on stream about. And yesterday, there was a massive UAP congressional hearing that had some very well established individuals, some very high ranking individuals that were making testimonies under oath about UAPs and government divisions, as well as general information about things relating to UAPs and the government. It's all very interesting, especially because it's coming from people who have real merit here. It's like substantial credibility for the individuals that have come forward under oath to speak on these things. It's not like they just grabbed random nobodies, right? They didn't go out there and find Jericamo Sloppenheim, who goes to the congressional hearing talking about how the green guys from space probed his chocolate starfish. This is very buttoned up people that have come forward to talk about these things and blow the whistle on UAP departments, even talking about how some people were injured during UAP retrieval programs, and it is fascinating. I haven't had the chance to talk to my father about all of this, whom all of you know is the preeminent expert on anything extraterrestrial. He is the world's best when it comes to anything alien related. I'm sure right now he's hunkered down, doodling away, crunching numbers, theorizing things, all from these new testimonials that have come forward. But I think it's important to note that they don't present any, physical evidence. The evidence that gets presented here about the UAPs and everything is testimonial, which is real evidence, but I don't want anyone coming into this expecting them to wheel out the corpse of the fucking Martian Manhunter or something, or have an alien smoking a cigarette talking about his time in deep space and his journey to get to Earth. That doesn't happen. Instead, they are talking about departments and different things that have been going on for a while in regards to non-human crafts. And one of the biggest ones is about the Immaculate Constellation program, which is now fully available for anyone to go out there and read, which I think is a very cool thing to do. And also there was this moment. Now I learned about it on stream last night, so I didn't get to do a huge deep dive on stream, but this morning I spent quite a bit of time going over a lot of the big moments, and this one really stood out to me.
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble two F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
That's pretty big, considering this is all under oath. And this is someone who was once a counterintelligence operative for the government. This isn't just some random, fucking weirdo in their basement who's locked themselves away feeding into delusions. This is someone that did have a pretty powerful position, at least as I understand it, and many others who came forward here, the same. They all had positions that have real merit for what they're talking about. So it is a big deal to have these testimonials. Now, as I discussed on stream, I still believe aliens are absolutely out there in the universe. Those slimy weasels, I know they're out there having a hoot and a holler, but I truly, sincerely do not believe they have ever been to this little fucking space rock. I just don't. I just think it is so unbelievably unlikely, and if they ever did visit us, we would never know because their technology would be so far beyond our comprehension, and there's no way we'd be able to actually even see it at any point, let alone retrieve some kind of crash. The odds of them crashing in here, there's a higher chance that I get a growth spurt in my 30s. It's just so unlikely. Now, I don't believe anyone during the congressional hearing was lying under oath. Absolutely not. I have no doubt that everyone that was testifying and giving their statements was being 100% truthful. I believe all the departments are real departments. I believe all the programs are real programs, all of that they spoke about. I believe in this case, they believe that there was a real nonverbal communication with a non-human entity. But there's no physical evidence that was presented. There's nothing that was presented that convinces me that, oh, it really was aliens. I know they're being truthful, I'm very confident in that, but that doesn't mean that it's absolutely aliens. For example, this statement about definitively, yes, we have had nonverbal communication with non-human entities. Well, we also thought that back in the 70s with the WOW signal. And there's still a lot of people who believe the WOW signal is irrefutable proof of intelligent life out there, but I just think there's more evidence to suggest that it isn't. There's a lot of other explanations for what the WOW signal really is. Like, just because he believes that there was 100% definitive communication with a non-human entity doesn't mean that that's what it was. There could be something else to explain it, and since we weren't presented with any of what that is, it's now just, okay, I guess I have to assume it was aliens because he believes it's aliens, you know? It's just hard to get me to 100% say, like, yes, it's aliens. I want to. I desperately want to. I would be extremely happy to be proven wrong about my take that aliens have never visited us. But at the moment, there just still isn't that proof that gets me there and convinces me of that. But hopefully this is the start of more and more conversations and more information about UAPs and the government's involvement with UAP programs and departments. Maybe we can get some more declassified information and evidence of anything of non-human origin. That would be extremely exciting. If that information and that content exists, I would love for that to start being shared, and this seems like a good step in that direction if all of it truly is of non-human origin. So hopefully this is just the first of many UAP breakthroughs. Did you watch the UAP Congress hearing today? Apparently it was earth-shattering. The UAP thing was today? I'll definitely take a peek. I feel like if this actually was groundbreaking, my dad would have called me ASAP with a big "I told you so."
Live for us on Capitol Hill. Joe, you were in the room for that more than 2-hour hearing. What did you learn?
Aliens are real. You won't believe it. And they want to suck my dick right now.
If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
No, my buddy Eric makes them in his garage.
That's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
it may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force technology,
What? Maybe both. Like they're working together, or like there's different UAPs? I don't think they could both be true, right? They're private company aliens. Oh, of course, yeah. What's next? You gonna tell me the aliens unionized or something? Yeah, whatever. Man, I wish they just had 3 titties.
to discuss.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals.
It's like the Suicide Squad. They got like that thing in their neck gonna blow his head off if he talks about it.
And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
That's not, well, that doesn't necessarily mean they were successful. That just means they might have seen something and then tried to go get it and reclaim it, believing that it could be a UAP. And then what they found could have very well been just my buddy Eric's man-made doohickey. But that would be cool if they have retrieved some.
Were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
So those two yeses right there at the end, very important there. Now, just shortly after that hearing, that was Congresswoman Nancy Mace sharing.
I mean, it's cool to hear, but that's not surprising. I don't think aliens have ever visited Earth. I've made that very clear. I know aliens are out there. I think it's unlikely that we're the only intelligent life. I just don't think they've ever been here. I truly don't. But it's not surprising me to hear, like, I'm assuming it's true because he's under oath, that they had like a program to go retrieve it and try and like reverse engineer it. That doesn't mean that it ever found or produced anything, right? Like, I've had times where I've gone out trying to get laid. I didn't get laid. Shit, I didn't meet anybody. You know? Like, it's you know, you can have those plans, you can try and do those things. It doesn't necessarily mean that it worked. But I think the question should be, have they ever retrieved anything of extraterrestrial origin? Because you can have a department dedicated to reverse engineering it if it's ever retrieved. The question should really just be, have we ever actually gotten anything of extraterrestrial origin? That's what I want an answer to. And some evidence of.
Yes.
See, that's not confirmation they ever got one. Again, that is a program that would aim to retrieve them if there was any. Like, I feel like there's millions. Like, we have a fucking Space Defense Force program, right? They haven't fought off any alien invaders, I'll tell you right now. Apparently, the biggest bombshell during this hearing was documents regarding the Immaculate Constellation program, which is a secret UFO retrieval program the Pentagon is running. They just released them online for everyone to read. Ooh. United States Department of Defense and the intelligence community are withholding information about anomalous phenomena from Congress. It's a testimony from Michael Schellenberger. I do believe we probably have plenty of programs for that. Like, there's no way this guy's lying, not under oath. No shot. I definitely do think there are programs for, like, retrieval of UAPs or, like, any kind of investigation into it, reverse engineering if they ever find one. I just don't think it's ever happened. I don't think there's ever been a alien spacecraft that has ended up here. You don't think UFOs exist at all? I think it is so unbelievably like main character syndrome type shit to think that somehow aliens, if they have faster than light travel or wormhole traveling capabilities, would somehow just crash on our fucking tiny little planet. That would be so unbelievably unlikely because it's incomprehensible to us the technology that they would already have in order to even make it this far. Like, that's so unlikely. And for us to catch a glimpse of them is even more unlikely. If they made it here and we'd somehow see them in a fucking Tic Tac, that's unbelievably unlikely. So the witness is lying? Brother, how many times I gotta say it? No, I don't think they're lying at all. They're talking about programs. I have no doubt these programs exist. Just like we have our Space Defense Force program. But we're not defending the Earth from anything right now. We're not fighting off the fucking Tyranids out there with the space defense program America's got. They exist, I have no doubt. I have no doubt about it. They're definitely not lying. Tic Tac video, probably the most credible we have. Yep, that and the other one from the ship. Those are the two UAP videos that have the least amount of explanation for. What do you think about the theory that aliens created us and are coming now because we're close to ending ourselves? What? I think that's a theory that's based on nothing but someone who really likes anime. If life is found on other moons in our solar system, would people finally stop thinking we are special and we're literally the point of the universe? So for the longest time, I always thought if aliens ever visit us, if aliens ever have visited us and we finally reveal it, I always thought there'd be like a unifying moment because in pretty much every sci-fi property ever, when people speak of humanity or Earth, it's always like one united front of humans. And I always thought if aliens were discovered, that would be that unifying moment where like everyone on Earth comes together. And now I'm 100% sure that would never fucking happen at all. That would just never happen. That just caused so much fucking chaos now. We'd take their oil. Yeah. Man, we would butt fuck them so hard if we could. How disappointed would you be if aliens just looked like humans but with pointy ears or glowing eyes? There is not a single alien design that would actually disappoint me. The only one that would disappoint me is if aliens looked like what that researcher said dudes are going to look like from gaming in 20 years. If they looked like this, then I'd be mad. But anything shy of this, I'm going to be blown away. I'm going to be so happy.
Hi guys, it's me again. Today we're going to be talking about online video games, MMOs, and why I've been moving away from them. I'm turning into a boomer playing single-player video games and feeling better than ever. How could this have possibly happened to me? And I want to talk about exactly, systematically, keep that word in mind, systematically how that's happened. Now, I want to warn you guys. Before you watch this video, if you like playing a lot of online video games, you love live service games, and you think anything the way that I do, be careful. Because after you see these patterns, I feel like there's no way to unsee the man behind the machine. So anyway, the big issue that I've had a lot with online video games is that it feels like it's building a castle on sand, it's building a castle on the beach, and then every 60 to 90 days, the tide comes in, washes your castle away, and the only thing you have left to show for it is maybe a cosmetic FOMO item for some seasonal event. Oh boy, you don't want to miss those. There's a collection tab. You loot an apple and it says 1 out of 634. Oh boy, are we having fun now. Oh, exciting. And so I've been seeing this with every single online game. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? How am I letting myself get my time wasted on such a cataclysmic scale? By the way, 35,000 hours I've played World of Warcraft, okay? I don't regret a single minute of it, but goddamn, I wouldn't want to do all that again. And so here's the point. I feel like every single online game, it doesn't matter whether you're playing Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, or New World, none of these things matter because all of these games follow the same DNA. And the DNA, if you want a very easy way to condense this down, it is keep you addicted and waste your time. That's basically what happens. And so people say, oh, well, you want instant gratification. You're goddamn fucking right I do. I'm playing a video game. If I didn't want instant gratification, I'd go back to my own boring real life. Of course I do. I don't want to spend 40 hours farming for some helmet. That's stupid. And I understand the irony of this. Because as one of the residential spending 40 hours farming for a helmet YouTubers, over the years especially, I've done this a lot. Okay? I've even made guides on how to do it in only 38 hours and save a little bit of time. But nowadays, I look at that, and I just don't have the same outlook on life that I used to, and I cannot even fathom wasting my time in such a exorbitant way. And I think that this is a big thing for me. Like, I'm getting old. I'm 34 years old. And back in the day, and you guys can tell me if this is true or not in the comments with you, is that back in the day, when I would play online video games, the reason why I would play them is so I could show everybody else in the world that I was better than they were. And I got so caught up in this. I love being able to do this. This is my favorite thing to do. And it was a big sense of, pride for me in a way. And I don't see this as a bad thing really at all. I don't hate myself for this. I don't think I'm stupid for doing this. But it's just that at this point in my life, I'm no longer feeling that way about video games. I don't need to play a video game to show off that I'm better than somebody because, again, I've gotten old. I don't really care that much about this anymore. And so I just play video games, imagine this, for fun. And so, anyway, how do I get to this point? I get to this point and I look at video games and it seems like so many of them are infected with the exact type of rot, the exact same type of rot, and that is every 60 to 90, some of them they're a little bit different, but they're all basically the same paradigm. Every, few months or so, there is a battle pass, a season pass that probably has a paid version that is higher than that sometimes provides, actual good rewards, like things that are play for power, like, Star Rail or something like that, or it just has cosmetics, like something like Kirax Vault Pass in Path of Exile, as a general rule, right? Or the trading post in World of Warcraft that functions as a battle pass. And so, anyway, these things happen, and it makes me feel like every single one of these games is operating on this usually 60 to 90 day patch cycle that repeats the same content over and over. There's an event for different types of, different types of social events, like, Chinese New Year. That's a really big one. You've got Halloween and all of these different events. And I feel like oh wow, you hate Halloween events. No, I don't hate Halloween events, but every year when they have them, this is just really to sell skins, right? And when every single game is doing this, there's a certain sense of escapism that I'm looking for in a video game that really kind of evaporates when you see every single one using the exact same, content delivery method, right? And so I see these games with these battle passes every single time, and it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time doing them, because every time I fill up one of these battle passes, every time I complete a season journey, every time I, complete all of the tasks that have been allotted to me, well then I wait for a few months and then I have to do the whole thing over again. That's my big reward. And all of them are built around some form of FOMO item. And I feel like FOMO is a very double-edged sword, and I think this is especially true with live service games. And what I mean by that is, with a lot of live service games, how many of you guys played a live service game and you logged on every single day. You want to make sure every day you never miss that daily, right? Because you don't want to fall behind. And so you do that, and one day you miss it. It's like, ah, man, I missed it. Okay, well, I'm going to log on the next day. I'm still doing it every other day, so it's fine. And so then later on, maybe you end up accidentally missing 3 days. And then you tell yourself, well, maybe, and this could be any period of time, not 3 days. It could be 3 weeks, 2 weeks, right? Every game is different. But you tell yourself, oh, well, now I'm so far behind, it's not really worth playing anymore because I can't catch up. And I think that's what ends up happening with a lot of people, is that FOMO is a great way to keep people in the game, but FOMO is also a great way to keep people out of the game. And so more and more, as I'm spending my time doing other things that I find to be more enjoyable, the appeal of trying to continuously play an online video game to catch up and to keep up with all the FOMO rewards, it becomes more onerous, more of a pain in the ass, and just more of, I mean, let's just be honest, guys, it's more of a waste of time. And so this is something that, and what's very weird for me talking about this, and I'm sure a lot of people will be kind of shocked to hear this, because I used to be the person who was the most fixated on this. I would never miss anything in WoW. I would never do anything. I would always make sure I get everything done and be a complete completionist, right? And I feel like being a completionist completely wastes my time. So I stopped doing it. And it sounds like such a, an obvious thing to do, but I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are stuck in that hamster wheel, and they feel like if they get off of the hamster wheel, then they've wasted all their time on the hamster wheel, so they can't get off because of sunk cost fallacy. And it's like, I remember when Blizzard made the $90, I can't even believe this, $90 store mount, they put this out there, and I'm seeing people in the comments, oh my god, I'm going to have to buy this because I want to get all the mounts, but it's so expensive. It's like, what do you mean you have to buy this? What's wrong with you? What are you talking about you have to buy this? And the thing is that, I mean, I could also be talking to myself from 10 years ago. And that's the really ironic thing about it. And so the reason I'm making this video is to express kind of my current state of mind. I still like online video games. I can still play them for fun, but I can never really fully invest into them because I feel like so many systems and mechanics inside of them are designed to waste your time. And I've noticed this, and I contrast it with something like Elden Ring, or I contrast it with something like that I've been playing a lot recently. Metaphor ReFantasio. Amazing, incredible game. I loved it. I ended up taking a day off today. I've been playing it all day. It's been really fun. And so I see these other single-player games that they don't make you sit through, 4 or 5 hours of meaningless, annoying activities in order to get the reward. They just give you the reward. And the reason why is because they've already got their reward. They've already got your money. So it doesn't matter to them anymore, like whether you're, spending more time on the game. They just want the time that you spend on the game to be as meaningful and fun as possible. And I compare that with online video games, and it's like, okay, well, every time that you go on a loading screen, there's an advertisement for a skin. Every time that you open up the menu, there's another advertisement for the store. Every time that you open up the launcher, there's an advertisement for, like a battle pass, right? And so all of the different tools in online video games are designed to try to keep you playing the game as long as possible, but the quality of that entertainment, I do think, is lower. But I think it's a mindset shift that I've had where I used to always think that, being good at a video game doesn't matter if you can't beat other people at it, right? And I was thinking to myself, and that's how I always felt, but then I realized to myself, beating people at a video game doesn't really matter either because it's a video game. So, kind of shocking, isn't it? And again, guys, comment down below if this is something that this is a revelation that's also occurred to you. And so I see these things where it's like these 90-day reward structure cycles that repeat, and they usually power creep each other. So it's like if you work really hard in a game, this is something that Classic WoW always did really well. I'm a Classic Andy in a lot of ways. Is that if I took a break in BWL and AQ and Nax came out, well, I could come back and I'd still be in BWL. It's not like I would just be kind of accelerated to Nax and all of my effort that I had put previously would be invalidated. But I feel like a lot of video games have a reset power creep cycle that happens on a cyclical basis that's generally correlated with either a seasonal model or a battle pass model. And these types of mechanics are tiresome. They're very tiresome to me. And as I've spent a lot of time playing these games, I've realized that I'm not really having as much fun completing these tasks because of the inevitable futility of it, where ultimately I'm not really going to be able to achieve anything in this game. Not like it matters, but it feels like it matters. Again, if you like playing these games and you're having fun, then that's all that matters. That's literally all that matters. Like, you don't need to justify it to me. You don't need to justify it to anybody. But I think that what happens is that a lot of times people put the expectation of like, oh, am I having fun, with how many other people are having fun the same way. And so for me, moving over to playing a lot more single player games, I don't have to keep up with like, like really fastly evolving metas. I'll log in, like everybody's playing and grinding. It's hard to play a competitive game like that unless you're playing it all the time because of just how fast information travels now online. And ultimately, I'm playing these games. I can't really, maintain a degree of like, like maybe like competitive nature, right? Because, and also some people might say skill issue, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to agree with you. I don't even really care. It's not really that big of a deal to me. I just want to play the game and have fun. And if I'm getting fucking destroyed, like how many of you guys used to play Fortnite and you stopped playing it because, you build like your little, okay, all right, you son of a bitch, you come over here. And then over there, he's building the Eiffel fucking Tower. And you feel like a clown and you lose. And so you just lose interest in playing the game. I think that's what's happened with a lot of online games, because everybody's wanting to make a name for themselves. Like for a lot of people out there, it's, I wouldn't say, it is. It's a job for them, right? They're doing this as a career. So they want to be as competitive and as good at this game as possible. And I think the reality of that is that there's so many people out there that it really makes it hard for an average player to have fun playing one of these games when metas and skill caps evolve so fast that you have to maintain a certain degree of consistency playing it, or you're probably not going to have a good time because you're going to get skill gapped or power crept, depending on what the game is. And in fact, in some of them, it's actually both. And so what's happened is that I've kind of realized this cycle of futility, and I've realized that, like, why am I trying to keep up with this to, like, maintain the same amount of effort and time when, again, why wouldn't I want to have my cake eaten too, right? Why would I want to invest a huge amount of time into something like this I'm not really enjoying? And I feel like another thing is daily rewards or weekly rewards. A lot of these online video games, they have like a reward structure that is very front-loaded, which means that you're getting 80% of the rewards in like 5% of the time, and then you spend the other 95% of the time getting the remaining 20% of the rewards. So they're designed for you not to play a lot and to basically stay on this treadmill and move at the pace that they've set for you. And I also find this to be very fatiguing as well, because there's some days I don't really want to play at all, and other days where I want to play maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, and I feel like that time and effort isn't rewarded in a proportional level, and it feels like my time is being disrespected. And I think that's really a fundamental concern that I have too, is that I think a lot of these online games are built with systems that are cynically designed to waste your time in the most, like subversive way possible. And I see this happen a lot. And this is also, this is the worst thing, is that, oh, wow, you don't like grinding? Oh, you're not a fan of that? You don't have time? Well, guess what? We have the solution for that. We've created the problem, and now you're going to pay us to solve it. So there's like these pay for convenience, pay for, power systems. So it's like, oh, well, I can't keep up all the time, and I can't play all the time, so I'm going to spend money on the game. And I think that some people have rationalized this into becoming normal. I don't think that it's normal at all. Who decided that you have to pay money to advance in a video game? Like, who decided, oh, because you don't have time, now you have to pay money? Well, I'll tell you who decided that. The people you're paying money to. This is a completely invented problem that you could solve with 50 different solutions, but big surprise, the one solution that keeps being used is the one that's the most beneficial to the people that are making the games. And again, that's fine if you like this kind of stuff. I don't. I feel stupid. I feel stupid paying to win, and I feel stupid playing free to play. I feel stupid for playing it at all. And so I thought to myself, am I going to spend my whole day being stupid? Yeah, but not that stupid. That's terrible. And so I quit playing. And so I felt these different systems, and it's like every game has these. It's not like one game has this. Every online video game follows these same content delivery structures. They follow the same reward structures. They follow the same progression structures. They follow the same store models. And it doesn't even matter what the genre is. How is it that you can have a game that is about shooting people with guns that is fundamentally the same as a game that's killing dragons? Or a game that's like an anime waifu collector? Really? Call of Duty's got the same progression standard, kind of? I mean, in an abstract sense? So Honkai Star Rail? What the hell is going on? And as soon as I've realized this, I've taken a step back. I've taken a step back, and I've tried to have fun playing video games. And that's where I'm at now. I've been playing a lot of video games that are single player, that I feel respect my time a lot more, that I feel are paced in a way that's not disrespectful. And I think they're really fun. And I'm not thinking about who is, who am I beating at the game, or, where am I on a leaderboard? It doesn't matter where I am on a leaderboard. It's a fucking video game. It gives a shit. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying myself. And it's been great. And so I wanted to make this video and talk to you guys about where I'm at personally, why I haven't been playing a lot of these online video games, and why I've fallen out of favor with it. I yearn for the day that there is an online video game that makes me want to waste my time. But right now, there's not. And so I'm stuck here being a boomer, playing single-player games, and that's just about it. And I hate to say it, guys, but I'm happy. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit, give some of the different little patterns that I've been seeing a lot of these online games having, and also share where I'm at. And I think the reason why I wanted to make this video is because I feel like a lot of you guys out there might be a little bit like me. And let me know in the comments if you are. I'm quite curious. I think this is a long overdue discussion, because I feel like this permeates not only the enjoyment of the game, but what are games fundamentally. For a lot of people, they're a form of escapism. And I don't feel like I'm escaping into a treadmill. It's like I'm in my real life that is in some ways a treadmill. I'm lucky, in the job that I have. Some people aren't as lucky. Their real life is much more like a treadmill than mine is. And then it's like, finally, I've been working all day. Time to go home and work in this video game. Miss me with that bullshit, man. And so that's the way that I feel. Let me know in the comments how you feel. And I hope there's more discussion about this. I really do. Because I hope that it'll lead to better online games that are more respectful of your time and fundamentally more fun. So that's about it, guys. I'll see you later. Peace.
The Acolyte has caused Star Wars fandom to plunge into civil war. We're now in a time where journalism no longer means what it used to. All integrity is lost. What the fuck is going on? Disney Defenders wrote a whole thing to YouTubers trying to get them deplatformed from YouTube because they didn't like the Acolyte. They coordinated a campaign against them. This is the most annoying fucking thing that I see happen nowadays with media, is that any time that a person criticizes another person, that other person will get harassed. If I criticize somebody's actions, they will get harassed. It will happen, guaranteed. I promise you it will happen. And if somebody criticizes me, I will get harassed because of that criticism. To say that you can't criticize people because then they get harassed is to say that you cannot critically evaluate any person at all, which is ridiculous. It's very obvious when you're talking about a person who is enabling and encouraging legitimate harassment versus somebody who is just simply being critical of an action that you took. There have been a lot of times that I've made videos about people and they've been harassed because of the video that I made. I'm not sorry for a single fucking one of them, and I would do it again, and I will. Because I'm not making the videos for those people to get harassed. I'm criticizing them because I think they're doing something wrong, or I disagree with what they're saying. And if they make a video and they make a tweet, like for example, do you remember that guy that made the tweet about how I had reacted to his video and he didn't like it and that I DM'd him, I took down the video? Well, when I did that, a lot of people harassed me over that tweet. Is that his fault? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Because he didn't tell people to harass me. He didn't push for that. He didn't do anything. It's not his fault at all. So, I'm not mad at him. That's his opinion. Monster Hunter Blindfold. Yeah, exactly. That girl got harassed because I criticized her. That's the way it goes. Creators are not responsible for their audience. You are never responsible for the actions of another person. Like, unless you're paying them or telling them to do it, then you're not responsible for what they're doing. It's on a spectrum. Yeah, but on the internet, it's pretty much binary. It seems all the mass death threats and attempts to deplatform myself from Molly and others where he advocates for in the Forbes article. Where is he advocating for this? They ask us to denounce this, to blame us to control millions of people, yet they're silent when it happens to us. Creators are absolutely responsible if veiled threats are made or downright telling them to do things. Your audience does it without any incitement. That's on them. Exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, if you're inciting people and telling people to do something, then yeah, you have responsibility for that. Everybody knows that. But when you're just criticizing a person and saying what they're doing is wrong, then you're not at fault when that person gets harassed. I think this is just like every normal person knows this, right? Like, it was a nuance that I didn't think that we'd have to get into because most people here are adults, but yes, that's clearly the obvious difference. Lie, defame me. Should be sent to my legal team. Video exposes lies. Okay. What's this? Maybe some days bullies will take accountability for the harassment. The only thing that was wrong that I think that anybody did is asking for people like Star Wars Theory to be deplatformed. Right? Critical drinker, Nerdrotic, like Star Wars Theory, you know, the axis of evil, you know, for like the acolyte enjoyers. These people should have never, they should not be deplatformed. They have every right to have whatever opinion they want. Like, it's insane that this is even a topic.
I saw someone say, is this your Sith era theory? And I'm like, yeah. When did it become okay to constantly berate someone for years, and then if you answer back, that's your Sith era? No, that's just standing up for yourself or replying. That's literally all it is. You know, if you're provoked, I think it's fair game to be able to say your piece back. So anyways, that's what I did in the recent video. Essentially just talking about Clone Wars returning in live action, which I think would be pretty dope. But of course,
yeah, what's the problem?
This guy, the Forbes guy, Paul Tassi, goes ahead and makes another tweet. You use incognito mode for porn. I use it to check on channels that make videos about me that I do not want in my algorithm. Well, thanks
anyway. Is this problematic? What's wrong with that? He doesn't like you. Obviously, he doesn't like you.
For the view, man, and his comments are just, well, they speak for themselves. Anyway,
it's admittedly funny. What does this say again? Less people funny putting whiny aggressive comments on family photos on my Instagram every time this happens. Yeah, this is stupid. Like, obviously, if somebody makes it, like, if you post a public article, you have to accept that people are going to criticize and talk about that article. That's just what's going to happen. Unless he's telling people to harass you. And if he is, you should report him to YouTube and get him banned. It's that simple, right? No shot. Yeah, it's that simple. Can't handle it, leave. Well, the thing is that it's weird because I think that Star Wars Theory is being kind of melodramatic about this. But I also think that Paul Tassi is being unreasonable as well, by saying that he's being harassed and he's trying to connect like negative comments on like family photos on his Instagram, like as if Star Wars theory supports this, right? And that's the issue. It's the implication that in any universe he supports this.
Anyways, that video was an opener to the real video, which I'm glad you're now all familiar with him. So this is, I would say, part of the problem. I would say essentially this is kind of where all of this rhetoric leads to when it comes to trying to deplatform people, which is
where's
a scumbag
deplatforming?
move anyways. Weak move from Molly and Alex.
True,
and
but
everyone
let's
else that
see
was
it.
Part of that. But this kind of journalism is really what is setting the narrative for the weak-minded people who just kind of follow the sheep. And I believe that this is, it's just not helpful. I think there's a lot of gatekeeping in this kind of journalism, which we're going to get into right here. And
I think that he's right about that there is a lot of gatekeeping of things like this that happen, where like people think that you're not allowed to have certain opinions about like shows. Like you saw that with The Witcher, you saw that with the Star Wars Acolyte. It's very common.
Just needs to stop, I think. I think we need to have better writers or people who have maybe more of an open mind or aren't so set to just one sect of a certain fandom and are able to see things from maybe a little bit more of a logical and reasonable perspective.
2 videos of
maybe some
context
people
you're
just-
missing? What am I missing? They contacted YouTube to deplatform me? Okay. Star Wars Explained tries to demonetize Star Wars Theory. Is this it?
And I know Alex is behind all this, but he's just such a sackless guy that he just. I see that they've lumped
Team
me in
YouTube.
with some of my colleagues and friends online to have our channels demonetized and essentially sending a letter to YouTube to abolish, destroy, end. It took me almost 2 years to get there. Really, the best tip
I really like, yeah, getting people demonetized is bad, and YouTube said they're not going to do it, and that's a good thing. But what does this have to do with Paul Tassi? I'm not seeing him tweet about this at all. He's not talking about this anywhere. So he came in later. Well, then where is it? Because like if you're getting mad at one guy because you're getting harassed by this group of people, I don't see it. He does? Well, where is it? The end of the first video you watched? Okay, let's take a look at it.
They have a certain outlook of something. So on September 9th, Paul Tassi released an article called "The Acolyte Has Caused Star Wars Fandom to Plunge into Civil War," which, yeah, I think that's kind of accurate in a sense. However, he goes on to mention me and several other YouTubers as well, and he really writes in his article that I and many others should be deplatformed and demonetized.
Where? The saga of Acolyte is well known at this point. The show is little watched, but developed a core base of fans who really liked it. From its representation to its villain, the YouTubers in question devoted dozens, if not hundreds, of videos to tearing down the show and everyone associated with it every week, which has led not to just to pushback from Acolyte fans, but stars like Amanda Steinberg. Then the show was canceled. So you can't criticize the show?
Several other YouTubers as
Wait,
well.
what?
And he really writes in his article that
Now we enter the current phase, which went members of the Star Wars community in support of shows like The Acolyte and its actors banded together to create a movement to try to get a number of specific Star Wars channels demonetized with examples of what they believe was racism and harassment in their videos, which should be against YouTube terms of service. That's what happened.
Should be deplatformed
Yeah.
and demonetized because of our rhetoric, because of our point of view of Star Wars in general. So, anyways, let's go ahead and check this out and read this because I want to bring light to this. I don't think this is acceptable behavior. I don't think, for a publication such as Forbes, I don't think this is respectful. I don't think it's insightful. And I think it's malicious. You think the drama of The Acolyte is over? Think again. As now what has been arguments about content of the show has progressed into a full-on civil war in the Star Wars fandom community. The two parties are fans that appreciate shows like The Acolyte and did not appreciate what seemed to be a coordinated, relentless assault on the show and its actors by YouTubers and their subscribers.
Okay.
So where's the evidence that these are coming from YouTube, from the subscribers? Where's the evidence that all of these subscribers are sending attacks to the actors or the actresses or the writers. Where is that information? I need that intel. They are attempting to demonetize many of those accounts which they believe are racist or encourage targeted harassment campaigns.
I don't think that Paul Tassie's in the wrong yet. He's simply writing an article describing the situation. He's saying this is happening.
Other side
You
says they
retarded?
simply...
No, I'm not retarded. I look at what I read and I make a decision about it. He's putting spin on it? Yeah, a bit he's putting spin on it. You could say that, but there's nothing that's been said here that is inaccurate or blatantly misleading.
Hate the show for normal reasons. The saga of The Acolyte is well known at this point. The show was little watched, but developed core base fans who really liked it, ranging from its representation
let's move on.
in this. And I like this, since they liked it for that primary reason, then of course everyone has to have liked it for that reason too, and if they didn't, then they're going against that representation, and therefore they're racist. So I would even argue that the people who are saying such things are only seeing the depth of this show, or only
I investigated
because there is representation.
Boys, a lot of YouTubers have turned to businessmen lately. Have you noticed? There's been a bit of drama online around a few lads selling a lunchbox to children. And today, as an unbiased, totally impartial third party, I'm going to go through as many YouTuber products as I could buy, and this is important, honestly rank them. I'm going to be as genuine as possible today. I don't care if beef starts. I've already got some beef going on with KSI. He's called me annoying. If a couple other YouTubers join him, so be it. The goal is a good review, a review you can trust. We did this already a couple of times over the past couple of months, and today we're going to be doing it with YouTuber products. Now, I already have a tier list cooking. I'll show you the tier list right here. This is our tier list, of course, S, A, B, C, F, and these are all of our items. Now, look, it's going to be somewhat difficult to rank some of these because, candidly, I do have a relationship with some of these people, you know? But at the end of the day, it's more important that they are selling a good product than it just being a YouTuber product. That should not make up for it being bad. Do you get what I'm saying? If there are competitors in the field who are better, I don't feel bad letting you know. The product should be able to stand on its own without like this relationship or backing of a creator. That's just how it should be. We shouldn't give a pass to people just because they're YouTubers. So anyway, let's go over what the tier list means. S is a product that you should buy. It's a recommendation. If I put it in S tier, I literally think you should buy this as soon as possible if you have the funds. A tier is still an amazing product on its own without the need of like the YouTuber attachment. You get what I'm saying? B tier products it's good for a YouTuber product. C tier is the tricky one. I think C tier is the gimmick tier. It's not F. It's not an outright scam, right? You shouldn't never buy this product, but it's a one-time only gimmick. And without further ado, let's get to it. You already know what the first product is gonna be. We got some Lunchly. Now, this has been making waves online. I have seen like 3 different videos of streamers open this box and have mold in their cheese. I don't know if that's legit. I don't know if it's a setup. I genuinely have never opened one of these boxes. I've just had this in my fridge for a couple of days, and we're gonna try it out, okay? This is the real big drama item, the Lunchly. I'll be honest, I can tell you right now, this isn't gonna be an S. Because the product's not something I would recommend most people buy. Lunchables wouldn't be an S. So what they are copying is already not an amazing product. Here's the actual Lunchables package. Leave no crumbs. Oh, is there mold? No mold. There's no, as far as I can tell, there is no mold. And then it comes, of course, with a bottle of Prime. Obviously, Prime is one of the bigger YouTuber products, so I feel like we should review it separately. And same with Feastables. We'll likely also review the Feastables separately. Oh. It's all right. That's not going to change your fucking world. It's not going to kill you. It's all right. The bread sucks. The sauce is a little bit sweet. And then the pepperoni comes from that pepperoni factory where they make all the like default pepperoni. You know what I mean? Every American has had this pepperoni at some point in their life. Wait, let me wash it down with some Prime. Oh, wow. That's way too sweet. Just the combo of the Lunchly with the Prime to wash it down. It's like washing down your Kit Kat with a Coke. But I'm also, candidly, an anti-sweet guy. Like, I don't like hella sweet shit when like the sugar hits the fucking side of your tongue and it tingles. I get like sugar pains. This, I don't know if anyone knows this. I don't know if I've said this before. I'm on the Prime mailing list. I think I got a cold DM from the Prime account, and this is when I was trying to fill my warehouse fridge with a bunch of snacks for my employees. I was like, yeah, send some fucking Prime. I'm down. I was basically trying to sign up for any mailing list I could because I wanted a bunch of stuff. And when Prime first came around, I'll say it straight up, the marketing worked. I didn't know that it worked, but I was like, on days where I was working out and doing the podcast, I was like, I'll get a Prime. And in the back of my mind, without even knowing, I was like, I do need to be a bit hydrated. And when I had 2 Primes, this happened a couple of times. I had 2 Primes, but I would start buzzing. 2 Primes got me feeling weird. I talked to Logan about this. This is before he did the CoffeeZilla shit. This is when we were in the box together. But I asked him straight up, I was like, yo, you ever have like a few Primes in a day and you start buzzing off that shit? Because I never looked it up. I just stopped drinking it after that. And Logan, obviously in Logan fashion, he's like, no, dude, I'll have like fucking 6, 7 a day. Fucking don't even bat an eye. And I was like, okay. And I don't feel bad telling this story because Logan Paul has sued CoffeeZilla, which I think is a major dick move. So I am being a dick in this moment, exposing him. But that same day that Logan Paul told me he'd chug down 6 or 7 Primes a day, he had a Prime on the set with him. And we were doing a contest. We were doing the Squid Game cookies. And Logan Paul was the only one who was allowed to have a drink on the set. They took everybody else's drinks away because they didn't want us to use water to cheat. And me, being a fucking cheater, I decided to grab Logan Paul's Prime and I wanted to use it to like help my friends on my team beat the puzzle. That was what I was trying to do. So I sneakily grabbed his Prime and I was gonna put some in the cap. But when I did, I noticed the color was weird and I took a sip, it was water. Logan Paul replaced the Prime with water. So I'm pretty sure that motherfucker is lying, and if you drink a shit ton of these, you start buzzing. Allegedly. This is all alleged. Everything I just said is alleged. Anyway, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's just a bit sweet. I would rate Prime like a C tier. I don't think it's a scam. I think it's kind of cool. I like the bottle. I like the way it looks a lot. The only reason I feel like I can't put it B tier, which is where I think it belongs, is because I actually don't think, and I'm not a scientist, it's good at achieving its goal of being a hydration drink. I think what it actually is like a sweet treat drink. And like, I'm cool with fun drinks. If this label, it marketed itself as a fun drink, I put it B tier. Now, Feastables. Again, I'm also on the mailing list for Feastables. We have a shit ton in my warehouse. There was a point where I had a box in my house. Me and Cutie were constantly fucking taking bites of it. They have a couple of flavors that slap. I think Feastables as a whole is probably... see, it's hard because I'm going to get called a paid op. I honestly think it's B. Because I don't think I would recommend people buy it. There are other chocolates that are better than it. Specifically, Cadbury chocolate's going to be better than it. But I think I'm fair to put this in B. Right? Because what did I say? C is a gimmick. B is decent for a YouTuber product. A is an actual good product. S I would recommend. So I think this is good. And I think Lunchly, because people have gotten Lunchleys with mold in it, it has to be F. My experience was not mold, but even outside of the mold, for a product called Lunchly, it is a 330 or 360 calorie snack. It ain't a lunch. Next product. Okay, this one I have been wanting to try for so long. So you know that thing that YouTubers love to do where they're like, hey guys, I have the biggest announcement of my life coming out tomorrow. I'm so nervous to share this with you all. And then tomorrow comes and it's like, I'm selling you guys a product. Please buy it. Ninja did this maybe 6 months ago with a product that I don't think that many people know about called Nutcase. Now, Nutcase is a premium cashew milk. And Ninja partnered up with a company to make it. It comes in 3 flavors, or at least we have 3 flavors today. Vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Now, off rip, I gotta say, product quality, not high. I think it looks bad. Like, credit to Prime, their design is fucking fire. Every bottle looks kind of swag. Prime looks cool. I have no problem saying that shit. This looks like something someone made in a senior high school class. Bro, I'm sorry. Look, you just can't have your URL be drink nut. I don't care if there's a word after it. And don't put the word sexy when you're talking about nut milk. All the promotion for this was literally just ninjas cum. See, when you're talking about nut milk. All the promotion for this was literally just ninjas cum.
Drink Nut Case is back in stock.
Okay, yeah, do you see what I'm saying? I felt like a crazy person watching this. All right, anyway, let's try it. Let's try it. Cum marketing aside, let's try it. I think the vanilla is the one that I'll like the best. Good crack. It's thick. It literally tastes like a protein drink, but nuttier, which sounds fucking stupid, but you can taste the cashew. But it has that same sort of like consistency. Don't say it's thick when you described it as cum earlier. I mean, nutrition-wise, I actually think this is probably a decent product. Oh, wow, this one's way different. What the fuck? The strawberry one has 180 calories. That's decent. Look, there's no way for me to describe this. Okay, you know what? Let me find a new way to describe this. It's viscous and sticky the way. I'm sorry. It's glue-like? Can I say that? It's tacky. I'm trying to find a way. The consistency is what, like cum? The flavor's not bad. I actually think the strawberry is better than the vanilla, though. It might have loosened up a little bit after I can't do this. I mean, it's not bad, bro. I think the worst part about it is it feels like you're drinking a protein shake without the benefit of 20 to 30 grams of protein. You know what? Let's throw it. I see people in chat saying it. C for cum. I have to give credit where credit's due. The ingredient list is phenomenal. It doesn't taste that bad. It's just a little bit thick. It's a little bit thick. Our next item is David Dobrik's Pizza. Now, if you don't know, David Dobrik used to be a big YouTuber. Now he is a guy who makes a fuck ton of money on Snapchat and does nothing on YouTube. But he still made a pizza shop called Dobrik's. It is oily, bro. All right, let's give it a bite. Sauce is too sweet. Bread is too oily. Crust is too thick. You know, it's crazy. That might be the worst pizza I've had today. The Lunches pizza might win. That's a scam, bro. You guys have officially made it to the candy portion of this YouTuber product review. There are a lot of YouTubers making candy. Perhaps you have heard of Joyride, Ryan Trahan's candy that is trying to be #1 in Target. Perhaps you have heard of 1UP, the freeze-dried YouTuber candy, or perhaps you know about Sour Boys, which has a whole huge array of different candies that they sell. Well, either way, we are trying all three right now. We're going to go back to back to back, and we're going to see which one is the best, which one is the worst, and where we rank them in the tier list. I went for what I thought looked like the best flavor here, pink lemonade blueberry. I'm not the biggest candy guy, but, you know, I've had my fair share. Ooh, nice strip. All right, let's try it. It tastes pretty good. I like the chew. The sour is not too crazy, but it definitely hits, and it's a little more long-lasting than like a Warheads, where it's just kind of like the powder on top. Anyway, I'm going to hold off on my review, because if it's the best tasting candy of our group, I'm going to keep that in mind. The next one is 1UP candy. This is made by FaZe Rug? What? All right, this is made by FaZe Rug. It's 1UP candy. It's freeze-dried candy. Now, I've had freeze-dried candy before. I had it from the TikTok shop. I think freeze-dried candy is a gimmick. I actually don't think it's that good. And you actually end up getting a lot less value for what seems like a lot more cost. For example, this is a 2-ounce bag. It's full because the candy is expanded in size when it got freeze-dried. This is a 3.7-ounce bag. This bag is literally more candy than this bag. The good thing about that is that it makes your bag seem full. The bad thing about that is you're probably paying the same price. Very sweet. It kind of tastes like those packing peanuts, which I've eaten far too many of. I shouldn't admit to that. I've eaten a lot of them. The thing I don't like about freeze-dried candies, it just breaks. There's no bite. There's no chew. It doesn't sink into your teeth, which is something that I like in candy. It just fucking breaks. It's like in a movie when someone gets turned to stone and then they shatter into a billion pieces. The ingredient list, atrocious. They went for the American classic, the delicious Red 40 that everybody loves. Taste-wise, I don't like it as much, but I also think freeze-dried candy is a gimmick. And this brings us to our last product, which is Joyride. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to have Joyride yet, but I've seen a lot of Ryan's marketing for it. And the main selling point is that it's supposed to be like not healthy, but not junk. Does that make sense? The serving size for this one is bigger than this one. But even though it's bigger, it is less calories and less sugar. And it has 7 grams of fiber, which is actually kind of a lot. This is the classic strawberry twist. I think it's like a Twizzler. Okay, off rip, you can't rip apart the Twizzlers. This makes me incredibly sad. Flavor-wise, it's still better than the freeze-dried, but that's for sure mid. But I do have more. Sour strawberry ropes. This one looked so good. I don't know why. I think it's because the white filling makes it look good. All right, let's give this one a shot. That's actually fire. Ignoring everyone in chat saying you like it because you're swallowing ropes, it's actually fucking fire. Yeah, dude, that's actually really good. And that's 20 calories. This rope right here is 20 calories. That's good. Wait, that's a great deal. Like, I wouldn't mind slamming back 5 of these at the end of the night. And if it's 100 calories, like, I'm not fucking mad at that at all. Now, I'm actually impressed. I'm hella impressed. And there's 9 grams of fiber. 9 grams of fiber is insane. Now, look, the price, I don't know what it is in your local area because it's probably dependent on what Target you have near you. It's going to be twice as high no matter where you live. At least, if not 3 times as high as a competing candy brand. It is a fact of life that a mega corporation is going to be able to produce it at a much cheaper cost. In addition to, they are picking ingredients that are more expensive. You have to factor in price, right? I would say this flavor is S tier, straight up. If you can get your hands on this shit is S tier. I would say Joyride as a whole is probably A. I don't think all their flavors are good. Just to be fair, I'm gonna try a second flavor of 1-Up. This is the freeze-dried peach rings. I love peach rings. I'm gonna throw that in D tier. I don't think it's a scam per se, but that's not for me. And then finally, we're trying a second Oompaville. This one is called the Lil Guys, and it is blue raspberry. And they're just like, if I'm being totally transparent, they look like edibles. Oh, that's a sour. Are they any good? Yeah, they are good. I think I'd throw this in B. I think it's pretty good for a YouTuber product. Like, I think the way I look at it is if you were to shed the identity of this being attached to a YouTuber, would the product stand on its own against its competitors? I think this one wouldn't. I think the thing that gives Joyride the edge to A is you look at the ingredients, you're like, oh, fuck, that is different in the category. All right. Our next product is a controversial one. Mina cookies. Mina cookies, man. These were making fucking waves when Pokey announced them. She went for the classic YouTuber thing. I got a big announcement, guys. And it was her releasing a product. The product were yummy cookies that I think are supposed to be like good for you in some fashion. I forget exactly what fashion it was. The back's a bit corny. I have tried these before, but I'm here to try them again. This is their initial launch flavor. It was the Midnight Mini Cookies, deep chocolate, velvety white chocolate. I fuck with these cookies heavy. I think they taste good. They just taste like a crumblier Oreo cookie. And then the white chocolate kind of tastes like if they were to put like some dots of the Oreo cream on it. You guys are all fucking coming for me. This is not promo. When the drama first happened, I tried them on stream and I also said they're good. Anyway, I didn't know this. They have a second product. This kind of went under the radar. It is a pizza cracker. All the flavors you love in pizza, made bite-sized with real ingredients, real flavor, vitamin D, vitamin E, no gluten, nothing artificial. It's the same text conversation. They once again replied, so tastes like cardboard? Nope, they're delicious, crunchy, and perfectly craveable. I don't get why the marketing for it is like, so this tastes like fucking shit. No, try it. It actually is freaking decent. What's the competitor for this one? Triscuit? This is like a Triscuit, right? Nope. I'm cool with that one. Nah, I think this one is bad. Or I should say worse. It's not bad. I don't like this one. I would say it's either right below Prime or right above Lunchly. I would say the pizza one, I would put D tier. The Mina Midnight Cookie, I would put C tier. That's what I would do. I feel fine putting it below Prime. Focus. Okay, guys. I have a couple of changes I want to make. Last time, this is where our tier list ended up, but since I dropped this tier list, things have changed. Specifically, I have changed because I've been having a lot of the products on this list, and I think it is only fair for me to back up with my words what I do with my own mouth. And what I mean by that is I have been eating a shit ton of Joyride. I have gone through 3 different packs of the sour strawberry ropes. I am not fronting. I ate an entire pack in one day on 2 separate occasions. I am not a candy guy. I am not a paid operative for Ryan Trahan. I fuck heavy with Joyride. I'm putting it in S tier. I'm making that change. It is candy, all right? Guys, you're not getting healthier eating healthy candy. That's a fact. It's still fucking candy with sugar. It ruins your teeth. It can give you sugar rush. I like it. I like it. You like Ryan's thick ropes. Mods, time that guy out for 76 hours. Thank you. Second thing I want to change. This is going to be controversial. People are going to be mad at me for this. I've been having a lot of this, and I think it is dead ass really good. Feastables in A. I know. Mr. Beast shill. Paid operative. Literally PR guy. Guys, I had the Peanut Crunch for Halloween. It is my favorite chocolate bar. I am not lying. All right. Now, obviously, this doesn't speak to maybe some of Mr. Beast's practices that I think he has yet to address. But I'm making an honest tier list, and I need to be honest with myself in this moment. All right? I'm putting Lunchley in scam because Logan Paul called me a bitch.
He's a fucking hypocritical, lying, blockhead beta bitch, bro. Like, why are you making shit up? I tried so hard to like this guy.
Sorry! I get emotional, too. We are not done because now we have a few more items to go through. And the first one that I want to address, it's called Max Jerky. This is from Max Greb, aka Max the Meat Guy. And his channel is bigger than my channel. Everything he does is meat related. And he also has released his very own beef jerky. Now, I'm not the biggest beef jerky guy. I find it to be quite chewy, quite, rubbery sometimes. And then also a bit salty. So, you know, fair warning going in, but I'm going to try this. Now, this one is chicken jerky. I have the regular jerky here. I'm going to go through all of them and see if there's one I really like. Okay, this is embarrassing to admit. I found out that buffalo sauce is from Buffalo, New York this past month. I don't know if you know Buffalo, New York. It like borders Canada. For no reason, it is a big city in our country of America. It's the home of a very big football team. And they also made fucking buffalo sauce, which is like now, I don't know if, is buffalo sauce worldwide or just nationwide? The main thing I knew from Buffalo is that they're the only football team to ever go to 4 Super Bowls and lose back to back to back to back to back. A record that'll never be broken. Okay, it's pretty good. It's listed as tangy, spicy, zesty, and sweet. I would say that description is very accurate. Let me double check on the price for this guy as well. Okay, Max Jerky. It is, okay, it is not cheap. In fact, I would argue it is the opposite of cheap. It is expensive. Because this is 2.5 ounces. This is $10. But understand, I think this is made in small batches, not for a mass consumer market. You get me? And I also think jerky is generally kind of pricier, like more legit jerky. A 2.5 ounce bag of jerky from Jack's Links costs $4. From Max, it costs $10. A half-pound bag from Jack's Links costs $10. From Max, it costs $25. So it's literally 2.5 times more expensive. Obviously, you're getting higher quality meat than you would from Jack's Links, so the product is better. And you're going to pay some YouTuber tax and then also some, you know, tax because the size of their operation. Let me keep rolling. So this is the Szechuan Chili Crisp. That is a fucking piece and a half right there. That's a good, this piece of jerky looks so good. That looks like a good ass piece of jerky right there. It's very soft. Sometimes I have jerky from a gas station because I usually get jerky on a road trip. And sometimes, bro, it's a jaw workout. It is a jaw workout. This is soft meat. I wish I didn't say that. This tastes like a white guy who studied abroad in China and liked Szechuan spice and then brought it back to America in the form of jerky, and he was also a YouTuber. All right, this is Texas barbecue beef jerky. This one smells good. This one hits. It's actually less sweet than the other two. It's the least sweet one I've had so far. All right, last one is Montreal maple burnt ends. I love burnt ends, and I love maple syrup. The question is, after all that, where do I put it? Is this product 2.5 times or more better than its competitor in the market, which is much cheaper, Jack's Links? The answer is yes. This is a 3 to 4 times better product than the competitor in the market. It's understandable that the cost is higher based off what you get from the product. But I think this is A, because I think this is better than many competitors in the market. And I'm not a beef jerky guy. I want to state that. I know the shit that I get in a gas station before a road trip. This beats all of those by a high enough factor that it makes up for its additional price, which is high. Max Jerky is not the only jerky that we are reviewing today, because today we have Maguro Jerky, which is some Japanese YouTuber? Who's Maguro? Maguro is just tuna, Ludwig. You're looking up tuna YouTuber. Masaru! Okay, this is the guy. This is the YouTuber whose jerky we're about to review. Okay, let's try his jerky. Now, bear in mind, this is a little bit different because it is tuna jerky. I don't know if I've ever had fish jerky before. Oh, wow. That is different. It is very dried out. Oh, wow. Wow, that is fish. That is fish. Damn, that is fish. Yeah, that hits the nose. That hits the damn nose, it does. All right, I have a few thoughts. So dried fish jerky is a lot different from meat jerky because when you dry it out, it gets very rough. Like you don't even think it's edible at the start rough because your job when chewing is also to rehydrate it enough to eat it. But it's not thin enough that it's like wafery, like a crisp or a cookie, all right? It's still a bit thick. So you really have to get to chewing. Taste-wise, it actually had quite a kick to it. Like, I actually don't mind the taste too much. The taste is fine. The macros on this are insane. This is a healthy food. That is 85 calories, almost 17 grams of protein. That is like pretty insane. Having said all that, it will either be someone's favorite food or someone's least favorite food. There's no in between. So I would throw it personally C tier.
It's finally possible to sip our newly launched tuna jerky all over the world. I know some of you might not be familiar with the taste, but
that was me.
Please try it and enjoy the luxurious, rich flavor that comes out more you chew.
Definitely comes out the more you chew. The first chew is nothing. Chew number 15, you are getting some flavor.
My big dream of sharing fish from Okinawa Island with the world is slowly coming through. And
oh, that's so fucking sweet. Now I feel like a fucking piece of shit. He's literally just getting fish from his local community, his small island, and then shipping it all over the world. And I put him on the same tier as Logan Paul and KSI selling fucking liquid sugar to children with potassium in it. I'm such a fucking jackass. I think it's worth trying. I still put it C. So I don't know what this is, but I have this package here. This is like some high-end sauces. It's Masaru. He has sauce? Yeah, I think it's the same guy. What is that? Ponzu, maybe? Sweet, bit tangy. Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that. It's black sugar soy sauce, Ludwig. That makes sense. All right, this one is less sweet soy sauce. This one is sweet soy sauce. That's what I'm gathering. I mean, as far as soy sauce is concerned, it tastes like decent soy sauce. I would throw a B. I wouldn't recommend it outright. It's definitely like a nice gift to get someone, but ultimately, you probably wouldn't buy this as your regular soy sauce because I don't think it would be worth the price. It costs $13 for both those bottles. It is definitely a gift angle. We got a little delivery. You might be wondering why I have Chick-fil-A. It's not because I'm homophobic. It's instead because they make a product that is very important to this next section. Chicken nuggets. Because this next section is the single most popular item of any item YouTubers make. It's not coffee, which is a close second. It's actually hot sauce. So many different people make hot sauce. I think it's a relatively easy thing to make, so we got a few here today. Let's pull them all out. There are a few sauces that I want to review today. Unfortunately, Will Neff's hot sauce is wildly popular. I was not able to buy it. I do have Keith's hot sauce called Pizzafy. I believe that's his hot sauce, right? This is Airrex. It's not even Keith's. Okay? Turn anything into pizza. You know that feeling when you bite into a slice of pizza? Pure happiness, right? That's why we created Pizzafy, the boss of all sauce, to turn literally anything into pizza. And then step 1 is use on anything. And then step 2 is it turns into pizza. In fact, on step 1, they literally have broccoli as an image. Will it turn my nugget into pizza? I mean, it looks like pizza sauce. No! Fuck! I love this shirt! Fuck! Fuck! Damn it! I mean, it looks like pizza sauce. No! Fuck! I love this shirt! Fuck! Fuck! Damn it! God, it tastes like shit too! Fuck! Okay, this tastes almost exactly like the sauce you get in a Lunchly. It is a very sweet tomato-based sauce. Yeah, this shit's just straight up, this is just fucking pizza sauce. It's sweet pizza sauce in a bottle. Does it make everything taste like pizza? No. It makes everything taste like marinara, though. Eat your shirt now. It's pizza. Pizzafy, I would rank... I don't think it's a scam. I mean, the branding is a little bit insane, but I'd put it D tier. I don't think it's as bad of a scam. What's the price on it? It costs... Whoa... $25 for 2 of these bottles. I think that's enough to push this over to scam tier. All right, next. This is technically a YouTuber. You've probably seen other YouTubers try the hot sauce. I have done it a few times. It has, in this box, all these different types of hot sauces. And I think they changed them to match which hot sauces are being used in which season. But you get 10 out. You get out. 10 bottles. A few of the bottles are their own. So the original classic hot sauce is theirs. They have the Verde hot sauce. They have the, of course, the Last Dab hot sauce is theirs. Now, it is important to note, the Hot Ones hot sauce as a product is not a hot sauce that you should go get. It is a gimmick. Let's just be clear. What I have purchased here is a gimmick. It's $120 for 10 different hot sauces, where about half of them are shit. Da Bomb is one of the worst things I have ever tasted. Ignoring the heat factor, it just tastes horrible. But the reason you get it isn't because, like, hey man, with my burritos, I want the fucking Hot Ones hot sauce. You get it to do the Hot Ones experience. That's why you get it. So it's a gimmick. It's a one-time purchase. But as opposed to other YouTuber products where you're paying a YouTuber premium, like sometimes you're paying this extra cost because they don't have a big enough machine to make the product at such a high rate so they can lower the costs for the customer. The Hot Ones, I think, is a little different. The Hot Ones is very expensive, not because they can't make it at an insanely low cost. I think it's insanely expensive because they can get away with it, because people want to buy the Hot Ones hot sauce to try it. All right, I just got a few pulled up here. I haven't had this one before. It's called Dawson's Hot Sauce Apple Caraway. It has a wax seal. Are we fucking serious? This is technically level 5. That fucks. That's pretty good. All right, this is their very famous Last Dab hot sauce. Experience the Last Dab, 91% Pepper X. Wow. Wow. Damn, that's hot. What the fuck? What the fuck? Pizzafy, save me. It's not making it pizza! Oh, Sean Evans, you bitch! Is it tasty? Kind of tastes like shit. No, I think they use Ghost Pepper and Pepper X. I don't know. I think it's a... I assume it's like a proprietary thing. It tastes like shit. I would say Hot Ones for me, I think it has to go B. I have one more hot sauce. This is called Kaminari. Paolo in Tokyo made his own hot sauce after making a video on the day in the life of a hot sauce maker.
There is no hot sauce in the world that has an umami and fire like this one.
Let's try it. I think it's going to be very hot. It's listed as mild though, so maybe not. And it costs, oh wow. It is $18 for the Umami Ocean. It is pricey. It is expensive. Why is it so expensive? Because it's crafted exclusively in Japan in partnership with Paolo. It's more like Tabasco consistency. That is far and away the saltiest hot sauce I've ever had. I don't think I can justify a B because the sheer cost of it. So I think I would put it C tier. It would probably make a good gift. If you really like the YouTuber, you could justify it mentally, but understand you're paying an insane premium. I would put the soy sauce in the same exact category. It's almost like novelty category. Like, none of these products are bad, but based off the cost of them or like some drawbacks that come with some of these objects, they feel more like one-time purchases than, oh, you're gonna go back and buy that again. What's up? Yeah, Trump got 10 million more votes. The content's gonna fucking change around here. Much like the Canadians who made Happy Dad, for some reason, I'm getting into politics. And to start it, I'm ranking Happy Dad seltzers. Happy Dad. It is seltzer that makes the left fucking squirm. Oh, I bet this guy's, even though he drinks a lot of fucking seltzer, doesn't have any crypto. Wrong! You don't think I have crypto? I have merch for crypto! We're not the same! Happy Dad is maybe one of the most popular YouTuber products ever. I don't know the exact sales, but I see it everywhere. It's on the same exact rank as a Prime or a Feastables. And I think part of the reason why is, one, they have pretty decent branding, right? Their branding has been like, you know, through frat party and frat YouTube style videos for a while. It's also very politically charged, right? You know, like everyone stopped drinking Bud Light because they gone gay. This is the opposite, right? Like, where do you go if you stop drinking Bud Light? You can drink Happy Dad. Because the Nelk Boys leaned heavily into politics over the past few years. Now, they upload a lot less, but I think they're just making fucking hand over fist from this seltzer. Let's give it a shot. I've never tried it before. And although I might not agree with them politically, I'm still going to give an honest review on what I think it tastes like. I think the flavor I'd like the most is watermelon, I imagine. That's crazy. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It tastes almost exactly like a LaCroix. And what I mean by that, the alcohol is invisible. You could give this to 10 people, at least 2 might not even know it's alcoholic. It's crazy. All right, we also got pineapple. Yeah, like the flavor isn't great. Like, I imagine there's just a giant vat of carbonated water alcohol mix, and then they put like 2 drops of every flavoring into it. They brand it as easy to drink. They're not lying. Happy Dad is an easy-to-drink hard seltzer with low carbonation, simple and refreshing flavors with no strange aftertaste. Happy Dad is enjoyed out of a regular can because we're tired of the skinny can bullshit. They're making the most inoffensive drink that back in my days in college you'd be a pussy for drinking, but they're still somehow calling the other drinks on the shelf pussies. They've drawn the line at the size of the can, not the contents of it. That's funny. So Cold Ones, obviously his entire content is based around being fucking drunk as shit. And they decided to rip off a Japanese style drink by making a grape flavored hard soda that is actually made of wine. Let's give Grog a taste here. Now Grog's got taste. Now, you do taste the alcohol in Grog. I want to be very clear. You're not drinking a Grog going like, damn, is that grape soda? You taste the alcohol. There's one difference. It's actually a higher percentage alcohol, 6%, which doesn't seem like a lot, but 6%, that's a good amount. Because like 3 Grogs kind of gets you almost on the same exact playing field as 4 Happy Dads. Now, the question is, where do I rank them? As a personal human, I don't agree with the Nelk Boys politically. I don't like a lot of the Nelk Boys videos for what they do in them. Their drink is pretty fucking good. Their drink is pretty fucking good. I can't sit here and lie to you. I'm giving honest reviews. It's an A-tier product. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's better than the competitors. It's better than a White Claw. It's better than a Truly. Honest to God, it is better than Grog. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. That's the honest to God truth. It is good. It's not S-tier good. Why? Because I would never recommend, and that's what the S tier is, someone go buy seltzered alcoholic drinks. The ceiling of that drink is A tier. Grog, I would put B tier. It's a step below right now. Look, I know some of you are mad at me for putting Happy Dad in A tier. The whole point of this is honest reviews. It's a good product. They did it. They did it, man. I've never had it before today. They did it. I'm being real with you. All right. This is one of the most common YouTuber products. I'm talking about coffee. We have Wake and Make Coffee. This comes from Philip DeFranco. This is literally made in LA, in Van Nuys, California. That's where it's roasted, at least. The coffee beans are sourced in Brazil. I don't personally think Philip DeFranco knows jack shit about roasting a coffee bean. Next one up, we have Keats & Co. This comes from John Green. Now, there's a humanitarian reason, a philanthropy reason to buy this. 100% of all profits of this coffee goes to charity. And if you like John Green, and if you like charity, then you don't care that much about switching from your store brand to John Green's coffee. I like the John Green books. The fuck does he know about roasting a coffee bean? We got Emma Chamberlain. She started a lot of her vlogs drinking coffee. She's got a huge audience that's different than almost every other YouTuber because it's predominantly women. So it makes sense that she is making a coffee brand that's targeting her audience. And she's been doing this for years now. But Emma Chamberlain does not know how to roast coffee beans. She's just trying to get her audience involved. High floor. Her coffee's probably decent. What matters a lot more than any of these people's flavoring of their coffee or how good their coffee is, because they're all going to be relatively decent, is their branding, what you think about the YouTubers, and then why you purchase it. All right, maybe it's because you like philanthropy. Maybe it's because you want to make sure you support Jacksepticeye because he was a big part of your life and you want him to succeed. All right, there's a lot of different reasons, but I think that's ultimately the reason why you're getting any of these. You're not getting them because they have figured out how to make coffee better. True! So here's our first cup of coffee. I don't know if you guys can see it. This is Jack's. The machine makes a nice little foam on top. The good news is it still smells like the beans smelled. I was worried that the bean smell was fake, because if I was making coffee, I would just spritz in, like it says butterscotch, like just put some butterscotch perfume in that bitch, you know? If you smell it, you'll think it tastes like it, but the coffee smells like it, so. That's pretty good. The best thing is it's not bitter at all. Like I wouldn't need milk. I could just drink this straight up, it'd be fine. There we go. My Emma Chamberlain cup. And I can use my Emma Chamberlain straw and watch my Emma Chamberlain video and drink my Emma Chamberlain coffee because I love Emma Chamberlain. My name is Ludwig, I love Emma Chamberlain. So a straw doesn't actually make any fucking sense for a hot coffee. I'm pretty sure this is for cold brew. So I'm gonna undo that real quick. I mean, it also kind of tastes like it smells. I think the biggest issue that I have with this is it smells a bit artificial. I think it's because it's vanilla. Like vanilla, I don't think is naturally coming out of the coffee beans. Yeah, I don't fuck with it as much. I think for me, like a coffee's like espresso and dark chocolate and fucking oak wood and whiskey. You know what I'm talking about? Vanilla is just like too perfumey of a flavor. So I don't like it as much. Next up, we are making the dark roast of Philip DeFranco. I find the dark roast to be not unenjoyable. It's inoffensive. Like it's not the one I'm gonna leave thinking tasted the best, but it has fucked nothing up at all. You know what I'm saying? Now, to be honest with you, this is the one I'm the most excited for. That's why I left it last. Because the smell is the least artificial and also smells the most like something I'd want to drink. All right, John, don't fail me now. So we got 4 cups of coffees. John Green's, Philip DeFranco's, Emma Chamberlain's, Jacksepticeye's. Here's the thing. They've all done one thing remarkably well. They have delivered a product that matches the descriptions of their product. Jacksepticeye's, you get some butterscotch. Emma Chamberlain's, you get some vanilla. Philip DeFranco's, this is like a coffee that puts some hair on your chest. I imagine this is like a diner style dark roast coffee. This is a fuck you, get out of bed, get to fucking work coffee. And then John Green's, probably the closest to what I was making when I was a daily pour over guy in terms of the beans that I would use. Facts are, they all kind of did their job of matching what they advertised. So what's the best one? I think the best product would be the one that you feel the best buying, either because you're supporting a YouTuber you like Jacksepticeye or Emma Chamberlain, or all the money that you are spending is donated to charity, or you're supporting Philip DeFranco's show, which he's been doing for over a decade. Like, that's literally it. It's exactly how I thought it'd be, man. Exactly how I thought it'd be. Zero surprises here, folks. All right, well, hey, to round out our list of our YouTuber products, I'm going to put every single coffee in the same exact tier, in B tier. So in my mind, these are all B. And they are all virtually indistinguishable from each other. I would leave the choice to which YouTuber you like most or which coffee profile fits your taste buds the most. I personally would put Keats & Co. the highest, but I think I also have some emotional attachment to the fact that all the proceeds go to charity. But like ultimately that doesn't change the value of the product for you as a consumer consuming it. Like, it seems to come from good people who are doing good things, but as far as a cup of coffee, it's not that much better, or not even necessarily better than the other three. And if I were ranking things off of emotional enjoyment for me personally, it's like, yeah, I would dunk Happy Dad down. I would put Top of the Morning up because I like Jacksepticeye. But the purpose is to be honest about the product, not the person making the product. Anyway, chat, that is our official tier list, okay? That's it. We literally were left with one S tier product. Ryan, you fucking did it, man. I don't know how you found a way to make candy with less sugar, less calories, taste better than most candy I've ever had, but you did it. Congratulations. That's the best damn thing I've had of any of these damn YouTubers. If y'all disagree with me, let me know in the comments. And that's it, everybody. All right, see you later now. Goodbye now. Subscribe. All right, see you later. Goodbye.
I guess we'll know in a few hours whether that's a good thing or not. So, the first thing we'll do is we're going to try out...
I would argue that
there's still nothing wrong with this paragraph. He's saying that there are some people that like the show because it had a black lead actress. That's guaranteed true. There's still nothing wrong.
The people who are so in love with the show would love it just as much as if everybody was white. I guarantee you, the people who love the show, I do not think they would like it as much or nearly at all if all of the cast members were white. And to me, I say, I don't care if they're purple. I don't care what color they are. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Black, gay, straight, trans. You do what you want, man. Just make a cool story, cool characters, and that's it. Well written, thoughtful. I couldn't care less about what they do outside of that. Split from the Skywalker saga, but several hundred years, bro. The YouTubers in question devoted dozens, if not hundreds, of videos dedicated to tearing down the show and everyone associated with it each and every week, which led to not just pushback from Acolyte fans, but stars like Amanda Stenberg publicly talking about the racism she experienced. And look, like I've said this a million times.
Well, this is what happens with anything. Like, it's the same as if you criticize any person, people are going to bring their race and their identity into the criticism. If you criticize somebody that's gay, then people are going to call them the F word. If you criticize somebody that's black, people are going to call them the N word. This is just the way it is. Like, that's just the way the internet is. It doesn't mean that he's accountable for that. It doesn't mean it's his fault. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't even imagine thinking like this. How are you not allowed to criticize a show, bro? Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and it is, like, this paragraph is very much, like, it is, basically the article is built on the foundation that they're getting reported because they are saying that they're experiencing racism, and then now it's codifying the racism that this person experienced too. So, yeah, I do think that there is obviously a spin on this article to make the guys that are making these YouTube videos like Star Wars Theory look bad. It is. Like, I do think that now at this point, because you talked about alleged and now you're talking about the actual stuff, and any normal reader that's reading this will logically go from point A to point B. Criticism is not racism. Yes, but let's not be delusional here. She absolutely experienced racism. Without a doubt. Do you really think that not a single person said racist things to her? Guaranteed this happened. A 100% chance. But that still doesn't make the people that were criticizing the show at fault.
You know, there are so many people that are for sure assholes and racists and bigots and homophobic and all that. But I feel like that's a very small minority. And to take a magnifying glass and just enlarge that and blow it up as if it's the majority of people.
Somebody says she is racist, though? Okay. Then they're both stupid. They're both racist. If you're racist to somebody that's racist, you're still racist. Like, yeah, she is. Wow. Okay. True.
It's really irresponsible to do, especially as a journalist. I think if we're going to really look at something from a objective point of view, we have to really see it for what it is. Okay, there are shitty people everywhere, all over the world. Okay, you run into them every day. I run into them every day. There's also very nice people all over the world. Am I to say that just because one person I met is shitty, or 2 people out of the 100 I meet in a day are shitty, then therefore all of them are shitty? No.
That's the way a lot of people do things, though. That's how a lot of people are racist. Most people, I think, are racist because they had a bad interaction with a person of that race. And then they just blame everybody of that race for the same thing.
It's just a select few. That's how life works. You can't fix the world.
But I'm done.
Unfortunately.
What is this? What
how
does this guy
life
say?
works.
Reported I'm done. First text threat, but the things I've been saying the past few days are constantly disgusting. I have no respect for this part of the community or those that cultivate it, and inexcusable and pathetic. Yeah, I mean, like harassing somebody and sending them messages that are hostile, it's pretty simple, right? Like if you do that, you should get banned. Like if you're threatening somebody online, you should get banned. Like it's not even like it's not even a question. Like there's no conversation here. Nobody's disagreeing with this.
Can't fix the world, unfortunately. Now, Amanda Stenberg took that minority who were racist and jerks and essentially said the entire fandom who does not like the Acolyte is alt-right, racist, bigots. I mean, that to me is that's also extremely irresponsible, especially in her position. And she is representing Lucasfilm, and she is representing Leslie Headland and everybody else that she worked with. Nobody's saying a damn thing. If anything, they're saying, you go, girl.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
What is this? And so we have these articles from a massive publication, Forbes, also touting
I've got to draw attention to this. You can't do this in my chat. Why are you doing this? There's a lot of Jew haters. Adolf's been making a big comeback recently. He's been making a very, very big comeback. I've been seeing it on Twitter. Yeah, like there's been a lot of it. Anyway, let's move on.
Same kind of bullshit. I think this is seriously a massive red flag. It's a form of brainwashing in a sense where if people don't understand or don't see it, they're like, oh no, these people are racist.
Yeah.
My God, it couldn't be further from the truth. Racist people are racist, but that's not the majority of everybody. For example, I don't want to make it about me, but
this is what happens a lot is that one person says something that's bad. Like, let's say you have a group of 100 people, and then one person does something bad, and then the entire group gets categorized as being bad. This is a very common tactic that's used in journalism in order to paint dissenters as bad people.
The death threats and stuff that were thrown at me that you guys saw on Twitter, on X, horrible things that were said that I even showed in some videos, that all comes from that side of the fandom who loved the Acolyte. Am I therefore to say that everyone that loves the Acolyte is a disgusting piece of shit who wants to wish me death in the most gruesome, horrible, weird, psycho ways? No, those are just a few bad apples that are psychotic.
Who cares?
Happens. That's the internet. That's life. That's people.
Yeah.
Then the show was canceled.
True.
Given that Disney is, well, Disney, the decision likely came down to mainly an absurdly high cost, which was very much Disney's fault, and low viewership. Though many, including, no, it had nothing to do with the high cost. They'll pay for, they'll pay up the nose for anything that they want. As long
Well, the show cost a lot of money because it didn't make a lot of money. Something costs a lot of money. Like, for example, if you spend $100 and then you make $80, that cost $80. Sorry, if you spend $100 and you make $20, well, then you just lost $80. That's a lot of money. But if you spend $100 and you make $300, then you didn't spend a lot of money. It's entirely contextualized around, is the number up or down? It's not about the amount of money spent. Like, what do you think? Think about how much money they spent on Game of Thrones. But the reason why they did that was because the show was really popular.
As it gets the views, as long as it gets the money. That's really, at the end of the day, all it is. So, this thing could have cost freaking $100 million. It still wouldn't have been enough for them to renew it for a second season. And low viewership, though many, including some of the cast, credited the racism and harassment and felt it gave a win to toxic parts of the fandom.
It did. And so what you see here is I actually do think that Paul is engaging in a form of subversion here, because he initially introduced what the conflict was as accusations of racism and harassment. And he used it specifically accusations of, oh, well, people claim this is happening. And now halfway through the article, the racism and harassment is now codified and it is established. So what that does to the reader is that it causes the reader to passively assume that that side that was alleging these things was in fact correct. It's persuasive writing that's hard to pick up on unless you can see it. Accept allegations as reality. Well, it starts as an allegation, it's introduced as an allegation, but then later on it's referred to as a fact. So it gets people to let their guard down as if they're reading an unbiased perspective of something, and then the perception changes because it's distorted. And the problem is that I'm sure Paul would say this is what happened, and he's right that that's what happened. But if you're not intentionally trying to separate the people who are racist or harassers from the people that just don't like the show, then I think that you are intentionally painting them in a bad light. And it's being done on purpose.
Enter the current phase, which went members of the Star Wars community in support.
Mr. Beast, who was recently accused of making $23 million with insider trading and scams. I wanted to know the full story, so I reached out to everyone, from researchers to crypto projects, even to Mr. Beast himself. And let me say, the story is more complicated than you think. I want to be clear. What Mr. Beast did, what his team did, is shady. But what we care about is, did he cross that bright red line from shady to illegal scam? And contrary to what Twitter says, I don't think that's an easy answer. Instead, I think the answer will depend on you. If you love Mr. Beast, there will be an explanation at every turn and a scapegoat. But if you hate Mr. Beast, what I'm about to show you will seem unethical and like a clear abuse of fame for money. So already, this story is difficult, but I want to make you aware of two more things which matter. First, I have gone to Mr. Beast's team to try to fact check this story extensively, and they declined to fact check or comment on my many questions. Instead, they gave me a statement which we will get to. Secondly, I have a bit of history with Mr. Beast. I interviewed and spoke positively about him in the past, but also his new co-founder is suing me, and his other co-founder threatened to sue me. So you can make of that what you will. As always, I just want to let you know where I'm coming from, and I've tried to get all sides of the story. We're going to start with the major allegations against Mr. Beast and build on those. They come from two sources. Firstly, an investigation by Soma XBT, which claims Mr. Beast made $10 million by backing low-cap crypto tokens, which are down 90%. And the second investigation comes from a group of 5 people who investigated Mr. Beast and found $23 million in profits from, quote, scams, shady deals, and his network. Now, there are a lot of crypto projects they go over, and I want to be clear. Some of these allegations, I agree, are bad. Others, I think, are actually worse than have been reported, and still other allegations I simply disagree with them on. So we're going to start with what I don't agree with. According to the report, Polychain Monsters, or PMON, is a project which KSI promoted heavily. Mr. Beast did not. But Mr. Beast did get in the presale and make a lot of money. And thus, the conclusion is made, it's highly likely Mr. Beast made an investment from that insider information of KSI's promotional deal. But there's simply no evidence provided of this. I have the same thoughts about Jigstack, another coin which KSI promoted, and the conclusion is, though Mr. Beast did not officially follow Jigstack, in his network, KSI was involved in promoting Jigstack. From this information, Mr. Beast invested and made a large return. Here, again, there isn't concrete proof. Now, I asked the team who wrote this piece, and the lead author, Casper Vandeluk, told me, quote, having known Mr. Beast's having a very strong connection with KSI, it's basically highly probable he was vested as a result of KSI. No concrete evidence, just going off probabilities. But I'm going to say I don't agree with that, and I'm going to toss those probabilities aside. I think they reach too far. Instead, I'm going to stick with what we can prove happened. Luckily, the biggest claims in this report, the biggest moneymakers, are much better supported by evidence. Starting with Super. This is the project MrBeast is alleged to have made the most amount of money on, over $10 million based on a pre-sale of $100,000. As for evidence, we have leaked screenshots showing MrBeast telling Super's founder that he can do $100K. Then we have a wallet that both investigations trace to MrBeast, sending $100K to the pre-sale wallet. And then we have the same wallets getting millions of these Super tokens in a period of unlocks, which were almost all sold aggressively. Now, why is this bad? Well, MrBeast is obviously hugely influential, and he publicly associated himself with the project twice. Once on March 3rd, 2021, he responded to a tweet with eyeball emojis, and then he interacted a second time on May 12th, 2021. This is much worse. The founder, Elio Trades, had tweeted, "There's a gym sitting there on the market at eye-watering prices set to explode during the DeFi Summer 2.0. MrBeast's response, Super? But what he doesn't say is that he'd already purchased a huge stake in Super at this point, and on the day that he's tweeting, he was selling tokens, allegedly. Not only that, he had been selling tokens and continued to sell tokens. In the 72 hours after the May 12th tweet, MrBeast sold about $200,000 worth of these tokens. And remember the context. He's responding to the founder of the coin discussing a gym at eye-watering prices that's going to explode during the summer.
Hello guys,
and
welcome to
MrBeast's
the
response is the coin he's selling. So publicly, it's signaling, hey, Super is this undervalued coin,
so as you
and
can
privately,
see,
MrBeast allegedly sold. Now, I ran these wallets by MrBeast, as well as the accusation, but I didn't get a reply. Instead, I got a heavily lawyered statement from a spokesman, who I'm going to warn you is about to complicate things. Quote, these investments were made and managed in consultation with industry experts to ensure full compliance with all appropriate rules and regulations. The wallet is not owned or managed by Jimmy, but rather a fund led by respected and sophisticated managers. The fund closely evaluated and scrutinized hundreds and hundreds of opportunities, which resulted in several investments. Some have been more successful, others less, and others still works in progress. The fund's investment strategies apply the same rigorous standards as many other experienced investors in the field. Now, I have a lot of questions, but the big thing is Jimmy denies doing any of the trading or managing the trading and blames it on a fund. So I asked some obvious follow-up questions. What is the name of this fund? Who are the industry experts? And what rules and regulations were followed that allowed you to tweet about a coin while your fund is selling? I didn't get a response. It's worth mentioning the spokesman is Matthew Hiltzik, a well-known crisis management consultant. Thankfully, online, there still are a number of clues we can follow to try to find the right person for this fund. The reason most people link MrBeast to this wallet we've been tracking is mostly based on a tweet by MrBeast saying he bought a specific CryptoPunk, which belonged to an account which goes by Wu-Tang Clan. People assumed, understandably, that this was MrBeast's wallet. But what is lesser known is that another account has also tweeted about CryptoPunks and has the same ties back to Wu-Tang Clan. A guy named Jason Williams. He's followed by MrBeast on Twitter, and he's the author of a book on Bitcoin, so he's a crypto guy. And I found Jason tweeting about another CryptoPunk saying, I hope you enjoy your new home, sold for 100 ETH. That sale he's talking about links back to the same address MrBeast does, Wu-Tang Clan. On YouTube, there's even more clues. Jason can be seen surfing wearing a Wu-Tang Clan shirt, and his brand name, Going Parabolic, happens to be owned by the same MrBeast wallet, goingparabolic.eth. So there's very good evidence that Jason Williams was also involved in this same wallet, which means that it might be true that MrBeast wasn't the guy buying or selling, which would be good for MrBeast and bad for these investigations. But just when I thought MrBeast might have no say in what this wallet did, I saw this podcast with Logan Paul, where Jimmy discusses CryptoPunks once again and things get complicated.
So me and Logan both bought punks. You guys have probably seen on his Twitter that he bought a bunch of CryptoPunks at the same time, right?
Yep.
When Gary pulled us in that call.
Yep.
So have you ever told that story?
No.
Gary V, it's like 11 p.m. just out of nowhere, just calls me and he's like, yo, I got like 30 people to call, hop in. I'm like, I don't care. He's like, it'll be the best decision of your life, just get in. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And so I just joined the call. And I just see like Logan and I don't even know these other people. I don't want to put them on blast.
every heavy hitter you can imagine who's worth $1 billion was on this one call, and Gary V is in the little corner, the little square. He's going, CryptoPunks, it's going to be huge. It's going to be the next Facebook. We're all of us. We're like, okay,
Everyone's
Gary.
judging. I'm texting Logan.
He's
I'm like, Gary lost
is
his
this
mind.
legit? Bro, all of us are like, yo, Gary's nuts. Yo, Gary was right again.
I bought a bunch.
Wait.
Yeah, I bought quite a few.
How many?
I don't want to say it, but
You have to say- bro, you have to.
I bought multiple ones. Yeah.
Well, bro, are you in double digits, Punks?
Just shy.
Huh. Well, this clip is very interesting because Jimmy said he made the decision to get CryptoPunks based on a call with Gary V. But those punks are owned by the wallet we just said was controlled by Jason. So it appears sometimes Mr. Beast is telling Jason what to buy for this fund. Mr. Beast then later talks about selling these CryptoPunks and rolling the money into a new project. And once again, it sounds like he's in charge.
Well, I've already sold quite a few of them, so I don't.
What?
The
Dude, he's on to
videos
the
are
next
expensive.
thing.
I bought a bunch of, so then I rolled the money into V-Friends because Gary, same thing, called me. He's like, V-Friends? I was like, I don't know, but last time I made money, sure.
I'll be honest, these clips to me make it difficult to assume Mr. Beast had no idea what's going on. He talks about CryptoPunks and V-Friends like personal investments. And on Twitter, he says that not only he bought CryptoPunks, he also tweets about loading up on V-Friends. But again, I have to say, it is also abundantly clear Jason Williams was involved. He says, hey Gary, thanks for the V-Friends gift code. It was a gift from Gary to Mr. Beast. I'm very thankful for it. He didn't have to send anything. So once again, Jason Williams appears to be involved and have something to do with the trading or management of Mr. Beast's crypto wallet, but we know Mr. Beast made some of the decisions. So of course, I asked Mr. Beast to explain himself if he had any say over the trading, but once again, there's no response. So now I want to turn back to Super. We know from leaked DMs that Mr. Beast and not Jason set up this pre-sale, and we know that Mr. Beast made the tweet. So now we have to guess. Here's what we know. We know Mr. Beast set up the pre-sale according to leaked screenshots. We know Mr. Beast made the tweet, but we don't know whether it was Jason doing the trading of Super, or if he was doing the trading, did Mr. Beast know about it? Did Jason know about the tweet? These are the questions that ultimately matter, and yes, I reached out to Jason Williams for a comment. He didn't reply. I did, however, get a hold of Elio Trades, who is the founder of Super, and he insisted that Mr. Beast's tweet was not a part of a deal for promotion. But you should know, he also mentions how upset he was with how pre-sale investors sold their tokens, saying most of them sold, including Mr. Beast. So those are the facts. Mr. Beast gets involved in a pre-sale, for some reason tweets at this project twice, one time on the day his fund is selling tokens, where he seems to imply that they're undervalued. In total, he's alleged to have made $11 million with this deal, according to the report. So yeah, that's really bad. Now we're going to turn to another allegation, which is about Earn, or Eternity Chain. There are some facts which are the same. There are others that are different. For example, instead of Mr. Beast setting up the deal directly, the team at Earn claims they never spoke to Mr. Beast. Quote, we were speaking to his fund manager, and when I asked about these wallets selling allegedly over $4 million in tokens, they say, quote, Mr. Beast's fund was an early investor in our pre-sale. He had the same unlock schedule as everyone else. Were we happy with the way he sold? Definitely not. But legally, there was nothing we could have done. And then, just like with Super, they claim they didn't ask for a promotion of the project, but that Mr. Beast decided to comment once himself anyways. On March 9th, 2021, Mr. Beast responds to Eternity Chain saying, this one will be hype. It's worth noting, once again, about 24 hours before saying this fund wallet purchased over $100,000 of Earn tokens in addition to the presale. Now, what is different about Super is that Mr. Beast's name was put publicly on the Eternity Chain website. On their investors and partners page, you might be asking, well, which is it? Is he an investor or a partner? And the answer is both. He got into the presale, and the Earn team also claims that he partnered with them for an NFT drop. Supposedly, it was a charity drop and a normal NFT drop. Now, the charity drop specifically did happen in association with one of Mr. Beast's projects, Team Seas, saying, quote, all proceeds will go towards cleaning up the seas around the world. This was early November 2021. Then the official Team Seas account posts it on November 3rd, 2021, quote, what an awesome crypto collaboration in support of the team. Then the CEO of Eternity Chain, Nick Rose, confirms in Telegram that the drop is supported by Mr. Beast, saying, Earn and ETH tokens will be accepted for the charity auction, which was slated to last 2 months. Now, the reason I'm sharing all of this is because 1 month into this 2-month charity auction on November 30th, 2021, the Rocket Fund or Beast Fund or whatever you want to call it starts selling huge amounts of this Earn token. Allegedly, they sold over $2 million, while the charity itself was still going on. Now, I know that sounds horrible. It looks horrible. It is horrible. Although I have to tell you, personally, I don't think this was a master plan to pump a coin with a charity auction. If it was the plan, it was a bad one because the NFT auction was ultimately a flop. But do I also think it doesn't matter because regardless of your intentions, selling tokens within a month of your 2-month charity auction is wrong, stupid, and unethical? Yes, I think that as well. Because in case you forgot, Mr. Beast is the charity guy whose name is on the website. It isn't a fund. It isn't a crypto rocket fund. It's Mr. Beast's branding. I even asked the Earn team about this, saying, quote, why did y'all list Mr. Beast instead of Rocket Fund in your partners' investors? Was that discussed? They say, quote, we listed him, Mr. Beast, as a partner and, quote, yes, they accepted that. So according to the Earn team, Mr. Beast knew or should have known that his name was on the line for this investment and partnership. And yet, this fund, his fund, whatever you want to call it, sold tokens 1 month after starting a 2-month NFT auction for charity. To be fair again, though, it's hard to oversell how bad this NFT auction did. I have found only one NFT that appears to have sold here, but the bids were made in the Earn token, which the fund was selling, and the actual sale of the NFT didn't happen until after the fund sold in November 30th. The transfer happened in December 23rd. So of course, I went to Mr. Beast directly to answer this and see if there was some more context they could provide. There was no response other than the statement we've already read from Mr. Beast that he did not control the trading. Although again, that isn't a really satisfying answer because we've established Mr. Beast would sometimes direct what to buy and sell to this fund, like CryptoPunks. Personally, like I said, I don't think this was a pre-planned scheme. But regardless of intentions, if you're the charity guy, you support a charity, it flops while your fund makes millions of dollars in profits because it's selling the same Earn token people could bid on the charity with, that just is awful. And you should feel awful about it. Look, now I want to move on from that to talking about our final token, XCAD. This is a token you may remember from our investigation into Mr. Beast's business partner, KSI. But unlike KSI, Mr. Beast was not promoting it a lot on Twitter. In fact, the only reason we know Mr. Beast was in the presale is that there were several articles about it bragging about that fact. Once again, Mr. Beast's name was used to promote this instead of the fund itself. And internally to investors, I have to say, this built up a lot of excitement, not just because Mr. Beast is a huge name, but because XCAD had what's called creator tokens. So the idea to some investors is that, well, if they're investing, Mr. Beast and KSI, what if they were ever to launch creator tokens? That would be massive. And I bring this up because some people might ask, like, what do these affiliations, how do they impact people buying these projects? And the answer from what I've seen is they actually do impact it quite a lot because people are anticipating like further involvement. And also the idea is like, they must not be investing unless they're long-term holders. You can see this in the Telegram chat. It became so common that in the XCAD community, one of the admins says, here we go again, another community member asking if there's any possibility of a Mr. Beast KSI token. And meanwhile, by the way, as that's happening, as the investors are hoping for these creator tokens and that they're imminent, behind the scenes, something entirely different had been happening. Like with Super and Earn, Mr. Beast's fund sold a lot of their XCAD early in 2021, rather than holding their tokens. And this was surprising to even the founder of XCAD himself, Oliver Bell, who said they told him they were going to do the opposite. He tells me, quote, "Hey, so Mr. Beast reached out to me during our pre-sale raise. A group was set up with his team, and we had a call with his team, and they said they liked the concept. There was no strings attached to the investment. They did, however, want a lot bigger ticket than what I offered them, which I'm glad I did not fulfill. We discussed not just flipping this token, as this can damage projects if people have decent-sized tickets. It was my understanding we were aligned on this. However, after listing to which XCAD performed well, there was heavy dumping from a wallet linked to Mr. Beast's team. I got in contact with them immediately and asked them why they were selling like this." Now, Oliver later claims this discussion about flipping tokens and them being aligned about the fact they're not going to flip these tokens so quickly was with Jason. And apparently, Oliver was so upset about what happened, he DM'd Jimmy directly, quote, explaining his team will ruin his reputation. And look, sorry to be a broken record, but yes, I reached out to Jimmy about this too. And once again, there was no reply besides the statement we read earlier. It's worth mentioning that I asked Oliver for proof of this message about ruining relationships, and he said the message had been deleted on Telegram. So who you believe here is up to you. Oliver also says, quote, "I don't think Jimmy has a bad heart or is a bad person. I think he has genuine interest in the crypto space, but I think the team that handles his crypto is completely clueless." And here, on this last point, I have to disagree with Oliver. I don't think that Jimmy's crypto team is clueless. I think they saw an opportunity to make millions of dollars with Mr. Beast's valuable brand, and they took it, and they did make millions of dollars. And along the way, they did some things that were shady. Whether or not you think they were also illegal is probably going to be shaped by our unanswered questions and where you fill in those gaps. For example, do you think Mr. Beast knew about the selling that was going on May 12th for the super token? Why did he make that tweet? And then, do you think Mr. Beast knew about the charity auction and the selling that was happening on November 30th? And do you think Oliver Bell DM'd Mr. Beast and told him his crypto team would ruin his reputation? And if so, was that ignored? I hate to leave so many unanswered questions here, but I warned you, this was a complicated story. And a big part of the problem is the guy at the center of this story cannot or will not give more than a heavily lawyered statement through a spokesman who's a crisis management consultant. And let me just say, it's also frustrating that this statement takes zero accountability. Despite the fact Mr. Beast's team knew every major allegation that we're laying out here today, there is no mention of selling while Mr. Beast was tweeting about Super Token. There's no mention of them selling tokens a month after they partnered with a 2-month charity auction. And because of that, this statement feels very hollow. I think to Mr. Beast and probably to his fund, maybe this is just business, you know? They set out to make a lot of money, and they made a lot of money. What's the problem, right? This is America. They might think this is the biggest Mr. Beast nothing burger since Mr. Beast Burger. But look, honestly, I'd agree with them if they had done this crypto stuff without using Mr. Beast's name. But they want to have their cake and eat it too. This fund trades on Mr. Beast's name, as we've seen. They get in pre-sales based on his name. He tweets from his public account, and they're putting his name publicly on projects' websites instead of a fund. But when things go south, suddenly, oh, Mr. Beast, what? No, no liability, just because he's not sitting there physically pressing the buttons. I don't think that's the way it works. Look, I want to close with the final part of this CryptoPunks podcast we showed you earlier, because in many ways, I think it's a microcosm of this story. Obviously, I have to say, I'm not making any comments or judgments about the guy who's suing me, who's also in this clip. That's just coincidence. I am only talking about Mr. Beast's reaction, because as Mr. Beast is talking about Gary V's great CryptoPunks call, there's a moment when the co-host says, hey, maybe instead of Gary V being a genius, maybe it's just the call itself that makes the market. And Mr. Beast kind of defends it. He says, no, that was in February. You know, CryptoPunks didn't pop until the summer. And, you know, I never talked about CryptoPunks until this very moment.
Can I ask you guys a question? When Gary does that call with all these billionaires and 8 months or a year later, everybody's like, Gary was right again.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he's right because of the call? Do you know what I'm saying?
I think about that a
like,
lot.
dude, he has all these
I think about
billionaire
that a
market
lot.
makers in the thing.
I think about
He
that a
makes
lot.
the call, makes the market. By the way, you look around at all the punk owners a year later, and you're like, damn, it's all the same motherfuckers that were on the call.
No, because, bro, there's 10,000 punks, and there's only like 30 of us on the call. We can only own and do so much. There's still an entire market that's going to happen regardless.
I can tell you I don't think why, because that was all back like early February. Like
Right.
things didn't pop off till later, and every like NFT project was popping off, not just Punk.
I mean, make no mistake. Like having such influential people involved in projects, it can't hurt the ability for the project to
but like,
work. You know what I'm saying?
95% of those people didn't even mention it. You know what I mean? Like, I've never talked about it publicly.
Yeah, but that last part isn't quite true. The reason we're all here is Mr. Beast tweeted about CryptoPunks the same day he bought them back in February of 2021. That's how we found his wallet, even though we now know someone else was involved too. And I would apply the same level of scrutiny to many of the investments we've talked about. Was it the genius of Jason Williams, Mr. Beast, or this fund that made them tens of millions of dollars? Maybe. Or was it the fact that the name they brought to the table was Mr. Beast, one of the most influential and valuable brands in the world? And that's what got them the great deals. That's what got them a bunch of eyeballs. That's what made it so valuable to have his name on these websites. And maybe that's what made the market. Ultimately, I think it's for you to decide.
Boys, a lot of YouTubers have turned to businessmen lately. Have you noticed? There's been a bit of drama online around a few lads selling a lunchbox to children. And today, as an unbiased, totally impartial third party, I'm going to go through as many YouTuber products as I could buy, and this is important, honestly rank them. I'm going to be as genuine as possible today. I don't care if beef starts. I've already got some beef going on with KSI. He's called me annoying. If a couple other YouTubers join him, so be it. The
So for those who don't know, I was at dance lessons today for my concert. And that's happening next month. And like, it was a 3+ hour session. And I also accidentally doxed myself to this dance teacher now. So both dance teachers know who I am now. I fucked up. How did I dox myself, you might ask? Well, so in Canada, the thing is, in Canada, we have these things like to transfer money. We don't have Venmo. We don't use Venmo. We have this thing called e-transfer. And you can e-transfer to like electronically transfer money from your bank account to another Canadian bank accounts without like Venmo and stuff like that. So what I used my business bank account because, tax write-off. So, because I was like, this is clearly a business expense. What I forgot to do was that I have 2 business accounts. One name is Dokibird. The other one is just numbers. I accidentally used the Dokibird account. Because the first time I paid the lessons, I didn't use that account. But the last time I paid her, I accidentally used the Dokibird account. So she was like, she was like, all right, yeah, do you need an invoice? And I was like, yeah, I need an invoice. And she's like, what do you want me to put it as? Like, Dokibird? And literally, I was just like... I'm just like... Because I was like, we got to No, she's young. I'm pretty sure she Googled me because she was like, man, it must be so exhausting to like stream all the time. Like she was like having like small talk. Okay, so like she knows gaming and stuff. She plays League, guys. She plays Overwatch. Her YouTubers are Slimesicle and Jay Schlatt. I think she knows now. I think she knows.
Stupid that are wasting money, and he's actually the reasonable one. I love this guy. He is 100% a Discord moderator. Like, I guarantee.
Someone in chat mentioned this, so I looked it up, and I definitely want to take a peek. So, apparently, there was a bit of a scam going on where 4 people have been arrested for saying that bears were attacking their luxury cars. And they had a person dress in a bear costume to perform the attacks for the insurance fraud. Which is an incredible scheme, actually. They just bought something off Amazon, I guess, and said, hey, Eric, you mind coming over and just, like, slapping your hands on my car? 2010 Rolls-Royce ghost claim. I'm assuming that's the bear in there. All of a sudden he connects his iPhone with Bluetooth and starts busting some tunes, making himself real cozy in there. That is a big bear. Man, this is brutal stuff. This is brutal stuff. Oh, God. That bear is showing no mercy. Oh, my. The damage. Yikes. Whoa. Wow. What? Wait. It has 6. There's 6 claw marks here. It was a special bear! Fuck, born with an extra digit just to fuck Rolls-Royce. No! This was the worst possible matchup. The Chinese sun bear has arrived. Oh, that's true. They could have blamed it on a sun bear. It looks human-like because of the sun bear's loose skin. Similar thing happened at a zoo in China recently. That doesn't even look like a bear. I don't know why I didn't full screen it till right now. That does not look like a bear at all. That looks like an animal cracker. That is a terrible bear costume. Why is the neck so long? It just... What is it? What? This is the... Man, hire a real bear actor. This guy's trash. What is he doing? He's going over there and like fucking touching the dash cam or whatever that is, the console. He just gives it a little slap. Come on, man. That doesn't even look bear-like at all. So this is a completely different one. Oh, wow, and the damage is even worse. It's totaled. Good God, the bear didn't just go in there and start slashing it to pieces. It went in there and had a full-blown orgy. My God, it's ruined. Ruined! Wait. Come on. Guys, really? Grow up. What? I thought like they had left the window down or something and the bear crawled in. I wasn't paying enough attention. This bear actually just walks up and opens the car door. Oh no! The cam's blocking it. Oh, is it? Is my... No, it's not. You can see that, right? Yeah, you saw it. Yeah, you can still see it. Yeah, I'll be doing Dark Souls 3 here in just a little bit. They should have left traces of honey in the car to really sell it. They should have. Oh, that would have been so big brain. The reason the bear came in and opened my car doors, it must have smelled my honey. I went and got some organic clover honey from Publix recently, and I must have left it in the car. The strong aroma attracted the bear. They actually paid them too. What? So it worked for a little bit, I guess. And here's their costume they used. Very high quality stuff. They killed the bear. Yeah, they skinned it alive. God, those sick bastards. Now they wear its skin. Oh, no. The footage is shocking. A brown bear, and there hasn't been one of those in Southern California for more than a century, breaks into a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost and seemingly using the door handle. That's such a banger line. I would have had no idea. And neither did they. Were arrested and charged with insurance fraud and conspiracy. Suspects are also accused of staging fake bear videos with 2 Mercedes-Benz and submitting these videos as part of a fraudulent insurance claim. The bear costume with meat claws was discovered in the suspect's home on Wednesday, according to the insurance department. Like, I bet they look so stupid in their mugshots too. Like, how could this go wrong? It was the perfect plan. Freddy Fazbear was crazy for this. Yeah, damn. You're right. Freddy Fazbear is truly unhinged. Detectives then discovered 2 additional insurance claims filed for 2 Mercedes vehicles. All 3 insurance claims were filed with different companies and had the same date of loss, same location. They decided to tap an expert, just to be sure. Detectives enlisted the help of a biologist from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to review the 3 videos who agreed it was clearly a human in a bear suit. You don't know that. We don't know that yet. We don't have all the evidence. How can you afford nice cars and literally be brain dead? That is a lesson that people still have not woken up to. Having money does not mean that you are smart for making money. There are so many of the dumbest people on the planet that are crazy rich. Like, that's just the way of the world sometimes. This one's got on-scene photos here of 2 of them being taken away. I can't believe they caught him. They didn't fall for the huge, nefarious scheme. It was bulletproof, too. Why even bother doing that, though? I don't understand. You already have a Rolls Royce. Why are you going to commit insurance fraud for 140 grand? And that's not even what that Rolls Royce owner got. That was like the cumulative, I believe. The scam cost insurance companies 141K. It's crazy that insurance companies even paid it in the first place. I don't know who their adjuster is, but they need to be fired. Like, they're clearly doing their job with their eyes closed. But like, what the fuck is even the point if you already have the Rolls Royce? Like, that probably wouldn't even pay for the damages to it of like reupholstering it. Because it's a fucking Rolls Royce. So you just went negative for it. Oh no, I know insurance is a scam. Matt and I were actually talking about this recently. Matt said if he was ever elected into office, the one vow he would make and then would just step down is that he would just completely just get rid of insurance. He would change that whole fucking system because it is corrupt from top to bottom. Insurance is a fucking scam. I've been saying it for years. Matt and I were just venting about it the other day. It is crazy. Like the hurricane, for example. I won't get too much into it. Everyone knows insurance is a scam. There's no reason to fucking rant on it. Everyone knows. It's preaching to the choir.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar. I know the title of this video might be a little wild, but I want to start off by saying piracy is never good, okay? Stealing and downloading things illegally is wrong, okay? I'm not encouraging anybody to break the law, so I want to just make it very obvious. I'm not even trying to meme, I'm not trying to be sarcastic here. Breaking the law is wrong. And because breaking the law is wrong, I'm going to play a clip, a very important clip that I think a lot of people have probably seen whenever they watched movies back in the day, okay?
Now, if you grew up, you probably have noticed this FBI warning too many times when putting in a VHS or a DVD. You probably also noticed this specific advert that would tell you, hey, you wouldn't download a movie because downloading a movie is about as equivalent as stealing a handbag or a car or a television or anything of that nature. Now, while software piracy is, in fact, a crime and it can be incredibly serious, one thing that I've always found is obviously the industry's reliance on this level of fear-mongering. And obviously, even television shows like South Park and the Boondocks have oftentimes ripped on this. Looking at piracy in the sense of, yes, it being stealing is one thing, but given how game preservation is going, it's unfortunately become the only way to properly preserve any video game. If there's one phrase in this video that I unfortunately have to say is, in a case of game preservation, sometimes the only way to preserve our games is unfortunately to break the law. So let's get down a little bit into that. To really understand how this starts, we have to take a look at what has been happening with Sega and what's about to really occur in the next month, with a massive delisting of their entire gaming history.
Well, if you haven't been noticing, in the last couple days, a massive delisting of over 60 classic games actually is in the process, as early as next month. So Sega is an amazing gaming company that I think makes a lot of brilliant games. Games that I've grown up with, games that I play to this day, like the Yakuza franchise. Now, Sega is actually delisting a whole bunch of games, and I want to read through this FAQ that they brought out literally 2 days ago. So what's happening to Sega classic games? Select games and bundles are delisted from virtual stores, becoming unavailable for new purchases. Now, thankfully, if you already own some of these games, they'll be in your library. Now, the reason this doesn't really matter so much for me is as somebody that's talked about game preservation and keeping my hobby alive for generations to come, I'm more interested in these publishers and developers keeping ways active so people can purchase these video games legally, right? Now look, the reason I started this video off on piracy is a lot of people use piracy as this really dirty word, and don't get me wrong, if you're pirating a brand new game, that's probably not the most ethical or moral thing to do. But if a company does not sell a game, if the company does not allow you to give them money to play a video game that is like 10, 15, 20 years old, sometimes even more, then is it really morally wrong to download a game that you can't even actually financially support? No, it's not. And of course, if you're talking about But Muda, why don't you just buy it off eBay for like $400 if the game is really rare? That's because I'm not giving Jim Bob $400 for a cartridge that doesn't even benefit the actual publishers or the developers or people that have made that game in general, okay? It's not something that I think people should support because it's the right thing or something that people have thrown in. I'm not going to support the inflated retro game market simply because of the inflation surrounding it, okay? I'm not pyro, all right? It's not how it works. So anyways, when will the Sega classic games be delisted? So out of nowhere, they're about to delist this whole goddamn list of video games as early as December 6th, okay? So at 11:59 p.m. Pacific Standard, those games are gone from purchase. Will I still be able to play those classic games? Oh, absolutely! Anything you own is in your library. So if anything in that list interests you, it's probably time that you start buying before they start getting delisted. So again, if you look actually into the list, some of these games are pretty important. Some of these are actually really cool titles, like Comic Zone, for instance. If you've never played Comic Zone, absolutely brilliant visuals, some of the best gameplay from that era on the Genesis that you can experience right now, okay? Games like Crazy Taxi. I mean, there are US politicians that are still trying to show people that they're epic gamers using Crazy Taxi. In fact, if you've never played Crazy Taxi, it's probably had a profound effect on several other games in the industry. It's actually a pretty addictive, fun game. The thing is, getting rid of it, delisting it, is just never good. But again, the more you go down into it, you got games like Echo Jr., Echo the Dolphin. Bro, I was a kid when I played Echo the Dolphin, and it's a banger. You know, what about an amazing set of RPGs that you probably missed out on? Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4. Brilliant titles. Nights in a Dream, also an amazing game. So yeah, all these titles are effectively getting removed. And of course, if you look at what's getting removed from the consoles, it starts to make a little bit more sense. The actual one game that's getting delisted is the Sega Genesis Classics. Now, this is actually a collection that I bought like years ago when I saw it on sale. And I kind of like these collections because usually when a gaming company provides you access, like, hey, you give us $40, we'll give you like 50 games that you can play on your device conveniently. I will always financially support it. Now, this collection is just basically emulated games wrapped up in this cool menu that has you take place as a kid in a bedroom, you know, putting these games up into a virtual Sega Genesis or, you know, whatever Sega console and playing it on a virtual CRT TV. It's kind of cute, it's kind of wholesome, and it's one of those collections that, like, if you don't own, you probably want to pick up at some point. And I'm assuming it's pretty cheap at this point, physically, even digitally maybe. So yeah, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Sega is removing a bunch of their games from access. So games like Phantasy Star 2 that you can pick up for $1.29 Canadian, less than $1 American, by the way. Okay, you can play this banger RPG right now. So even if you go to actual like Steam over here, you'll find out that according to, the guys over at Steam, greetings Sega fans, we got some news to share regarding our classic bundles. As of December 6th, we'll be saying farewell to new purchases of Sega Mega Drive and Genesis Classics and Dreamcast Classics. Both of these great bundles and individual games will be delisted on Steam December 6th. No worries, if you already own them, they'll still be in your library. I love how cheery it is for any game publisher to just come out and say, yeah, we're not selling you games anymore. And honestly, these games are not like titles where they've magically lost the rights. Dog, they fucking own these IPs. I don't understand why it's becoming an issue where out of nowhere, we're literally getting Sega to completely cull like 60 plus of its classic titles out of literally fucking nowhere. Now look, I don't hide the fact that I support like Stop Killing Games pretty heavily, and I'm always going to be a supporter of it because it's that kind of a campaign that prevents publishers like Sega from removing games like Jet Set fucking Radio, okay? It's already difficult as fuck to preserve this one title, so the fact that it's getting taken away from a place where you could buy it for like $11 Canadian is just goddamn insultingly terrible. And not only that, if you look at the fucking Dreamcast collection, guys, you've got you've got Sonic Adventure 2. That game alone is worth that game alone is worth price to admission, okay? Now I already own Sonic Adventure 2, so again, these titles that are readily available, it's not like Sega loses the rights to Sonic Adventure 2. Bro, if Sega is losing the rights to a Sonic game, we've got to talk about actual copyright law and IP law in today's day and age. So yeah, totally normal day when like massive games get taken down. Now, I've heard some people speculate that, oh, Muda, it's probably Sega just willing to bundle these games up in a new super collection that they'll sell you down the road. Now, I don't make videos speculating about what could happen in the future. I just talk about what's happening to video games as they happen. And the thing is, if Sega decides to release these things down in a collection down the road, sure, that might be cool, but removing them without even addressing this or like giving people an option and saying, hey, in a month we'll bring it back in a bigger collection is actually scary. You're kind of just speculating if this company will be nice enough to keep these games updated. And even if a game company keeps things updated, it doesn't mean that they'll be in the best possible way. Sometimes what's currently available is better than what could be available down the road. And I guess I'll give you a great example of that possibility. It's called the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition Collection. Now, when it comes to the topic of game preservation, now just to give more context into it, the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition has actually seen a pretty massive update in the last couple of days, and I want to just get this into the video. For example, if you actually looked at a video I probably made around a year ago, Rockstar actually released a Definitive Edition onto mobile devices through Netflix and also selling them for, again, actual full price on the app stores or Play stores, respectively, for whatever device. Now, some of these versions came with classic lighting and some enhancements that didn't make their way over to the PC or consoles. So in the last couple days, there's been another patch that literally around 2 to 3 years after the actual game's release finally has seen Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition actually be the Definitive Edition. I mean, the games actually look and match the feel of the PlayStation 2 originals, with the graphical enhancements respectfully boosting these titles up, and there have been several under-the-hood gameplay fixes and readjustments that actually make these games feel closer to a modern GTA release as opposed to a release that's like 20 years old. But let's get back to exactly why I'm focusing on the Definitive Edition and why I'm even talking about Grand Theft Auto in these older games at all. And one of the reasons why I'm really talking about this is, as of like a month ago, I've literally only finished like Silent Hill 2. Like, that's gone out of my radar. I'm done. So most of the games that I've been playing, 2 franchises recently, are the Grand Theft Auto titles, the original trilogy, and Splinter Cell, the entire franchise. Now, these games are about 10 to 20, over 20 years old at this point, some of them. And honestly, these are probably some of the worst preserved games imaginable. It's kind of hilarious that Rockstar, who has basically built itself off of the pedigree of Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and several other IPs, no doubt, these games are so poorly preserved that I honestly think it's worth, like, there have been entire videos and discussions talking about this. Now, the definitive edition, for anybody that doesn't remember, it was announced with, you know, just an overhaul, like it was an Unreal Engine version of the original 3 games running, and it was supposed to be this sort of definitive collection that people could just buy and play and experience this original trilogy with some quality of life fixes. And while there are some fixes, these games are so patently broken still to this day that it's actually better for you to find PS2 versions of the original games and play them with the soundtracks and better quality, and better just quality in general right there, okay? I mean, even visually speaking, these games have lost the entire soul of what it is to play those original PS2 games. These games quite literally look like some fucking junior game developers' first attempt at Unreal Engine or Unity in terms of asset quality and lighting and whatnot, as compared to the brilliant titles that existed on the PlayStation 2. Now, I think it's actually criminal that Rockstar still sells this dog shit for $80, okay? The fact that somebody has to spend $80 to play an inferior version of quality fucking games that are not obscure indie titles by the imagination, okay? Games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas have literally been system sellers. One of the best-selling games of all time. One of the highest-rated games of all time, okay? This is not an obscure title. This is something that most people my age, if you ever touched a PlayStation 2, have actually played. So yeah, when you go to Rockstar's website, it's actually interesting that if you really dig through their games list, you will eventually find Grand Theft Auto The Trilogy, as opposed to The Trilogy The Definitive Edition. Do not buy the Defective Edition. This is a $40 package that apparently contains the original games. And my god, even in their low resolution, it still looks light years better than the definitive Dog Water. But the thing is, purchasing these games entitles you to versions that are so old that running them right off the bat is clinically insane, okay? You just shouldn't do it.
Now I'm going to walk you through the tunnel of insanity that is playing an older PC game, right? Now Grand Theft Auto older PC ports were never exactly the greatest PC ports. I think they were mostly an afterthought by Rockstar. So just for this example, I'm going to show you the fun of playing Vice City. Now downloading Vice City off of Steam, not the hardest thing in the world. This is a slightly different version than the Rockstar Games Social Club Launcher version, just because it's a more recent patch, I think, but not that this really means a whole lot. So when you download the game and you start running it, the first error I get is cannot run in 640 by 480 mode, which is kind of a shame because I don't think I've had a 640 by 480 screen for quite a long time. Now, of course, this isn't really an issue right off the bat. I mean, it is an issue if you're selling the game and it comes this broken, but thankfully, because of the community, there exist several patches not created by Rockstar in any capacity that you can then get and install and hopefully get this game up and running. One of those patches was Silent Patch, which contains a litany of fixes for not just Grand Theft Auto Vice City, but also for Grand Theft Auto 3 and especially San Andreas. Now, these patches have been updated as recently as of 2024, I believe November even, so these are very recent patches, and of course it shows you the dedication the community has to keeping these older, amazing titles alive. So downloading and installing these patches wasn't the end of the world, it simply meant that I copied a few files to the directory of Vice City. After I did this, I could actually run the games and play them. Now, you might think everything is fine and hunky-dory, but if you play Grand Theft Auto games, especially older ones, above a frame rate of 30, the physics are absolutely ass-fucked. For instance, have you seen Tommy Vercetti push a car just by sprinting at it? No, you probably haven't, unless of course you decided to run Grand Theft Auto Vice City with the frame limiter off. Now, because this game gets so broken at a frame rate above 30, I wonder why Rockstar even allowed this to begin with. At 60 frames, you can see these vehicles move, and the higher your frame rate goes, the more awful the game comes to play. Alright, NPCs have issues walking around, driving becomes an absolute tragedy because you can't turn your vehicle, sometimes inputs don't even properly register. It is an objectively terrible way to play the game. Now obviously you could set the limit to 30 frames and play it, but at that point it's actually a lot easier to just emulate the PS2 versions of these games. Not only do they have actual graphic features that are completely missing from the PC version unless you patch them, it's just easier to get it running underneath PCSX2. Okay, but let's say you wanted to get the frame rate up. Well, at this point, I had to actually download more mods. So I had to get Frame Rate Vigilante, Open Limit Adjuster, and then of course, installing them wasn't really that big of an issue. When I copied them, they immediately crashed. Then I realized I missed a dependency known as Mod Loader, so I had to get that installed. Then I needed Ultimate ASI Loader, so I had to get that installed as well. I had to change around a bunch of fucking INI settings, and even then, at the end of the day, I got an unhandled exception error. Now, I'm not somebody that gives up, so immediately after bashing my head against a wall for about 20 more minutes, I realized that just by the stroke of luck, or maybe God was forgiving me, at some point, Grand Theft Auto Vice City finally started to run, and you could play the PC version pretty effectively. And of course, if you then wanted to restore older music, provided you didn't have a legacy Steam version, then there are mods to do just that. But this shows you the level of dedication it takes to get these older games running. At the end of all this, the funniest part was, in order to get this game to even run on my Steam version, I had to download a no CD crack off of the ass crack of the internet just to get this functioning with the mods present, because a lot of mods are really designed for version 1.0. So inadvertently, I had to pirate a game that I have purchased at one point in order to get it fucking functioning on modern hardware, or just get it running at all. And you know, if Rockstar is selling these kind of games, and I can't really attest to the Rockstar Games version of it, but I doubt that version has these fixes present. It's not like these fixes are a state secret, they are developed by the community, so honestly, I really wonder if Rockstar could have just worked with these guys and actually have packaged a version of the game that provides all these fixes without actually having gamers pull their hair out. You know, it's weird with PC games that a lot of people have just become accustomed to, hey, it's an older game, you probably have to move things around. But there exist projects and companies and brands like GOG that easily provide you one-click installers for really old games, like Diablo, that you can just install within one click and get going, get running. They contain all the necessary fixes and patches. I don't know why Rockstar doesn't choose to work with these companies in order to keep these games preserved and alive. I think it's insane we've reached a point where games as popular as Grand Theft Auto Vice City 3 and San Andreas do require you to actually install cracks, patches, fan fixes in order to get running. I mean, you really have to give these games the fucking Bethesda treatment before you even consider playing them. And with the recent patch of the Definitive Edition, I think I'll just say it right now, if all you want to do is play these classic games, those are probably better options, because at least you don't have to work around with getting these fixes up and running, if all that takes is just a quick download and a run. Look, with this franchise, you gotta be willing to do a lot of give and a lot of take, okay? You gotta be willing to give up things in order to get other luxuries. It's actually insane. I've never played a game franchise that is this requiring of compromises from its player base.
So again, to tie it kind of into the old idea of piracy, right? Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you had to dig through Rockstar's website to find this $40 package, it's actually a shame that this is a game that is unavailable on Amazon, Games for Windows Marketplace, God forbid the 3 people that ever purchased a game off there, Green Man Gaming, Humble Store, and Steam. All of these are unavailable experiences. And again, the only way to get it is thankfully through Rockstar's publisher, and combining it with fan patches and downgraders, that is the only way you as a gamer are able to experience this title in the modern era, okay? It's not thanks to Rockstar, it's thanks to the modding community that at least fixes up their dog shit. So again, this is a game that thankfully, I guess, is available. Now looking at Splinter Cell, I've been playing through the entire franchise, and I swear to God, it is a franchise with like, I want to say 6 core games. You've got the original Splinter Cell, you've got Pandora Tomorrow, you've got Chaos Theory, Double Agent, Conviction, and Blacklist. You want to know which one of those games is just not available? The second one, Pandora's Tomorrow. So what's really funny about it too is like looking at this game, again, going to the PC Gaming Wiki, it is literally unavailable to buy. Ubisoft is probably one of the worst publishers when it comes to preserving their titles. Like, Splinter Cell is not a small Ubisoft release. This is a franchise that put them on the fucking map. And my god, it is a complete afterthought at this point. Now, the thing about Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow is one of the reasons that I've heard it isn't available at all is apparently people will say it's literally one of those games that just isn't available because of an issue with something known as shadow buffering, where actual modern-day graphics cards can't process shadows in the game because it's actually that old. Now, thankfully, there are patches for this. There's one person known by 13AG that literally has all these fixes available for these games, and it takes maybe, I want to say, maximum, like if you wanted to really time yourself, 5 minutes to drag and drop a file and get these games functioning. Something that Ubisoft does not care to do at all. Okay, Ubisoft can't even download this guy's fix, maybe credit him a little bit, and apply a free fix, a free little file, a DLL file into their game just so you can fix this up and get people to play one of these games again. Now, it's not only the fact that they don't even sell it, the fact that I had to go out of my way to find a pirated version of it somewhere on the internet, a free file sitting through these Steam forums, is actually mind-bogglingly stupid. You know, it's actually insane that in order to preserve the medium we so much love, we have to unironically break the law. Like, you can't even make that up. Like, literally, to play a game that is this old, that literally shouldn't have licensing issues at all, is completely unavailable and it won't come back. And you know, for Ubisoft, for people to defend this company and say, oh, they're not going to give you an inferior product, this is a product that I purchased from them for about like $10. I actually paid like $2 because it was on sale. I figured probably, it's $2. I can't feel too bad. I actually feel scammed by this purchase.
So to explain why I feel scammed, if you look at the Steam page quite closely, you'll notice that the screenshots are actually from the Xbox original version of Splinter Cell Double Agent, which was never released on PC. So right off the bat, we are selling a product on Steam at the moment officially under a complete fucking lie. So I don't know how this has been allowed on Steam by Valve and how Ubisoft hasn't fixed it, but then I remembered, okay, why not just play the actual game? And then it all made sense. The PC port for this game runs at such low quality that I feel like the development history behind it involved people over at, I believe, Ubisoft Shanghai going out into the streets, abducting homeless people. This is my personal belief, by the way. I'm not saying this is a fact. And those people were thrown into a game of Saw, like a Saw-like trap, where the only way to survive was to actually produce a video game. Now, it really feels that way because whoever coded this had no fucking knowledge of how to actually program a PC game. For instance, not having my graphics settings saved is the least of my issues, okay? Beyond the crashes, it's the low frame rate and the fact that this game looks worse than a PlayStation 2 title, despite somehow having the same fucking assets as an Xbox 360 game, is insane. The fact that even the mere act of loading a save file apparently involves loading a mission first, then the save file because of how the game's programmed, had me completely floored. Now here's the wild thing about Splinter Cell Double Agent. What if I told you it is actually easier, somehow better, to play the Xbox 360 version of the game backed up to your computer, running through the Xenia emulator? Not only does the game look better, but you can even achieve 60 frames per second. And it has, from my experience, better controller support. Yeah, I swear to God, this is the one time where I had to whip out the 360 emulator because the PC version was so bare bones ass that it reminded me of why PC gaming in this era was honestly hit or miss. You know, this is an era of like 2006, 2007, 2008, when honestly PC gaming wasn't really treated, properly. Nowadays, if you get a PC port, it's probably on par with the console versions. There might be issues, but nowhere close to that 2007, 2008 Grand Theft Auto 4 Splinter Cell Double Agent era, where the games literally ran like complete shit. These ports are so bad that even under modern hardware, they still run like actual shit. It is insane how much shit Ubisoft sells. And again, the reason you would get the 360 version is still you would have to break the law by backing up the fucking disc and running it in the emulator. You have to violate the copyright protections just to play a fucking game in the year 2024. And this game isn't even that old, okay? There's games far older. This is from like the 360 generation. If you have an Xbox One, just play it on that. Honest to God, thank you, Microsoft, for the backwards compatibility system, for at least providing some way to play this Ubisoft title. Why is Ubisoft still selling this? I, honest to God, feel scammed, and now I hope you understand why.
Now again, even going back to Rockstar Games again with titles like Manhunt 2. Now, if you want to try and purchase Manhunt 2, it's not available. Even Rockstar doesn't sell or acknowledges this game. And let me explain why. It's an adults-only game. meaning that this game on the PC is completely uncensored. Now, if you want to know about the Manhunt 2 controversies, this is a game that I think had to be censored twice by the British Video Games Rating Agency, and that's because it's such a violent, over-the-top, mature game that if you ever thought that Rockstar controversies with Grand Theft Auto were bad, Manhunt as a franchise could never exist today, okay, at all. It's just that violent and insane of a franchise. But I like Manhunt 2. I think this is a great game. I've played through it on my channel. This game is so violent that some videos that I've uploaded have literally been age restricted because it's that gory, okay? And the thing is, buying this game isn't really possible anymore. Again, Rockstar does not preserve this title whatsoever. And unless you find a pirated version of the game floating around on the internet, once again, you gotta break the law to play some of these classic titles. And not only just break the law, you gotta find somebody that's willing to patch these games, because you know your ass Rockstar isn't doing it. That's the only way to get down and play this stuff. Now, again, going back to one of the statements from the ESA, we actually looked at this, like I want to say a week, 2 weeks ago, when it came to the DMCA ruling on, again, emulation and preservation of video games for specifically research purposes. When you've got organizations like the ESA that literally get in the way of actual proper game preservation or an attempt to get games preserved, I find it hilarious that the ESA can sit down and say, hey, we love to advocate for laws and regulations that help the industry create, distribute, and protect the games we all know and love to play. These people don't care about preservation. They don't care about this art. They care about power and control, and that's it. Simple as that. Look, at the end of the day, it's kind of insane that as I've been playing a lot of these older games for the past month, it literally has forced me to consider breaking the law just to play video games that are like, what, 15, 20 years old, games that I played when I was a kid. Look, some people might say, Muda, it doesn't matter, okay? Who plays old video games? If you're 12 years old right now and you're playing a modern PlayStation 5 game, when you reach the age of 30 and that game becomes more difficult to play because of licensing issues, maybe some song lost its rights and nobody wants to patch a game or bring it back, then you'll be in the same situation I'm in. And then you have to ask yourself the question, all right, should we focus on this now and make sure that we don't have to break the law in order to preserve these games and play them? That's a question I think you should ask. That's a question I think is worth mulling around in your head. And when it comes to game companies like Sega delisting like 60 games out of nowhere, it's never a good sign for an industry like this. That out of nowhere, video games are completely ripped away and lost to the ether of time. Look, I have no issue with any company selling a title, but at least make it readily available, all right? At least make it there. Even if the community has to come down and patch your game for you, at least give the option for you to download the game and at least buy it easily. Look, piracy is never really like, you know, a cost issue. It's more of like an availability issue. You know, if you look at Valve's history with Steam, operating in regions like Russia where like monthly salaries are far lower than that of the United States, giving people an option for proper regional pricing and having an actual service that respects them and gives them easy access to video game downloads is something that allowed that company to prosper in regions that normally would be laden with piracy. And that's one of the things that I feel kind of applies to old video games. Look, I love playing older titles, and I'm sure some of you watching also care about playing older titles. And if you're too young to be in the situation I'm in, time is a linear object. It only goes forward. If you're young right now, you're going to be just as old as me sometime down the road, as will your favorite games that you grew up with. And if you're not preserving them now, then you're gonna lose them forever. And there is nothing sadder than pieces of human history and art lost to the fabric of time. It's happened before, it's happening today, and it'll happen tomorrow. And unless we actually do something about it, it is what it is. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end this video, I guess. It's kind of lengthy, on would you download a car? Because I'll tell you what right now, if I could download me a fucking Ferrari, I'm gonna do it every single day. Legally speaking, of course, okay? I don't want to be breaking no laws in any capacity. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and there's been an explosion of information circulating all over Twitter and other places when it comes to the sweet, stinky, putrid baby and their stain upon the masses of video games.
See, even that is better than what a lot of journalists do. Like, that's fucking funny because, like, you'll remember that.
Figured for now we'd be good. There couldn't possibly be more.
I turned
but
it
like
up. Sorry
Goku
about that.
achieving new levels of Super Saiyan, this story keeps getting
It's
more
editorial, but it's
powerful
memorable.
and insane
Yes,
as time
you have to
goes
do
on.
that.
Now it turns out we may have found a connection to Sweet Baby's inception, and it connects in a really bizarre way that you need to see in order to believe. Beyond this, the founder of the baby has been found to call white male players as picky babies. And Suicide Squad, which has obviously failed and imploded in front of Warner Bros. Discovery's eyes, has decided that not only are players wrong, but Suicide Squad is Warner's future. It's a lot, so let's keep this simple to begin with, those weird connections and how this may have all started. So far, what we know for sure is that Sweet Baby Inc. was founded in 2018 by Kim Belair, and it's a consulting company that was created to boost marginalized voices within video games through narrative, script dialogue, quest design, and much more. Sometimes it's more of a subtle endeavor, and sometimes it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like having a black girl in God of War Ragnarok who's apparently from a race of giants.
I never
that
played this one.
originates from Norse mythology within a very white part of the world. As in every single Norse villain within Ragnarok is white.
Which is too bad because, like, in my opinion, like, if you look at the original Norse lore, what does Thor look like? This guy. Basically this guy. I would say Thor, not really. You don't think so? Or at least he had red beard. I think he'd be kind of a fat, big dude.
Within Ragnarok is white, every citizen is white, and even Atreus, whose mother is a giant, is also white. But randomly, for no reason at all, there just happens to be a black girl in this same giant race. Of course, it was done for representational purposes and likely was pushed by Sweet Baby from the get-go in order to ensure there was some diversity in the game. But we all know that if God of War was, for example, in the future having a game based on African mythology, that they would absolutely not make any of that mythology or its characters randomly into a white person, because that would be culturally tone-deaf and racist to do so. But it's totally fine if it's done within a Norse mythological setting. Just ignore the fact that Norse mythology is intrinsically connected to Norwegian people, who are predominantly blue-eyed and blonde hair. Don't use logic or reasoning to understand this, just shut your mouth and consume product like a good consumer instead.
Well, to be fair, like, I don't think anybody really gave a shit about that a whole lot, but I do think that having obvious representation in stories does take away from the escapism that people have for it. Whenever you know that a certain character only looks a certain way or only is in the story for a certain reason, it does, like, whenever you see that character, it does take you out of the narrative that, like, you're in a fantasy world, because it makes you think and be like, oh, this character is here because there's, like, a specific reason and purpose for that. Give me 1 second. My dad just called to inform me that, in fact, in some of the Viking ships and some of their voyages, they did in fact go to places like Morocco. So it could be possible and plausible that there actually would be potentially a black person in the story. Yeah, he's probably right.
That's what these consultant groups want us all to do anyway. Sweet Baby has obviously left their stink all over the gaming industry already, but now it gets way weirder than before. Ever wonder how a company like Sweet Baby even comes to exist in the first place? And who else is a part of this company? How do these things
because they create a problem and then sell a solution for it. It's actually really simple.
Even come to be? Well, let's take a journey together, friends, and let's go learn how the sausage gets made, shall we? So since this huge story has been blowing up, people have been digging all over, and one of the discoveries is another company with an equally weird name in the form of Baby Ghosts.
What's this focus on babies?
Website, Baby Ghosts is a grant and peer accelerator company that helps marginalized individuals create their studios into a reality. They further explain what they do in their own words here, which says, Baby Ghosts and Gamma Space Collaborative Studio have teamed up to offer a grant of $25,000 in a 2-part 6-month program of tailored mentorship with a community of game-making peers. We offer the space and the tools to develop a studio that doesn't need to adhere to inequitable systematic norms. Sounds
Okay.
nice and simple enough so far, right? What
This
other
sounds like, yeah, this sounds like somebody with a chip on their shoulder is trying to, make things go in a certain way.
services do they give, you may be asking? Well, according to them, they offer things
Also,
like
by the way, these games take millions of dollars to make. I think a $25,000 grant is like nothing.
helping you with team development, project management, publicity, and professional connections. That last one, by the way, is very, very important. And as they say, the more they engage with you, the more they can support you. But what this really means is the more they get to know you as a game developer, and if you have the right credentials, as in you're a person of color, you identify yourself using other buzz terms like maybe disabled or they, them pronouns and so on. Then this Baby Ghost consulting team will then learn, oh, you're one of the good ones, a sweet baby, if you will. And then they'll use their connections to get other like-minded individuals to help and maybe even work with you on your game who also identify with similar buzz term words as well. And
I think that's a pretty big stretch. Obviously, I think I'm sure that happens sometimes. I don't know if that's necessarily something that you could rely on or you could really prove, but it would logically make sense that people that have like an ideological overlap will probably give preference to each other. Of course. Yeah.
if you want that $25,000 grant to help you achieve your dreams, you kind of have to also be able to identify within these other labels as well. Firstly, you have to be Canadian, so sorry Americans, but it's that second point which says you are a member of an unrepresented group in the video game industry. So
I wonder why, like, I've always found this to be very weird that people are completely okay with actual structural racism. It's just like, I guess in their mind, because it's the opposite and it's like the inverse, it's not bad. Because like to me, like I see this and I'm like, oh, this is bad. This is like segregation, right? This isn't good at all. But for some reason, these people have convinced themselves that they're actually doing the right thing. Give an example. Well, this. Here, let me give you an example. Anytime that a person is given a preference on something based off of something that is not their own inherent proficiency at doing something, that is not meritocratic, that's bad. So like, for example, if you're being given preference because you're a male or because you're a female, that's bad. If you're given preference because you are white or black or Hispanic or Asian, that's bad. Anything that happens in that reason is bad. All of that's bad. Bad completely. It's politically correct? Well, yeah, politically correct is different than actually correct.
If you're a white hetero male,
that's not what's going on. Well, I'm curious, like, so what is going on then? So can you explain this? I think it's to expand the opportunity to, of people who haven't had the resources. Well, then why isn't based on access to resources? Because of systematic racism? Isn't this systematic racism? Because, like, this is a system, and it's giving preference to people that are of a race. If you put those two words together, I don't know. I mean, like, like, to me, like, if I look at this, I would say, you know, not really. People that previously didn't have those opportunities, like black people didn't have access to the same jobs. People previously didn't have access to those opportunities. So is it systematic racism or not? It's very simple. Is it or not? I understand your point, but it's not really systematic since it's not a law. Is there a law that says that black people or any other group of people like Hispanic people, Latino people can't be game developers? Is there a law that says that? I will repeat my position. Anytime that you give preference for somebody based off of something that is not in their control, like for example, you know, if their gender, their race, their religion, their political views, anything like that. Even political views is kind of not really part of the same category. Any of that, if you're giving preference to people based off of that, it's bad. And it's literally racism or sexism. Just because you're doing it for a good reason doesn't make it not the thing that you're doing.
Sorry, you are not
simple.
eligible for this grant. What's that? You were born a white male against your own will? Have you ever considered that maybe your parents are racist for simply existing? Well, too bad, white hetero male game developer, be gone with you. Your kind isn't allowed here in these parts, but if you're a person of color or pander in any way, shape, or form, well, congratulations, you just got accepted into the Baby Ghost program. But then it gets weirder because it turns out that Baby Ghost is actually funded by another company which is called Weird Ghosts. A lot of bizarre names for these companies, I know. So, what's Weird Ghosts, you may be asking? Well, according to their website, Weird Ghosts is an impact fund for studios led by underrepresented founders across Canada. We support video game studios with studio development training, catalytic investments, and community in order to build strong, impactful teams of underrepresented makers who are shaping the future of video games.
Okay.
So Weird Ghost is a bigger company that through other shell companies like Baby Ghost use their influence to help what they call underrepresented groups begin working in video games. The site even says in their own words that Weird Ghosts invests in founders who want to build profitable, impact-oriented studios with a long-term vision and commitment to equitable, worker-centric structures. There's that keyword there, by the way, impact. They want whatever it is you're making to change how things are done.
Yeah, they want to have an agenda in that type of content, sure. I think also, like, to expand on what I was saying earlier, like, I don't think that these people shouldn't be allowed to do this, but I just think that it should be acknowledged as it being racist. Like, people should be allowed to give their money to whoever they want to give it to. And if they want to do it in a racist way, that should be their reasoning. That's their prerogative. The only problem is whenever the government does it. I don't think the government should in any way, shape, or form be condoning or facilitating this. But if it's a private citizen doing it, well, people do have freedom of assembly, at least here in the US, and if they want to do that, that's up to them, even though I disagree with it.
The key initiative here and what I want you to zero in as we go along. So it's not enough that you're from an underrepresented group or that you go by whatever pronouns that you do, but you also need to be politically and socially aligned with these ghost companies in order to receive your grant.
Well, yeah, they're trying to give people money who are going to empower them and push their agenda. Like, I mean, really, what are we talking about here? It's obvious, right? We want to give people money that are going to push our agenda. That's clearly what they're trying to do.
You are overseen by these groups to ensure that what you're making is pushing what they want to see. Okay, very cool. So then you're probably asking, who the hell is controlling these companies then? Who are the people behind this? Well, one of them is this person named Jenny Robinson Faber, who according to their bio on the Weird Ghost website says, Jenny, she is a queer white settler, community arts advocate and organizer, software developer and leader in the IDM industry for over 15 years. She co-founded the video games arts nonprofits DMG Toronto with Cecily Carvey and Alex Litch, and Gamma Space Collaborative Studio with Henry Faber and Dan Toliver.
A white what is this settler thing? Settlers of Catan? Is this the Oregon Trail? What? It means that she wasn't from Canada? Well, was she born in Canada? Because if she was born in Canada, then she's from Canada. Oh my god. Bro, the brain rot with this is just incredible.
In 2015, she joined the board of the Toronto Media Arts Centre and became its operations director in 2017.
That's
amazing. You read that right, fellas. They unironically refer to themselves as white settlers in their public professional biography. You can smell the white liberal woman guilt from here, but surely that is a one-and-done expression, right? Well, who's the other founder? Well, this is where things get really interesting. Their name is Eileen Mary Holoka, who, according to their bio, Eileen, she is a queer and disabled white settler living on Treaty 1 territory in Winnipeg. They are a writer, game dev, and community organizer advocate with a background in theater, games, poetry, and health communications. They have a PhD in communication.
If you think that you're a settler, then fucking leave. Then go back to Europe. I hate this so much. Because, like, if these people think that, like, oh, I shouldn't be here, it's bad that I'm here, then get the fuck out. Like, what are you doing living your entire life with this dissonance, thinking that your entire existence is actually and this is how you know that it's fake, right? Is because these people are not going to leave where they live, but they're going to take accountability for something that they didn't even do. No, don't come to Europe. Don't come back. Yeah, sure. Well, I know you guys probably don't want to deal with them either. Yeah, it's like basically these people have enough virtue to say that they're bad, but not enough virtue to act on it. I respect anybody who wants to live a life that is congruent with their values, but these people don't want to live a life that's congruent with their values. And in fact, they want to be idolized and, revered for the fact that they are living a life that is actively against their own values. These people own a company. You can move over to Europe. You can immigrate back over to wherever the fuck you came from over in Europe. Because she's right. You know where a lot of white people in like North America come from? Come from Europe. Because we came over here. That's what happened. It was like 300-400 years ago. That's how it happened. Absolutely. So if you feel like being here is bad, then leave. But these people never stand on business. They never actually have any, and this is what I was saying before about how a person's morals and values, you can judge whether how strong somebody's morals or values are based off of if they live up to them or not. And people like this lady here do not live up to their own morals and values. Well, I think that goes and shows you a whole lot about what they really think. They're only doing this for like social points. There's zero principles. Yes, there's no principle for this at all. This is simply a value that this person has because it gives them some sort of social credit. That's all. It's not real. It's not reflected in their behavior. It's not reflected in anything that is not beneficial towards them.
Studies from Concordia University and have published extensively within and outside of academia.
Yeah, if you don't like this, if you think you're a white settler, get the fuck back to Europe.
They are a co-founder.
See, that's what the government needs to do. Take all these fucking people. You don't like it here? Great, you're gone. Get the fuck out.
Both Weird Ghosts and Baby Ghosts with Jenny Robinson.
I would gladly pay more taxes for that.
As well as a member of Gamma Space Collaborative Studio. They have also worked as the general manager of Infinite Ammo. Oh, so the white settler bio description isn't just a one and done sort of thing. You could almost say that it's a mandatory identification term that's designed to easily triangulate and point out who the white people are amidst the crowd here, which is just wow, dude, wow. The inner hatred of white liberal women is truly one of the greatest jokes of the modern era. These are the sort of people who likely think it's great that people burn down cities and protest.
Oh,
They're
God.
likely also the same kinds of people.
And I think he's right about that. Yeah, these are the same people that are probably celebrating burning down places, and it's like, oh, protests need to happen. Guarantee. The moment that anything goes, and there's anything scary, anybody breaks into this girl's house, all of the ACAB shit that she was saying would immediately disappear, and she'd be calling the police. These values can only exist in an environment where they're not tested.
People who would get mugged in broad daylight and refuse to give a description of the person in fear of being racist.
They exist in a bubble.
Also,
Yep, that's
find
right.
it very interesting that Weird and
Basically,
Baby
they're so protected, they don't even realize how protected they are.
Ghosts both work to prop up marginalized voices within the gaming industry and refuse to work with white people in general. Yet, unironically, these companies are controlled and created by two white people themselves.
That's right.
It's like the ultimate white savior complex of a company come to life. It's truly incredible how much these people hate something that they can't change about themselves. Imagine
do you remember like back in the day with like video games where you would play games? I don't know if this is the case with you guys, but like whenever I was in like my old WoW guilds and in like even Halo days, like we never had these problems at all. Like, yeah, people would make like racial jokes and stuff like that. Sure, like people still do that. Like everybody just got along and it was never a problem. It's even, yeah, it's still not even a problem for normal people. It's crazy how much these, because like I wonder, like, this is one thing for me that I always am curious about, is I wish that I had a window into these people's lives. Because a lot of the people that I know that are like this, and I've known them for like a long period of their life, they're weird fucking losers. And of course, yeah, you never had any friends or anything like that, because guess what? You never have. It didn't happen then either.
It's really no shit that Asman here was, he always was colorblind. And I was over there sitting there watching back in his Halo days, and he was working with, I don't know, two, three other, 4 or 5 other guys, and I don't know what they
It's a 4-man team.
But, what? How many?
4.
4, okay. And I hear this one guy keep saying, "White boy, move up here. White boy, move up." And I'm listening to these guys interact on, you know, their end, the other guys, not him, not Zach. And I figure out, okay, I hear the different voices, and I say, "You're a white boy, right?" And he says, "Oh yeah." And another one. This is harmless, Zach.
Okay.
When he was like in 1st grade, 2nd grade. I mean, fucking 1st or 2nd grade. All right. He talks. He was in the class first, week of class or whatever. 2nd week, he says, "Oh, I saw this one guy. He was so funny. He was so cool." And I said, "Oh yeah, what was he doing?" His mom said, we were all sitting around the central table, and he said, "Well, he jumped up on his desk and he was saying, 'Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kick your ass.'" And he's saying exactly like what the guy said. And I said, "That was this dude black?" And he says, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, when you look at him, what color was his skin?" And he said, "Well, I don't know." And I said, "Well, was it, like, dark as mine, or was it darker than mine?" And we had a really good tan, and a Mexican tan. And he says, "I don't know." I said, "Well, tomorrow, could take a look and look around and see if you don't notice that there's a difference." And he came, and the next night when we were having supper, he said, "Well, yeah, I guess he is darker than we." I said, "Well, there are people who are black and there are people who are white." And this is like, "Oh, okay, good to know." And he's always shrugged it off.
Yeah.
My brother was a guy about half his height and about his same weight. I mean, I think he was stocky as hell. And he was darker than Zach's beard. And they'd go into a place together, and Jack would get something where he'd say, and hey, wait a minute, my little brother wants to get something.
Oh, jeez.
And these guys at the store would stand there and look at them and look down at the Cameron, look up at him, because Cameron was like several years younger.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, nobody ever said a fucking thing in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Zach really is colorblind. I'm not shitting you.
All right. Okay. All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, yo, bye.
Bye-bye.
That's the life, like as I said, I told you guys I went to a high school that was 70%, like Hispanic. So, yeah.
Referring to yourself as a white settler, dude. Holy crap.
Yeah.
You can't make this stuff up. It's because of people like this that we're in this mess to begin with. But I don't know if you caught what was said there, so let's circle back for a second. What was the name of that second founder? Eileen Haloka. Huh, Haloka. Where have we heard that name before? Also, Eileen is in control of another company called Infinite Ammo. What the hell is that? Well, if you go look that up, it turns out Infinite Ammo was started by a man named Alec Holoka. And if you look deeper, you then realize that the man who started Infinite Ammo is actually the same Alec Holoka who ended their life after Zoe Quinn accused them of abuse without any proof.
What the
same Alec Holoka who ended himself after websites like Polygon and others blasted and ruined his reputation and name because of the whole believe all women narrative. And then, once he died, his company, Infinite Ammo, was absorbed by his sister Eileen, and using all of these connections was able to create weird and baby ghosts. So the man who died because of the baseless accusations of Zoe Quinn, who is pretty much the progenitor of Gamergate, is having his legacy used to fund and create startup companies that politically and commercially erase people like him from the industry, all in the name of virtue signaling.
Wow, good for him. That sucks.
Nature level connections we're talking
Yeah,
about.
that sucks. Jesus.
My window by a they/them assassin just for talking about this stuff. But there it is, fellas, right in front of you. The progenitors of Sweet Baby and the transformation of the video games industry is intrinsically tied directly to the very same man whose death was caused by Gamergate itself. Then Sile, who also does YouTube, ended up posting some screenshots on Twitter, so let's go look at those now. And if you look here, well, look who it is. It's Chris Kendrick who said, "So glad to be a part of this cohort. That's right, the narrative designer at Sweet Baby is tied to Weird Ghosts as well. And oh look, it's even the same baby ghost icon there in the same infographic where Weird Ghost celebrates the 7 studios they helped launch."
Why do they come up with these weird ass fucking names, man?
And one of them is there as plain as day, Sweet Baby Inc. Then Weird Ghost was found saying in public that their mission is to remake the industry.
What the fuck?
And there's another image where
Jesus.
Infinite Ammo, which is again created by the now deceased Alec Holoka, is the minority investor in startups like Weird and Baby Ghost, which is now, as you know, the reason why Sweet Baby Inc. exists to begin with. So they're not only politically aligned, they are quite literally, down to their DNA, the same thing.
Oh my
Sweet
God.
Baby Inc., Weird Ghost, Baby Ghost, Infinite Ammo, Gamergate, Alec Holoka, Eileen Holoka, Zoe Quinn, all of it. It's all done and made by the same
It's
group
all
of people.
connected?
Are you convinced yet that video games as a medium have been infiltrated by activists? Or
Well, I mean, fuck, I thought that before I watched the video. I think this is the case with almost all media, as people try to infiltrate media and use media to tell their story. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
do you need more proof? Well,
yeah, this really is weird.
Developers Conference, where Kim Belair, the founder of Sweet Baby, who, might I add, fits the bill to a T in terms of what Weird Ghost looks for in someone they invest in, was talking on stage about how her vision for her company works to change the game industry, as Weird Ghost puts it. So, this clip is from her GDC talk a few years ago, around the time when Sweet Baby was first founded. It's a little bit of a longer clip, however, it's worth watching for context, so let's sit down, get comfortable, and peer into what Sweet Baby aims to do, shall we?
Oh my
And
God.
so I want to put on that like very
I think
hat
I've
for a
seen
second
this.
and talk about the way that we decide how we're going to sell the art that we make and how we're going to approach the audiences that we make it for. Because I think so often when people like us get told, you know, from higher ups or from society at large, this isn't what players want, it's not a conversation about content, it's a conversation about demographics.
No, it's about the content. Yes, no, that's a mistake. That it is about the content, and it is not just from the higher ups. It's because the higher ups understand the market, and they understand what people want. That's why they're one of the higher ups. And no, they in fact are, in this case, I can't believe it, actually speaking for the players. People don't want that. You're right.
And I think that in our industry and in so many creative industries, if you want to look at film and television and any art form, we start treating our core demographics as a fixed and static value, something that does not want to change and something that is locked in place. So despite like the changing face of audiences, despite the changing face of conferences like this one, we still look at our core demographics and say, okay, they're white, cis, hetero males. And we cater almost exclusively to them. And the problem is that we don't just cater to them like, you know, here's something that we think you'll enjoy. We cater to them the way that we cater to like a picky baby. We feed them the same thing that we know that they love, and we keep on feeding it. We're like, here you go, you love it, eat this, eat.
Well, that's your favorite food. Why wouldn't you want to give people their favorite food? How's this bad? And also, like, listen, these people can make a game however they want to make a game. If they don't want to make a game for white people, I don't know, how do you make a game that's not for white people? Like, what the fuck? What is the... I wonder, like, you know, could they explain to me what they mean by we're going to make a game that's not for white people? What is this? And I'm sure that if you asked them to explain it, they wouldn't really be able to do it. Unless it was private, which of course they would say, but they know, and the reason why, of course, is because these people know that the values and the things that they think don't actually exist, and they only exist inside of a safe space or an echo chamber that they are allowed to exist in. Because if you bring these ideas out into the public, into the, the public knowledge, immediately people will just be like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is not even a question. Like, of course we're not going to consider this. This is awful. So they have to hide their intentions. And I think that it's very important. If somebody is trying to hide their intentions, there's a reason for it.
This, eat this, so that
There's a
then when
reason.
they get anything else, they react as a picky baby would, which is be like, oh no, thank you, I do not want this. And we've actually done this so long that what we're doing is creating an entire nation of picky babies, and they make us scared to.
I think that this is actually very indicative of the way that these people see themselves, because they see themselves as people who are trying to change a nation. They're trying to change a large group and a demographic. They're not looking at trying to actually make a good product. They're not trying to tell a good story. They are trying to, and they have self-aggrandized themselves to the extent that they think that they are now accountable for changing these demographics. They're activists, right? And I think that's basically what I was going back around to, is that these people are fundamentally not game developers. They're not game designers. They don't want to make video games. They want to use video games to push activism. That is their real goal.
Deviate from what we actually want to do, just in case these picky babies don't want to play our games. And we've made a lot of progress. Obviously, like, I don't say this to just completely go like, just give up. We've screwed it. So I want to do better than this. Because, and I don't...
My opinion about this is that if they feel like they don't want to make a game for white people, then don't do it. Like, who gives a fuck? That's fine. Go for it. If you want to make your game however you want to make it, that's totally fine. I think the only thing that people have an issue with is whenever you take existing stories and you change them, like, in order to, like, fit some sort of narrative. That's really what the problem is here. There's never been an issue with making a product for other groups of people. That's totally fine. But the issue is whenever you're taking a product that exists and then changing it and co-opting it. And I think the reason why these people want to change and co-opt the products rather than actually make their own products is because they know that their own products don't stand on their own and that their own products are garbage. So the only way that they can exist is as a parasite exists, where it exists at the expense of something that is more successful and then slowly squeezes the life out of it, and then it moves on to the next victim. And that's what they're doing.
Say that to be like, oh, you know what, I'm going to dismiss all the hate and the abuse in our communities. But I do like to imagine that when we look at white guys, and there's several of you here, I think that when we look at you, we say, okay, you can't possibly enjoy this. But I think they want also, and maybe you want also, to experience new and different stories. I think we need
I think that's obvious. So, you know what immediately disproves her entire perspective on this? This is what immediately disproves it. This is one of the most hyped games, and it has been now for years. Black Myth Wukong. This is like super, super, super Chinese lore. Everybody is excited about this game. Every white dude that loved playing Dark Souls is probably like, oh fuck, I really hope this one's gonna be good too. People have been hyped about this for a long time. The premise that, like, white people don't like stories that aren't about white people, This is invented by morons. Like, I'm sorry, but like back whenever I was in middle school, everybody was into Dragon Ball Z. Everybody was into it. It didn't matter. What do you want to be whenever you grow up? Do you want to look like Goku whenever you grow up? It doesn't matter if you're asking a white guy or a black guy. They want to look like Goku. That's all there is to it. It's that simple. So it's just like, or Vegeta, right? Or somebody else, right? Piccolo or whatever. It's just such a, it's a straw man point. It is. It absolutely is. And you can look at many other games that are massively successful and hugely popular that are from these other markets. It has nothing to do with this. It never did. And this is, again, the reason why these people can't create anything good, is because they don't understand how people think. They don't understand how people process information, like what they hold value in. They have no idea.
Step out of this rule that like white men can enjoy fantasy worlds, aliens, sci-fi, monsters, anything, so long as it's through a lens that looks exactly like them. Because if that's the...
Again, it's just... Oh, man. An assumption? That's crazy. It's projection? I think in some cases it is. It absolutely is. Is she dumb? I don't think that she's dumb. I think that she is an activist. Like, I don't think that she's stupid.
Kind of person that we're always going to cater to, you're never going to innovate. You're never going to change things. You're just going to keep feeding the picky baby. And we cannot continue to try to create art under a system that is going to bar innovation for fear of a picky baby throwing a tantrum. Hey,
well, it absolutely is. By the way, I guarantee you, if people stop buying games that are about, like, you know, for example, all of these video game companies don't really care about these people at all. The only reason why they care about these people is because they're worried that they might lose money if they don't care about them. But like, if you actually want to get down to brass tacks, do they truly hold any value in diversity or anything like that? Absolutely not. The only thing that they truly care about is money. And I guarantee you, if these video games, like, you know, for example, how do you know this is true? How are you just like absolutely 100% certain this is true? For a company like Blizzard, for example. So Saudi Arabia runs the Overwatch League now. Or at least it's somewhere in the Middle East. And I wonder if Tracer is gay over there. I bet she's not. Yeah, I bet she's not. Yeah, that's probably not the case. And so that's the reality. These companies would be pushing for white power if it was beneficial and profitable. That's the truth. They don't care about these issues at all.
Maybe we can invite white dudes to play as other people and experience different things through someone else's eyes. And if they don't like it, we have to start thinking we're not losing, they're losing, and we're losing because we're gonna let them stand in the way of our progress and our innovation. And I think...
See, this is the way, and I'm glad, it's good to see, you know, again, that's the way that they look at things, right? That's the way that they see things. Our progress, our innovation, we're standing in the way of that. These are the people like that. Yes, it's an us versus them speech. That's because that is their entire mantra. That is why they exist. That's their whole purpose.
That we need to stop thinking that our like core marketing demographics have to define the exact demographics of our playable characters. And
this is also a huge problem that I think a lot of games have, and I'll actually really talk about how bad this problem is that she's trying to promote. So what she's talking about is video game demographics and trying to go after a game that hits a larger demographic. I think that that's not really necessarily a bad thing, but the way that game companies approach that is. So I'll give you a great example of this, is in World of Warcraft, in Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm were designed for people that didn't really like playing MMOs all that much. They made the game, like they removed a lot of the things that made an MMO an MMO. That's why Classic WoW is so massively successful even now. It's because it was a true MMO. So what's ended up happening, and you see that with the Suicide Squad game as well. The Suicide Squad, the fundamental reason why the Suicide Squad exists and like why people are unhappy about it is because they tried to go after a demographic that wasn't a demographic that they held. They said, oh, it's not enough for us to just make really good story-based games that people enjoy. What we're going to do also is we're going to make a live service game and try to attract a more diverse group of people. And you end up doing that, and you end up trying to cast a bigger and bigger net, and at a certain point, all the fish just go through the net, and you don't catch anything at all. And that's exactly what's happened, is that they've tried to make these games appeal to everyone in the same way that she's saying, and this is not just something that happens with diversity of the different characters, it's happened with everything. Look at Diablo 4, for example. Like, all of these games are supposed to be such a mass appeal that they end up appealing to no one. So, her, like her pushing this is actually a much bigger problem than just, like, the racial thing. Like, who gives a fuck about that? Start making games for the people that are your audience.
Our cast. And instead, we start to have to assume that players do want new stories, and that if we bring joy to our broad audience, it's going to encompass our core audience as well. Like, representation is this abstract idea. We're seeing it as this weird kind of thing that we can if we bring joy to our broad audience, it's going to encompass our core audience as well.
See, that's what hasn't happened, though. And that's been the thing that they don't understand, is that you can't just make more and more bland content and then expect to get a wider and wider audience of people. That's not how things work. And that's, again, and also, like, keep in mind, all of this is completely separate from what the artist's intent is. It's completely separate from what is a good story. The focus is now on making the story appeal to demographics, not telling a good story. Because a good story, people are gonna watch that and love that more than anything. It doesn't matter who's the main character of the story.
Representation is this abstract idea. We're seeing it as this weird kind of thing that we can paint over what we're currently doing. But if we start having these conversations as facets of narrative, as facets of marketing, as gameplay, as art, I think that we're actually going to be able to move beyond it, because when
this is the thing, is like, how do you make gameplay that's not for white people? Like, I'd really like for her to explain and expand on that concept of making certain types of gameplay that's not for white people. Because I bet if you had her explain what's gameplay that's not for white people, and then had a person in the KKK explain what's gameplay that's not for white people, I bet that they would be a lot closer than you and I would be to either one of them. That's my fucking perspective.
Sequester advocacy into this one series, what we risk is like preaching to the choir, and while you guys already know this because you're here, what's old to us can be innovative to somebody else.
So the goal, as you can see, is to reshape the industry to fit their new world image. They view white male players as the devil and want nothing more than to change the landscape, excommunicate, and remove them from the industry, as well as when it comes to representation. And it's very...
To be fair, she didn't say removing, she just said making the game appeal to more groups of people. But I think that she really couldn't say removing, right? Because then it would be too much.
Bizarre that of all the ways she uses to explain what she hates, she uses the term picky babies. This entire group is creepy with their wording.
Yeah, you don't really talk about a group of people as picky babies. Like, I mean, imagine what would happen if somebody said that, like, oh, well, all the Indians are picky babies, all of South Americans are picky babies, black people picky babies. Bro, it'd be crazy. People would be losing their minds. They'd be furious about this.
Weird Ghost, Baby Ghost, Sweet Baby,
awful. Yeah,
Picky Baby, even some of the other companies they started up, like there's Ghoul School as well, just very similar terminology being used here. But honestly, it's very fitting as well, because up until recently, for many of you, these people were exactly that. They were ghosts. You couldn't see them, you couldn't explain exactly what was wrong, but you could definitely feel as if there was a presence lingering around you. Something was wrong with the games you were playing. You couldn't necessarily put your finger on it, but you knew in your soul that there was something at work that you couldn't see that was contorting and transforming the very fabric of this medium that you love so much. But if these weirdos are ghosts, then fellas, we've all become Ghostbusters overnight. And it's up to...
I think really the truth is that these people exist at the companies as well. The reason why they hire these companies to change the games is because there are people that work at the companies that agree with those speeches and those talks, and they listen to them and they say, oh, I want to hire this person and bring them onto my team. So, like, please don't ever blame... It's not like, oh, the game was going to be good until these guys came in and ruined it. No. The company was already going to ruin it, and these people just helped them finish the job.
Us to find and locate these spectral weirdos wherever we can find them and rid this industry of this rot. But it seems that the rot has already taken hold, and I remember Chris Kindred, who is that narrative designer who openly promotes that they're attached to weird ghosts and all of that, is the very same individual who originally attempted to get the user who made the Steam Curator tool banned off of Steam to begin with. So it
This group has over 200,000 members now, which was pretty fucking crazy. Like, it's doubled. Like, from 100,000 to 200,000, that is nuts.
Editor of Sweet Baby and Weird Ghost attempted to strong-arm Steam into banning someone they didn't agree with because they exposed them for who they really are. Isn't that
well,
just
and it's also like if the Steam group gets banned, then people are just going to make 50 other Steam groups. Like, the one thing that these people should hope doesn't happen is that it gets banned. Because if these people get banned, then they're just going to go apeshit.
Fascinating, but there's something that's been bothering me ever since this all began, which is this one tweet by another person who works at Sweet Baby. I've covered them before. Their username on Twitter is Lego Butts. Anyway, they said this and people seem to have glossed over it. Lego Butts said this in regard to the Steam tool and how it collects information. Which, listen, I'm not sure who uses curator lists. My guess is it's people who would never ever buy the games any of us work on, except they do and don't list those particular games here. But there's just nothing preventing this, even though it's clearly not what curators are for.
Well, who's to decide what curators are for? That's Steam's decision. Also, Steam has a lot of curator groups for, like, de novo and stuff like that. Like, for people to avoid certain types of games. That doesn't even make sense.
Except they do and don't list those particular games here. Huh. So it's very likely that there are still many games out there right now being sold and played that have been involved with Sweet Baby, Ghosts, and whatnot, and are not publicly displaying their names or involvement. So,
of course. Duh.
The ghosts they are, they're still corrupting things without players even knowing to begin with. Now, what could those games be? Sadly, I don't know. Yet anyway, as of the making of this video. But it would be a shame if someone watching this was to run names like Eileen Haloka, Kim Belair, or Chris Kindred through the credits of recent releases to see if their names pop up anywhere. It's just a thought, of course, but who knows, maybe something could pop up. But it's become very clear that this make-believe agenda that people like Kindred, Lego, and others swear doesn't exist seems to be a very real thing.
It's obvious that it exists. Anybody that thinks that it doesn't is just being delusional. It's about whether it's a good agenda or not.
Absolutely does. And of course, another tweet I've seen circulating is this one showing other companies that are also directly tied to Sweet Baby and Weird
bro, this was on my subreddit. I deleted this post. I deleted this post because I randomly looked at one of them and there was nothing in the entire thing. It was a localization company and they did not make any single statement whatsoever about adding inclusivity or diversification or anything that was ESG coded in any capacity. This list was bullshit, and I find it to be disappointing that so many people are just posting it around as if it was some sort of fucking, 10 commandments of all of the bad actors. If you actually read this, you would see that it's not. And I really, really have to say this, guys. The moment that you start going after false positives and you start getting mad at people that actually have nothing to do with this, you start looking like an idiot. It's not about whether you're being mean or not. It's about whether you look stupid or not. Well, you look stupid whenever you're getting mad at people that aren't doing the thing that you're accusing them of. Focus on the real ones. And I said before also, if somebody wants to check this list and repost it with examples and actual reasoning, then I will have no problem allowing it on the subreddit. But I'm not going to just let people make a hit list of a bunch of different websites because it has the name baby in it. That's fucking insane. It's completely fucking fair. Yes, it is fair. I will always, guys, I will try my best to always be fair.
Those as well. It's gonna take time to sift through all of these, but there's some very eyebrow-raising names on that list. Black Girl Gamers, yeah, those are the same people who were contracted by Square Enix when they worked on Forspoken. Gamer X is a big one too. I'll have to look into that one in a future video. And then there's Anita Sarkeesian, when her name keeps popping up too. And look at that. Infinite Ammo, Weird Ghost, and GameSpace. All of these are controlled by Eileen Holoka and Faber as well. There's another name on that list as well, Cozy Comet Games. Where have we seen that before? Oh yeah, they were on the infographic when Weird Ghost was celebrating all the startup companies they helped fund, and there it is, right there. Cozy Comet Games, as plain as day, so that's another company created by the Sweet Baby. So how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Probably
This
pretty
is
deep.
very interesting, my friends. Very interesting indeed. At least it's good that I can say that we're not crazy at all, and actually we were right all along instead. I've had plenty of Reddit threads saying I'm a conspiracy theorist, that I'm this hate-mongering person, but it's very nice indeed to know that I've been right all along. And they can gaslight me.
Well, yeah, it's obvious that people have an agenda like this. Yeah, no shit, man. Like, is it really that big of a surprise? Like, everybody has an agenda with a lot of stuff. It's not like it's really a bad thing to have an agenda, but whenever you push an unpopular agenda in a way that's patronizing to an audience, people are going to reflexively dislike it.
Yellow Flash and many others all they want, but the truth is that we were right. We aren't crazy, and we aren't lying. And in actuality, it's these groups instead that are the ones who are lying, and they can try to smear our names, but the devil is bathing in the sunlight, my friends. And it's safe to say that they can't hide anymore, because while the devil does try to convince the world it doesn't exist, it looks like the public isn't believing their lies anymore. Finally, I just want to quickly go over the Warner Bros.
Well, I think the reason why the public doesn't believe this anymore is because people have more access to freedom of press than we've ever had before. Like right now, I actually think that people always like talking about how bad the internet is and how bad social media is. But the truth is that social media now has created an even playing field where the New York Times has as much editorial power on Twitter as a random user does. Like, for the most part, right? I mean, aside from, like, maybe some weird fucking, like, relationship they have with an employee or something like that. For the most part, the New York Times can put out a tweet, and a random, you know, Pussy Slayer 69 can put out a tweet, and both of those tweets go out to an audience, and the audience chooses to engage with that tweet or not. And the truth is that that is one of the most powerful things of the internet, is that it's created an even playing field where people, it doesn't matter like how much money you have. It doesn't matter how important you are, what your name is. If you have a good message and people want to hear your message, then anybody is able to speak out and have them listen. And I think that's incredible. It's one of the best things about YouTube, about streaming, about any social media platform. It is one of the best things. And you know what the funniest thing about it is? It is the least fucking... It is a thing that if you're speaking and you're saying and thinking something, it doesn't matter whether you're white, black, Asian, or whatever the fuck. People are either going to listen or they're not. It has been more of an equalizer than anything else.
Thing, but apparently after Suicide Squad blew up and died, Warner has decided it's going to double down on live service elements instead of rejecting them, and believes their future is not one and done games like Hogwarts Legacy, which, mind you, sold over 22 million copies and was the best-selling game of 2023. But never mind that, Warner...
The problem isn't live service. It never was. The problem is bad games. Make good games that are live service and everybody's going to play them. Make bad games that are live service and nobody's going to play them. And that's just the way it goes. I don't know why these people don't understand this.
Thinks that is not the way to go, even though its success proves that that's what people want. Instead, we need more...
No, it's not. Look at Helldivers. Like, look at Helldivers is massively successful. Like, there are so many of these games that are live service that are these huge knockout successes. But the problem, again, is that people just, they don't see it. You know? Like, I'm just so disappointed about this.
Suicide Squad.
They just
because
don't
that's
see
the
it.
future, apparently, especially considering how bad it did and nobody wanted it. These people are
Which
idiots.
has nothing to do with whether
what
it's
it means
woke or
to
not.
me more than anything is that Warner Bros. Would rather double down on a failed product spearheaded by Sweet Baby than create a profitable product like Hogwarts Legacy, which to our knowledge...
Well, also, you have to keep in mind that they're only going to double down on it for a period of time, and then eventually the people that own the company, like Warner Brothers is a publicly traded company as far as I know. I'm going to be real. They're eventually going to kick these guys out, because if these games don't sell copies, they're going to be out. And they can lose money for a while, but there will be a point where they literally fire all of these people and completely get rid of this mindset. And we're getting pretty close to it. And the way that you get there, by the way, is by not buying the products. Stop buying them. Stop purchasing microtransactions in them. If you feel like a game, you don't want more games like this game to be made, the main way that you can show that, actually that's not true. The only way that you can show that means anything is by not buying the game. Just simply don't buy it. And if enough people do that, and you buy other games instead that you feel like cater to you and that are fun for you, more games will be made that are fun for you and cater to you than not, if enough people do that. Money talks. And it's louder than anybody else. But we can't win because selling games is not their objective. They'll just move on to the next company. Well, that means that they're not at the gaming company, so then they're gone. So problem solved. Like, the reality is that these people, if they're doing this and it's not making the company money and it's losing the company money, the company will get rid of them. Because the company doesn't care about them. They don't care about the agenda. They don't care about any ideals. This company is a parasite that makes money off of users by selling microtransactions and battle passes. It has no values, no morals, no purpose, no principles, no North Star, no philosophy. There is no guiding, like, organization of thought that will make this company do anything other than make more money. That's it. No, bit harsh. But what is a corporation then? What is a business? A business exists to make money.
Anyway, was not touched by the baby.
The nut jobs are on a timer?
It was,
They are.
and Lego Butts outed that to a degree. We don't know yet. I can't wait till the internet discovers more, but it's proving that time and again, as much as they tell us we're crazy and wrong, we keep being proven right. The baby is exposed, the ghosts are no longer invisible, and they're afraid, fellas. And I know I say this a lot, but it's true, and that is that we are absolutely winning. So thank you for watching, subscribe for more in the future, and share the video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for being here, keep asking questions, thanks to my patrons, and have a wonderful day. Enjoy some video games today, that's my one and only demand of you. Go play something and have fun, you earned it. I'll see you in the next one.
There it is. I think that was actually a pretty fair video. There were a couple of things. I wish you didn't use that list that was used on my Reddit, because I thought the list was inaccurate. And I do think that, like, again, whenever you find something that you agree with, you need to be twice as careful about accepting the information in it, because it's more easily, deceptive to you. But yeah, what culture is dying? I think that in general, like, I don't know about, like, dying, right? It depends on, like, if you think it's dying. But, like, this type of, like, values that, like, that these people have, I do think that it's dying out. And I think that more and more people are starting to realize that the people that push for, you know, this kind of stuff, they're not good people. These are not normal, like, rational, like, good people that you want to listen to. You want to have them, like, tell you what to do or how to do things. Yeah, these are extremists and these are activists, and they don't care about the content or the quality of a game as long as that game has their message inside of it. And that is fundamentally why they're parasites. And that's all they are. And it's good to see that more people are starting to realize this. And I'll tell you the real reason why things are starting to change. I'm going to show you the real reason why things are starting to change. The real reason is because these games are dying. And these companies can't afford to lose $100 million for 400 players. That's the fucking facts. These people only exist because it's not inconvenient or unprofitable for them not to exist. So the moment that gamers and players tell developers by not playing or by playing their games that this is no longer profitable for you, is the moment that these developers will immediately throw these people in the fucking garbage. Because they never really cared about the message at all. They never actually had any values. And the people that are making the games, right, making the calls for the games, those people's jobs are on the line if they don't deliver a good game. And so, yeah, they're going to get rid of them. These people are everywhere, but scariest to me is they're becoming teachers of children. They actively work towards influencing kids, their point of view. I was lucky enough growing up, I never had that problem. I'm sure some teachers do that, which is disappointing, but for me, I never had that issue. And in fact, I actually talked to a couple of elementary school teachers about this, specifically, right? About like putting messaging in schools and stuff like that. And they said that's not really the case. So I think that actually, hopefully at least, is something that's just overrepresented in media. But who knows? Teachers should be respected. What the fuck is chat saying? Well, I think that the reason why people don't respect teachers is because, like, you know, they'll see an article of a, you know, some teacher that's like, you know, had like a drag queen come in and teach 7-year-olds about sex or something like that. And then they'll assume that's what's happening in every school, right? That's really the reason why people are mad about that. Teachers definitely should be respected. And also teachers don't make a lot of money. And if you don't make a lot of money, you're just not well respected in society. Like that, and it's unfortunate, but there's the truth. It exists in most schools. Texas is just built different. Well, I can't say it exists in most schools, right? And neither can you, because we've only probably ever been to like what, probably elementary school, middle school, and high school, probably 1 or 2. So like either 3 or 10 schools at the most, right? So how can we possibly know? But I don't think it's as common as people make it out to be. But I do actually, as I said, like if I ever, because like to me, one thing that I hold a lot of value in, especially with like media representation of stories like this, because I remember I learned this in school, or not in school, in WoW, is that like I was learning in school that like, oh, Canada has like free healthcare, and then people were saying that, oh yeah, but you can't actually get any healthcare because it takes too long in the line. So I said, okay. I went home and I asked somebody, oh, let me link you guys the video. This is a good video. Give it a like if you guys liked it. This was great. And I asked somebody who was from Canada, and I said, bro, so like, what's going on? Like, you guys have like free healthcare? Like, and he's like, well, it's not. It's sometimes you have to pay a little bit. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, but is there like a long line? He's like, yeah, not really. No. I mean, like maybe for some things there is, there's not. And so I just go and I directly ask somebody, a real person. And so to me, that's my bottom line, is I go and I ask real people to get an actual temperature check, rather than like just taking it off of the internet, because the internet can provide such a distortion of reality. It's a reality check. Yeah, exactly. In certain provinces are really good. Yeah, I'm sure there's deviation. Sure. You're definitely right about that. The line, excuse what American politics likes to preach. Well, I don't know about that. I feel like live service should only be for MMORPGs. Fair? No, I don't think so at all. I think that games like Fortnite are great as a live service. I also think that games like Helldivers are great as a live service. And the fact that they have that Joel guy that's just like running the war, which is probably kind of an oversimplification for what they're really doing. I don't agree with that at all. I think that live service is great, and I think live service is good for a lot of games. It's just not good for every game, and it's not good for every type of game. So yeah, I don't think a live service should not be... Live service should be something that makes you concerned for obvious reasons, but it's ultimately not something that's going to damage a game if it's a good game, fundamentally. I'm from Canada. I can't go to the doctor. I've been on a list to get assigned to a doctor for 2 years now. Yeah, but like, see, somebody... Like, I don't trust you. I don't know who you are. Like, because you could be a completely unreasonable, crazy person, and if I understood your life situation, it would make perfect sense why you can't go to a doctor. Or you could just be lying. But like the guy that I asked, I know him. Like, we grew up together. Like, not really together, but like we played WoW, you know, from where we were kids to adults, right? And so like, I know him. And I'm like, okay, this guy isn't a huge idiot, So I'm going to listen to what he says. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to base my entire opinion off of it, but I'm going to take it a lot more seriously than, like, because to me, you say it's anecdotal evidence. You're right, it's anecdotal evidence. But so is the story that this person is providing. And how am I supposed to judge the veracity of that? So that's the way that I see it.
It's just there's no...
It has nothing to do with it as well. That has literally zero to do with it. Helldivers 2 wasn't free to play and it was massively popular. It was the same price as Concord. A game being free to play makes it easier for people to stay in the game. But what you saw with... And also Concord had a free beta weekend. So if the game being free was the reason why people weren't buying it, or sorry, the game being paid was the reason why people weren't buying it, then you could logically assume that when the game was paid, when the game was free, there would have been a lot of people playing it, right? Logically. That's not what happened. It's that simple.
There's barely any pull to draw people in, and there's a big, huge paywall right in front of them actually checking it out of morbid curiosity.
I mean, nothing to do with it, but it was not the causal factor.
Had this even launched as just a perk on PlayStation Plus, which again, Sony have a subscription service. It seems like maybe that
a lot of people subscribe to it too. I didn't even know this.
A bunch of great games as a service have actually gotten a good boost for PlayStation Plus. Rocket League and Fall Guys both launched as PlayStation Plus games, and those are the kind of games that if you were charging $40 for them or $20 for them, with no
Are we good? I don't know why that happens. It's been about at the same time every single day, too. Yesterday I was at 3. Today it's at 2:43. I wonder why that happens.
opportunity to check them out, just kind of like, I'll take it for a spin. I don't see those games ever having taken off, but they were able to kind of attract a active player base because there was an easy way to get on board, an easy way to check it out.
Yeah, sure.
You look at another big competitor to Concord is Apex Legends, and that
free game
dropped, it came out of nowhere, which again just made a big kind of splash on its own. And again, it was from a reputable studio, it's from Respawn. So people are like, what? Did you hear about Apex Legends? I don't know. What's that? Oh, it's like a battle royale, but it's in the
it's also that Apex came out because a lot of people were tired of Fortnite. They didn't like building, and people didn't want to play PUBG because the game was bad. So people played Apex because the game was really good. So yeah, I mean, that's the real reason. Like, I mean, yeah, it's like, it's super sweat. Yeah, but like when it came out, Apex was like the fucking game, man.
Titanfall universe.
It was huge.
Cool.
Valve also released Deadlock, which is invite only, and it's behind a lock system to get in. And last I checked, it had like 90,000 concurrents, putting it regularly in the top 10 games on SteamDB. So you have people like Valve also entering this market, and guess what? That game's free. So that's what you're up against. And when you come out and you're like, well, you got to pay $40 to play this one. Why?
Yeah. No, there's a hubris.
People didn't even play the game when it was free for the beta weekend. No, not a factor. You literally have a control case of that happening.
Sony's part, which we see on a pretty regular basis, where it's almost like somebody up there was just expecting people to care. Someone they were like, oh yeah, there's a brand new first party PlayStation 5 multiplayer game. It's coming out in August. $40. But like,
wow,
that's not enough to move the needle. That's not going to get people excited or on board. That's not I don't know. There's no there. Meanwhile, Valve being like, we put out a new game. Everyone loses their mind because Valve doesn't put out a new game ever so often. They don't do that much. So it's something to care about.
It could be that in this case, Sony just could not afford to keep this game running with the player count so low, because this is Firewalk Studios. It's their first game. They were formed in 2018, so that's why the math about it being in development for 8 years doesn't really add up. It would have had to start in 2016, but the studio was founded in 2018. Whatever.
Who knows?
This is their first game, so they've had no money coming in, no revenue except for whatever investment capital they had, and then of course Sony bought them last year. So like, this is it. They've got no money coming in, and it may just be that.
Well, the reality too is that, like, I mean, Sony probably, like, this is my like conspiracy theory,
is that the previous CEO of Sony was forced out because of bad decisions that he made. And those bad decisions now are kind of they're finally coming to light. And I think that's exactly what happened. I think his name is Jim Ryan or something like that. And as soon as this game came out and it wasn't successful and people didn't like it, then they just immediately pulled the plug because I think they knew that it wasn't going to be successful. The guys who said nobody wanted classic games. Yeah, I think that's what happened. And so, like, they saw that this guy tried to make a play for live service, and he made a number of, like, pretty bad mistakes with games that are probably going to be coming out in the next year or so. And so they got rid of him ahead of time. The guy wanted to double down his games as a service. Yeah, exactly. Which is just like, the problem is that most people that play games as a service are people that are, like, heavily invested into, like, one specific game. And I feel like also, maybe this is like just total bullshit, but I feel like a lot of the people that play games as a service are people that don't really have a lot of consoles. Like, they're either PC gamers or mobile gamers. I feel like console games have never really been like games as a service focused. But I could be wrong about that. I'm thinking out loud, kind of.
Sony can't afford to keep it running because Guha Bella from Velen Studios, they made Knockout City, which is, they know something about, launching a live service game and then having some issues with it. He told GamesIndustry.biz that a 50-person team would amount to about $500,000 a month just in labor costs. Based on that, he estimates a $20 game would need to sell
50-person team. I'm surprised it's not more.
$1,000 a month to match this.
Yeah.
Concord had a $40 price tag, and Firewalk Studios has at least 150 staff.
Wow.
So it could just be that Sony just could not afford
people
to keep this game running.
Yeah, of course not. I mean, they made $1 million.
Well, I think that Sony could afford to keep it running. They absolutely could. They've got billions of dollars, probably. It's just that, why would they do that? Why are you keeping this on life support just so people can make videos about how bad your game is? It just makes you look bad. Let's be real.
At least 100 million.
On the low end.
Like, some people are saying 200 million, plus they purchased the studio to make this product, and I just don't think there's any salvaging it. It's just too low of a retention rate, and I don't see how you get players interested in this. The fact of the matter is, Concord is not cool to play or have any interaction with, and that's how people feel about it.
So what?
We've seen this.
Go ahead, Max.
I was going to say, do you remember Paragon, the sort of MOBA style hero shooter that Epic put out, and then subsequently said, never mind, and then I think issued refunds? And I think the cool thing they did there was they made the assets free for people to use in Unreal.
They totally gave up. They even gave away. Bro, they're like giving away the organs. You can have the liver, you can have the heart, right? They didn't just kill the game, they're giving away the organs of it. Oh my god, I love it. Is it, all assets are free since? That's amazing.
Or whatever. But yeah, like that was there. I don't think there was any, ill will towards that game. It just didn't attract a player base.
Yeah,
and again, like Epic has a little bit of, they got a cushion to fall back on. They're not, they're not really hurting there. The people are, as long as people are using Unreal, that's fine. And clearly they got back on their feet with Fortnite after that. But yeah, this just strikes me as Sony just pulling the ripcord as hard as possible, because they are already in the hole with this game, and it's coming out just not even keeping itself afloat. This thing sunk like a brick. And yeah, I'm wondering if this is, you can give a game like this the benefit of the doubt. Maybe we'll see it reemerge as some kind of a free-to-play thing, but they're
not going to, because like the problem is that the market has already made up their mind that Concord is bad. So how could a bad game be good? Doesn't make sense. Because if the game's bad, then why would people play the game? If they re-release the game, it's still going to be bad because people think that it's bad. That's it. The ship sunk? Yeah, it's sunk, bro. Like, it's done. You're not resuscitating this. You can't even ship a Theseus this. Like this, it's done. Every board is gone.
So much just negativity surrounding it. The reputation this game has is as one of the biggest failures in video game history, and it's not even like there's room for a redemption arc. Like it's again, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk. These are things that people desperately wanted, and
that's right.
If anything, they were victims of really high expectations that came back to bite them. And in this case, the product reveal was a nothing burger flying through space. Like who would want this? So I'm thinking this is going to be more one of those David Zaslav style write-offs. But yeah, again, I wanted to see Coyote versus Acme. I didn't want to play Concord. I never, I didn't care. I don't, no, there's one thing I want to touch on about this game, and it just strikes me as just a kind of incongruous product. Aside from the fact that it's either generic or the style, the designs aren't for everybody. The pairing of a fast-paced or medium-paced multiplayer shooter with weekly narrative cutscenes are just antithetical. Like the people who were...
I don't know if that's true. I think if they did that for Overwatch, I'd watch it every single week. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think that a lot of other games, like, so... And this is really where the issue is, right? Is that a lot of these problems, like, if you applied them to other video games, would not be problems. Sometimes just inside of some games' DNA, it's bad. And also a big thing, and this is a huge component, is audience reception. And a lot of people don't like really considering this because it's kind of stupid and in a way unfair. But the truth is that if an audience sees a game and they kind of reject the game and they're not interested in it, that's the bottom line. It doesn't matter like whether you think the product is good or not, because you always have, like, for example, game developers or journalists or people telling you like, oh, this is really good. You're not going to be able to convince a consumer to do something that they don't want to do. And once the market has decided that something is bad, then it begins a feedback loop. And I think the feedback loop is like this. It's like Helldivers 2 came out, it was really popular. So people started making videos about how popular it was. And then other people started playing it because they were hearing about Helldivers 2. This seems awesome. Yeah, let's go try this game out, right? And so it's kind of like a snowball effect that either happens in a good way or a bad way. And so what happens with, like, for example, Palworld is like Palworld came out to early access. At the beginning, it wasn't super popular. It built up that momentum, and then it got more and more popular as more and more people played it. Same as what happened with Fortnite. So the issue is that if you have a bad first impression with a market, what ends up happening is that that first impression shades the entire experience that your game is going to have for, like, probably its entire lifespan. And you can look at examples like No Man's Sky, or you can look at Cyberpunk 2077, but I think with, for example, Cyberpunk 2077, it's not that the game was bad, it's that it was really buggy, and it didn't work properly. Like, the fundamental game was good, it's just that nothing worked in the game, which is a very, very big difference, right? Because, like, you can fix a game that's broken, but you can't fix a game that's bad. That's the difference. It was an unfinished product. Yeah, you can finish an unfinished product. You can't fix a bad product. Very big difference. And I think with No Man's Sky, I mean, this is, again, a massive survivorship bias. Think about how many other games, like, look at New World, for example. New World is releasing the new, like, you know, Return or, like, you know, Guardians of Eternum or something like that patch, and I'm sure there's going to be people that are going to try it out. But what my expectation is that New World is going to have the same problems it did when it launched. That's what's going to happen, which is playing the beta. Yeah, well, and the beta is going to be great because the problems that the game had didn't manifest themselves until late mid-game, or sorry, like late leveling, and then like in end game. Like, those were the problems with New World. The early new player experience for New World was always great.
After narrative storytelling and beautifully polished cutscenes, like speaking as one of those people, you play single player games.
Yeah.
Multiplayer, you want rock solid gameplay. You want something fast paced. You don't want something getting in the way, stopping you down to tell you, hold your hand and tell you a story. The Overwatch vignettes, I could be wrong, but I feel like those kind of came after the fact. there were a handful of them floating around, but that game launched with a kind of a cool like starter pack of action figures. I think it was 12 people on the roster at first, and they gradually trickled out these little,
I think it was more.
these little shorts, giving you a little bit more context. But it was always gameplay first, story second. And in this case, this was one of the big selling points, was we're going to get a new, highly polished cutscene every week. Like, dude, Fortnite...
He brings up a really good point with this, and I think the way he's describing it actually makes a lot of sense. Where the company is viewing the cutscene as a value add, whereas the players don't care about the cutscenes if the game is bad. It's like the cutscenes can only be sprinkles on a cupcake, but if there's no cupcake, the sprinkles don't matter. I think, yeah, that's a really good point.
Doesn't even do that. Fortnite does like a new cutscene every like 4 months or something. They do that with a season pass. This is no.
Yeah. Yeah, and when we did get those cutscenes, the writing was, I'll just say, profoundly bad. It was just not interesting or engaging.
Well, it's made by weird losers that think that they should give a robot pronouns. What do you expect? I mean, it's not like... Of course it's going to be bad. Yeah, I mean, that's...
whatsoever. You have no idea who the characters are. There's no reason to latch on to any of them, and they don't really give you a reason to appreciate
it's not a
who they are
robot,
as
just a
individuals
bin.
in the game. So they even failed with that.
Destin, how do we compare this to Redfall? Maybe that's probably the most high-profile, disaster release for Xbox.
Redfall, I think, is different because Redfall did not function properly. So Redfall was both things, right? So like Cyberpunk was a great game that didn't function well, and Concord was a bad game that functioned well. Redfall was a bad game that didn't function well. So even if they had fixed all of the bugs in Redfall, the game would have still been garbage.
In recent years.
That's what I think.
Concord actually reviewed a little bit better than Redfall. It has a 64 on OpenCritic as opposed to 57 for Redfall. But Redfall's still here, even though Arcane Austin has unfortunately been shut down. You can still play Redfall today.
Well,
and it's
wait a second. Like, so if I look at Metacritic, and I look at Redfall, it doesn't have it. Wait, let me listen to this again.
Then Redfall. It has a 64 on OpenCritic as opposed. Concord actually reviewed a little bit better than Redfall. It has a 64 on Open.
Concord reviewed better than Redfall. No, it didn't. Redfall, like Concord has a 1.8 and Redfall had a 3.5. OpenCritic. This is just... What he's saying is that this game reviewed well because people that are reviewers gave it good reviews. As if that means that it matters. The people that are giving it good reviews do not have any sort of unique authority or accuracy about whether a game is good or not. And very clearly, the criteria that the game is being graded on does not resonate with an audience. Now, I want to go ahead and go back to Metacritic. Because if you look at OpenCritic, OpenCritic collects review data from hundreds of online publications, blogs, and channels and compiles it onto one page. So this is not user reviews. These are just all reviews that are done by people that are journalists and are inside of the industry. So you're making an appeal to the authority of the people inside of the industry to draw an equivalency between two games when, in fact, neither of those people clearly speak for what the audiences care about, because the user score for these games is extremely low. It massively deviates from what the actual critics are scoring it, and I think that's a huge fucking problem. You should never grade a game or look at a game and be like, well, this is this rated this low or this high.
And also, by the way, if you have a situation where you are consistently giving reviews that are massively deviating from what the, like, well, let's take a step back here. What purpose does a review serve? What is the purpose of the review? Why do you have a review? It's to inform people, right? Yes, it is to inform people. The only people that are going to look at reviews are prospective customers who will be deciding whether they are going to buy a product or not. Is that accurate? Like that's the reason why people look at reviews. So fundamentally, if a review deviates from what users think the game is, the review is wrong because the review is done with the intent of informing the user. So to the extent that a review deviates from what the user perceives the game to be, that is an automatic categorical failure of the review. So whatever criteria you're using is bad. That's just the truth. The review is worthless then, exactly. So this is an appeal to authority because you are using the authority of these different critics and these game reviewers as if this is somehow meant to be a barometer on anything, when in fact it is not. And in fact, it's the opposite. There's no there's no gatekeeping, right? Like who can be a reviewer and who can't be a reviewer. There's not like you have to be a scientist, right? You work at NASA, you have to have a degree or something like that. No, you're just a game reviewer. Like that's it. There's no qualification for this. So you can't appeal to the authority of game reviewers and then use it as a referential foundation to say that Redfall is similar to Concord. Or that Redfall is, or Concord is good, because those reviews don't have any validity to begin with. I just, am I crazy, guys? Am I crazy? Like, I feel like this is just such a silly thing to look at.
Maybe that's probably the most high-profile, disaster release for Xbox in recent years. Concord actually reviewed a little bit better than Redfall. It has a 64 on OpenCritic as opposed to 57 for Redfall. But Redfall's still here, even though Arcane Austin has unfortunately been shut down. You can still play Redfall today, and it's actually in better shape than it was because, like I said, the developers just quietly worked on it and they updated it, and there was even a final update that provided that offline mode. This is great B-roll, by the way, that we're seeing right here.
I feel like this guy's trying to do his best job. He's trying to do as well as he can, trying to defend IGN giving review scores that clearly don't reflect what the customer base wants. I think that's what he's doing. He's trying to justify why these reviews are bad by saying that other people also gave bad reviews.
Yeah, I mean, Redfall was equally problematic. It's a game that came out that I'm not sure people wanted from Arcane Austin, which no longer exists, and we saw what happened with Arcane Austin, unfortunately. And I do wonder where this leaves.
It's not unfortunate. Like, it is in a way, but like, it's just the free market speaking. If you release a game, it's the same as a streamer. Like, there are plenty of streamers that stream like all day and they have 2 viewers. That's the way it goes. That's how it is.
Development studio, Firewalk, which is now part of the PlayStation family. As
somebody says, I think you're wrong in attaching any weight to user scores that have no legitimacy, i.e. anyone, not even an actual player of the game can score it is wrong. I think that you bring up one good point and everything else you said was retarded. I do think that you should have to own a video game in order to give it a score. I agree with that. Everything else is stupid.
As we've recently seen
Steam
another
does it right,
failure with Suicide Squad, and how WB has decided to move forward with that. So
yeah,
it's just really, really unfortunate that these games are coming out and they're trying to break into new genres, but they're doing so in a way that doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work for the studios who are making those games, and it doesn't resonate with players, and it's
the game Redfall, like, I'm sorry, but if you're developing a video game and you have people clipping through the floor and like as many bugs as Redfall had, I think it's completely unfair to say that it's not the developer's fault that that happened. Xbox didn't make them release a game where players clip through floors. That's just bad design. If it was a single player, it still would have been bad design. It's got nothing to do with whether it was live service or not. It was just bad.
It's disastrous for these companies. So, like I said at the beginning of the show, I don't understand how this ever got greenlit, how this got past focus testing, and how nobody just said, hey, I don't like this.
Well, I don't know what this means for Firewalk Studios.
I think that what happens is that, and like, I don't know if you guys have ever been in a situation like this, but like, you get a lot of people in one room together, and they just start agreeing with each other so hard that then they just convince themselves that a bad idea is a good idea, or that a good idea is a bad idea. Yeah, like, this happens a lot, right? And so, yeah, have you guys seen this happen or are silent? And then, yeah, like, nobody wants to be the bearer of bad news. It's like toxic positivity. Yeah, exactly. It's a huge issue.
You know, like I said, was their only game. I think it's probably inevitable that we'll be hearing about layoffs at some point in the future, which is very unfortunate. Very, you know, I'll be very sorry to hear about that. But I just don't really see what Firewalk Studios is going to be doing in place of Concord. But Matt,
and they have the secret level short to look forward to, which will feature Concord.
Exactly. This is the show. This is the Love, Death, and Robots anthology show. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what really sucks about this is the people who made the decision to make this game what it was are the ones who are way above the pay grade of the people who actually made the game, who are going to get laid off. And that sucks. It's the same deal with Redfall. It's the same deal with Suicide Squad. And in both those cases, I don't know. It's like, hey, what if...
I don't like this narrative that the only people that are making bad decisions are the people that are at the top. I think that it's totally, like, inside of every organization that I've ever been part of that is comprised of human beings, failures are owned, like, down the line. Like, I'm sure that there will be collateral damage of people that tried to do their best, but it wasn't good enough. Sure. But I don't like this new narrative that, like, people are creating in gaming, that every single bad thing that happens is because of executives, and it's impossible for somebody who's a developer or a coder to just be bad at their job and be shitty. I think that I think it's probably, like, there are problems all the way down and up the ladder. Now, at the end of the day, and this is very important, is that the people that are in leadership take accountability for those mistakes, and oftentimes they created a foundation in which those mistakes happen. But to just completely say it's all the people at the top that are making all the mistakes and everybody that worked on the game did their best, no, I think that's everything that I know about human nature tells me that's not true. Yeah.
If the people who made Dishonored made a vampire game that you can play with your friends. Okay, cool. That's a neat idea. Suicide Squad. Whatever. Yeah, Rocksteady wants to try their hand at again, there's some semblance of, like, a kernel of a good idea there. In this case, I don't know what the initial appeal was, aside from just trying to cash in on the most lucrative looking games as a service, live service model that was the hot thing 6-7 years ago.
I know. I mean, Sony, when they started making the game. Firewalk just last April, I believe. Someone at Sony looked at this and said, yes, we will pay money for Concord and release it next summer.
Well,
but Max, on the flip side of all this bad news for Sony, we should mention that Astrobot is out now, and it's just fantastic.
Astrobot's killer.
It got 9 out of 10 from IGN.
Please, yeah, and if you want to take it for a spin and you haven't, just load up Astro's Playroom. There's your free-to-play demo of what that game is like, because it's just that, but for 4 times as long.
Oh yeah,
and PlayStation does deserve props for offering full refunds for Concord and taking it offline and just saying.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, PlayStation earned a lot of respect, in my opinion, for it's like, this is bad. Just give people their money back and say, "Oops, sorry, it won't happen again." Because, like, it ensures a lot of trust in Sony that if a product comes out and it's very bad, that you won't end up being out $40. Yeah, they're basically buying goodwill, which, like, to be honest, is a good decision, right? They've already lost 99% of their money. You might as well lose 100% at that point. It's like, it's basically, is the reputational hit worth that much money? Absolutely not.
And we're going to give you your money back. We're going to eat this one and move forward however we need to.
Crazy, crazy times. I've been covering this business for a long time. I can't, like I said, I think this is an unprecedented move to pull a huge first-party game with such short amount of time actually being available on the market.
It happens with gacha games kind of regularly, by the way. Gacha games go EOS, end of service. That is when all of your waifus are, they go into the void.
Let's revisit the poll from last episode.
Not
You were
that
talking about all
fast.
these PlayStation
Usually
5
not.
Pro leaks. We asked the audience, what are you willing to pay for a truly next-gen PS5 Pro? And 63% of you are willing to pay
That is not... Man, shut the fuck up with that shit. Man, no, I don't want this shit. Nope.
Not interested
Willing to pay
in
nothing
PS5
for
Pro.
it. Great.
Which is a little bit interesting because we've been talking about who, no one was asking for Concord. Sony went ahead and put Concord out. I don't know, Max, is Sony gonna put out a PS5 Pro even though no one seems to want that?
What if I told you that the PS5 Pro could run Concord at 8K, 120 frames? Oh, never mind.
Guaranteed they had that in the presentation. That's what's so fucking funny to me. There could have been an entire 5-minute segment dedicated to how the PS5 Pro takes Concord to the next level.
Sorry, Concord's offline. I don't know who the PS5 Pro is for either. So I would love to be wowed, blown away.
Well, it's so you can play games that were from 2013 that were remade in 2023 with a slightly higher resolution and the windows look different. And it's only $700. Well, unless you want to buy a disc drive, then it's more.
Also, again, it's that good old PS3 era Sony hubris.
Yep.
It's for people.
Oh, fuck that! I don't believe that either. PS3 offered a Blu-ray player, and if you add in the value of a Blu-ray player inside of the value of the console, the PS3 had a tremendous value. It had a tremendous value, huge value. Blu-ray players back then themselves, just by themselves, were selling for what, $200, $300, $400? It could have even been more. PS Day 1 was $600. Yeah, but add in the Blu-ray player that it has, and that's it. Blu-ray was half the price. Yeah, exactly. Not everybody used Blu-ray then. No, they didn't. No. And but I think that Sony made a good decision by doing it because it's exactly what they did with the PS2. And even the PS1 could play music CDs, which was unique to it at the time in '96 or whatever.
Playing GTA 6 on the console at the same time. That's what.
I guess so. Yeah, people who have been holding out for this long. 28% would be willing to spend $550 to $600.
Damn.
5% would be willing to pay $650 to $700, and 3.4% claim they would pay upwards of $700 for a PS5 Pro. Herman Holtz, is that you? Is that you, Shuhei, voting in this poll? Here is a poll to vote on for next episode. What is your favorite type of live service game? This is a more fun question to talk about. The Battle Royale, like Fortnite style, MOBAs like Dota 2, sandbox games like GTA Online, MMOs like World of Warcraft, card games like Marvel Snap, or some other form of live service. Make sure to vote at IGN.com the day this episode.
It's not categorical. It depends on the game. Yeah.
Goes live, and we'll share the results with you next episode. And that's going to do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Thank you to both Max and Destin. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes in our Los Angeles office and studio here to making this episode possible. My name is Damon. We'll be back next week with more on the latest gaming hardware news. We'll see you then.
Yeah, I mean, there were some things they said that I agreed with, but I really think that they're off base by using other critic reviews as a performance indicator for games. Because again, reviews only serve to help the customer make an informed decision on their purchase. What do you think people are watching a review for? There's the video right there. Give it a like. I mean, I'm glad IGN makes videos like this. even though sometimes I disagree with them, because it's a good conversation point. And yeah, good take. That's the thing, is like, so if you're giving a review and people don't agree with the review, then you've got a problem. It's literally that simple. IGN has zero credibility. Well, it's not that IGN does or doesn't have credibility. It's that a critic score. So like basically, if you have two numbers, one number is a 7, the other one, or a 6.2, the other one's 1.8. The user score is always right. The critic score is not right if it doesn't reflect the user score. The user score is still right even if it doesn't reflect the critic score. That's the truth. That's how it works. User reviews are garbage, though. Look at the actual reasons for low user scores, and they have nothing to do with the actual game. Well, let's think about this. Can you give me an example of that? Yeah, because I think that there's a part of what you're saying that's true, but I think that you're wrong. I think it depends. No. The user score is bullshit? No, it's not. Why is it bullshit? Yeah, that's fine. You're saying it's bullshit, but why? Mostly Steam reviews? If you want to say Steam reviews are more credible because they're only people that have purchased the game, then I would agree with you. But I still think that user scores are still more credible than critic scores. People posting low reviews because the company does something they disagree with, like microtransactions. And what about that do you think makes it an unfair review? Why is that unfair? Definitely more credible than critic, but still shit in my opinion. Well, no, why is it unfair for somebody to do that? Both are not credible for different reasons, pointless? That's not true. I think that that's completely credible. I don't know, for me, I review the game itself, not the microtransactions in it, the business practices, or anything else, especially the game. So, you don't think that, for example, Lost Ark being pay to win should have... You think Lost Ark being pay to win has nothing to do with the game? Like, you don't think that a user should factor that in at all? So, like, if somebody says, I like Lost Ark, but I think it's pay to win, so I don't want to play it, you think that's invalid? How does this work? It means the horse and not the gear? Well, it doesn't matter what I mean, right? At the end of the day, if there's a lot of people who think that a microtransaction or anything that a company does, never played that game, to be honest, to be sure, but I've never really been bothered by microtransactions as games in a whole. So then you think that... So that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to listen to that. But why is it so? But you think that it's problematic that other people think that it's an issue? Because I think that you're right. Like, there are a lot of games that have I play Honkai Star Rail, right? I haven't played it for a long time, but I used to play Honkai Star Rail a lot. And so, like, you type something else. I grind shit out. If you want to buy something, go ahead. Doesn't really change my enjoyment of the game. Yes, it does, actually. So let me explain how it changes your enjoyment of the game. So the way that games are designed that have stores in them is that they're designed with convenience features because the game is designed to be inconvenient without those features. So a good example of that is like different types of rested systems or resin systems or energy systems in gacha games. So what ends up happening is that you have video games that put artificial limitations and different types of ankle weights on your character, for you, the player, to spend money on the store in order to remove those ankle weights. And I can give you a lot of examples of this if you want, but I think that it makes sense that if you provide a financial incentive for a game to be inconvenient, it will then become more inconvenient. And I think that if you compare the acquisition methods of getting certain items in, let's say, Monster Hunter or Elden Ring, for example, and you compare that to a live service game that has 1% drop chances, or you have to buy them on the store, or you have to spend money in order to get something that increases your probability of getting it massively, all of these things do affect you as a player. They don't directly affect you, but the game is altered in a way that makes it less fulfilling and more grindy for you because of those things existing on the store.
Because you understand how when you put a convenience feature in the game, in a store, you then create a profit incentive to make the base game without that feature inconvenient. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of us have zero issue grinding things out in the game. Okay, let me take a step back. Let me think about this. He doesn't get it? No, I know. I'm just trying to think of a good way to say it. So let's say you had to grind for something that took you 10 hours. And then they changed the acquisition method of it. And now it would take you 100 hours to grind for it, but you could buy it in the store instead, and it would save you a ton of time. Would that bother you or not? Totally PoE did that with their tabs. The tabs are completely different. Yeah, would that bother you or not? Yeah, that would be bullshit at that point, sure. Okay, so then microtransactions are bad, and then you do agree that they are completely credible to review a game badly on. What you're saying is that other people's line isn't your line. And so you have drawn an arbitrary line of where you think microtransactions are good and bad. Well, guess what? Every other reviewer does the same thing. It's not like reviewers don't take microtransactions into consideration. Of course they do too. And it's the same as users do. So if a lot of users think something is bad, then the odds are that a user looking at the review will also think that it's bad because the majority of people that are looking at the game don't like it. It's just the simplest logic that you can possibly apply. So absolutely every single review is valid. And even if you're reviewing based off of no, I would change, it would be the change to 100 hours of grinding that I'm rejecting. Here's what you're not understanding, is that the games that have 100 hours of grinding have it in it from the beginning because the game was changed in order to make it rewarding for you to spend money. I have it on very good authority that Diablo Immortal was actually not pay to win in the beta, and they changed it to be pay to win very, very late in the game, and they totally changed the entire DNA of the game in order to make it worse, in order to make people spend money on the game. So I think Diablo Immortal, but you didn't know that because you didn't play that version of the game. And that's what I'm saying, is that the microtransactions that exist in these games as convenience features are actually so corrosive that you don't realize their effect because the game exists with them being built into its DNA. That's how it works. That's how pay-to-win games work. Yeah, exactly. So, and again, like, you're drawing an arbitrary line of, like, where you think, like, somebody else could not care about it the way that you care about it, or somebody else would care about it more. So I don't think that it's fair for you to invalidate people's reviews because of things that you don't care about. I think that obviously you have to look at a collective of people and then make a decision off of that. I think there's a lot of games that all of us have liked that were generally reviewed badly. And liking a game that's not popular doesn't make you stupid. But at the same time, the people that are reviewing it have every right to express the fact that they're unsatisfied with the product. I'll look at one more and then I'll move on. Okay, yeah, it's pretty much not typing anymore. That's fine. This has been a massive video. We're gonna watch it.
Today we talk about the fall of Ubisoft. Look, I don't like to hold my tongue. I like to speak my mind. And from my perspective, when I see a company that has failed to deliver quality to their customers, that have completely ignored any criticism, whether that's from the industry itself, from critics, or their fans, they get what they deserve. And in the case of Ubisoft, this is a victory for consumers. This is exactly what we want to see, because if you're not working for us, you're working against us, and that's what they've been doing for years. So when you're a company that's as recognized as Ubisoft, one of the most recognizable names in all of gaming, they're a cornerstone of AAA, you're going to have some ups and downs, but over the last few years, they've had a lot of downs. They've been digging a grave that I don't think that they can escape.
I don't know if they can either, honestly. Because the problem is that the company's reputation is damaged. And if you compare this to, let's say, like Blizzard's reputation is damaged, and that is like, it's so harmful. I don't think people respect and put enough value on the importance of reputation. Because if you don't have that reputation and it ends up like, you know, getting away from you and you lose the narrative, you are in a very, very bad situation. At least 4 years to recover the reputation? No, I think it's 10 years. I think you need to have like at least 5 and usually 10 years to rebuild your reputation. Like, think about companies that have done it. It takes years and years and years.
Quality, repetitive games, lack in player interest, controversy. Now their own investors are calling for their leadership to be ousted, for the company to be sold.
Which is crazy.
How do you get yourself to that point? That's what I want to answer today. There's a lot of other companies that are traveling this road to ruin, and I want this to be a lesson to all.
I think he's also right that a lot of companies are trying to do what Ubisoft does because they just want to make more and more products to make more and more money. That's the reason. It's that simple. And you're seeing a lot of Western companies do this primarily.
So let's talk about the rise and fall of Ubisoft. As of recording this video, Ubisoft stock just hit a low that they haven't seen in over a decade. Their stock price is, the funny thing is now, it's even lower.
Like, let me see if I can I find it? No, it's not on here anymore. Yeah, it's like this was from like a week ago or a few days ago. So like now it's even worse than it was in this video.
Almost 84% over the past few years, and with recent releases like
High,
Skull
low,
and Bones,
so lower.
Assassin's Creed Mirage, X-Defiant, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Star Wars Outlaws, and the upcoming Assassin's Creed Black Shadows, nothing seems to be able to pull them out of this death spiral, no matter how many games they release in quick succession.
Well, think about how many games he just listed off. Like, that was like 7 games or something like that. Of course they're, like, I mean, it's just you're spread so thin. What do you expect?
When a company releases 6 games over the course of a couple of years, that's usually the sign of success. But in the case of Ubisoft, each release seems to be taking them one step closer towards the brink of collapse.
I don't think that's an example of success at all. The only games that bring out 6 games in a year, the only companies that bring out 6 games in a year are mobile game slot companies. Nobody's bringing out 6 games in a year. Who the fuck does that? Yeah, there's no way.
So how did this happen? Why did this happen? How does a cornerstone of the AAA industry
Capcom? I
fall
don't think
this
even
far
Capcom
from
does.
grace?
And if they do, it's a
to answer
remaster.
that, we need to go back and look to where Ubisoft came from, where it peaked, and where it fell. Ubisoft, like many developers, cut their teeth on PC games in the late 80s. A game company initially started by the 5 Guillemot brothers, who still own and operate the company today, initially focused on games distribution as they slowly moved into games development. Titles like Zombie, Prince of Persia, and a few others helped them to gain a foothold, but it wasn't until 1995 that the company would make a name for itself. Rayman exploded onto the scene, a game using interactive and creative puzzle and platforming
this is from
mechanics
back in the
we hadn't
day.
even seen before. It sold over 400,000 units by the end of the year, becoming the most popular game in Europe and cementing itself in gaming history. Following their success came rapid expansion. By the year 2000, Ubisoft saw exponential growth on their publishing side with major victories on the Dreamcast, with titles like Grandia 2, my favorite JRPG of all time, Tokyo.
I feel like the Dreamcast was like fucking like, who the fuck? Did any of you guys have a Dreamcast? Because like, am I the only one that like, my mom wouldn't buy me one because of how expensive it was? Dreamcast was like crazy overpriced.
Extreme Racer, F1 Racing Championship, and Taxi 2. However, it was on the PlayStation 2 that Ubisoft would find its identity. While they were still publishing great games like FromSoft's Armored Core 2 and Eternal Ring and Snowblind Studios' Champions of Norath, it was during this time that Ubisoft acquired the license to use Tom Clancy's stories and name in a series of games with Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon and later Splinter Cell taking the stage. After this, Ubisoft went on a blitz with original titles, quickly rolling out sequel after sequel. Splinter Cell kicked it off in 2003 with Pandora Tomorrow in 2004, Chaos Theory in 2005, Double Agent in 2006.
Yeah, like I remember these games, you guys, like these games were like as big as COD. Like Splinter Cell was massive. What's weird is like I never even really liked Splinter Cell that much because it was a stealth game. I like, you know, shooting games like Halo and stuff like that. But yeah, they were massive.
Recon launched in 2002. It had a sequel in 2004, a next version of it with Advanced Warfighter in 2006, Advanced Warfighter 2 in 2007, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time came out in 2003, and just like the others, it saw rapid follow-ups with Warrior Within in 2004, and Two Thrones in 2005.
It was crazy to see like some of those old games that have better gameplay than what we have now. It's actually nuts. I don't know how that happens.
On the mid-2000s, Ubisoft must have realized that this rapid pace was not sustainable, and it started to affect the quality of their games. Later releases took longer. The next Prince of Persia game didn't appear until 2008, and it took 4 years to develop the next Far Cry game from the original that came out in 2004. Despite this intense schedule, Ubisoft was holding its own against rivals in Activision with its military shooters and competing against Konami's Metal Gear Solid through Splinter Cell.
Why did they stop making military games? Do they still make military games? I feel like they don't as much, right? Because of COD? Do they make COD? I don't think that Ubisoft makes Call of Duty. Activision makes Call of Duty. It's too controversial. They make, yeah, I guess they make Rainbow Six. Yeah, okay, all right, they still have that. Isn't that the game that they're adding in a person in a wheelchair? They're adding in a person in a wheelchair to Rainbow Six? I'll be right back.
This shit ain't the military anymore?
Yeah, because it's like, you know, if you go into military, like, it's just, like, it's so stupid. Like, how do you even do that? I'll be right back.
Regardless of their success in publishing, developing licensed IPs, and military shooters, it was the release of Assassin's Creed in 2007 that sent Ubisoft into orbit. And it bridged
this game was the fucking, like, I remember I never played the original one, but I would see it all the time. Like, if you go to GameStop or something like that back in the day, it was everywhere. Finally, I can play myself as Rainbow Six. What? Yeah, exactly. But, like, yeah, I mean, this is... I feel like Assassin's Creed is probably the one that Ubisoft is known the most for right now, I would say.
With a title that appealed to audiences worldwide. There was nothing like it in the market at the time. This game was an enigma. It was far and away the best-looking game on consoles. Its fluid movement, parkour, and combat felt alien. Its setting of reliving our ancestors' memories while we chase a relic to try to stop the shadow government Templars was fresh and original. Assassin's Creed defined modern gaming at the time, and it made Ubisoft a household name. Ubisoft was everywhere at this time. You'd be hard-pressed not to turn on your console or turn on your PC and see that logo pop up. And it wasn't just the games that they were making, it was the games that they were publishing. They had such a good eye for talent, such a good eye for great games. And as a result, they made a ton of money. I mean, they published Morrowind. I didn't even know that. I was going through some of the history of all the different games that they had published over the years.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Like, man, these guys are raking in cash at the time. But it wasn't just those games as well. It was also the successes that they were seeing with the games that they were making. They had such a fresh...
How do you do that? Like, that's crazy for me to think of. Because, like, they published Devil May Cry 3 too? What the fuck happened? That's crazy. Like, how? I don't even understand. Like, that's unbelievable.
High quality outlook on all the games that they were creating. They were really leaning into presentation more than anything else. They wanted to make sure that their games just looked the best, hands down, bar none, no competition. And they pulled it off. Advanced Warfighter 1 and 2 are some of my favorite shooters of all time, even kind of more than some of the Call of Duty games at the time. They're likely the games that ended up inspiring Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 and 2. You look at Splinter Cell and Metal Gear Solid, they leaned really hard into the stealth aspects, the spy aspects of those kind of games, and as a result, they found their own following and gave a really unique experience that you weren't getting from the Metal Gear Solid games.
Right.
While the narrative wasn't nearly as strong, it was still pretty good, but the gameplay was completely different. Then you bring out Assassin's Creed, and that just took their quality to a completely different level. At this point, with Ubisoft, if you're buying one of their games, 9 times out of 10, you are going to have your socks knocked off. They were incredible experiences, and Ubisoft knew that. They capitalized on it, and they profited. Following the release of Assassin's Creed...
It's crazy to see how popular they used to be. Like, I feel like I really kind of downplayed how big Ubisoft was. I didn't understand how many other games they also published. That's incredible. Like, yeah, old games were good, yeah.
2007, Ubisoft entered into a golden era that solidified their place as one of the leaders in the AAA industry. The success of Assassin's Creed was not just a one-off hit, it became a flagship franchise that grew in scope and ambition with each installment. Assassin's Creed 2 in 2009 expanded upon the original's foundations with deeper gameplay mechanics.
It's also like in 2009, okay, this isn't a very good image. But like if you look at the gameplay here, 2009, that's really good graphics. Now, I think this is another component that people might forget, is that like, I know that like for Black Flag and a few other games that Ubisoft did, like their graphics for the time were like next level. They were really good.
Deeper gameplay mechanics, a more engaging narrative, and a charismatic protagonist in Ezio Auditore, still the best protagonist in all of Assassin's Creed. The game was a commercial and critical success, selling over 9 million copies and becoming one of the most celebrated entries in the entire series. The success continued with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood in 2010 and Assassin's Creed Revelations in 2011. In combination with this, Ubisoft was experiencing major successes with their Far Cry series. Far Cry 3 in 2012 was a groundbreaking title that redefined open-world gaming. It introduced vast, explorable islands filled with diverse environments and a gripping story and one of the most memorable protagonists in all of gaming history. And I think that character shows just how far Ubisoft today has fallen from where they came from. No shot Ubisoft ever makes a villain like this again.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say? Did you want me to slice you open like I did your friend? Shut the fuck up! Okay? I'm the one with the fucking dick. Look at me. Look me in the fucking eye. Hey! You fuck! Look me in the eye! You're my bitch. I rule this fucking thing.
Far Cry 3 sold over...
Man. So they actually just pussified their games. That's what I think it is. They pussified the games. That's what it was. Yeah, because like I watched this, yeah. That's it, how's it good? Yeah. GOAT villain of all time? Because like I compare this dialogue to the dialogue in Star Wars Outlaw. You know?
For 10 million
Ubisoft
copies
used
and
to
was
be
lauded
edgy.
as one of the best games of the generation, setting a new benchmark for open-world shooters. The series continued to thrive with Far Cry 4 in 2014 and Far Cry 5 in 2018, each expanding on the franchise's formula with new mechanics and narratives. By 2018, Far Cry 5 became the fastest-selling title in Ubisoft's history, moving over 5 million copies within the first week, solidifying the franchise's place in history. In parallel with the success that they had going on with the Far Cry series, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six...
I feel like what really is poison for a lot of games is that when the game has like limits that it won't go to. And I think that's what happens with a lot of companies, is that like there's like an edge that the company has or the games have that then they kind of get afraid of. They're like, now we're afraid of this edge. And I feel like it was so crazy for me to play Cyberpunk 2077 and then to have right before that played Starfield. Like it was like two completely different experiences, right? And I feel like that's what's happened with a lot of these game companies, is that I don't even really know why, but so many of their games are just flaccid. They're just flat, like they're just like, there's no like, I don't know, like I'm trying to think even like what the word, they're soft. Yeah, like they're soft, like everything is yeah, it's just I'm just trying to think like the best way to say it. Character soul, yeah, it's just weak. Like, yeah, the characters don't have any edge, they don't have any grit to them, they're not interesting. I don't know, they're one-dimensional. Yeah, they're politically correct for sure. I think that's a huge problem. Yeah, like I feel like, you know what a good example of this is? Like what game like really was a great example is the like Baldur's Gate 3 with like the bear sex scene, and then also the Coffin of Andy and Laylee. And I think that the reason why those games like got so much attention is because, like, completely different levels, by the way, obviously, but like the reason why they got a lot of attention is that if it's a game where you can kill and eat your parents, you can, like, you know that you are experiencing something that's not being artificially handicapped in terms of its narrative direction,
because the person that's writing it is afraid of offending the wrong person on Twitter. And I think that that's really where the weakness comes in. That's where the problem is. It's that people are self-censoring narratives and making them less complex and less interesting, because that complexity and that interest makes certain people on the internet that are really outspoken, like, really upset and uncomfortable. Games have weak characters, mostly just agenda vehicles. Well, I feel like the problem is that whenever, and this is kind of like the issue, is that whenever you see, like, or like you perceive, I think this is also very important, whenever you perceive a agenda or like a certain reason that's political or social of why something is the way it is in a game, I think that the amount of escapism that you can have in that game goes down massively. Because now you are no longer playing a fantasy world, you are doing something that is in the context of like a real life. There's no agenda? Yeah. Yeah, it's immersion breaking. It's very immersion breaking.
Siege initially launched to a modest reception, but through consistent updates and community engagement, it has now grown into one of the most popular and enduring multiplayer shooters, even still today. By 2018, Rainbow Six Siege had amassed over 30 million players.
Thank you, Jinxie.
Tom Clancy's The Division in 2016 was another major hit, offering a compelling blend of third-person shooting and RPG mechanics set in a post-apocalyptic New York. It was Ubisoft's fastest-selling new IP at launch, earning $340 million in sales within the first week. It showcased Ubisoft's ability to successfully launch a new IP while still being able to maintain their existing franchises. If we take a snapshot of the successes from 2000 to 2018, we see
I had no idea they had this crazy of a run. Really, like, I actually had no idea about this. This is nuts.
Ubisoft that was consistently delivering on high-quality experiences while innovating within existing franchises, creating new franchises, doing all kinds of things. But at the exact same time, we also see a foreboding trend. The minute that they see a game become successful, they hammer that nail again and again and again. Sometimes within such quick succession that we're seeing sequels with games within year to year to year to year, back to back to back to back, and then they stop. And that's going to take a toll, not only on the developers, but also on the audiences.
Well, and it's also like another component of this is that as video games have become more expensive and people have become more conscious of the money they're spending, I think that you see a lot less people that are willing to spend a lot of money on games. Because, like, again, whenever you were playing games and you were getting maybe like, you know, you get a new game for $50 and it's like every once in a while you buy one of those, it's okay. But now I feel like people are much more money conscious because of how many different things are asking for your money. So it's obvious that we're growing? Yeah, exactly. Ubisoft got to a point where they had nothing to say. Well, I feel like the problem really is that I think their biggest weakness, I'm going to be totally honest, is the fact that they're making so many products. I think that the issue is that they're spread too thin and they're focused on too many different things at the same time. But that's the biggest issue.
By 2018, Ubisoft was worth $24 a share. It was the highest price. It's still the highest price that they've ever been worth.
And keep in mind that the $24 a share is contextual around the company being only 1/5 in the American stock exchange. The other 4/5 are in the European stock exchange. So the actual value of that stock over there was like probably closer to $100.
That's the perfect reflection, whether you care about share price or not. It's the perfect reflection of what the company was worth at the time. 10 times the value that they were before they released Assassin's Creed. They were swimming in cash. They were so successful. They were massive. But when you reach those peaks, there tends to be a trend that follows. They've been following that trend straight into the ground. As Ubisoft entered into 2018, the cracks in its previously successful formula began to show. While the company had relied on its major franchises to drive growth and maintain its position within the industry, the strategy began to falter. The initial decline of this period can largely be attributed to Ubisoft's over-reliance on its established franchises, a pattern that we've seen with many major publishers.
This is what happened with Blizzard. Like, they had a number of games. They haven't released an original franchise since Overwatch, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, there isn't anything else that they've done. Like, it's just been Diablo 4 and World of Warcraft.
Yeah, and also the phone game, well, that's not new. That's Warcraft Rumble. Like, yeah, it's just a phone game, really. And, yeah, I think it's a huge issue.
Groundbreaking mechanics and narratives that defined Ubisoft's titles were beginning to feel repetitive, leading to players feeling bored and fatigued with Ubisoft's design. I'll be honest, by the third Assassin's Creed, I had already tapped out because I felt like I saw the writing on the wall. Every time I watched any of their reveals or trailers,
this is the way I feel about WoW. Like, what he's explaining right now is exactly the way I feel about WoW. Is that, like, because I've already played it so much, I know what the new one is going to be like, and I'm like, oh, I've already been there, I've already done that.
And yeah, I've done all this before.
Fucking
This
exactly.
over-reliance on existing franchises resulted in a slew of releases that, while still commercially viable, lacked the innovative spark that once defined the company. Assassin's Creed Odyssey in 2018 was a prime example of this issue. Despite it being a commercial success and receiving positive reviews, it didn't quite reach the heights of previous entries in the series. While it expanded upon RPG elements that were introduced in Assassin's Creed Origins, players and critics alike felt that the formula was becoming stale, with the vast majority of the open world and numerous side activities feeling more like a checklist rather than an engaging experience.
I think this is what's happened with a lot of open world games, is that somebody said that the comparison, like the difference between an open world game and a non-open world game, and it had like a guy and like a monster and a treasure chest, and the open world game were just like, they were just farther apart. It's like, okay, things just take longer to do. Okay. Wow. Amazing, right? I quit open world games, and I think also, like, a big problem is that once you use this formula so many times, like, I'm kind of this way with gacha games now, where, like, I played Star Rail, I had a lot of fun playing Star Rail, but, like, the fact that I can figure out everything that's happening in a gacha game when the whole thing is in Chinese, like, how the fuck, like, I can't read Chinese. How do I know this? Because every single one of them plays the exact same way. And I think that's a huge problem. It's like you have this established formula, and how many times are people going to want this formula? And I'm going to tell you a more contemporary example. Look at the response to Inotria. And Inotria, in a lot of ways, is a good game, right? And, like, despite the type of game it is, there have been a lot of people who have expressed a degree of fatigue with Souls-like games. They feel like we've had too many of these, and they're looking for something new. And I think that's always what happens. And, like, for me, I love Souls-like games. I get it, but I can totally understand. I can see where they're coming from. It's very mid-Souls-like, worse than Lords of the Fallen. My point is that people see a Souls-like, and they're like, oh, okay, it's another one of these. And I think the same thing happened with Ubisoft.
Propagated a shared perception between players and critics of more of the same. Ubisoft games were becoming predictable, drawn out, and boring. Far Cry New Dawn in 2019 suffered from the exact same issues. As a direct sequel to Far Cry 5, it attempted to build on the narrative and setting, but was seen as more of an expansion than a full-fledged new installment. The game was a commercial success to a degree, but it didn't match the sales or the impact of Far Cry 3 or Far Cry 4.
This is something like, this is kind of an abstract comparison, but I can see this happening with certain streamers, where, like, streamers will do certain things to, like, maintain a certain amount of viewer count. And I think that it's an instance where doing the safe option guarantees failure. Where, like, for example, some streamers don't want to only play, like, they only want to play, like, one type of game. And eventually that's going to stop working, and people will get tired of watching you playing that game. Like, there's a lot of WoW players that are like that. And I think it's a huge issue, because if you're not evolving, then you're falling behind. And I think that's true with anything. Like, in any sort of a market, if you're not evolving your product and evolving what you're offering to consumers, other people will, and then consumers will move on.
Narrative was considered weaker, the post-apocalyptic setting, while a new direction for the series didn't really resonate strongly with the player base. This underwhelming reception was indicative of a larger issue, the lack of fresh ideas and a growing formulaic approach to game design. Another notable release during this period was
It was about this time that I started hearing a lot of bad things about them too.
2 2 in 2019. Now, this game was
Like
well
the
received.
memes.
It had refined mechanics over the first game. The end game content was really engaging, and it was twice the size larger than the first game. However, despite its reception, it didn't meet Ubisoft's high sales expectations. The live service model that they had injected into the game arbitrarily, while successful in Rainbow Six Siege, did not effectively translate into the Division 2. This is partly due to market saturation, as other players are more invested in other live service games, but from my perspective as a fan of Division 2, the live service model just didn't work here. It felt generic. In a game where you're finding loot, and that's the gameplay loop, the last thing that you want to do is buy things to wear. You want to stand out for your achievements in the game, not how much you spent on loot boxes.
Well, that, I mean, like, fuck, man. Like, you could say that with every game. And the thing is, I can't. I think that a lot of people are kind of fatigued from, like, every video game being full of cosmetics and shit like this. And I get how, like, games have to make money and everything, right? I understand. But at the same time, it's like, there's a certain degree of fatigue where, like, you just have all these cosmetics and all this bullshit in games. Like, everything is made into being a live service game. Does it really need to be like that? I think that the best example of this is the Suicide Squad game. That's probably the biggest example of a fuck-up. But I think Division 2 might be a good example. I just don't know. I don't know enough about it.
This pattern of diminishing returns, poorly implemented monetization, and loss of connection with the players is a common issue for companies that heavily rely on their existing franchises. While sequels and spin-offs can capitalize on established fan bases, they also run the risk of alienating players by offering experiences that feel all too familiar, or injecting things into those experiences that make them, well, just something players don't want to engage with whatsoever.
Yeah.
Ubisoft's reliance on its core franchises like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and the Tom Clancy games led to a perception that the company was simply reusing the same templates with minor tweaks and adding monetization.
Yeah, this is when the memes of, like, the Ubisoft, like, if Ubisoft made Dark Souls, and it's got, like, a million menu items, and there's, like, all these pop-ups, and it's, like, check the store and everything, and then the Elden Ring one as well. Yeah, that's it.
Lack of innovation and growing similarities between their titles resulted in players being less excited about their new games, and they began to see Ubisoft games as formulaic in design.
And you see, like, what I'm talking about how people that are, like, streamers, it's the same thing, is that, like, if you just keep doing the exact same thing over and over, you might think that you're being safe, but all you're doing is, like, safely failing slowly. And I think that's what happens with a lot of people. Like, I tell myself, or I've told other people this too, it's like, if I'm not looking back at my content from 3 years ago and thinking it's bad, then I'm not winning, right? I'm not getting better. Yeah, they're postponing death. Yeah, exactly.
Sprawling open worlds filled with repetitive tasks rather than unique and engaging experiences. And I think that's the most troubling thing when it comes to Ubisoft. It's their aversion to criticism. Get that away from me. And they're not alone in that, okay?
Well, they haven't
There's
been.
plenty of other studios and journalists that are out there that feel the same way. Don't listen to the gamers, those angry gamers. They don't know anything. And look,
it's actually crazy to me that, like, any group of, like, developers have, like, they've gaslighted themselves into thinking that games journalists speak for gamers. Like, I think this is, like, a huge problem. That, like, publishers and developers are listening to these journalists and these people that are writers. You're listening to them over your actual audience. You're listening to them. You know who you need to be listening to? The YouTube channel comments. You need to be listening to the reviews from users that are highly upvoted about the game that you released. Those are the people that actually matter. Some person that works at a company and the company has an important name, this is one person's opinion. They don't represent anybody other than themselves. And I think that what happens a lot is that these companies have, like, a very distorted view of what players want because they're getting that perspective from people that are not accurately representing the players. And I can offer you guys a very easy example. Do you feel like your needs and your desires as a player are accurately reflected by the way that different games companies cover games? Do you think that they're accurately reflected, right? Exactly, no. And so guess what the problem is when you make decisions based off of that? Everything goes to shit.
get it. While 9 times out of 10, players don't know how to voice their criticisms effectively, oftentimes they're just being mean when they say things.
There's a big disconnect.
They're still telling you that something's wrong with your games and you need to fix it. But year after year, Ubisoft has completely failed to listen to any criticism, whether that's coming from professional critics or the players. People have been saying for years how formulaic their design is, how scary predictable their games are. I know
Let's see
that
if I can find it. Oh man. If Ubisoft made Elden Ring. Man. I can't wait, huh? Real exciting. You tell me, man? Yeah, a timeless masterpiece? Yeah, there you go.
I log into an open world Ubisoft game, it's just going to be a checklist simulator. Everybody still remembers when their developers took to Twitter to criticize Elden Ring of all games for its open world design, its quest design, and its UI.
I forgot.
How the fuck do you do that? That's the...
Yeah, the UI of Elden Ring. Oh my god. And the thing is that there actually were criticisms with the UI. Like, for example, like key binding things with like your pouch is kind of annoying to do on keyboard. But like none of the people that play the games that are these developers like played the game enough to know that.
Best game that we've had, one of the best games that we've had in the last decade.
One of the best.
Why would you look at a game like that, look at the success that it sees, and say, we need to internalize some of the things that this game did well, why players liked it, and then reflect that in our games going forward?
That's actually a really good point, is that Star Wars Outlaws came out after Elden Ring. So this is like an open world game. And like you could have looked at Elden Ring and taken examples and things that Elden Ring did, or for example, like Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild did. And you decided to take none of those examples.
That's how you make better products. You learn from your competition, learn from the games that do well, instead of looking at it, wanting to criticize it, and trying to make excuses why you think that your games are better.
Yeah.
Don't play Assassin's Creed instead. Fuck that. Look, Ubisoft had a bit of a resurgence in 2018 to 2019, and it looked like they were getting back on the horse. It looked like they were listening to player feedback, they were implementing in their games, it was making better games as a result, they were making a lot of money, but that only lasted for so long.
Of course.
After a period of declining interest and fatigue, Ubisoft managed to stage a bit of a resurgence in 2019 and 2020 by...
Oh, big surprise. Wow, in December of 2020, Ubisoft was worth a lot of money. Oh, wow, that's crazy. I wonder why. What could possibly be the reason that the video game company during the pandemic that caused everybody to be inside their house was making a lot of money? What a coincidence.
Revisiting some of their core franchises with a renewed focus and experimenting with some fresh ideas. Now, who thought something like that could actually have a positive impact on your sales? One of the most significant releases during this time was Assassin's Creed Valhalla in 2020. Now, this game was a commercial hit, selling more copies during its launch week than any other previous Assassin's Creed title. It received praise for its engaging narrative, improved combat mechanics, and rich historical setting. Valhalla revitalized interest in the series. It showed that Ubisoft could make changes. However, that isn't to say that players' complaints didn't remain the same. Many reviewers and players lamented over the length of the game, and while Valhalla introduced some innovative elements, territory arcs as well as the narrative just dragged on for far too long. The game's average completion time was over 60 hours, and 100% completion was nearing over 200 hours. No matter what you do, elements that were praised at the beginning of the game are going to start to feel repetitive, and it's just...
Is that a problem? Because I play a lot of games. I think it depends. I don't really like that, like, time... Like, I really, really hate the idea that time spent playing the game should be a metric for success. I actually think that that is such a massively toxic, like, metric for deciding whether a game is good or not. It's so fucking toxic. Like, there are so many games that I've played for 80 hours and I think are trash, and other games that I played for 8 hours that I think are amazing. And, like, there's games like, for example, Black Myth Wukong was a pretty long game. Elden Ring was a pretty long game. Lies of P was a pretty long game. Those were great games. And then there's also short games that are bad, too. It's so weird that, like, I don't think that that's the way that you should judge a game. dollar per hour, but like that's not really true though, right? Because like you're paying different amounts of money for different things. You're paying $1 an hour for a video game, but how much do you pay for a hooker? Well, if a video game feels like a hooker, then shouldn't you pay more for that time? I feel like that'd be pretty fair. So it's not about really the dollar per hour thing. It's like the metric is very, I think like you can use this. What? Well, I'm just being honest, right? I'm just being honest, that's all. And so I don't think that you should look at the time that you have to spend playing a game as being good or bad. Because I can guarantee you if the game felt fresh the same way that Elden Ring did, a lot of people's playthroughs of Elden Ring were probably longer than Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I would assume. And guess what? I bet people weren't complaining. The gameplay wasn't good enough for 60 hours, that's why. That's the issue, it's the gameplay. There
Again,
it is.
going to feel like a checklist of tasks. In the same year, they released Watchdog Legions, which attempted to innovate with its play-as-anyone mechanic, allowing the player to recruit and control virtually any character in the entire game world. While the game received mixed reception due to some technical issues and a less than compelling story than we've seen from its predecessors.
This is, again, that's the problem. Is like once a company gets really big, because you have to keep in mind, I don't know if he's going to bring this up, but like after a company goes through like one of these like weird sexual harassment things, you see them like really playing it super safe with like a lot of themes in their stories. And I think this happened with Ubisoft, and it also happened with Blizzard. So you have companies like Blizzard that like, you know, for example, like, so they have this massive sexual harassment lawsuit, right? And then after that, they're gonna release Dragonflight, where the main character is a girl in a chainmail bikini with like Alex Straza. No, of course not. So they redesigned her. So the problem is that now, again, the game is being limited and it's being changed and it's being artificially handicapped for real-world reasons. And I think that Ubisoft had the same type of issue happen at their offices. And because of that, now you're getting a watered-down, neutered version of the games. Because the company doesn't want to take risks like that, because it could look bad for them, like, socially. And again, nobody cares about that. That's what's so crazy. And actually, that's not true. You know who cares about it? Journalists care about it. Do players care? No. Like, if you're ever listening to anybody other than actual players, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, you are a fucking moron. Only listen to what players tell you.
It
They're
sold
scared of the press,
relatively
yeah.
well. And it showed that the company was willing to take some risks and explore some new concepts with existing franchises. Immortals Phoenix Rising in 2020 was another one of those key releases that showed Ubisoft had a willingness to experiment and even come out with some new IPs. The game offered a vibrant and humorous take on Greek mythology combined with open-world exploration and puzzle solving and action combat.
I didn't play this.
There were a lot of folks that liked this game, and in some cases, people liked it even more than Breath of the Wild at the time. Though it didn't reach the commercial heights of Assassin's Creed or Far Cry, it showed that Ubisoft could still deliver a fresh and enjoyable experience outside of their established franchises.
Am I crazy to think that that gameplay that I just saw looked very painful? Like, I don't know why. It's like, it's so astonishing for me to see people look at games like that and see it and not think that it's immediately garbage. Like, I have a very high, I guess maybe I have a very high standard for this. But, like, the quality of game, like, the minute-to-minute, like, the way that, like, games, like, react, co-love the game, yeah, I can't like games that play badly. I just can't do it.
However, I think the most important thing to keep in mind during this period of time and this surge of growth at Ubisoft, and the biggest boon to Ubisoft at the time, as well as many other developers as well, is that well, there was a pandemic and lockdown that was driving an increase in game sales and player engagement.
Exactly.
With people spending more time at home, the demand for games surged. Ubisoft benefited from this greatly, as their established franchises and live service games offered an extensive amount of content for players to explore. Rainbow Six Siege saw massive growth during this period, with the player base growing to over 70 million players by the end of 2021.
Well, it's also, I'm pretty sure Rainbow Six Siege, there's not a lot of other games like Rainbow Six Siege. So, like, they're competing in a market without really a lot of other, like, competitors, right? I mean, like, you could say, like, abstractly, like, Overwatch is like that, but not really in terms of, like, having different heroes and stuff and, like, different types of characters. But, like, no, it's not like Rainbow Six at all. So, yeah, I think that's also another reason. Is, like, they've got this market pretty much locked down.
Continued support through regular updates, new operators, and seasonal events help keep that community engaged and invested even today. Any game studio that had a game that came out or was ready to release right around the time of lockdowns saw massive growth and massive profits. Go figure. But as we've learned, that growth is inorganic and unsustainable, and none of them had been able to maintain it. So with that said, yeah, of course, Ubisoft was going to see a little bit of growth
I
there.
think there was also, like, you have to keep in mind that, like, in the late 2010s, like 2017, 18, and 19, there is, like, an artificial, like, expectation that tech companies would just keep growing unsustainably. Because this was back still whenever social media was growing 20% every single year. But what I think happened with COVID is that COVID kind of accelerated that growth. Like, I don't even think that COVID necessarily artificially, like, changed the growth, but they just made it happen faster. So, like, for example, something that probably should have happened over 10 years because of COVID happened in 2 years, which is the amount of people that were, like, on the internet, on social media, etc. Because I feel like during COVID, how many of you guys knew somebody or know somebody who wasn't really connected online and, like, spending a lot of time online, and then COVID changed that? It was a catalyst, right? COVID basically, it was like a speed run of the next 10 years. But, like, now that those 10 years have occurred, like, video games have kind of reached to a certain degree a saturation point. Social media has reached to a certain degree a saturation point where everybody that's going to have Facebook has Facebook, and everybody who doesn't have Facebook chooses not to have Facebook. And I think that's the big issue too.
They definitely evolved a little bit past some of their game design issues.
You're just growing unsustainably.
Those same criticisms were still there regardless of the years that had gone by. And one of the other problems that Ubisoft has is the minute that they see something work, they will hammer it until the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
They will exhaust you as fast as they possibly can because they just want to try to make as much money as fast as they possibly can, rather than paying attention to what the longevity of that game would look like, how much more money you could make if the game lived longer. But they just love killing games. When you have an entire industry that is criticizing your games, where in a lot of cases you can take some of these reviews for some of their games, layer them on top of each other, and it looks like they're reviewing the exact same game. When you have your players that are complaining about your monetized...
I gotta say that that's probably an issue also with the games journalism. I think it's a bit of a self-report that a lot of the games journalists talk about how AI can't make anything new. All it can do is repost existing things, but they're simultaneously afraid of AI taking their job. Well, what does that say about your articles?
Practices.
It's just me.
Prices,
hey.
You don't then go and just make all those things worse. You
Yeah.
just keep doing the exact same thing. You don't inject. How do you put XP boost in a single player game? What are you doing? Why? What is this?
What was the game that did that? I forgot which game that was. Was it Valhalla? Shadows of War? I don't remember. Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Yeah. There is no value that having a store adds to a player in a single player game, or really almost in any game. But here's the problem that a lot of people don't understand, is that when you have systems like that in games, now the game is designed around making you want to buy an experience boost, which is a huge fucking problem.
Completely defeats the purpose of playing games like this in the first place. We know that all you're doing is just expanding the content as far as you possibly can to make it unrealistic for casual players to play without spending money. It's transparent. That's the worst part about them. They are transparent greed manifest. You can see everything they do and they think that they're being sneaky about it. What are you talking about? Get comfortable with not buying your games. I know what you mean by that. I know the implications of what you're talking about. Because that means that you're going to try to make it where we can't buy games.
Well, it's that they want to control the ownership of it, and they want to have another metric of control. That's the reason why.
Make us a little bit more comfortable with it in the future, right?
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it. We're all pretty comfortable with not buying your games. Which brings us to the rapid decline of Ubisoft over the past few years, with release after release failing to deliver on expectations while doing nothing to compete with recent shifts in the market. To me, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint in 2019 and encapsulates everything that's wrong with modern Ubisoft. It was buggy, the writing was awful, it was repetitive and generic, over-bloated and over-monetized. They monetized XP gains. They put vehicles and skins that had no business being in the game into the game and destroyed any sense of immersion in a largely single-player experience. Like every other open-world game from Ubisoft, even still today, they haphazardly put in RPG mechanics like varied loot, skill trees, and more. Mechanics that are only there to extend the player's time in the game. Putting these elements...
I cannot agree with this more. I think that so many games overcomplicate the experience in a way that doesn't add anything to the player's experience of the game. You're not making the game any better. You're not improving the product. You're just adding in more hoops for the player to jump through in the hopes that it will keep them playing the game longer. Like, I don't know about you guys, but anytime that I'm playing a new one of these games and I loot something and it says 1 out of 250, I'm like, it's just, are you fucking kidding me?
In there as a means to gatekeep players from progressing the story or taking on certain enemies. I think SkillUp said it best when he was reviewing Breakpoint, saying, why the fuck is this in the game? Why is it so poorly implemented? And why is it in...
Well, they're doing it. The problem is that, like, this is a rhetorical question. Everybody knows why this is in the game. Earn 50% more experience with this boost, valid forever on all your save games. This sucks. Because I guarantee you that probably the experience acquisition method, or the way that you gain advantages through experience, is counterbalanced to make this more appealing. And that's the issue. Just cheat, what the fuck? Yeah.
And why is it in every game in their portfolio? Yep. This sort of design philosophy has proliferated through just about every single game that they make, and what makes matters worse for Ubisoft, and I think this is the one thing that the vast majority of people are overlooking here, it's what's killing their sales. It's the increase in competition from other publishers with new successful IPs. Games like
it's also a big reason is too that you have indie development studios that are able to make games that are of a higher scope and a higher quality now. So whereas before they only had like maybe a half a dozen studios or a dozen studios to compete against, now they have way more studios to compete against. So you have other games that they're being compared against, and it's like, okay, well, you made this game. Well, why is it that, you know, like, I don't just play this smaller game that's cheaper? It's like, I think a good example is like the Prince of Persia game. So Prince of Persia, I think it was like, I don't remember what it was. It was a recent like side score Prince of Persia game. Why would somebody spend $50 or $40 on a Prince of Persia side scroller game when Blasphemous 2 and 1 are way less money and they're basically the same experience? So that's another example of like an indie game that's coming out that's just edging them out of the market, or Hollow Knight or something like that. And whereas before in the 2000s and like the early 2010s, they had this basically de facto monopoly because it was harder to go to market with a game as an indie developer. But now you have so many different types of tools for guerrilla marketing and different ways that companies can get their game out there. Like, for example, Core Keeper, look at that game. That game did really well. It came out of nowhere. Well, not really out of nowhere, but it was made by an indie studio. And like another Crab's Treasure is another good example of that. So PoE versus Diablo 4, yeah, exactly, right? And a lot of these games that are made by these smaller studios end up being better experiences. And that's the reason. And so now they have to compete with more people, and so the products have to be even better. And they're just not, they're not meeting the mark.
Elden Ring and Genshin Impact have captured player interest. Elden Ring's open world design and exploration set a new benchmark for the genre, while Genshin Impact offers a free-to-play model in an open world game with high production values, and it's shaking up players' expectations. Games like these force players to compare similarities, and when you contrast Ubisoft
Here's one big factor. Elden Ring and Genshin Impact play well. I cannot emphasize this enough. Star Wars Outlaws does not play well. It doesn't work well. It doesn't like the way the characters move. You don't fully feel like you're in control of the character. It's not very good. That matters more than basically fucking anything. So yeah, that's another big reason.
Games with the experiences that players have had access to over the past few years, it's no wonder why people aren't playing their games. Yeah. And this goes back to what we were discussing previously. Ubisoft's core issue is their inability to change and recognize trends. Their loss in quality and generic monetization. Look at their first quadruple A game ever made, Skull and Bones.
This was crazy. I still can't believe they made this. Really, like, this is, it's insane.
$1 live service title, in development for 11 years, costing over $200 million.
In development for 11 years? Oh my god. How? That's insane. That should be illegal.
$1 million, only to release a more boring version of Assassin's Creed Black Flag with less than 700 concurrent players on Steam.
Well, I think that actually the game is more popular now on Steam. Let me see if I can compare it. That was for something else. Skull and Bones. I think the game is doing better now. Oh. Anyway.
How to make a more consumable version of Assassin's Creed with Mirage, charging $50 for a less than 15-hour game that did nothing to evolve the franchise. They finally returned to Prince of Persia with the Lost Crown. They made an awesome game. It was really innovative. I actually enjoyed it, but they charged $40 for a Metroidvania game in a market where those games cost a fourth of the price.
This guy watches my stream. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly it. The Lost Crown is great. It was. And they did have they made one innovation that I can think of, which is being able to screenshot things in the different world so you can remember them for later. I don't know about another Metroidvania game that had that before the Lost Crown. So yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It is. It absolutely is. Like, that's why I made it. But like, anyway, like, he's right though, is that yeah, you're competing in a market with other games that are, and also Prince of Persia, you had like a 3-day like early access thing. And this is like a problem with like perception, is that when you're gonna see a lot of streamers and people talking about the game, it's going to be on the early access day. So the early access for the game was like $50 or $60. It was insane. Who the fuck is gonna spend that much money on a Metroidvania game? And I have no problem with it. I don't care. But the audience perception is that Metroidvania games are of a lower quality. That's just the way that people see things.
Star Wars Outlaws, a game for all intents and purposes, should have been an easy home run, but ultimately showcases how dire the situation is at Ubisoft. Not only...
This game gave me an existential crisis. Like, I was so upset at the end of this game. I was shook, bro. Like, I remember at the end of this, I just went out into my backyard and I sat on the porch for like 30 minutes. Just doing nothing. You beat the game? No, the game beat me.
Does the game suffer from quality issues, unattractive character designs, bugs, repetitiveness, and inconsistencies, but in an attempt to remove some of their open world bloat, you come to realize just how those elements, once they're removed, the game is really just held together by duct tape. Eurogamer in their review said something really interesting, saying that the problem with Star Wars Outlaws, however, isn't that it adheres too closely to the development approach akin to porting, but that it does the opposite, stripping away years of accumulated video game clutter. Admirably, Outlaws does this quite aggressively, Kessel Sabak aside. But in doing so, it reveals an integral issue. Ubisoft open world games are not only fun because of their formula, they are their formula. To strip away isn't to peel off some old wallpaper to reveal the original brickwork, it's lifting up the carpet to find a whacking great hole in the ground.
I cannot disagree more. Every single thing about that game was bad. The graphics were bad. The combat was bad. The story was bad. The itemization was bad. The like upgrades you can get were bad. Every single thing about it was bad. It is crazy, like the open world formula is why it would have been good. There's no way. The enemy AI, but it wasn't bad. The enemy AI was retarded. It was insane. They can be looking at you. Seems clear over here. All right, resuming NPC movement. Oops, I've been assassinated. The game looks AI. It's just terrible. It was so IGN 7 out of 10. As I said, guys, because of those reviews, that's what's actually gotten me to like play a lot of new games. Is because I will see reviews for games that I think are complete garbage. And I'm like, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to actually play through this game and actually give it a real score. Higher review than Space Marine 2, by the way. It's crazy. Funny because Mirage is decent. Outlaws couldn't replicate it. That's how you do it. It's just embarrassing.
On the ground, meaning that their games are hollow, and I think that that's a fitting description. From my perspective as a player, Ubisoft has become synonymous with generic games that are overpriced, overmonetized, and overly repetitive.
I'm going to say again, I disagree. I wish that it was generic. I wish so much that if you would be done generic, you spend like a 6 or 7, like, how do you do that? I wish we had a TGS, Tokyo Game Show. It's in like actually
side of the Division 1 and 2, I've had no interest whatsoever in playing any of their games because I've already played them years ago, and playing the next game isn't going to be any different.
That is why I'm not playing. That right there, that's the reason. Like, that's it. I don't know, do any of you guys feel the same way? Like, that's how I feel at least, right? Isn't that playing Division 3? Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Same games pushed out the door for profit that lack any creativity or originality. Now we look at their next release, Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game criticized well before its release because, other than legacy media, everyone else can see the elephant in the room. An Assassin's Creed game finally set in Japan, a setting that is so great for a game with this kind of theme, only to include a tokenized representation of a character with vague at best historical relevance backed by a hip-hop soundtrack and combat. Why is it that representation to these people means hip-hop soundtracks or a character wearing Jordans whose power is that they run fast?
Because they're a bunch of liberal white women that don't know any black people. And so they think that they're like some like different like type of animal or something. It's like, well, this is their culture. They don't know any black people. Like, you look at the development studios for these games, it's full of a bunch of white people. That's the reason why. It's because they don't know any black people. They don't know how to interact with them. Sheltered white dudes? Yeah, so what? They're racist? Exactly. It's crazy how it happens. They lock their cars when a black person gets closer than 50 feet. Yeah, they go down the bad part of town. They're locking their doors. What's this here? It's the blindside effect. Yeah, it's crazy. It's so weird, bro. Like, ultimate racist, aristocratic racist. No, they're not aristocratic, okay? They're just performative. It's crazy how whenever you actually take a step back and you look at it, it's like, it's such an obvious caricature, but these people don't realize it.
I'll be honest, I think that a lot of the dialogue surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows are issues that players would largely ignore if they knew that Assassin's Creed, that this game, was going to be incredible.
I've said this before. Yeah, I hope he says it. Yasuke will not even be in the top 10 problems of this game when it comes out. Please realize that when this game releases, it's not even going to be in the top 10.
Over the years, players have come to expect less and less from Ubisoft games. Why are investors so concerned? Why are they jumping ship before one of the largest releases of Ubisoft in recent memory? Well, why don't you tell me why anyone would want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows when they have far better Eastern Kingdom
YouTube content? I'm going to play it. Very simple, actually. I'm going to play it so I can make a video about it. And then I'm going to have people watch the video. That's the plan. Yeah.
Alternatives that without a doubt have better combat, better environments, higher quality, and better storytelling, without the need to be able to make a statement or press their morals against an audience.
I think that's a really big component that a lot of people, I feel like the way that companies like put morals and put like their social agenda into games actually plays a much bigger role in how people respond to those games. And I think the reason why is that it takes a player's immersion out of the game. So when you see something like this and you hear it, like, oh yeah, this character has like pronouns, and it's like, oh, well, we're gonna add in, you know, like we're gonna make a game from like back in like, you know, like 300 years ago, and there's gonna be like openly gay characters. It's like, that's not real. That's not the way it is. And like whenever you see that, you know that you're playing it and you're looking at it in this perspective because this is the way the developer wants you to see the world. Co-opting established IP? Yeah, exactly. It's a red flag. I stopped caring about the game. I do too. When I see people that use a game as a platform for their agenda, and I think also like it's very obvious when it happens. Maybe I'm crazy, but I can immediately see that. There's a game set in 13th century Mongolia with 16 pronouns. I wonder what Genghis Khan would think of that. Yeah, I wonder what he'd think about that. I'm sure he'd be very upset.
Would I play Assassin's Creed Shadows when I could play Black Myth Wukong, Ghost of Tsushima, or Rise of Ronin? Why would I play something that I have already played when I could play something entirely fresh?
Yeah.
Ubisoft's issues are the same issues that plague the vast majority
And I
of
think also like it just looks so bad that the day after they announced the new game, the new Ghost game, that Ubisoft delays Assassin's Creed Shadows. Even though the decision to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows was probably decided weeks ago, publicly, it looks really, really bad.
The largest publishers and developers in the industry.
And was so good. Was it?
Over the years, while they've continued to grow and chase
I wanted
profits,
to, but I didn't.
they've lost a unified vision of what their game should represent. In the pursuit for profits and expanding their market share and maximizing revenue through aggressive monetization strategies, they've strayed from the creative foundations that once made them an industry leader. This fragmented approach has led to a loss of identity, resulting in games that feel more like products that are churned out to meet quarterly targets rather than passionate, well-crafted experiences.
I think this is happening to a lot of game companies. I think it's happening to Activision. I think it's happening to EA. It's happening to Blizzard. It's happening to Ubisoft. And I think there's probably a couple others that I haven't thought of. It's happening to, I hear Bungie, but I'm not entirely sure. This is a huge issue. And I think the problem is because gaming is an art that is also highly monetizable. And I think that you're seeing the same thing happen with gaming that we see with a lot of movies, where a lot of movies are just like, let's remake Indiana Jones. Let's do another Spider-Man. Let's do another movie that's in the same universe as an existing movie. And so what happens is that politics, I mean, like, and there's also exploitation and you know, all that, for sure. But I think it's that these companies become so big and they have so many shareholders, or, you know, there's like so much money relying on these things that they can't afford to make mistakes. And I think that what these companies do is that instead of trying to take a risk and make a lot of money, they don't take a risk and they guarantee that they'll only lose a little bit of money. And I think that's what's happened a lot. The safe approach. Yeah, they're taking this very safe approach.
And I think that that safe approach has caused a lot of people to lose interest. And also, I think that games, so there's a number of games that I think prove this. A great game will be accessible to everybody regardless. Let's take some examples. Fortnite. Insanely fucking high skill cap. Crazy fucking high skill cap for Fortnite. But kids love Fortnite. Everybody loves Fortnite. And even though it's a very different style game, right? Path of Exile. Massively, super, hyper complex game. But it's hitting new heights about every 5 or 6 seasons that they bring out, or leagues that they bring out. Here's an even better example. The best example. Baldur's Gate 3. A video game from 1998 was released in 2022, 2023, I forgot which one. And it was the biggest game of the year. Why is it? It's because the game is good. Everybody that said that, oh, yeah, it's 23, yeah, I remember. Elden Ring was 22, Baldur's Gate was 23. Everybody thought this game was great. Everybody played this game, even people that weren't from that genre. And I think a truly great game will cause people to play it, even though they're not native players from that genre. Same as PUBG and Fortnite, World of Warcraft, like all of these games that are like massive generational success games transcend genre boundaries.
Look at the speed of Ubisoft's game releases. They struck the iron while the iron was hot.
Another good example is Genshin Impact. A lot of people didn't play gacha games, but Genshin Impact was such a good game that they played it.
Barely spacing any of their game releases, rarely making new IPs, or changing their perspective on how to deliver existing franchises. This lack of cohesive vision and the inability to change has not only diluted the quality and the uniqueness of their franchises, but also eroded the trust and enthusiasm of the player bases. They're exhausted. Without a clear sense of purpose and a commitment to innovation and quality, Ubisoft, like many others in the industry, has found itself trapped in a cycle of diminishing returns and waning relevance. And I'll be honest, it's not going to stop. From my perspective, this is likely the end of Ubisoft. The ship is too big to be able to turn on a dime, and
I don't think it's the end of Ubisoft. I think that they're going to do a restructuring of the company. They're probably going to change ownership, maybe. And you'll see better Ubisoft games in like 5 years. I think that's what's going to happen, if I had to guess. Because it's very clear that there are people that are working at Ubisoft that are talented and do know what they're doing. So how do you make a game, like there are certain things in the game that are good, so it's like, how do you fix the problem? I think it's a leadership problem. They're too big to sink. Fire the activists, and I think also they're probably going to go back to making less games, which is, I think, a point that this video didn't really touch on a lot, but I feel like is huge. They're making and trying to put out too many games at the same time. They're trying to be like an entire industry almost, and it's too much. Less is more, exactly.
Kind of overhaul that they need is likely a decade away. We can't save Ubisoft, and honestly, we don't want to. Let this be a stark warning to the rest of the industry, a cautionary tale. When you churn out games that nobody wants to buy, when you nickel and dime your players at every turn, when you strip your games of their soul, you don't just lose a sale, you lose your place in the industry.
This is a huge component that I think a lot of people, like I showed this graph before, is that the negative effects of a bad product are not immediately observable, but it's like a ripple effect that happens like 2 years, 3 years down the road. And you don't immediately lose the trust with people generally. It's something that like kind of builds up. It's like I don't know, it's like poison damage in Elden Ring, right? Where it's like you have the bar, and once the bar gets full, now you're poisoned. And unless you have a special item or something, you have to sit there and take the damage until it expires. For Scarlet Rot, yeah, that's what it is. Square Enix is learning that right now. Square Enix is the king of being inconsistent. They have some insanely good games, and they have some insanely bad games.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and Ubisoft has played them all. I tried to do my best to be able to showcase the highs and lows of the company and all
Yeah.
the games that they made, but I found the more that I researched, the more that I wrote, I just kept talking about the same games over and over again for damn near 20 years. Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, Far Cry. Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, Far Cry. Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, Far Cry. Well, you want to make sure that you're doing what you can to support the titles that players love the most, the reason why they know your name.
I just like, I hear that. I think of Blizzard, right? World of Warcraft, Diablo 4, Diablo, and Overwatch. Right? Like, that's all, and I guess Hearthstone, right? That's really bad. StarCraft? What's StarCraft? Is that a mobile game? It will be.
To begin with, at the same time, when you're absurdly aggressive like Ubisoft, where you just keep pumping out the same titles over and over again, and at the exact same time, you just continue to crank up the monetization and the pricing and how many things are locked behind different versions of your game for $100, $130. Good Lord, what do you expect? What do you think is going to happen when you keep making the same thing over and over again, regardless of how many times people criticize your design? And you just keep increasing the prices, and there's better and more interesting and more unique.
The way that they price things is so absolutely insulting to a customer that you would have to be a dick eater to buy it. Like, the fact that they're giving 3-day early access for a single-player game, and you have to pay $30 for it, I'm sorry, but you're a dick eater if you do that. This is a single-player game. What the fuck? Like, streamers? Well, streamers do it for a job, right? That's like saying a game, what do you call it? Like a game reviewer is like that. No, I mean, that's a different dynamic. But like, if you're just an average person and you're buying it, what the fuck are you doing? It's unbelievable. Streamers do it to make their money. Yeah, streamers make their money back. You don't. That's the big difference. Warhammer 40k did that too. I don't know if they did it or not, but like a lot of games are doing it. But it's not just that, right? It's like all of the extra bonuses. It's the season pass. It's the subscription service that you're clearly trying to get funneled into, and it's just, I think it's exhausting for a customer to just constantly be like assaulted by that all the time. I think with some of it's habit out of people, but obviously their sales has significantly declined. Yeah, and it's like, and that's the thing, right? But like Ubisoft's sales significantly declining now is a result of actions that they've taken years in the past.
Experiences that are out there that we've been seeing over the last few years, so many of these independent, AA, single A, and indie studios just popping off, selling more copies of games than you do now. You don't see a problem with that? You know, I was sitting back and I was watching people play Star Wars Outlaws. And I sat there thinking to myself, this is literally just Star Wars Assassin's Creed minus a few mechanics.
Do not insult Assassin's Creed. That game, I feel like, is this what it's like to be triggered? Because like every time I hear the name of that fucking game, it makes me upset. I'm actually getting upset just hearing it. Like, I'm actually getting triggered.
It looks so boring. Some of the aspects were cool. I think part of the narrative was somewhat interesting. I liked a few of the environments, but outside of that, the actual mechanical gameplay just looks so boring. God, it looks so bad. It just goes to show just how creatively robbed the studios are. The only thing that I ask for is that if this company goes down, please somebody make sure they take care of Massive. I like Massive. I like The Division. They've done a really good job. Please make a Division 3 or something else if you can't use that title, because I want to see more of those games in the future. I hate that we're in this weird place in time right now where genuine criticism, voiced well or not, doesn't really matter, is just pushed to the side because both legacy media and publishers and developers just don't want to hear it. Don't listen to the angry gamers.
If you don't want to listen to the angry gamers, then you're not going to have the angry gamers buy your game. And I think that there is a massive amount of people that are these angry gamer stereotypes, and they are the ones that are playing and buying games all the time. Like, who the fuck do you think is playing these video games?
Like, who's playing Star Wars, right? I mean, like, what the fuck do you expect? That brings us back to toxic positivity. Well, it's more or less like that. Like, so this is the issue: is that games journalists create expectations for video games that do not reflect what players want to see. So what ends up happening is that video games are developed and designed in a way that pleases journalists but alienates players. And you see this, and the problem is that this is something that's immediate. Like, I guess I don't have it up anymore, but it's immediately observable by just simply looking at the way that the CEO speaks about their games. He says, these games aren't doing well. Look, but all the critics told us they're doing well. What is this? How do you listen to the critics? But as a dev, how do you differentiate between massive decent feedback versus a loud minority, which can happen? Well, here's the way that you do it. You look at the people that are your fans, you see the way that actual fans respond to it, and then you make a decision based off of that. You don't go and also like, there's very rarely where like a loud minority of people on the internet, like for like Assassin's Creed Shadows, almost everybody was negative about this game. It's not like it was a kind of mixed bag. Pretty much everybody was negative about it. So if you have everybody being negative about something, then maybe you made a fucking mistake. Yeah, I think that there's like always this idea of a loud minority, but the loud minority, I actually think is the majority in a lot of cases. And I think the problem is that there is another loud minority, and these are the Twitter activists and the people like this who actually are a minority that would never play this game all the way through. And then they're the ones that are trying to push games to be in a certain direction or to be made with a certain design principle. And they don't even play the games in the first place. Yeah, like the Concord players, right? Exactly. That's the issue, is that developers and publishers need to stop trying to listen to legacy media. And don't even listen to YouTubers either. Listen to what people say about your game, and listen to how many people are saying it. And if you have everybody saying something, then they're going to be right whether you like it or not. And this is a big issue that a lot of companies have. And this is a big issue that people have that are artists. That, like, sometimes you have art that you make and a lot of people don't like it. Well, that's fine. But you can't expect to make something for yourself and then everybody else think that it's great. You can, like, it's basically choose one. Make art for yourself, or like, you know, I'm an artist for the sake of like being able to express myself, or I'm an artist because I want to make something to sell well. You one of these clearly like invalidates the other. These games are far from art. Yeah, that's subjectivity. It is. But whenever the subjective opinion is held by 95% of the people, then you have a problem.
These games aren't made for you.
Yeah.
Who are they made for?
Exactly.
I'm sure Ubisoft's investors would like to know.
Yeah, they would.
I don't necessarily like to see companies fail.
I do.
Ubisoft has made a lot of games that
I love seeing companies fail, because that means that the free market is working in the right way. When you see a company fail and you see things fall apart, that means that the free market has decided that we deserve better than what we're getting.
Loved over the years, but at the exact same time, this is, from my perspective, a victory for consumers, because this shows the rest of the industry, if you do what Ubisoft has done, you will fail. There's a couple of companies that are out there that have been trying to follow that same line, and while it's continued to work for now,
it won't.
Well,
it won't.
As you can see, it doesn't work forever.
No.
Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, make sure you like and subscribe, share the video with your friends, follow me on Twitch if you guys would like to see me talk about gaming news and play video games live. Outside of that, I'm gonna go and play some video games. What am I playing today? Deadlock, maybe. I don't know. Something. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. And I'll see you next time.
Man.
Family, family, family.
I could not agree more with a lot of the points in this video. I really do agree with pretty much all of this. I'll link you guys the video right there. Good video? Yeah, I think so too. IPs are almost immune from failure. IPs are immune from failure until they fail. I don't think that's the case. That, yeah, give it a like. Like, this one is, I've been feeling like this is going to happen for a while. And I think this is one thing that, like, things just kind of get worse and worse over time. And what ends up finally happening with a company like this is that even when a company brings out a good game, like The Lost Crown, for example, with Prince of Persia, is that people are just so negative about the game that it doesn't matter anymore. Because, like, the negative sentiment with the game overrides everything else. The pendulum is slowly swinging back. Well, and then this is also another issue, is that a lot of games have some form of, like, performative inclusion, and I think that a lot of gamers don't like that. And the big issue is that there are so many of those people online, and those people online, here's the issue, right, is that a lot of people online might not make a decision based off of, like, you know, what, like, a Reddit comment says. But, like, they'll see a YouTube video, and if the YouTube video has, like, a bunch of comments saying the game looks bad, they're gonna think that the game is bad. And I think that's what happens with a lot of people, is that they see a game like Assassin's Creed, and they're like, wow, nobody likes this game. It's looking awful. I'm a game sentiment specialist. Can we talk? I mean, so am I, right? I think that everybody is. It's been bad for years. I think so too. Making into account called performative inclusion. Yeah, that's basically what it is. And like a lot of games do it. And when I see performative inclusion in a game, like especially whenever it's in a fantasy world, like anytime that I see a fantasy world that, like, for example, like the top scars from Dragon Age Veilguard, I see something like this. It's like, okay, so you have shape-shifting, but you can't change your gender without having the same scars that are, like, just the same as the real-life scars that people have. It's ridiculous. It's off-putting. Yeah, it's so off-putting and ridiculous. And I think that what happens is that these companies are, they listen to these people that think that, oh, well, this is the thing that the game needs. And what happens, I'm going to be honest, is that they end up destroying their game. They totally destroy their game. And that's it. So here's Quinn's video. This has been a very big video.
Yo, what's going on, boys? I just wanted to make a video talking about World of Warcraft and effectively why I've quit so early. And why I think, you know, I quit Dragonflight so early last time as well. And why I think WoW in general is just bad. No. Don't get it twisted. I ain't some WoW hater. Okay? I ain't some WoW hater. I am a WoW Andy through and through. The most played game of any game ever across my entire lifespan is World of Warcraft. And I've played a lot of games, let me tell you, bro. I've played a absolute shit ton of games. I love WoW. And you know, I really, really want World of Warcraft to be good, cause when WoW was good, it's, I mean, life.
Somebody says I think that you just grew out of MMORPGs. I feel like you could make that argument, but you can't when the guy plays PoE. That's like saying that, like, you grew out, like, guys, I grew out of eating unhealthy. I used to eat at McDonald's, but now I just go to Golden Corral every day.
Bro, you know, I don't want to do anything else except play it, and that's currently not the case right now, and I'm going to point out why. Also, I want to preface, I'm not some classic Andy. A lot of you guys probably think like, oh, this guy is, well, he likes WoW, but he just likes old WoW. No. Okay, well, technically yes, a little bit, but no.
Quinn did get a lot of shit back in the day during Classic WoW release because he was critical and he wanted changes for Classic WoW. I remember this. It's not really an MMO. Yeah, but I don't think that you outgrow, like, I don't think you're outgrowing a genre. I think you're outgrowing a type of gameplay. And like a cyclical type of gameplay. I think that's really it.
I hate the, you know, the classification of everything nowadays, you know, where they're just re-releasing the same shit with a new coat of paint over and over again, doing it in games, doing it in movies. Whenever they announce Classic, believe it or not, I was pretty upset. I was like, well, this is shit. Why are they doing that? Why don't they just make the retail better? And that's fundamentally how I feel.
Yeah.
Why don't they just make like the new one? Like
you got a lot of shit
stuff that people like about classic, except make it better, right?
From me,
maybe
but
innovate.
I disagreed with
Come
this.
up with some new stuff that really elevates the game to a level that we never thought possible. So why does WoW?
Well, it did. I don't know if it elevated the game to a level we never thought possible, but Shadowlands put it at a level we never thought possible. I'll tell you that.
Really suck. What I did is I just made a bunch of bullet points as to why I think it sucks, and you know the ones that came up first, I guess the ones that are probably closer to the surface of as to why I think WoW sucks. Straight up, early access. The fuck is that? Why it totally kills the hype of an expansion. Why the fuck does that exist?
I wonder why it exists. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. It's a mystery. There's 40 reasons why it exists.
It's not even early access. It's just some shit they're saying to basically let you pay to win and get into the game earlier so they can get more money, and then all the stuff is locked anyway and you can't do fuck all, so they're basically scamming you, and then on top of that you're playing and it's like not hype because half the people aren't playing. I don't know, it's just a terrible thing, and I honestly, from a marketing standpoint, I think it, you know, you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Like, yeah, you're gonna make some money.
Somebody says PoE releases an early access game for $60, but it's different. I understand that there's always like this, like, fixation that really, really low IQ people on the internet have. That because they're so stupid, they don't understand anything, and so they hear one thing, and one thing contradicts with their misunderstanding of another thing, and then it makes them feel smart. Please. You're not. Just go lay down for a while. Why don't you teach them then? You cannot teach a pigeon to play chess.
Money from these, you know, pay piggies who are going to get the early access like me. But what you're trading off is like the hype of, oh shit boys, on this day, everyone's logging in and we're all playing World of Warcraft expansion. And they're basically, the early access. That immediately is a vibe killer. Followed by the 3 weeks of time gaining. 3 weeks of time gaining. Come on, man. Like one week max. Changed my mind, bro. In the current state of, you know, what there is to do, 1 week max. Maybe I'm a nerd, I don't know. But I just think, you know, that whole thing where, you know, you think about like I don't know, I don't want to be talking about PoE too much, but you think about a PoE league, right? The league comes out.
Everybody's big dick
You don't
in
want
it.
to do
Everybody's there. It's an event, bro. Everything's happening.
Things except play the game. And you don't even want to sleep because there's so much new shit in the game that you gotta try out. You gotta pop off. You gotta farm.
Yeah, this league, by the way, like Calgar, was, I think, probably their biggest W league they've had since like Ritual or Metamorphosis League. Probably since Ritual League. It's actually and I think it's bigger than that. But Ritual is the next league that was that crazy. Since Breach, yeah.
New shit, all the new. Well, guess what? That feeling of like wanting to degenerately log in and play the fuck out of the game, just doesn't exist. Which, you know, okay, again, is a hype killer. Now, what is hype? That's some shit that comes and then it goes. That's not what makes the game feel good long term, right? That's just hype. I mean, that's just two things that I think is pretty bad. Now let's move on to the more, maybe say important things.
Okay.
Probably I'd say one of the largest issues is the overworld. Okay, and what I mean by that is like not instance, you know, out in the world. It feels dead, bro, and it feels bad. Why is that? And I asked myself that question as I was leveling. I constantly was thinking about it.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way to me. I can see why he says that. Yeah, I get that.
And I was like, man, I don't know what it is. And you know what? I feel like it's the fact that nothing at all poses even a remote challenge, or is even a slightly dangerous, or, you know, even a little bit difficult. It's just every single zone, every single area.
Everything is like a target dummy bot that if you have a pulse, you're gonna kill it easily and you're never gonna stress out. Like, the game is so easy and so effortless that it's like not even fun to play. Yeah, like, and it's also like, if you compare this to like classic WoW, I know he's not a classic Andy, but I am. And classic WoW leveling was genuinely fun and engaging and meaningful because getting an upgrade at level 21 meant that it was easier to get to level 25. But nowadays, you just don't have a dynamic like that. Like, I don't even care about upgrading my gear. Like, I'll do it because it's like, I want to do it. But who cares? It's just, it's so easy. Who cares about level 21? Well, people who are level 21. It takes you longer to get to level 21 than it would take you to get to max level in retail WoW. So at that point, who cares about max level in retail WoW? And that's a great question, isn't it?
Every single monster, you run in, you can aggro as many monsters as you want. You can do whatever you can literally be holding down your S key, clicking your keybinds, and you just AoE them down. Run in, pull a bunch of mobs, AoE them down, and it's just how it felt. Like, I don't know, man. Bro, I had like, there was a quest where, like, you know, it's building up to this big campaign boss guy.
Ooh.
You press 2 buttons on him and he's dead. Ooh. You don't even get to pop off. You know, I love popping off.
Yeah.
You know, why are the monsters that are supposed to be big bad guys dying before I can even get a single rotation out? You know, I don't know.
Because the game is meant for hardcore sweaties and brain dead casuals at the same time. WoW is designed to appeal to the bottom 10% and the top 10% of players, where the 80% in the middle is completely neglected and given an experience that's so watered down that it means nothing. That's the reason why. So you have like a lot of this content in the game that's so easy that it's like just effortless, meaningless, nobody cares about achieving it. It's just kind of a participation reward content. Then you go into like Mythic Plus and there's a trash mob that has 3 separate mechanics and there's a pool of 4 trash mobs. And you have to do this on a timer. Like, the level scaling and like the difficulty scaling for this is insane. It used to be a big deal to hit max level. Yeah.
It's pretty dumb. So I feel like that's a pretty large feeling as to why, you know, the overworld feels a little bit shit. Another huge reason, and I hark on about this all the time, and I feel like it's because it's a really, really big one, and honestly people disagree with it a lot, but I straight up think that flying in World of Warcraft, yeah, it's cool, but it's actually dog shit bad for the game. In my opinion, there should be like one zone. You should have one zone. It could be the up area, you know, whatever. They have one zone, and that's the dragon flying area. It's a zone design with a bunch of verticality, a bunch of those races and shit, so you can do the Hogwarts broom quests, and you can fly around, do all that stuff, and you can do all your flying and have all the flying mounts and do all that good stuff. But then guess what? When you get into the other zones, no flying. It's just ground mounts. And the reason why, like, why does he not like flying mounts? Just don't fly. Forehead? No, that's not how it works.
People will always choose the fastest way of doing something, even if it's not fun. That's just the way that any game is. And if you design a game where the efficient way of playing the game isn't fun, you're going to have people playing the game and not having fun. So you can never, as a game developer, blame the player that you have rewarded them for doing something that you don't want them to do. It's stupid. It's like, we're going to give you a cookie if you do this, but if you do it, you're not going to have fun. What a terrible design. Ground mounts are fun. What? No, I think that he makes sense because, like, so there's like an imminent danger, and there's a sense of perspective on the ground. Like, for example, when you see like the big tower, like you can look up and see this big tower. But if you're looking at it from the air, it doesn't have the same type of scale and like grandeur that it would. I think that he's also right that flying should be part of the game, but the way that it's part of the game takes more away from the game than it gives to it.
The second you have flying mounts in the game, it becomes a teleport to XY coordinate simulator.
Up, down,
and what
over.
I mean by that is like, well, what do? You just get a quest, you get a thing, you go there. You press, you hop on your mountain, fly up, coordinate, fly down.
There it is.
Get to the thing, go.
He knows it, I know it, everybody knows it.
You don't have to engage with terrain, you don't have to think about where you're going, you just look at your map, go to the point, do the thing, go to the point, do the thing. I mean, imagine if you're playing The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, bro, and Roach was a dragon, and instead of having to traverse the terrain, go through the different areas that are carefully crafted in ways where, you know, you're gonna have little puzzles and little things to get through and, like, you know, jump, puzzle, all the stuff, except you could just fly right there.
Yeah.
It would be fucking dog shit. And you know what? It's fucking dog shit and WoW. Like, yeah, cool, it's fun. No, I like dragon flying, it's cool. Have a zone for it, have all the little races and shit. Those are actually genuinely some of the best gameplay in the game currently, which is a little bit sad, but, you know, also, hey, they can do something. Blizzard did make a new system that was kind of cool.
They did. True.
So you gotta give them that. Yeah. Now, another thing that is bad, I think, for flying is the fact that, I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much, but, like, World PvP, all the natural hotspots that you would necessarily, like...
The problem with World PvP is that World PvP shouldn't even exist. It's always garbage, it's never fair, it's not fun for one person 90% of the time. Like, it's always trash gameplay. Like, World PvP is something that on the internet a lot of people really think is great because it's comprised of a lot of hardcore players. But the reality is that it's not a coincidence that every single classic WoW server has trended towards being one-sided. It's because people act like they like this environment, but whenever they're actually given the opportunity to choose to be part of it or not, they choose not to. That's really the reason. And it's another instance where it's like, you can listen to what people say, or you can listen to what they do. And I know that there's a lot of people that like World PvP, and I think that World PvP was better in Classic WoW than it is even now in Dragonflight or in BFA or Shadowlands. And the reason why is that it was like, it was cleaner, I think. It was cleaner. 5-stack rogue players crying. Yeah, and also, like, I mean, how many of you guys have had a situation where you're questing peacefully alongside a Horde member or an Alliance member, and you're the opposite faction, and there's an agreed upon truce between the two of you? You're over there, he's over here, vice versa. Then two of his friends show up. Suddenly, there's a burst of confidence, and he's ready to go to war. And it's a 3v1, and you're dead. It's not fun. That's not fun for somebody. Somebody has that happen once or twice, it's okay. But when that becomes the gameplay, people quit the game. Nobody wants to spend fucking hours having their time wasted because they're in an asymmetrical situation that they can't control. War mode off, simple. I get it. I understand. But World PvP was never meant to be fair, and it should never be a focus in the game. The only MMO PvP that should matter should be large-scale tower siege spectacle combat like Lord of the Rings. World PvP should not be a focus in MMOs. It's always garbage. It's always asymmetrical. It's never fair, and it creates more negative outcomes than positive outcomes. There should be instances where you can do it, but it should never be a focus of the game, and it should never be something that is designed around or cultivated. Because it's just that I think that 90% of world PvP interactions are completely asymmetrical, one-sided, and not fun.
You know, there's a base that everyone comes out of, and there's a bridge, there's a chokehold, there's gonna be a lot of players commuting through there. Naturally, you can go there, gank them, kill them, and that creates, like, you know, situations where people group up and have little battles and stuff. That's, like, a part of what makes the overworld feel alive and feel cool. Like, yo, dude, somebody help at this bridge, I'm getting ganked, all that shit. I don't know if you guys remember Hellfire Peninsula. I don't want to go too far back and be like, sound like some classic game.
Like, this didn't happen, though. It didn't happen. It was just some guy that would kill, like, low-level players at a quest giver and, like, Stranglethorn Vale. And, like, somebody would try to play the game, and they couldn't play the game. It did a bit. Yeah, it did a bit. And you know what happened after it did for a bit? Then the server died. Remember on Faralina? Remember what happened to Faralina? Faralina went 100% Horde. It's not a lasting model because people don't want to play the game that way. And this is the problem. Everybody says they want to play the game this way. They say they want to do this, but they don't do it. It's reflected in behavior. I don't care how many L's I get in chat for this. I'm looking at the numbers.
Boomer. But, like, man, that was some good times. And, you know what? This is a very bad example because people could fly there. Although most people were questing. So they didn't actually have flying mounts. So, hey, it was ethical. I think also another reason why Overworld feels shit and feels dead is the fact that people can instantly queue into random dungeons and they don't really need to go anywhere. They can sit in their fucking town and they just spam random dungeons. So then naturally they don't go out in the world. I don't think that's cool. I remember vividly in the Wrath of the Lich King, you know, going to the dungeon instances and literally camping entire 5-man groups by myself and a warrior. Now, obviously, sometimes you die, but sometimes you kill them, and it would be fucking amazing. And I had fraps running, so I was recording that shit, homie. I was recording that for my PvP, my Warcraft movies video. Now I'm sounding like a boomer, but yeah.
Yeah.
That shit was cool. And again, it created a sense of place and a sense of, you know, the dungeon exists. It's at this place. It's a physical location you can see and go.
He's right about the dungeon things. The game does feel like a lobby simulator. It's felt like a lobby simulator for a really long time.
And there's players there going in and out, and it feels like the world is an alive place, and there's things happening, and that creates that MMO vibe, that MMO feeling.
Well, here's the best example of this, in my opinion. Leveling in Westfall and seeing an 80-man raid ride by you on their full epic mounts with tier 2, going over to ZG to get the buff. That's fucking cool. That's like, oh shit. That's the kind of experience you want to have. As I said, classic WoW, like it's kind of what I was saying before about how like Tolkien's like, even like the etymology of the words that he used, it's like an onion where truly good and truly inspired design is an onion with layers that become increasingly more meaningful and incredible and insightful and just better. And bad games are like an onion that it just gets worse and worse and worse. And like classic WoW is like a game where even the mistakes, even the unintended consequences made the game even better. Yeah, they're rotten to the core. Yeah.
Not existing in the current version of WoW. I don't want to go into it too much, because it's probably not a big deal, but I think War Mode in general is just bad. I think I prefer the game better where you just pick a PvP server, and then, cool. Sweet as. You pick the PvP server, now everyone PvP's there. And then naturally, it means there's more people participating in PvP in general. Does suck being a streamer, but I think general, it's good.
I don't agree with this personally. People pick a PvP server in 2009. Server populations change over 2 years. Now the server is like 90-10. Their experience is dramatically different. They can't play the game, and now they have to either pay money to get somewhere else. Like it's just it's a terrible design.
Good to have more people engaging in PvP and being out in the world, because again, it makes the world feel more alive.
Yeah. You don't pick PvP? Well, there's a lot of people that pick PvP. Like, almost nobody would pick a PvP server if they knew that they would lose every encounter. Like, I think that if you told somebody you're gonna pick this PvP server, and you have like a 60% faction advantage, versus you told people you're gonna pick this PvP server and you have a 60% faction disadvantage, you're gonna see more people pick the server with the advantage. And this is kind of how these things escalate, right? It's common sense. Like I know that people have like this like weird, you know, like Spartan 300 mentality, but this just simply is not reflected in gameplay. It's just not reflected in player behavior, and it's not reflected in gameplay. It's not reflected in common sense. Nobody's gonna want to play a game where they try to join a dungeon and there's 7 people that are gonna kill them on the way to the dungeon. That's not fun. There's not a way, you don't outplay that. You just lose. There's a romantic way to see it. Yeah, the romanticism of it like wears off in 20 minutes and then you quit playing. Nobody has a problem making a glorious last stand. You know, like, you know, using all their cooldowns to keep the 40-man raid away for 10 more seconds. That's really cool. But when that's all you do the whole time, then you're not making a heroic stand. You're a target dummy. It's not fun. Like, and also, again, this is reflected by player behavior. This isn't my opinion. This is player behavior.
Now, another thing that I think is currently really bad in current WoW, and that is class design. It feels far too homogenized. And what I mean by that is, like, all the cool niches, they're far and few between. You know,
he's right about this too. Classic WoW had great class identity because classes were bad at things. Mages were bad at being able to do like crazy single target damage until they had like really good gear. Mages were bad at being able to do like consistent damage because they'd run out of mana. But mages were really good at AoE, and they were really good at kiting. Not a good thing? It is a good thing. Because when you give everybody, so basically classic WoW, again, one of the most brilliant and greatest games ever made in all time. So, and that's just the way it is, right? Everybody knows that. So the reason why it was so good is because each class was operating at 70%, let's say. But if you were a warrior and you teamed up with a paladin, now you're operating not at 140%, but at 200%. And classes had like this force multiplier with each other, where playing with somebody else didn't just simply make you stronger, it made you multiplicatively stronger because of the synergy between the classes. And it felt so much better to play. They still do, but there's no necessary reason for it to happen. That's the difference. Every class can heal now. Every class has a bunch of CDs. That's where the issues are.
Some of the most peak WoW moments and interesting and cool and fun things were like where your class uniquely can deal with a situation.
Exactly.
And where you can do a thing that no one else can do. Like, I don't know, there's some mechanic in a raid, and it's gonna everyone else has to move back. I'm a paladin, but guess what, bro? I have an invulnerability bubble I can press. Boom. I can press that shit.
Welcome
or like,
to Tomb of Sargeras. Or like, are you kidding me? No, this is, I touched it years ago. Yeah, no, this is true. It's like everybody has like their moment of glory. Like hunters, like can kite General Drakaseth. That was so cool. Or mages can do that. Arcane Mage in Hellfire Citadel and Legion. That was nuts. That was actually, WoD. You had, rogues. What could rogues do that was really, really cool? Well, they could pickpocket. I mean, that was cool. Could sap. What was the thing the rogues could do? Rogue tank. Yeah, rogue tank. Evasion tanking. Like, have you guys ever had a time where the tanks died, the rogue popped evasion, they stayed alive, and you killed the boss? Man. That's crazy, right? Warlocks were able to, like, mind control demons, or, like, fucking enslave demons, and, like, have them fight with them inside of boss fights in, like, Hellfire, in, like, a Battle for Mount Hyjal. Like, tanking Twin Emperors. Yeah, like, Muru. Yeah, Muru, like, Warlock tanking with, and, like, Illidan with, like, Searing Pain. Like, Paladins that could just, like, you know, you had, like, warrior tanks were always the best tanks. Burning Crusade comes out, Paladin tanks just absolutely fucking clear everybody else in Hyjal. It's not even close. It was insane. So yeah, it's like everybody had these, like, really cool things that they could do for their class. And, like, now I feel like it's not that way anymore.
You're a rogue and you got Cloak of Shadows, and there's this debuff that everyone has, and they can actually run off the side and drop it early. There's all these sorts of little things you can do. Little things where if you're a master of your class, you have unique tools and kits, you know, that you can do that other people can't do. Like, I don't know, maybe you're a mage and you're supposed to be really good at AoE.
Spell
and
steal.
Like, this other guy's a Feral Druid, and he's, like, really good at doing 2-target damage, where you can bleed one guy and bleed another guy, and he does insane
Arms
broken
warrior.
damage
Cleave.
in this particular
Sweeping
situation.
strikes.
And I feel like what happens now is it seems like, from what
Every
I can tell,
class is designed to do basically the same thing.
in the current game, every single class has like a million different self-heals.
Yep.
A million different procs. Just this procs out the wazoo. You just attack, you press one button, procs another button, which procs some other thing, which procs a passive, which procs a heal, which procs a shield. And naturally, you know, this is my experience on I did with a Ret Paladin, and I was just playing my Enhancement Shaman. Even if I wanted to, like, not AoE, my character just spams AoE by default. Same with the Shaman. Same seems to be like every class. And what's happened is, like, everyone has a million procs, a million different. Everyone just does broken AoE, broken heal, broken mobility. Everyone just has insane mobility. And then when everyone has something, like when everybody has the ability to self-heal, do AoE damage, do single target damage, do cleave, do all this shit.
Yeah.
Has the insane ability. Nothing really feels special.
Exactly.
Like, change my mind.
Yeah, you don't have those big dick moments where your class feels like you're special. Realistically,
I've never done this big of a pull before.
I should not be able to do this. Okay? With no damage, nothing. Look at my healing. I'm a tank. I'm a warrior. And yeah, I have good gear, but my gear isn't good enough to be able to do this. You see that? It shouldn't be like that. That's too, it's too much, bro. It's too fucking much.
Mages should just, they should be squishy. that can.
And it's also, you know what? Not only is it too much, it's unearned. I think that's really what the problem is. Because, like, I could do that back in the day, but I earned that because I had the best fucking gear. Now it's like, oh yeah, of course, that's just the way the game plays.
You from afar, they cast an ability at you, right? And they should be able to control you and slow you and CC you. But like, if you get on them, right, then you should mess them up. That it shouldn't be, nah. This mage can self-heal while teleporting, while instant casting, while doing, you know, I'm not saying mages, to be fair, mages actually seem pretty balanced right now, but the point that I'm making is that it feels like, I mean, bro, I had a fucking hunter. I was 1v1ing a hunter. The hunter was literally healing his HP bar to full multiple times over, it felt like. Taking no damage, spamming, it's like, what, it's a hunter, bro. Why is he doing this? And then simultaneously I'm a ret paladin and I'm not, I mean, I don't know, that's supposed to be my niche, so ret paladin is supposed to be able to do some off heals, and I can't even do it. I mean, whatever, bro. The fact that I'm making is, the point that I'm making is, class design feels bad because they're giving everyone everything. And that whole dominating a niche thing just doesn't, you know, it's not there. And I think, why is that? It's something to do, everyone in chat says it's to do with Mythic Plus. They want to
It has to do with small-scale competitive PvP and gameplay. MMOs should be designed around playing in groups of 10 or more. Not designed in playing around in groups of like 3 or 5 or 2. Like this whole, like classic WoW is designed around 40-man rating and 20-man rating. Arenas are garbage. If I could delete arenas from WoW, I would do it. I think they're garbage and they contrive game design. It should have always been rated battlegrounds.
They give everyone OP in Mythic Plus, but like, bro, I don't know, maybe some classes shouldn't be as good as other classes in Mythic Plus. Just a wild thought, bro, in my opinion. This leads into
well,
PvP.
The problem isn't that classes can't, like, because I think classes, if you have a competitive system, you have to make sure everybody can be competitive, because people that are playing at a disadvantage, like, that sounds good, but whenever you're at the disadvantage and you don't have time to, like, respec, you're just gonna quit the game, right? Like, that's not fun. The problem is the fact that that's the way the game is designed in the first place. So, like, Enhancement Shamans and Burning Crusade were not really that great a damage. But they brought out, like, these really, really good buffs, and people brought them anyway. And I think Burning Crusade Raid Interdependency was a much better version of classic WoW Raid Interdependency. Totem bots? Yeah, well, they brought in tools. Like, everybody brought in their own tools. Whereas, like, now, everybody's tool is damage, and people bring in the same buffs.
Facing. Because everyone has, like, 1 million passive rocks, and hots, and dots, and all sorts of stuff, that what happens when you press, like, a button on a guy, well, then they have to, like, slow down the PvP massively. They're going to nerf everyone's damage, because if they just, like, you press this button, it did 5 things, and it just one-shot someone, well, that's not going to be good for the game, right? Because it's way too complicated. You know, you attack, and it does you know, 500 different abilities. That
well, that's the problem, is that one ability should happen at a time. The problem isn't that people get one-shot, it's that people get one-shot through a constellation of events.
For each other, it's just not, doesn't work. So then what happens is,
like, remember one-shots back in MoP, where it was like Chaos Bolt, and it was like, I'ma charge at my laser, and you can see it, and it's like, no! And it's like, he's doing it, oh! And it's happening, and you can see it, oh! And it hits you, and you're dead. That was cool.
All your buttons, when you press them, they don't feel meaningful, right? You press your buttons, you're pressing your burst button, you're pressing your damage button. They're just taking slow damage, like this, slow. You can't even feel like, I'll like have all my shit up, all my cooldowns are up. They're in a stun.
You don't feel like whenever you hit a button in WoW, you don't feel like their health goes down after you hit that button. Yeah.
And they got no cooldown up, and I'm like, all right, here we go, boys. This is going to be massive. Big crit. This guy's about to get wrecked.
Yeah.
Boom, I attack. Nothing happens. And the pacing is just heinous, like heinous. And I think this is because of the fact that they've just, you know, got the classes to the point where this is what we're dealing with. Like it's
17 defensives, 3 personal heals, 1 immunity, 2 damage reductions. You've got a gap closer, a evade ability. You know, like it's too much.
So bloated.
And
like,
absorb.
I think less is more. I think that we should be doing far less things. That should be far less procs happening, far less abilities proccing other, and they should be doing a lot more. Like I should press my Templar's Verdict, right? And
they should go like
if my
that.
wings are up, I should see their HP go down by like 20%, 30%. I should see a rogue doesn't eviscerate on me full combo points. I don't have a defensive cooldown up.
That's just like classic WoW, and that's the way it used to be, man. It was so good because you could fucking feel it. Like whenever you'd see somebody dispel a unstable. I remember I would do BGs, and like, you know, back in the day, like we were the big dicks, right? And so we had somebody in our guild. I think it might have been Rob. That like we ninja the guild bane together, and he had tier 6. He had tier 6 gear, and we were doing AV, and he would put UA on somebody, and like some little Karazhan priest would dispel UA, and it would just kill him. just kill him. That's what he did.
It should chunk the fuck up.
It was so good.
Not like, you know,
yeah,
whatever it is now, where you go in and it's just like 2 guys and then fucking 5 pits fly out.
Unstable affliction.
Dots going everywhere. Fucking beams, laser beams, hammers flying out, and just like both of our HP bars are kind of slowly moving, and you're like, I don't know, it's just not good. In my opinion, in terms of speed, like what is a good speed? My litmus test, I think, I was trying to kind of like
classic WoW
get this into a sentence where you can understand it. I think if
classic WoW had better PvP than any other type in WoW, any other time period in WoW, and it's not even remotely close. And the asymmetrical nature of it is what made it special and good. And every time that they tried to balance past that, just made it worse. Mop was garbage. Like every problem that Quinn is talking about now in Mop was 5 times worse.
You're in PvP and you're 2 equally geared players, and they're both really geared up. If a rogue was to do a full kidney shot on the other player,
less is more. Yep.
And the other player is not a tank, use no defensive cooldowns, doesn't trinket, does nothing, just stands there and just does the kidney shot. And that guy should die in the kidney shot. That's what I believe. If they do nothing, don't get peeled, nothing happens, and they have no defensive, they didn't do anything to stop it from happening, they should die. So not like insta-gibbing, but like, you know, people can die. And then...
Well, you can have that happen, right? I mean, like, if you have really good gear, you can do that. Brother, when the fuck have you PvP'd? I was the first battle master on my server in Wrath of the Lich King. This was in 2008, by the way. Yes. 3,000 years ago. I remember how it used to be. Beating kids? Well, yeah. Guess what I was back then? I loved it. The reason why I stopped playing PvP was because it just... The reason why I always liked, like, if I looked back, I liked being able to, like, I liked being able to get really good gear and kill people really easily. I thought that felt really good. And when I couldn't do that, it wasn't fun anymore. At that point, I might as well just play a better balanced, better designed game. Like, if I'm gonna play a balanced game, I might as well learn League. Why don't I just go back to Valorant? I want to start practicing Deadlock. Why would I play this shitty version of a game that's not supposed to be... Why would I do this? Like, if I can't go in there... Like, remember when I got Ashkandi? What did I do when I got Ashkandi? I think I did CG like once because I wanted to try something and get like an enchant or something, and then I did Warsong Gulch. I went baby seal clubbing, and it felt great.
I don't know if you tried some battlegrounds in terms of PvP pacing. Healers. Specifically, I mean, priests are the worst right now, but like whatever, I don't know. Just healers in general. Any expansion where healers can indefinitely keep people alive while casting instant spells only.
Yep.
And using no cooldowns. That's just bad and it feels awful. Because what happens
it's dog shit. Complete dog. He's so right about this. This has been a problem for years.
Is you just get like, you know, 2 teams of players.
And by the way,
it.
the game has to be designed this way. Because there are so many knockbacks, stuns, silences, interrupts, disorients, fears, horrifies, hexes, blinds, freezes, DRs, in-caps that you can't even expect to be able to do a cast because of how many different things there are to interrupt. There are so many tools to interrupt. Like, I remember back in Burning Crusade, being good at a DK was being able to move away from a healer and interrupt them by death gripping them. That was cool. Now, that's like the norm. Oh, I mean, Wrath. Wrath, obviously Wrath.
And everyone's at full HP, everyone's just spamming AoE, and, you know, you're all just doing all these little procs, and everyone's just cleaving each other. It's like some PvE battle, like you're in like a Mythic Plus, basically. And then everyone's just sitting at full life until eventually one of the healers goes.
And I also want to say, too, somebody says, WoW, PvP is not the only content WoW can provide, right? I think PvP should always be a minigame. PvP and WoW should, like, MMO PvP is a joke. And Blizzard shouldn't even take it seriously at all. That's my real opinion. It's a complete waste of their time.
And then, you know, people slowly die. And that's just the most unfun shit ever. It should be like, nah. You know, you get a full poly on that healer, everyone bursts this guy, he dies. Or you, like, stun a guy and you can kill him. But, you know, I had situations where it was 5v1 and we're fighting a backpedaling priest who has no idea what he's doing. No idea. He's, like, just hitting his face and just pressing on the random keys. And because of the fact that damage is so low, because they reduced it so much in PvP, and because instant cast spells are so OP, he's able to just slowly backpedal and just heal himself to full over and over again. And that it just feels dog shit.
Yeah.
And overall, PvP just feels awful right now. And the main reason, in my opinion, why is that? I think it's PvP gear scaling. It's the new system. It's dog shit. It's a failed system. And I think it actually is the fundamental most bad thing they've done for PvP in the game, period. And what is that? That's some system where basically you get to max level, which takes leveling like for 3 hours.
5 minutes.
I mean, that's a whole nother issue altogether. You get to max level, you do BGs for 5 hours. You get your entire honor set.
Gear. Yeah.
And then you get this gear which says scales to 626.
Yeah.
And it's better than all other gear that's not PvP gear, but specifically for PvP. So it completely trivializes any gear that's not PvP gear for PvP.
Right.
So it effectively means every single person's the same, because presumably you can play the game for 5 hours over the period of a weekend.
And if you're going to play a game where everybody's the same, why wouldn't you just play League or Valorant or a game that's better designed? That's all there is to it. Like, that's the issue. Like, there's literally, like, there's no advantage that WoW has as a PvP game.
Gearing is irrelevant. It doesn't matter, because everyone effectively scales to the same level. And it means all PvE gear, dog shit. All Mythic Plus gear, dog shit. All any sort of like, you know, unless it's specific crafted like gear, it's dog shit. And what is that? It's just a template, bro. It's just literally like, hey, guess what? You're playing an MMORPG, which is supposed to be about like gearing items and stuff.
True.
And guess what? You get to like get your character leveled up, and you get a templated character. So you're just playing a normal generic dude. Maybe you can select a few of the secondary stats, so you can be like, maybe you guys a little bit more haste or a little bit more crit. But generally speaking, you're just playing a templated character. And then you're like, oh, but wait, I could go to PvE and get like some fucking badass trinket or something and take it into PvP.
Wow.
You can't, because the trinkets, A, don't scale up, and B, they put a 2-set trinket bonus on the PvP trinkets that completely shit on all the PvE trinkets.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I think PvP gear scaling and PvP and WoW is just a joke, and the entire fixation around it is a joke. Blizzard doesn't care about PvP. I don't know why players still care about it. It's totally a lost cause. It doesn't matter what the scaling for the gear is. It doesn't matter how many. It's just like it's just garbage. Like it's like basically, it's like what I was saying before about like an onion. Like the core of the onion is rotten, and the more layers that you peel away, the more that you find that the onion is rotten and rotten and rotten. Like that's it.
And in my opinion,
just worse
this
and
is
worse.
terrible. It's terrible. It's awful for the game.
Yeah.
Because they make the PvP gear super tanky, super slow-paced. They make all of the fun, cool PvE gear completely useless. So now, like, any reason why you might consider, hey, let me go into a raid
and how they
get
work.
a piece of gear
So
and take that into PvP.
I have 2 of them
It's just
equipped.
it's
From what I
pointless. You're
understand,
wasting your
that's
time. You're
the
better off
best way to go
spending,
about it
30
when
minutes
you
on
want to
just getting
drill
all
a
the
big
gear.
hole
People
for
say
like
most
this large
top-end
rover, for
players
example.
want templated characters,
Unfortunately,
like
the
arena
way the
servers.
drills are controlled currently,
Well, top-end
they're not
players
set
aren't
by
who you
a
should design the
key.
game for.
Unfortunately, developers, if
Why
you're
would you
watching,
design the
please
game
make
for a
it to where
top-end
like up
player?
and down
That's
on the
stupid.
drills are a key instead of having to
You
look.
should design the
'Cause
game
that's how
for
they're
an average
currently
player to make
controlled.
sure it's fun to play.
You look up, that's where the drills go. You look down, that's where the drills go. And as
Like,
you
if
can
you look
see,
at a lot
if
of
you're in
the
a
classic
cave
WoW
or even
designers, like-
outside, looking up isn't really a good solution to go up.
When you hear them talk
So,
about the game, like these people,
but
like
we're gonna
they're
just
not,
leave it
like,
as
amazing.
it is.
They're not like rank
and,
1 gladiators.
you know, with the
Like,
camera
yeah, they're
system
great at the game,
in its current
sure.
state,
But, like,
this doesn't work very well because if you deviate
they
down
have
or
a
up in any
profound
way, it's
insight
see this is
into
a very
player
quick way that you
psychology,
hit V,
and that's what
and
makes
they
games
start
good.
drilling.
Is being able to find that convergence between great, rewarding gameplay and player psychology. And classic WoW, Elden Ring, I don't know, Mario Brothers 3, like, I don't know, I could think of 10 other games, all capitalize on that convergence. Diablo 2 capitalizes on that convergence. Path of Exile capitalizes on that convergence.
You would ever going into doing PvE for Mythic Plus or raiding. Like some of the best times in WoW, in my opinion, you know, I'm thinking back, Wrath of the Lich King, bro, getting a Deathbringer's Will, and just that getting that trinket that turns you into like a Viral dude and gives you like fuck tons of armor penetration and all this shit, and you get that trinket, like, you know, you're going and you're raiding every week. It's literally in-game content. You're engaged. You're excited for the moment where you kill this boss because you're hoping to get this loot. Doesn't drop. But every time you go there, you get past that stupid gunship battle, you get to the boss, you kill him. Eventually, it drops, bro, and you win it. You then take that into the battleground, and you take that into the arena, and you start dominating people, and it feels so fucking good, bro. It feels so fucking satisfying.
And it's not fair. It's not fair. And I don't care. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not because it's fun. And you earned it by playing the game a lot.
Gimmicky, bit of a meme, not like the perfect balance or whatever, but who gives a fuck? This is an MMORPG. This isn't a fucking esport. You should not be balancing the game like it's an esport.
Exactly.
You should be making it fun.
Yes.
And now,
true.
Okay.
There it is.
You have the other extreme end where you have like, you know, just using Wrath of the Lich King. I'm not like a Wrath Andy, by the way. My favorite expansion was not for like PvP, but
Probably
my favorite
Legion,
expansion
right?
overall was like Legion.
Yeah, that's what
you know,
I meant.
I'm like a Legion, Mop, Wrath kind of guy, you know, whatever. But you know, I'm not saying the game should be exactly Wrath of the Lich King. I don't think it should. I think Wrath had plenty of problems. But like, yeah, we don't want two people running with Shadowmourns just absolutely annihilating everyone while they backpedal, right? Because so for sure, some items should be like maybe nerfed in rated arenas and rated places. Now that
there shouldn't be any ratings. It's an MMO. It's not an esport. Stop making ratings. Like, just stop it. Stop trying to turn everything into some try-hard fucking ego competition. Just play the game and have fun. We don't need ratings for everything. It's not an esport. It's so obnoxious. You want to post a YouTube video of, you know, your kill streak or how fast you clear a dungeon? Do it. Dark Souls has a great competitive, serious community. It doesn't need ratings. It's so cringe. Like, catering to this, like, ego gamer mentality. It's just so stupid. You don't think WoW PvP should have separate balance? No. It should all be the same. Like, you sound too detached. No, I don't. That's the problem, is that my opinion about this comes from somebody who has played a lot of other games, and I've experienced the reward that those games have made me feel, and I want that for WoW. And I think that a lot of WoW players are the ones that are too attached to their idea of the way the game should be designed. But I'm not attached to that anymore. I think that WoW players have become so accustomed to certain types of gameplay that they're just, like, they're completely accepting of them in, like, all ways. I'm not. I am a kind of person, like, I'm coming at this in a perspective of, I'm not playing, I have 35,000 hours on the WoW. But I've also got thousands of other hours on other games too. And I've been playing a lot of those other games more recently. And I've been seeing the way that these other games play and the way that WoW is inferior. Should be less spells too? Yeah. And I see the way that these are, and and like WoW players are trapped in like these mentalities that are so unhealthy. Like so unhealthy. And I think that you saw so much of this dissonance in Shadowlands, where, like, you needed Covenant conduit energy? Why? Who decided this? This is stupid. Why does this even exist? So when I go back and I turn around and I look at the content now, I see how much worse it is than what I think it could be. I think the story fell flat. Yeah, no, and that's, it was dumb. Yeah, it's and I think that players are just so conditioned. Like, WoW players only play WoW, so they're conditioned around contextualizing every decision around World of Warcraft. So it's like, because WoW did this at this time, this is why it's okay that WoW keeps doing this, because of what it used to do. But what I'm saying is, let's clear the entire fucking board. Like, I think that Final Fantasy XIV really came into its own and became its own successful great game when it finally did away with all of the old vestiges, like defensive stance and, you know, tank threat and stuff like that, that were from World of Warcraft. And they did that in Shadowbringers. Well, actually, they did that in Stormblood. And it really kind of came into full swing in Shadowbringers. And that's when the game truly came into its own, and it became its own game that was transcendent. That's the problem. Is that so many of the, like, WoW is so much defined by its past that it can't look towards its future.
Only be the case in rated. Everywhere else, all the gear should work. And on top of that, the gear, all the shit that isn't completely broken, that should also work in rated. Change my mind.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
It shouldn't be rated. It's not a competitive game. It's not. Like, we don't need it to, there doesn't need to be a competitive game aspect. Why? Why do we need this?
PvP gear shouldn't scale up. That system should be deleted, and the PvP gear should just be good. So what do I mean by that? So obviously you should be able to get PvE gear and take it to PvP, and it should be good. Vice versa, you should be able to get PvP gear. So if you're good enough to get to a high rating to get the PvP weapon.
He's totally cooking on this, by the way. Like, I was able to go directly into Sunwell Plateau after not raiding until, like, since, like, tier 4, or, like, barely tier 5, because I had full Brutal Gladiator gear. And, like, that gear was so fucking good that it was on par with Black Temple gear.
You can then get that weapon and take it into a mythic raid and fuck shit up early because you got like an early game weapon
vice versa
sooner than everyone else did. Because you can also, you're like a, you know, you've spent time to get good at the PvP in game, and you've also spent time to get good at the PvE in game. You should be rewarded for that. And guess what that does? That cross pollination gets people. This is like a huge thing because PvP is dying, bro. It's fucking going down. Do you know why?
It's not dying. It's dead. It's been dead for years. It's been dead since I would say. I think it's been dead really since, like, WoD. But, like, Legion was okay, but, like, BFA really killed it. And, like, Shadowlands Season 1 had, like, a really great resurgence, but then immediately after that, nobody cared. Because, like, remember Shadowlands Season 1 was really fun.
No reason to go in there anymore because the stupid trash system which like takes the RPG elements out of the fucking MMORPG, which is like question mark, and people are like, well, why the fuck would I go to PvP? There's nothing there for me. There's no loot. I didn't like it. People kill me, and I'm trying to heal, and they kick my cast. I don't like that. You know, why would you step out of your comfort zone if there's nothing there to incentivize you out? So yeah, just delete the PvP gear scaling.
It's it says Solo Shuffle set a PvP participation dummy. You think that I'm dumb because you're saying that? So you think that there's a lot of people participating in PvP because of Solo Shuffle? Has it ever occurred to you that the reason for that is because the way that it was designed previously was just worse? And also, like, so if Solo Shuffle was so popular and PvP was so popular, why is it that whenever I look at WoW, almost nobody really is doing PvP? Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because nobody really cares about it. And like two weeks into the expansion, after the season comes out, nobody's gonna give a shit about PvP. It's gonna be dead. It's not out yet. You can PvP now. You really think that PvP is going to blow up whenever the season comes out? Everybody's going to start PvPing when the season comes out? You're delusional. That didn't happen last season. Look at the amount of YouTube videos. Look at the amount of people watching content about it. You think this super popular activity that everybody used to watch videos for, everybody remembers the old WoW PvP videos, but now nobody can name a single one because nobody cares anymore? You really, like, I mean, this is such copium. It's so incredibly, people are coping so hard on this. You're coping so fucking hard. PvP is dead. It will never come back. You're wasting your time, and it will never change. That's it. It doesn't matter what Blizzard changes, if they add in some new feature, if Solo Shuffle is more popular than Rated Arena. Has it ever occurred to you that Rated Arena isn't a very good barometer of popularity either, because Rated Arena sucks and it's not fun either? Wow, so one mode that sucks slightly less than another mode means that PvP is good. You guys don't remember what happened back in Cataclysm. I do. I was there 3,000 years ago. Almost half of my friends that played PvP quit WoW because they went to go play League. Because League was like, all of the people that wanted to be good at a PvP game immediately quit because they're like, this is just like WoW, except for there's less bullshit. It's balanced just for PvP, and it's a PvP-based game. I lost like half of my friends list. Like, this is like, I don't know, like season 9, like the end of the end of season 9, like season 10.
So what would that be? Like 2011 to 12? Somewhere around there? So why can't WoW have that too? It's too complex. There's too many complications to the game. There's too much nuance to it. And the game doesn't have, like, League has a very simple design structure of just a handful of abilities that a player can easily understand and get into quickly. But with WoW, you don't have that. There's too many different levels of complexity that make it hard to understand for a new player. The barrier to entry is just way too high.
Literally, gear templates, right? It's just stat templates with a couple extra steps. Like, oh yeah, I found this gear out, bro. Took me 5 hours, bro, and now I've got a stat track. And you're gonna hear people complain about it and say, well, that's just shit, it's imbalanced. Yep. Fuck them, dude. Fuck them. This is an MMORPG. This isn't a fucking esport. If you go play League of Legends, go play. If you want the game to be perfectly balanced, go play League of Legends.
Yes.
And guess what? If you're doing one of the tournaments, right? If you're doing the AWC, World of Warcraft Cup, okay, cool. Then you can have your templated character on a tournament realm.
Yep.
You know, you're on a tournament realm, and it's got none of that broken shit there, and it's just mano v mano, and you can see who's the best gamer, whatever. But let the people
Somebody
play.
says League is dying because of too many champions. I actually, if they did a revamp of League where you could only play like 30 or 40 different champions, I would probably go and play it. But I do feel the same way. Why do you compare a MOBA to an MMO, you piece of shit? I understand that you're stupid, so you're mad, so I'll forgive you for it. But the reason why I do that is because these games don't exist in separate ecosystems. And my example of Cataclysm is that a lot of people played World of Warcraft because they couldn't play a MOBA. So as soon as a MOBA existed, they moved and they started playing a MOBA. That was the reason.
In the MMORPG, have fun in the MMORPG. Like, I want to be able to get my Vial of Shadows and fuck some guy up with it. I want to be able to get my PvE weapon and take it to PvP. Or I want to be able to get my, because I'm good at PvP and I can get to a high rating, I want to be able to take that PvP gear into PvE or into M+, or take M+ gear into PvP. You know, you get any which way. The systems should complement each other. They shouldn't be totally against each other.
Vanilla WoW, the best version of the game. Like, if Vanilla WoW was S tier, Burning Crusade wasn't even an A.
Another huge reason.
It's not even close.
So yeah, this should probably be higher in priority. Actually, I mean, straight up just remove this thing higher in priority. Another huge thing that is wrong with WoW, bro, and that makes WoW shit in the current year is the WoW token.
Yeah, he's completely right. It's such an obvious thing. If you can buy gold, it's garbage. Like, how could you possibly take any accomplishment in a game seriously where you can buy gold?
Just delete it from the game. Straight up. Do an economy reset. I don't know. Make gold redundant. I don't know. The WoW token is so shit. It's so shit. It kills straight up.
Kills the entire
huge
economy.
Portion of the in-game. Maybe like half of the in-game for me.
Well, it contrives the entire economy. Because now the entire economy is built around WoW token. The value of a WoW token, the value of farming, and the value of that hour of farming versus a WoW token, it amortized into a $20 value. Power Software explained that account theft dropped 80% when WoW token was released. Yeah, no, I understand that Blizzard probably changed the WoW token because of people that are hacking. But that's not my problem as a player. Like, when Blizzard says we need to do this because our security systems are bad, that doesn't make me feel like my experience in the game is better. Like, you can't give me a business reason to explain why my gameplay is worse and expect me to say, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't care about that. Their security problems aren't my problems. My problem is the game. So if the game isn't delivering an experience that's rewarding and feels good, then why would I care? Oh, well, there's a lot of bots in the game. Well, then fix the bots. We can't fix the bots? Okay, so you don't want to fix the bots. You can't fix account security. So you're going to add something into the game to where now there's like basically buying gold. And so like, what the fuck? Like, so basically this was a big problem. So we decided to just make profit off of it. That doesn't make the problem go away. Goes the fucking game. Yeah, it's like, if you don't care about the integrity of the game, why should I?
To be like grinding gold. I liked getting gold. I had characters that had multiple professions, and I'd filter all these things. I'd have herbs, and I would mill the herbs, and I would turn the herbs into glyphs, and I would sell the glyphs, and I'd do all this shit.
My earliest videos were WoW farming videos.
Why would you do gold farming, professions, you know, carries, all sorts of things that you could do to earn gold whenever you spend time, like you could spend like 3 hours farming gold, or you could just work at like a minimum wage job for, you know, for the equivalent of 10 minutes to farm like 3 hours. I don't know, the ratio is insane, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're like literally in a world first guild and you're selling like the first mounts where you sell them for like, you know, gold cap per mount or some stupid shit like that. It's pretty much never worth farming gold. You're always better off to just earn real life money and then, you know, from the corporeal realm, and then spend it, put it into, and then get the money out. And just, it basically kills off entire end games, in my opinion. Like,
There's almost never a situation that a person with an average job would be more efficient playing a game rather than putting in overtime and then buying gold. This is a broken system. I'm sorry, it's a broken system. You should, any game where you can buy gold is a game where progression doesn't matter.
My profession, Andy, I love professions. I love that, bro.
Yeah.
Professions where you get like special perks and bonuses for having that profession leveled up, and then you can use that inside of rated battlegrounds and stuff. Like, you know, man, fuck yes, bro. Dude, I'm actually sad, dude. I'm straight up sad that I removed engineering from PvP arenas. Straight up, dude. That's how much of a fucking profession Andy I am. But guess what? I've done this, you know, just what I haven't interacted with at all. This entire expansion, and that, you know, whenever I tried Dragonflight, same deal. Professions, because why the fuck would I? I can just get everything that I could want from the profession just by spending, like...
That's the way that I feel, too, because, like, Quinn's in the same position that I am, and I think that a lot of you guys are probably in the same position. How many of you guys make over 100K a year? Me? Yeah. A lot of you guys. There's a lot of people out there that make a lot of money. Right? A lot of you guys make a lot of money. You can afford to spend this money. You can afford to drop, like, you know, maybe $1,000, $2,000, probably sometimes even more than that, right? Yeah, sure. Fuck, who cares? But, like, am I the only person that, like, feels that when now I have the privilege to do it, the act of doing it feels even more stupid than when I didn't have the ability to do it? Like, I feel like now, because I can do it, I feel stupid for doing it. And before I could do it, I felt stupid that it could exist. Because I would have been able to do it, right? It always felt stupid to me. Yeah, it feels like cheating. Yeah, it's like I'm cheating. Exactly. I'm just straight up cheating. You just said 10 minutes ago nobody should care about ratings, but now you're saying the WoW tokens makes accomplishments meaningless. Explain. Okay. Let's see. Are you a disagreeer? Yeah, you said 10 minutes ago, WoW should scrap ratings, WoW tokens makes accomplishments meaningless. Because rating systems are about competitive gameplay, and being able to accomplish things is a personal goal. And so when you create a rated system, you contrive an entire population into playing a game a certain way, whereas giving people a feeling of accomplishment is something that's personal. You understand? So how does a WoW token make it any less personal? Because I'm spending money inside of a I'm spending money that I earned in real life to gain an advantage in a video game. Do you understand why that's bad? If I get Keystone Master, I feel good. I don't care if others bought it with gold. I do. I think it cheapens my accomplishment whenever I see other people that got the exact same thing that I did, but they just spent money with it. I think that's human psychology. And I think this idea that, oh, you shouldn't care about what other people have is directly contradictory to every single aspect of human psychology. And it's reflected in every bit of our culture, down to getting gold stars in kindergarten, up to buying Lamborghinis whenever you're a millionaire. Our entire culture is built around conspicuous showing of things that you've accomplished. Of course you're going to care if somebody else achieves something that you feel like you worked for and then they just got instantaneously. So it's not personal after all. So let me ask you a question. If you got Keystone Master, but somebody else could just press a button in, let's say, their garrison, and it would just give them the achievement for Keystone Master with doing nothing. They wouldn't have to do anything. They would just push the button and it gave them the achievement and the mount. Would that make you feel like that achievement meant less to you? You care about what other people do and think? Of course I do. Absolutely. And I think that's what everybody does. Now, why would it? I know I did it myself without getting a freebie. Yeah, but you don't know who did and who didn't. And there's no distinguishment between who earned it and who didn't earn it. People want to have things that they can be proud of and accomplishments that they can look at inside of video games and feel good about what those accomplishments are, and then look back at those accomplishments and say that I did this. When somebody else can get that accomplishment for a fraction of the effort or the value, it devalues the amount of time and effort and money, in this case, that they put into it. I think that we're denying human psychology here. Just because you might not see it that way doesn't mean this is not a core tenet of human psychology. This is why almost every single apparatus has some functionality that rewards people based off of performance. And if everybody got the same performance rewards based without looking at performance, you would see lower performance and less investment. I don't go for Keystone Masters so others can see my cool mount. I do it for myself. So you have 25,000 achievement points, etc., right? And you've played the game a pretty good amount of time. I think that really you have a lot of feats of strength. You've probably accomplished a lot of these things. You've done a lot of this stuff, etc. One thing that I've noticed a lot with like people that play the game is that, and this is like the beginning of the expansion, so it's hard to say. But most of the time whenever I see people that do this, the things that they show off in game are the things that are unique and special. And I think for a lot of cases, that's the reality. People want to have things that are special. Nobody cares how you get the Lamborghini. It's just owning one that matters. Yeah, but here's the problem, is that if everybody could just buy a Lamborghini and the barrier to entry to that was very low, it wouldn't really matter anymore. It's a mindset difference, honestly. I do. I think it's a huge mindset difference. And I know that there's some people that have his mindset, but I actually don't think that that mindset is reflected inside of human behavior. I think most people do care about the accomplishments that they have compared to other people. And I think that the next MMO that's going to really be successful is an MMO where you can't buy cosmetics. I think cosmetic progression and conspicuous consumption of cosmetics and being able to show off that you're good at something matters a lot more than people think it does. And I think that people like to pretend like it doesn't matter because it makes them seem vain or stupid. But I do think that fundamentally This is a huge driver in why people go for things. This is why people try to achieve certain things. It's because other people can't achieve it. And if other people can achieve the same thing that you can for a fraction of the effort, I think that it does massively devalue what that product is and what that thing is. Rarity adds value. Exclusivity creates value. And when you remove exclusivity from a feature and you allow people to bypass the exclusivity with money, it makes the people that work hard to get the exclusivity, that see other people that have obtained it just through money, it reminds them that this is just like real life, and these people can get exactly where you are for a fraction of the effort because they have more money than you do. I think that's a terrible dynamic for MMOs to have, and any MMO that sells, what do you call it? Any MMO that sells gold, I automatically don't take progression in that game seriously. It breaks immersion. It does. And I know that some people think that it doesn't for them. And I think that there are individuals that that's probably true for. There are. But I think that if you look at it as a whole, it is not true. Against rating in games, if people do care what other people think about their accomplishments. Because I think adding in a greater rating system and then adding in a PvP rating system makes a game competitive in a way that contrives the way that it's designed, rather than giving people individual accomplishments that they can work towards on their own. It's about how rating systems and ladders contrive the way that the entire player base views gameplay.
$30 on a WoW token, get all my enchants, get all my shit, get all my gems, and it's just more efficient. And to me, that's like sad, because that's just a reason to not play the game now. It's just another thing that I could do and I could be enjoying doing, but I can't because I just feel stupid. It's the same reason, like, you know, people are gonna say shit like, "Oh, if you don't like flying, just walk on your mount." Like, no, I'm not gonna completely cuck and waylay myself.
You're not gonna
like that just shouldn't exist in the game, right? The WoW token is awful, and bro, this argument that people have where they say, "Well, people are just gonna RMT, bro. People are just gonna RMT if the WoW token's in the game." Fucking ban the RMT guys.
Yep.
Ban them.
It's that simple. Yep.
Ban the guys who are cheating. Oh, people cheat in every game. Ban the cheat. Don't just put cheats in the game legally. Ban the fucking cheaters. Okay?
Yep.
Ban them. Okay, I'm getting a little bit too heated. My bad.
It's not that simple. Okay, well, it is for me. If you have a game that just is full of cheaters and people buying gold, I'll just play another game. The token was in the game before Quinn decided to play this expansion, so now he's just using it as an excuse. You typed the same message, I think, 2 or 3 times, and I didn't read it the other times because it was stupid, and you're so insistent about it. You just keep typing it, thinking I didn't see your message. I did. I didn't read it because it was stupid. I'm not gonna explain every single time, but yeah.
You know, on top of the WoW token, cosmetics, a little bit of in-game. A little bit of in-game is removed. The fact that you can just buy cosmetics, it also devalues.
It does.
It just devalues every other cosmetic in the game. Like, why the fuck do we buy a game and then pay a fucking subscription to that game?
And buy expansion.
And then they also devalue the game cosmetics by selling it, the cosmetics. Like, why is that a thing, bro? Like, selling gold, like, just that needs to be deleted from the game. I mean, maybe obviously, this is the reasons why WoW's currently dog shit,
And this is the problem, right? Is that, like, some people like to make the argument that Blizzard had to do this. Well, this is my argument. If Blizzard has to do this, then I don't have to play the game. That's fine. Like, if you feel like you need to make the game this way and you have to sell gold, then I'll just play something else. Like, I don't really see how Blizzard has this problem where you have to buy and sell gold and Blizzard has to facilitate it, where Path of Exile doesn't have this problem and the game's free. What? Like, it's insane. You're always gonna have RMT.
And I'm like, yo, delete the WoW token and delete. Yeah, obviously, these are things that this is like, obviously it's a pipe dream, but I'm kind of just, hoping maybe like Chris Medson's gonna come in and be like, for the Horde, the WoW token.
Sure. You're biased to the game because it isn't classic. No one cares if you play the game or not. You're a niche minority of people that don't give a fuck about what you're soapboxing about. I'm one of the most popular content creators for WoW ever. My videos are the most popular. Anytime a new expansion comes out, I have the most viewers. I probably know more about the game than almost anybody else. I used to be in the top 10 for achievement points for the game. I put 35,000 hours in the game. I know the game better than you'll ever know the game. And I'm not even playing it. I haven't played it for years, seriously. And you'll still probably never catch up to me. So just keep that in mind. Also, there are more people that have quit WoW than people that are playing WoW. So maybe you should listen to those people a little bit more. It's a weird flex. It's not a flex, it's just the truth. Like, obviously a lot of people care what I think. That's why everybody's watching me. People have asked me to watch this video because they care what I think because I know the game really well. A lot of WoW streamers that are fixated on WoW like to say negative things about me. I've seen this before. Any single one of them, in terms of career, I think would gladly switch spots with me in a second. They're stuck playing that game because they can't do anything else. That's the truth. So I don't really take away. So it's in their best interest. They have to defend the game because that's their meal ticket. And if that meal ticket dries up, then they starve because nobody wants to watch them play anything else other than WoW. That's just a fact. And the funny thing is that, like, these people can come back and say negative shit about me. And it doesn't matter because it will still be true. It doesn't matter what they say. What I'm saying here will still be true. And it will always be true. And that's why they feel like they have to defend the game. And they have to sneak this me because I don't have to. I don't have to pretend like it's okay.
It's deleted. We're overhauling the PvP system. Fucking cosmetics can't buy them anymore, boys.
Yep.
Let's fucking go. You know, like that's kind of like that to me. For them to make WoW great again, this is what they're gonna have to do, bro. They're gonna either they are gonna do it or some other company's gonna do it, right? Another little thing as well. We'll just cap it off. I mean, I have literally like 4 pages of notes here of things that I think make WoW bad. These are just the major ones. I'm just gonna do the last major one here. Leveling, bro. It's literally not even in the game anymore. Boosts.
Yeah.
Like, way to kill your world as fast as possible. Let's speed run killing the world.
Yeah,
Let's
buying boosting. Yeah, that's insane. Want to make a co-op so because people say you're wrong about shit, they're biased because they're paid off. Ego's crazy. It's not ego, it's a fact. If WoW died, their channel and their career would be over. For a lot of them. That's just a fact.
Boosts and let's make, you know what? While we're at it, let's just make leveling not even exist. Because leveling doesn't exist right now in the game. It's literally boost and then do quests for a few hours and then you're max level. Or literally boost and then do dungeons for 2 hours and then you're max level.
Exciting.
Do you know how many of my best memories in World of Warcraft were me leveling up my main character or leveling up one of my ults? And it just doesn't exist. It's just another thing. It's just another entire thing you could be doing that's just removed because, I don't know, people think it's good. Like, man, I love being able to have, not earn any of my leveling and just instantly have every character boosted up and have every character at max level. This is great.
Yeah, it's stupid.
You know what? The rest of the game doesn't exist. It's only the end game, which, I mean, bro, I'm sounding like a little bitch right now. But remember, I love World of Warcraft. I really want it to be good. And this is just the reasons why I think WoW's bad currently. Yes, they did I would say that it's slightly improved in terms of storytelling compared to Dragonflight, because the Dragonflight story, I don't know, that one was so dog shit. I don't even really remember it. It was like some random cutscenes with like dwarfs and shit, and there was like some.
I think the storylines in both of them are mediocre, but yeah.
Dragon guy, it was so dog shit. And you know what? The cinematics and the story, I went through the whole story of the new one with all the, you know, it even had the.
Somebody says it's weird coming from him who boosted in Final Fantasy 14. It's weird that people like this is the remember what I said before about how every time that a person tries to call out hypocrisy, it actually indicates their own lack of IQ. Almost every single time that I see somebody saying, "Oh, but what about you did the other thing?" These are always like people that have like very, very low level intelligence. Has it ever occurred to you that he's actually you're making a great example of that? And your example that you're making actually proves his point? That he was able to boost in Final Fantasy 14 and he had a terrible experience probably as a result of that, which then proves that the boost was a bad idea. It's just like, it's crazy how like these contradiction Andys, it's like they're so stupid, they don't even know how stupid they are.
Recaps, and the cinematics got far more in depth with the characters, which I liked, and you know, you could sit there and have the extended dialogue to get to know the people, and you know, really, it felt better. So you know, hey, they are improving in some aspects, but I feel like in almost every other aspect, retail WoW, or I don't know, retail WoW, just World of Warcraft in general, whatever the fuck you want to call it, WoW is just actively getting worse, and it's like. Can they not? Can you not do that? Can you just make it better? Because I love WoW and I want to play WoW. But currently, modern WoW is straight up. I mean, it's a straight up, completely mid to maybe even below mid game. Okay. And I really am hoping, praying to Jesus, because what it will take for me, I'm quitting WoW right now. I'm quitting WoW. Like I'm done. I'm fucking done. Like I've had some sort of internal like meltdown because I've been sitting here.
I'm not quitting. Like I'll play season 1. I'll try out the raid. I'll try out the dungeons. Maybe do some mythic quests. I'll try it out. Yeah, sure. I'm not quitting. I'll keep playing, but you know, I'm not like super enthusiastic.
Battling my own mind.
Yeah.
Like man, I love WoW, but man, this sucks so much. This sucks, and I sit there and try not to be like fucking sitting there complaining the whole time.
It's smart for him not to do. Like, yeah, if you're not having fun playing the game, you should immediately quit.
I just complain the whole time because it's like, bro, like what have they done to my boy, man? What have they fucking done to it, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, I really am hoping that somehow
true.
Something's changing at Blizzard, and with the next expansion, maybe they do some big overhaul, and it's effectively like WoW, you know, reborn, WoW 2, you know, and they delete all this dog shit. That's in the current game, and they make it, you know, they make it what it should be. Great again, bro. Make WoW great again.
Oh, we had that hat, remember? Make Azeroth great again. Well, I'm glad that I watched that video. Obviously, a lot of people asked me to watch this. There were a lot of really strong opinions about it. We'll read some of the opinions, etc., and go through everything. Because I know, obviously, a lot of people are very... I agree with a lot of things that Quinn said. I think that Quinn talked about PvP too much. I think that PvP is 5% of the game. And I think that WoW has a huge... Quinn talked about what I would say is like 10% of the problems in the game in this video. I actually think that like this is like the tip of the iceberg. Now, for every player, it's different. But I think that holistically, it's a lot different. I think part of the issue is the internal issue. People want to be vocal to change the game instead of quitting. They tried that for many expansions. It isn't made for him anymore. It's weird to me that people cling to WoW like it's some kind of identity. If you don't like it, don't play it. Very weird to stress about it. Well, I don't know. I mean, you play a game for a really long time and you're just giving feedback after you play the new version of the game. I mean, you're a popular content creator. Sure. I think that makes sense. I mean, haven't you had conversations with your friends about like video game franchises you used to play? I mean, it's so weird that people act like this is some kind of an actual, like, some, like, crazy phenomenon. Like, I've talked to plenty of friends of mine about, like, you know, like, different, like, TV shows and, like, different stuff like that that I'm interested in. Like, this is all kinds of things that happen, like, all the time. like Gears 1, like Halo, or like Game of Thrones. Like, I talk to friends of mine about this stuff all the time. So, like, of course you're gonna do this. It's normal. Yeah, people want to talk about topics and things that they're interested in, like WoW. So yeah. It's such an cop-out. The game originally was made for people, but then they changed it for them after enough they're complaining. They're just afraid to see other people and give the energy back to them. Wait, I'm really confused. Yeah, I don't know really what you mean by that. But yeah, I do think that you're right that like WoW's target audience has definitely changed, and I feel like I'm not part of it anymore. It has. Is there a way to fix WoW story-wise? No, and I don't think the current development team at WoW knows how to do that. I don't think that they have the insight and they have the understanding of the game and like narratives in order to do that in a way that doesn't feel patronizing. Aging people complain about a game, and in the good old times, old memories always feel better. Everyone forgets pain. I like your content, appearance interesting, but I don't think the game is bad. I personally like it, but it's different for sure. Yeah, no, I think so too, and I think that's the case for a lot of games, right? But at the same time, I think that there's a lot of guys that are like me and Quinn. I mean, this is a game that's been out for 20 years, right? So there's a lot of people that have played it for close to that. We've grown up playing it. And for some of us, you know, we've stuck around and played the game. Like, I've been kind of, you know, half and half. Some people have been, like, really invested into it. Other people have just totally quit entirely. And, you know, I'm kind of, like, in the middle, right? And so, of course, we're going to talk about the game that we grew up with, that we've all put collectively. Like, each of us, probably all of the people talking about this, whether it's, like, Rax, DM, me, Quinn, we've all put over 10,000 hours into this video game. I think that we're entitled to have an opinion about it. I feel like WoW has been made for FPS and Zoomers. Yeah, I think so too. So, it's too fast. It's too fast paced. It's too complex. There's too much going on. It's exhausting, man. It really is. An important question: why do people keep buying subscription for expansion when you complain about the game? Just play something else. Well, because I thought I would enjoy the beginning of the expansion, and I have. I mean, like, I like playing, leveling up has been fine, and doing the dungeons has been okay, and I'll do the raid and, you know, do like some Mythic Plus, and then I'll probably stop playing. Like, it's really not that big of a deal to me. Like, it's $15. I mean, I don't know. Like, like, really, it's I'm not really thinking about it a lot, and also it's like my job too. Like, I mean, I'm doing this as like as a career playing video games, so like it's not really a normal situation, is it? Does not incentivize the Blizzard to stay dog shit? It does, but I'm also like, I mean, that's like saying a game reviewer is incentivizing a game developer to continue staying dog shit because they're reviewing a game. Like, I think that really I'm putting out content about a game that a lot of people want to see. It's part of my job, and so I think that that's the way that I want to cover things in the way that I think is fair. And I try to give people the most appropriate and the most authentic perspective possible. And I know some people might not agree with it, but I hope everybody knows that it is my perspective. It is really what I think. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that you should look at a streamer and expect a streamer to play a video game in a way that a normal person does. It's just like, you're like that. That's not the way it works. Like, it's just such a weird way to look at things. Also allows you to get feedback. Yeah. And like, that's the thing too. It's like, these are the same people that if I wasn't playing the game, they would say, well, you're not playing the game, so you can't give feedback. And then I am playing the game and they're saying, well, why are you giving feedback if you're still playing the game? Like, there's no way to win. At the end of the day, I just think these people don't want to hear feedback. That's what I think they want to do. They just want you to not talk about the game in a way that they don't agree with. That's the real reason. It's got nothing to do with like how long you did or didn't play the game or anything like that. They take it personally. Yeah, exactly. What do you think about making all expansions available to play so everybody can choose what they like? I think they should make WoW Classic free to play. That'd be crazy. I'd love that. The fact that you went in and new to give feedback, yeah. And like that is my feedback for the game. And that's what I think about it. And old next trailer should put all the old gods being released. They're all dead. Like the end of BFA killed them.
I spent $8,000 on WoW tokens. I don't want any criticism. Yeah, exactly, right? Like Genshin players. Hard to make free to play with no true moderation. Yeah, I mean, like WoW like doesn't have any moderation at all. Really, it seems, unless it's like automated. So yeah, I mean, I'm passionate about the game. I try not to be like angry about the game and like upset about it, but I just want to be able to enjoy the game and play it. And you know, that's it. I think that Quinn brings up a lot of good points. I'll read some comments. World of Warcraft has begun once again. Killed his PoE character for nothing. Killed your PoE character for this. You can tell Quinn Persona isn't an act. Yeah, for sure. I'm playing because of loneliness at this point. Early access did kill the hype for me. Toby died for that. I don't know who Toby is. Probably the PoE character, I'm assuming. Early access for the expansion again. You'll record the same video again. You'll be in the same rank in League and won't clear in-game PoE in 2. Yeah, well, I mean, he's a streamer, right? I mean, I don't know why. It's weird that, like, I think the problem is that a lot of, like, Twitch viewers, they actually think that streamers are just the same as them that are sitting in, like, their room, that are on a computer with a camera on. But streaming is a career, it's a job, there's a lot that is involved with it, and talking about it a lot kind of breaks the fourth wall and it hurts the immersion of it, so a lot of streamers don't talk about it. But I always find it to be like, I think that my audience is like old enough now to where like a lot of you guys are in your 30s or like your late 20s, and so like you get that like it's an entertainment show at the same time, but like we're playing games and it's like, yeah, of course there's a level of relatability to it, but at the same time it's also a performance, and like, you know, everybody kind of gets it, right? People get it. It's like you go to it's basically like, I think these are the kinds of people that go to like wrestling or they go to like a Penn and Teller magic show and they try to figure out how the trick was, like they're trying to figure out and see and be like, there's no way they actually did that. They're like trying to prove that it wasn't actual magic, or like they're trying to like, oh, wrestling isn't actually real. Whereas like I think that a lot of older viewers know that it's not entirely real and they just like to enjoy the experience of watching content that they think is funny, right? So yeah. Reading too much into it? Yeah, people read way too much into it. The most popular streamers in the world, would Blizzard listen if you tell them something about WoW? I think that Blizzard listens to what my opinions are, but of course they don't necessarily agree with them. Like I think that also the truth is that WoW has been designed in a way that is not what I want to play anymore as much. And there are a lot of people that like playing retail WoW. Retail WoW is a popular game. It's not like it's a dead game. Nobody plays retail WoW. But it's just simply not something I'm not interested in anymore. Like, they want a modern audience. Yeah, and I'm not a modern audience. I'm not, really. Like, I don't like that kind of stuff. I think it's cringe. Like, I mean, it's been really refreshing for me personally to go back and play games. Like recently, you know, obviously we did Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and off stream I played a lot of Dragon's Dogma, and it's been like so incredibly refreshing to go back and play some of these older games that are just totally outside of that whole like spectrum and mindset. And I really enjoyed it a lot. It was old games have been really fun. Yeah. Well, now I'm actually getting back into Monster Hunter. I've started playing Monster Hunter again, and I think we're gonna beat Fatalis pretty soon. I'm gonna change the way that my character is made. I'm gonna build up a new set of gear, and yeah, we're gonna finish up Monster Hunter. Considering Wilds is coming out soon, yeah, I started playing it again last night. So that's the plan. And yeah, either way, I think that a lot of people have criticisms for WoW, but I think that what really killed WoW more than anything is that WoW focused on the people that it shouldn't. It focused on the 1%, and it focused on the like fractions of like these like tiny small groups of people, and it made content and it designed things around them and around making them feel good rather than around making the game feel fun. And I think it's like basically you're catering the game and you're making it to where it's like these are the people that you're designing it for, where these like super hardcore players or like super casual players, and like you're seeing like raids that are like just extremely hard, Like, I don't find it to be like, I don't know what to say other than the game just doesn't really feel fun. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better way to say it that, like, makes more sense maybe to more people. Like, it just seems like the game has been designed more and more for people who want to, like, treat it like a esport, basically. They've tried to, like hyper balance and make it like a hyper esport. And I think that in the process of that, they've made the game less fun. I'll be right back. That's kind of the way I feel. We good. Look at one other thing. Have you seen the game Aska? No, I haven't seen anything about that, actually. Do you think WoW Story is designed to be modern and soft in a manner, but the gameplay is completely on the opposite side of the spectrum? For the sweats that wouldn't really be into that thing? Yeah, I think that WoW Story is, like, really girly. It's, like, not masculine at all. It's super boring. The characters aren't relatable. They're just, like, awful versions of real-life people that I don't like. And, yeah, that's about all I think. There aren't cool characters anymore. All the characters are losers. Like, they're just obnoxious losers. Like, Ilaria's obnoxious and a loser. Xalatath is just like some, like, bad bitch power fantasy. Khadgar's a stupid old man. Anduin is a bitch. I just don't think that any of them, like, they're not likable at all. I don't relate to any of them. I don't think they're cool. It's really just that simple. I just don't think they're cool. Like Garrosh or Thrall from Warcraft 3 was cool, or Grom or Illidan. Yeah. Like Varian, like, yeah. Trallian's a bitch. Yeah, they're not cool. Straight up. Fucking Sunday made you think, yeah, Sunday in Honkai Star Rail was a better character than Blizzard has made of any character in WoW since probably Legion. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, bro. And the reason why, so this is the reason why. It's because Blizzard isn't able to, they're not able to write good villains because they are afraid of making the villains sound accurate or reasonable or likable. And that's the issue. Is that, like, they can only write these, like, super evil villains, like Thanos. Yeah, like, if you look at, for example, like, there are a lot of really good villains in stories, but I think that Blizzard is infected with, like, the Western mind virus of, we can't let our fantasy have real-life parallels that could reflect things that we disagree with politically. And I see a lot of stories that go into that direction. And I think that Blizzard definitely falls into that trap. I think that the Diablo 4 story is a really good example of that too. It's like the very typical, very boring, the church is actually the bad guys and Narius is the one who is wrong. Like, it's just like safe, modern, like, mentality where, like, everything is written from the perspective of what if everything your parents and the generation that brought you up said wasn't true. It just feels like it's bratty, it's like it's iconoclastic in a like, I'm trying to think of a in a self-indulgent way. It's just at the end of the day, it's just not cool. Like I think that's what it comes down to, right? Is like I can use like fucking thesaurus words of like, oh, it's like the icons of you know, Roman Catholicism and Western culture, and then this being broken down with, you know, the raw value of hedonism. But like, who cares about that? It's not cool. It's not. It doesn't reveal anything. I think fantasy stories are at their best when they use a fantastical world to tell a story that's extremely human. And I think that Lord of the Rings does that really well. I think Game of Thrones does that really well. And I think that almost every single fantasy story does that really well. Fantasy stories are never really about killing the dragon. The fantasy stories are making the hero's journey, and the dragon is the metaphor of the hero's journey. And people forget that, and they start thinking too much about the dragon. It's not about the dragon, it's about what the dragon represents. And it's, again, people that don't know, I don't think that they're not very good at writing. I don't think they're good at making characters. The characters aren't interesting, they're not cool. Like, Free Ren's a great example, right? Like, it's crazy for me to watch Free Ren and then watch a number of other I'm not gonna like list off all the ones that I think are mediocre, right? But I've watched a number of other animes recently, and it's amazing that not even once with Free Ren did I even think about losing interest in the show, even though so much less was happening. It all feels commercialized. It's just very, like, it's like vapid and mediocre. And I think that's just all it comes down to, is the content just simply isn't cool. Straight up. And if you want me to be totally honest, I think the problem there is that the people that are writing it aren't that cool either. I think they're not that cool, they're not that interesting, and they can't translate that into any sort of a cool story. That's straight up what it is. That's what I think. I think they're not interesting, they're not cool, they're not imaginative, they don't have like any edge to them, and their writing is just flat. Straight up, and I do think it matters. So, yeah, that's what I think. Bunch of dorks writing dorks. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Bill Clinton kid, yep.
Matan Evan became an internet sensation after he hijacked a speech at the 2022 Game Awards.
I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
That moment...
I think this was so fucking funny. Like, obviously, Jeff can never let something like this happen again. It made them look really bad, and it was super bad, unprofessional. Yeah. But let's take a step back, and just as somebody who is I am just a simple viewer who wants to be entertained, that was funny.
It went viral and racked up millions of views, but soon after, Matan's popularity took a downhill turn, and his name disappeared from the mainstream media. This left
It's so funny because, like, when this happened, I was first getting introduced to, like one of the banks that I work with, right, for, like, my money. They were introducing me to an accountant, and I remember he was like, so yeah, I saw you do like video game shit, and this was the same time the Game Awards happened. And he's like, so yeah, like what the fuck was that at the Game Awards? And even he was bringing it up fucking randomly. He's like, yeah, why did that kid start talking about Bill Clinton? And I'm like, yeah, everybody's been wondering that for the last week too. Yeah, based accountant. He's like, yeah, what is that?
Wondering what on earth happened to the Bill Clinton kid, and why did he fall off so hard? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be looking into the fascinating rise, fall, and rise again of Matan Evans' online career. Did his controversial actions ruin his career, or has he managed to reinvent himself in an unpredictable way? We'll explore.
Well, the truth is that, like, you don't really have a career whenever you do something annoying publicly one time, right? Like, you have to be annoying for a long period of time.
or how the Bill Clinton kid got famous, and what exactly happened to him afterwards. Although Matan blew up in 2023, his online presence started way earlier than one might expect. Back in 2019, the protests in Hong Kong were at an all-time high. Authorities introduced harsh bills that compromised democratic freedom, and in response, fierce protests were held against them. People all over social media were showing support for Hong Kong, including a 12-year-old kid named Matan Evan. Matan
Oh my god.
was a longtime supporter
That's
of the
so
cause
fucking
and
funny.
wanted to make a special statement for Hong Kong.
Holy shit.
In October 2019, Matan was caught on screen in an NBA game waving a shirt that said, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong," before the camera quickly panned away from him. Just a few days later, on October 23rd, esports journalist Rod Breslau tweeted about it, and the post blew up, getting over 223,000
so fucking funny.
likes. However, rumors
I didn't
began
even know
spreading
that.
Matan had been kicked out of the game. But these were quickly dispelled in a tweet by Rod that said, also, Matan was never kicked out and will be back in their seats next game, but likely never to be put on the Jumbotron again. Rod also suggested Matan should go to BlizzCon, and
This was at the same time of the Free Hong Kong situation. Remember that?
people were hoping to see him protest there too. Now, you might be wondering why. Well, because in the same month of October 2019, Blizzard, the game company, banned esports gamer Blitzchung for a year just because he spoke out in support of the Hong Kong protesters. So the demand was there, and Matan made sure he delivered.
That was crazy. I remember when that happened. It was a great month. It was. And it was like during Classic WoW release, and so I had named my Warlock Crack Monkey. Because this had been like what I had named my Warlock. This is a gnome Warlock I made in like 2006, I mean. And so for 2019, I remade the character. And Blizzard thought this name they didn't think this name was funny. I thought it was funny. They didn't think it was funny. And so I renamed the character Free Hong Kong like 3 days after this happened. Whenever they forced me into a name change.
Shortly after his appearance on the NBA Jumbotron, Matan tweeted a video on November 3rd, 2019, showing himself at the World of Warcraft panel shouting, "Free Hong Kong."
Character we know is second. You go question. Free Hong Kong. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I had no idea that was Matan. I knew this happened, but I didn't know that was him. That was the Bill Clinton. Yes. Oh my god.
The tweet read, "I came to BlizzCon 19 to make a point. My point has been proven. I ran up on the Q&A panel and yelled 'Free Hong Kong.' Now remember to keep fighting for basic human rights." Matan's actions quickly drew mainstream media attention, leading to numerous interviews where he explained his strong stance on Hong Kong.
So I had heard about the movement before the Clipper game, and I decided that, you know, I should try to do something, and I didn't know exactly what I was going to do. So it was kind of just in the moment.
He even appeared on InfoWars twice, where
It's like, hey, I know, it's just so fucking funny interviewing a 12-year-old. Yes, it's hilarious. This is amazing.
when Troyer praised his resilience and confidence.
Man, I'm telling you, there are grown men who don't have the courage to do what you did and step out on that in front of that panel, and you just seem fearless. Like there's no qualms. Like you don't even. It's like you didn't even question it.
Interestingly,
so it's like by the time he did the Game Awards, like people thought he was level 1 at that time, bro. He was already level 60. Yeah, he had been playing the game for years. Oh my
Matan
god.
was very aware of all the attention he was getting online, so he used it to grow his presence. By January 2020, his channel had 13,000 subscribers, and he was posting daily videos about Hong Kong. Fast forward to 2021, and Matan had around 38,000 subscribers on YouTube. However, it was clear he had stopped posting regularly, and his channel became largely inactive. After months of being silent, Matan posted on Twitter on June 15th, 2021, explaining that he'd stopped posting about Hong Kong because there simply wasn't much to post about it. He also mentioned in the tweet that he would start posting again soon, and fans were eager to see what he'd post next, with commenters stating, "Miss you so much, Matan. Thank you for always supporting Hong Kong and remembering us here, as well as thank you, Matan. Happy to know new updates about you." However, his content after that tweet had nothing to do with...
Why is some random white 12-year-old kid yelling about Hong Kong? Well, I mean, like, I mean, his parents probably got him involved with it, right? His parents are probably political, and they were like, yeah, so this is the way the world works. Like, I bet that's probably how it happened, and then he got into it. He's white? I mean, I don't think he's white either, but, like, I just glossed over that. He's not white, but, like, anyway, so, yeah, no, that's probably what happens. His parents probably in jail now? No, I don't know. But, like, yeah, I think that's probably usually how things like this happen.
Hong Kong. A prime example of this shift took place the following year during the Game Awards on December 8th, 2022. In today's age, videos have become a powerful tool for communication, whether you're sharing ideas, promoting a business, or just expressing yourself creatively. But not everyone has the time or skills for complex video production. So how can anyone create engaging videos without spending hours learning complicated software?
AI.
This video is sponsored by InVideo AI, which might just have a solution to this challenge. InVideo AI is an AI video creation tool that's gained popularity recently, with over 10 million users across more than 150 countries. It's the only AI video creator that's designed to simplify video creation for everyone, and acts as your personal sidekick, helping businesses, educators, social media enthusiasts, and aspiring filmmakers. Here's how it works. You start by describing your video idea in a simple text prompt. InVideo AI then generates a draft video, which you can then refine using text commands. Want to
Maybe I should do this and then react to the videos that I make. That'd be a good idea. I could become my own human centipede.
You're into Spanish, or
yeah,
are you looking to add
that's smart.
subtitles? Con sus adictivos videos cortos, ha conquistado el mundo. One of InVideo AI's standout features...
I actually think that's one of the, like, huge, like, insane W things that AI does, is that it can make rudimentary translations in nearly real time. That is fucking crazy.
Is voice cloning, which would help you narrate videos in different languages without re-recording. For those interested in trying it out, paid plans start at just $20 per month. These plans remove watermarks and provide access to stock footage libraries and advanced features like voice cloning. Check the link in the description and use code InternetAnarchist50 for additional credits in your first month. With that said, let's get back into the video. During this event, as the Elden Ring team accepted their Game of the Year award, a random young guy was hanging around in the background, looking completely out of place.
Supported these titles, and we create the games we want to create and do our best because of you. Thank you so much.
That young guy was Matan Evan. He grabbed the mic and spoke with a strange accent, stating,
Real quick, I want to thank everybody and say that I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
It seemed like Matan had shifted from his usual serious political content to embracing more of an internet troll persona. After the show, Matan posted a tweet stating, "Today there is a lot of talk and speculation. More information will be released on all fronts sooner than later."
Jeff was fuming after that? Well, he should have been fuming. I mean, the reality is that, like, if you want to look at it from his point of view, for Jeff, this was like a massive level fuck up. Like a massive, huge, like, huge fuck up, right? Because, like, it's a security fuck up, right? Massive security breach. It's insane. Not even, like, I mean, we're not even talking about, like, you know, it making the developers look bad or anything like that. I don't think the devs, I bet probably the From Software guys, I bet a lot of them probably thought it was funny, you know, in retrospect. Probably thought it was funny, like, okay, yeah, sure, right? And, like, the stupid kid happened. Yeah, they don't really give a shit. But, like, it was definitely something that made them look bad. Huge security lapse? Yeah. They didn't seem to care. Why would they give a fuck? They just made it Elden Ring. Like, yeah, they don't give a fuck. Like, okay, yeah, whatever.
This tweet received over 22,000 likes and was retweeted thousands of times. Naturally, the whole incident went viral, and mainstream media outlets like Vice dove into Matan's online persona
Was on
and
InfoWars
past,
when
which
he was
sparked
12.
a ton of conspiracy theories, with a headline reading, "The kid who crashed the Game Awards was on InfoWars when he was 12. Some even went as far as to accuse him of being anti-Semitic, like this Vice article from December 9, 2022, that claimed his Yeezys were proof of it, since Kanye West, who made Yeezys, had, quote, gone on several anti-Semitic rants recently.
See, this is the kind of stuff that, this is the kind of stuff that people hate journalists for. Like, it's like these, like, massive reaches. Like, what? What are you talking about? No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. What do you mean?
However, one of the most notable articles covering the situation was a write-up by Polygon, which included an interview with Matan. In the article, Polygon mentioned that Matan stayed as troll character throughout the entire interview. It stated, "When reached by phone on Friday, Evan refused to break character and dodged questions about everything, from his political leanings to the circumstances of his removal from the Game Awards stage." Polygon also mentioned that Matan claimed he was Jewish, and that his comments regarding Bill Clinton weren't anti-Semitic or tied to any far-right views. However, despite saying this, Matan often wore Yeezys and rocked a Jesus King hat, and because of his constant trolling, people thought he was lying. But if you dig deeper, it looks like his claim to being Jewish was legit, with a tweet from Jason Schreier stating, "Just spoke to the guy who interrupted the Game Awards. He says his name is Matan and that he is 15 years old. Some thought his speech was an anti-Semitic dog whistle, but he is almost certainly a Jewish prankster. He understood a question I asked in Hebrew, then pretended he didn't." All of this
By the way, that's so clever to do. That's what a play. Absolutely.
Constant drama marked
gotcha?
a clear shift from Matan's early days as a young activist fighting for human rights. Matan had evolved, and his new strategy was to grab attention with edgy statements and a provocative persona.
Naturally.
For instance, in an interview with Neon Sniper Panda on December the 11th, 2022, Matan joked about saying,
"One of the comments, somebody asking if you, the host here, is cool with the Nazi salute, because I went like this. I wasn't doing a Nazi salute. I was talking about meeting Bill Clinton and touching the top of his head."
He's Jewish, y'all.
I'm Jewish.
Don't be fucking weird.
Viewers absolutely loved his simultaneously serious and comedic
who give a fuck about that's funny to me. Yeah, that's funny.
Takes, with comments stating, "True trolling is hard for most people to understand. Good job." As well as, "Matan is clearly very intelligent. It's
Name
not
5
just about
books.
memes."
Oh,
Just
bro,
3 days
remember
later,
that?
he posted another video continuing his political commentaries in a podcast with Destiny.
We're disagreeing that there's actually, a group of people controlling all of the governments all over the world.
Yeah, or like if you believe that, I feel like you probably need some exceptional evidence to prove that, yeah.
Right, I feel for the most part it can kind of be proven, and I feel like using, common sense and logic, it should be very easy to prove.
In another video posted on December 17th, 2020.
This was the one that went crazy. You see, like, I actually think the Game Awards one, like, that was the one where people knew him from, but, like, the name 5 books. This one, like, 10 books? Oh, is it 10 books? This was crazy.
2, Matan is seen having a heated discussion with some OF models. Throughout the conversation, he repeatedly challenges their intellect, saying,
I didn't know that I was going to be talking to a bunch of illiterate people who don't know how to read.
Literally 15. What do you know?
Oh, you know how to read?
Here we
go. Yes, I do know how to read.
Name 10 books.
So good.
Are you serious?
Yes, 100%. Name 10 books.
Well, I read Game of Thrones. I'm obsessed with, like, the Twilight series. Game of Thrones, the series?
What's the book called? It's not called Game of Thrones.
This video blew up, garnering over 3 million views, and people...
And you know that she didn't immediately say what it was. Yeah, Song of Ice and Fire, right? Yeah, of course. And... yeah, so she just lying. Not... What was this? To be honest, I hate him, but he slaughtered them? He did. That was... dude. Name 10 books. You know how to read? Name 10 books.
Oh my god.
In the comments, we're
Fatality?
backing
I
Matan
know.
all the way, with comments reading, "Scary how a child is wiser than a bunch of adults. I'm starting to think that this kid is the future of our society. He's got more common sense than most adults." As well as, "Imagine a group of adults trying to bully a 15-year-old and
It's true. It is true that a bunch of these girls are getting together and shitting on like this 15, 16-year-old kid, calling him stupid. Like, what? What are you doing?
failing. So he kept the momentum going, making more content with controversial creators like Sneeko.
You're always like this.
Yeah, I never actually change facial expressions. You know, very rarely if something surprising happens, I'll go. But just for the most part, I stay like this. And a lot of people think that I'm a troll, but I'm not. And even if I was spreading good messages, then the outcome is positive for everybody.
Matan also started posting short-form content on TikTok, where he currently has over 1.2 million followers. His content mainly features clips from his controversial podcasts and interviews, as well as videos of him annoying random people in public.
Excuse me.
He has a lot of those.
Are you interested in boxing me today? I'm trying to start fight with random people. Are you interested? I'm working right now, sorry. I want to fight you. I want to knock you out. You know, a lot of people have been asking what I've been doing to help, you know, the homeless community. Today I'm going to be giving them fake $100 bills, and a lot of...
So that what they spend $100 bills and then they go to jail for counterfeiting, and so now they're not homeless anymore. Like, this is the thing is to me, like, you guys have to understand that I am probably so lucky that I could only upload to MySpace, and I couldn't do this whenever I was a kid, because I would be doing this exact same shit. I would. Anytime there was a way to broadcast something across the school, like did you guys ever have like the thing where you would call into the school network and like you could make an announcement? We figured out what the name was, what the code was from the, you know, somebody who worked in like the office, and we would call in and we would play Akon and we would play Soulja Boy over the radio. And it would be on every fucking classroom. Soulja Boy, tell him. Like, fucking... And everybody just be losing their fucking mind. Same, yeah, want me out, yes. And so I'm so glad. Actually, I think the world is so glad that the internet didn't come out earlier for me. Because I would have done this exact same shit. Watch me crank that? Yeah.
People would ask, how is that actually helpful? You know, today, use the money. Get the hell out of here.
However, it wasn't just strangers Matan would go after. Matan soon started to follow and borderline harass popular creators on the internet.
Naturally.
One of the most notable of these instances was in February 2023.
Oh, this was so funny, bro. Kai cooked them. I remember this. Yeah, I forgot this happened, but yeah.
When Matan tried to crash Twitch streamers XQC and Kai Snat's trip to Universal Studios.
Yeah.
Yo, I've seen him before. How you doing? What the hell? What's going on? You're the most random person. You're not with us. You're not with us, but I've definitely seen you before. How you doing today? I'm doing good. Nah. You're not with us. I'm not even about to. Yeah, he recording. You recording. You're not with us. Yo, Cuddy, don't let him follow us. Yeah. I don't got nothing.
It was obvious from the video that Matan wasn't welcome, and that his weird behavior made them really uncomfortable. But Matan...
Which, I mean, you gotta make... I mean, like, I bet, honestly, like, it's just... The reason why is that if you make content, it's like this really big problem where having some snipers and people show up is actually not a big deal. It's not bad. But the problem is that if you allow it to happen, then you end up, like, enabling it happening, like, way more, right? It's like, it's like the moment that you let one person come on and it's not a problem, then people go absolutely nuts.
And still kept following the two streamers, and even disguised himself as a fan to try and get a picture with them. Unsurprisingly, this got him quickly kicked out by security.
Whoa, bro, stop doing that, bro. Stop doing that, bro. I just wanted to put you trying to be low.
he didn't stop there. Just a month later, in April 2023, Matan posted a video of himself calling out wrestlers during their matches at WrestleMania 39.
Hey, Michael, you gotta get up. Michael, you gotta stop crawling on the floor. Michael, you gotta stop crawling.
It was deliberately stirring up controversy everywhere he went.
That's exactly what he was doing. Absolutely. Yes. Where the fuck are his parents? As I said, and this is coming from the person who would... I had this strap-on chicken hat that I would wear at the bus, where I would stick my head out the window and scream at people and throw rocks at them. So whenever I see a kid acting like an attention-seeking psycho and being extremely fucking annoying, I think to myself, ah, yeah, those were the days. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. It's good to see somebody carrying on the tradition. Yeah, the good old days. Yeah.
Because soon after, Matan found himself in another altercation.
Oh my God.
This time with Hassan Piker, the left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber better known as Hassan Abi. For context, their feud took place in summer of 2023 during the Writers Guild of America strike. Writers were pushing for better pay, protections against AI, and other crucial demands. In solidarity with the WGA, Hassan was on the front lines of the protest, picketing alongside them.
We're here at Netflix headquarters here on the corner of Sunset and Vine, and what are we doing here today, Adam?
That's when Matan approached Hassan and started mocking him while he was protesting. He also uploaded a video of the encounter on Twitter, which blew up and racked over 26 million.
We love Lant. Oh my fucking God. This is the best. I forgot all about this one. I did. I forgot. It's good. Yeah.
Million views. During the video, you can clearly see that Hassan is getting annoyed.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love.
The more you do that, the more you end up hurting.
You end up hurting.
The more you end up hurting capital.
We love just saying the same thing that Hassan is saying. It's so fucking funny. It's just being annoying. I know. It's just being annoying. I know.
Landlords. We love them.
In response, Hassan quote retweeted the video and said, never mind. Maybe children do deserve the coal mines. After some back and forth between them, Matan was determined to get the last word and responded by stating, "You tried to scare me by getting in my face. Then you shoved a pole at me like a little bitch. I asked if you were threatening me because of how pathetic you look. There's a reason your cameraman panned away." This tweet ended up gaining over 14 million views. And just as Matan hoped...
It's like, I don't even know if this happened or not. But the thing is that, like, anybody who's, like, really opinionated, right? Like, Hassan is, like, very opinionated. And so it doesn't matter what's said. People will just be, like, immediately, yeah, true. He did? I don't remember it happening.
It grabbed everyone's attention online.
Oh my
Even
God.
mainstream media picked up the story, with Kotaku publishing an article about it on May 5th, 2023.
Bro, did they
picked up the
really?
story.
Oh my God.
With Kotaku publishing an article about it on May 5th, 2023, headlining Twitch streamer Hassan Piker trolled by Game Awards show crasher. And as you'd expect from Matan, he jumped on Twitter to milk this opportunity.
Naturally.
The very next day, Matan tweeted, "Kotaku reported I had legal counsel on our call today about Hassan. They're talking about my buddy Mikol, who was making Minecraft spider noises. He was the..."
I don't even know whether this happened or not. That's the best part.
He was determined to keep eyeballs on him. And so 4 days later, on the 10th of May 2023, when Hassan tweeted that he was in the UK, Matan responded with the video from inside
See
the
you
plane,
soon,
captioned,
brother.
"See you soon, brother."
I remember
However,
this.
Despite
God.
his numerous controversies, Matan was still mostly known as the Bill Clinton kid who crashed the stage at the 2022 Game Awards. So when the 2023 Game Awards rolled...
Do you know that they had, I think, photos of him? And it was like the security were like, you know, Jeff was like You see this? See him? No. He doesn't know anybody. This isn't my nephew. No, he doesn't know Bill, who works in production. No. Yeah, wanted poster? Yeah, exactly.
Around, Matan let everyone know who was planning to attend by tweeting about it.
See you tomorrow,
reading,
Jeff.
See you tomorrow, Jeff. But this time, Jeff Keighley made it clear that security would be tight, leaving no chance for any slip-ups. And that's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Matan's tweet came back to bite him when he was immediately and permanently banned from attending the Game Awards.
That's right.
He reacted to this ban on Twitter saying, "Why would they trespass me? I can't believe this."
Yeah, that's right. Yep. I wonder why.
It's safe to say that Matan is a well-known internet meme. However, his antics now go way beyond just being meme-worthy. Some might even describe his new form of divisive content as pure rage bait. For instance, he tweeted a picture of him with the actor Simu Lee in February 2024 with the caption, "This asshole asked me for a photo," and while smoking around.
I bet Simu Lucy. I bet he thought this was funny. Yeah, yeah. This is a joke. It is having a bit of a laugh. It's not a big deal. What? Who getting mad?
Some may consider this as just a harmless tweet.
Yeah.
Matan's YouTube videos are a completely different story.
Yes.
On the 29th of April 2024, Matan uploaded a video titled Dominic Cruz on fighting Sean O'Malley and changing genders. During the video, Matan and UFC commentator Dominic Cruz discuss whether women should be allowed to fight in the UFC.
Do you think women should be allowed to fight in UFC?
Oh yeah.
What if they're disabled?
Then have another disabled woman fighter.
Then Matan takes it a step further, asking Cruz an edgy question about a hypothetical fight between the light heavyweight fighter Jamahal Hill and a disabled woman.
One man and one disabled woman. The woman is a lightweight or bantamweight, and then it's a light heavyweight man, maybe Jamal Hill. He came on the podcast before, so he will be able to do a good one.
And if this wasn't questionable enough, on the 10th of June 2020...
I'm confused about this. What about this is problematic?
About a hypothetical fight between the light heavyweight fighter Jamahal Hill and a disabled woman.
One man and one...
Well, I think that if I'm understanding this correctly, would a UFC fighter win against a disabled woman? I mean, I think he would. I think I think he'd probably come out ahead. Yeah.
Disabled woman. The woman is a lightweight or bantamweight, and then it's a light heavyweight man, maybe Jamal Hill. He came on the podcast before, so he will be able to do a good one.
And if this wasn't questionable enough, on the 10th of June 2000...
Yeah, I don't find this to be problematic at all. I think it's just, like, I nothing here like this. I don't... Yeah, this is just, like, you could think it's stupid, right? Or you could think it's not funny. But, like, is it bad? It's not bad. It's just funny.
2024, Matan interviewed Zerka in a video titled Zerka Gets Confronted About HS Hockey Fight and Scamming Fans. During the video, Matan uses his troll humor to ask Zerka an awkward question.
So if you could just tell everybody, give them a little bit of an introduction if they don't know you.
I am Zerka. I am an influencer.
Influencer? What's that mean? That can mean lots of things.
I influence the youth to do the right thing.
To do the right thing? So you have like an online, people have seen you online before. All that one, you're not like just starting out. You've been on there for a while.
So here's his strategy.
Oh, yeah, Zerka's been around. I've known this guy for like, 7-8 years. Yeah. Since like 2017 or 18, something like that. Yeah. It's been a long time. Really? Yeah, because he was on Twitch a lot for a while, and then I met him in like 2019. He was like visiting somewhere. His fun transplant. Yeah, of course. He's been around for a while. John Zerka's fucking retard. I don't know what he's doing nowadays. I have no idea. I'm just saying, like, back then. He was on Raj? He was on Raj. He's on Raj a lot.
In a nutshell, Matan takes the most explosive moments from his interviews and turns them into short rage bait clips. He does this because it works. In the last 365 days, his long-form videos have given him 7.2 million views, whereas his short clips have pulled an impressive 329 million
That's really
views.
good.
However, despite all of this, Matan's channel has been struggling with subscriber and view counts ever since mid-2023.
Well, yeah, it's built around controversy, and the problem is always that if you build your content at the expense of other people, or you build your content that is around being a nuisance, this kind of has like an expiration date, and people don't find it entertaining anymore. And so, and there's like a number of reasons for it, right? So like the reason why Bruno wasn't as good as Borat, and the reason why Borat wasn't as good as Ali G, is because more people knew Bruno than knew Borat, and more people knew Borat than knew Ali G. So when Ali G would interview people, they didn't know what they were getting themselves into. They had no idea. But by the time that he was Borat and he was Bruno, like we're talking about Sacha Baron Cohen, right? Ali G was the GOAT. Yeah, Ali G was amazing. And the reason why it was so good is because of the fact that it was like unknown. So it's like a weird paradox that like content like this can't be popular. Because if it's really popular, then people know the person who's doing it, so it becomes not interesting anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? You see how this happens? So it's like you have to transition completely into doing a different type of content.
Since then, his monthly view counts have dropped by a whopping 90%, and his subscriber growth has slowed down significantly. This decline explains why Matan has been working so hard to rebuild his audience. His brash, impulsive content still shows he's figuring out his voice as a creator. As part of his trial and error...
He's still like, I mean, he's like 18, right? He's like 17, 18, 19 years old. Like, it's gonna take it takes time to figure shit out, right? I mean, like, the thing is, the kind of stuff that I did whenever I was like 12 was like way different than what I did at 15, which was different than what I did at 17 and 19 and 21. And like, you guys have seen a lot of that, right? And so like, yeah, that's just the way that I don't think that that's bad. Yeah, that's not, yeah, he's still a young buck. Yeah, he got time.
Matan has been drawing attention by joining several controversial podcast interviews.
Do you think that Yellowface is okay? No. Because every time I go to Universal Studios, I see a lot of little yellow people with yellow face.
If they're minions, I think that's probably okay.
And it looks like his efforts are finally...
And that's what's funny about it, right? And like that type of interview style is fucking hilarious to me. Because it's like you're asking somebody who's obviously trying to give like this fake politically correct answer, but they're worried about being taken in the wrong way. So they're not saying the obvious common sense thing, which is like, yeah, that's minions, not fucking Asian people. What are we talking about? But they're so afraid of saying it in the wrong way that they just look like idiots. And I think that's hilarious to me.
Paying off. Matan's videos where he interviews online creators with his edgy humor is starting to click with a certain crowd.
Sam Hyde hires 20 Indians to destroy Matan's pot.
He recently put in over 700,000 views on a video titled Sam Hyde hires 20 Indians to destroy Matan's podcast.
The more of them, there's more?
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do with them after? Where are you going to go?
It's not my problem. It's LA's problem.
Matan Evan has...
Oh my god.
It's crazy how, like, I want to do a racism chart after this.
Had his 5 minutes of fame, and then some. Constantly trying to stay relevant on the internet. While some may think is fading into obscurity, it seems is slowly and steadily expanding his audience. It's smart of him to focus his videos within a specific niche, and it might only be a matter of time before Matan goes viral again. It's safe to say, I'm excited to watch what he does with his career, as he genuinely seems like a talented and humorous person.
I cannot wait to see what happens. I really can't. I think that he has such a great future ahead of him. He's only 18 or like somewhere around there. He's a really young guy. He's already done a number of like really funny things. Like honestly, he has so far to go. He's a clever kid. He is. And he's going to have fuck ups like that Kai thing made him look like a complete goofball and a clown. Absolutely. But other than that,
Man, that was so fucking funny. He's young, he'll be back? Yes, the Game Awards is closed, he needs to go. See, like, I think that if you were to ask Jeff privately, off the record, over drinks, at the end of the night, was it funny that it happened? He would probably say abso-fucking-lutely. I think probably looking back on it, I think he's like, yeah, it was pretty funny that happened, right? No, he wouldn't. I don't know. You guys don't think so? It made him look like an idiot? Yeah, no, I mean, like, like, I'm talking about, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that you can look at it from a professional stance, right? Maybe it might be too personal, but, like, I could see where, like, I could see, yes, obviously it's entertaining that this happened, even though it made me look bad. Kids cringes out? Yeah, I think he'd laugh about it now. Yeah, sure. And in hindsight, he would be? Yeah, of course, in hindsight, right? But we don't really know Jeff? No, I don't. I've talked to him a few times. He's actually been, like, literally, like, the best guy. And so, yeah, literally nothing bad to say about Jeff. But, yeah, it's speculation. He might not like it. It is speculation. But there's the video right there. And I don't think that he's going to fall off necessarily. I think he's figuring out, like, what to do. Right? So, like, for example, I think that the idea of giving out $100 bills to homeless people to help homelessness, but they're fake, so the homeless people will get arrested and get sent to jail to get rid of homelessness. That's the kind of stuff that is... It doesn't get better than that to me, you know? That's so perfect. I'll be right back. Did you wash your hands? Shut up. So anyway, yeah, that's what I think. I think there's a lot more to go. This is not the end of the story. Now, I do think that it's crazy how much Indian racism there is now. It's nuts. I see it all the time. It's like it's one of the most popular types of racism now. And I feel like it kind of came out of nowhere. Because for a long time, it's like nobody was really talking about Indians. And like now it's out of control. Yes! People are just going ape shit about it. It's the new racism meta. Yes, because like for a while, like there was a lot of racism against white people. And then like Twitter got owned by Elon Musk. Then there's a lot of racism against black people. And then there's like now there's like anti like Israeli. I don't know, is that racism, Jewish people, like it's, you know, back and forth, right? Then there's a lot of that. And then, oh, you forgot about Asians. Yes, there's racism against Asians for COVID. And like now it's Indians. People are going ape shit about Indians. But why Indians? I don't even really know. I really don't. This is racism meta. Yeah, it's like I think that Indians have scaled. And the crazy thing about it is because like I don't really know why it is, but it seems like it's way more socially acceptable to be racist against Indians than it is against a lot of other groups. It is. It's patches crazy. Yeah. The scam centers? I mean, but yeah, but there's tons of people that run. The people that are running the scam centers are usually, like, some of them are white people. Like, it's not like Indians are the only scammers. Like, what do you mean? It's just crazy. Indians just don't cry about it. Yeah, I'm trying to think about this. I think it started with the Indian food TikTok. Scam calls are like 90%. Native American? I feel like there's not really a lot of Native American racism. I mean, like, is there? Like, I don't really think so. I mean, I feel like there's such a small group of people, there's not a lot of conversation about it, really. And if there were more of them, there probably, of course, there'd be more racism. Because that's what people do. In Canada? Oh, right. Yes. In Canada, I think it is different. They're generally rude as fuck here in Corda. There's a big rape acceptance culture, what makes them very unpopular. Yeah, it's like I hear that kind of stuff, and I always wonder how much of this is really true. Because I'm the kind of guy that, like, I hear something like that, and I say, like, yeah, sure. But I don't know, man. Bro, who said that? Yeah. Women are very unsafe in India. Like, extraordinarily unsafe? Yeah, I hear that sometimes from people. People say a lot of bad things about women having bad experiences in India. But like India is different than Indians. Am I crazy? Like, I don't know. I see an Indian here, you know, and his name is Bill or William. Like, yeah, he might have some last name that's fucking 15 letters or some shit, but his name's William. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. India's Canada? Yeah, I don't know, man. White women are crowded and even chased? Yeah, but that's in India. I'm not going to India. They're not in India either. You ever think to yourself, maybe the reason why these Indians are here in the West is because they didn't like it over there? They're like, get the fuck out of there? Yeah, I don't know. Made up Western name? Yeah, I guess so. And ironically, I think Indian racism is targeted at the country itself and not the race. You think it's actually just about people just don't like India and not really Indians? I think that's that's fair. Like, maybe. Like, I don't know. I think that there's like, it's one of those things where there's like it's like how people like, there's like the Jew haters and then also the Israel haters. And it's like, you do have muddying of the water there, right? Where it's like, a lot of these people are like, yeah, Israel is so bad. They're so bad. And everybody from there is also bad. And then their descendants are bad. And then the people that are following the religion are bad. Right? And so they just keep going. But like, you're right. It's true. All popular Indian racism happening only applies to half the country. Yeah. I don't know. India is a very big place. There's like over 1 billion people in it, so I think it's probably a lot different for different places. Google CEO, Microsoft CEO, IBM CEO, or so on are Indian, but people think that they're stupid. I think that actually is one of the reasons why people feel like they're more comfortable being racist towards Indians. It's because they're, what do you call it? It's because there's like a number of like people that are Indian that have like high positions of power. So it's like, okay, this is a group that's like has like some degree of status. So now we can shit on them. Threaten? Well, this is the way it is. People always want to be able to punch up, right? It's called model minority. I mean, I don't know about model minority. I'm just saying like this is like, that's like a totally different, like, that's like a tokenism thing, right? That's something different, I would say. This is how Nazism started? Well, I don't know about Nazism. This dude is crazy.
YouTuber I'm Alex is facing one of the worst downfalls in YouTube history, with his channel losing over 160,000 subscribers within just 2 weeks. This comes
Bro, that's like a legendary, like, that's one of the worst fuck-ups I've seen.
His
Worst fall-offs, yeah.
ex-girlfriend, Alice Hez, published extensive evidence of mistreatment, abuse, and harassment she received over the course of their relationship. This has exposed the side of him that he kept hidden from his fan base, which is ironic considering his entire career is based around creating expose content on other YouTubers and internet personalities.
Right.
Hi, I'm the
shitting on other people. No, this is the way that a lot of these people are. Is that like any time that somebody has like what I think a fake personality is or something like that, I think 100% they're probably an asshole in, like, privately.
Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be looking into the disturbing downfall of Alex Elmsley, also known as I'm Alex. On the 15th of June 2024, Alice made a post on Twitter stating, "Here's my statement on the situation I've been scared to speak out on. It's best it was made public how horrible this person with a platform is. I would hate to see another woman go through this." This post also included a Google Drive link, which contains a number of audio and video files.
Look at all this. MP4, I'm gonna fucking bash your head in. It wasn't, oh my god.
Featuring Alex. Alongside that, it also contained an 80-plus page long document with dozens of statements detailing the abuse Alice endured.
Oh my god.
The screenshots and pictures to prove these allegations. The document opens up with a trigger warning for sex assault, suicide, depression, and assault.
I bet.
Following this, the first major accusation against Alex is that he tried to blackmail Alice into staying quiet about the whole situation.
What a surprise.
In her words, "I've been threatened by Alex to not come out with anything at all and to keep quiet, or he'll create a contradicting story to discredit my own. But I'm not scared anymore." And
what kind of a contradicting story would you be able to come out with if you have a literal video of you saying that you're gonna bash somebody's head in? I feel like it's really hard to put that into a context where it's like, oh no, you're actually still wholesome.
As we'll see later, this accusation is disturbingly close to the truth. Alice also mentioned how she officially began dating Alex in March of last year, and later revealed that they broke up in December of 2023. So the relationship only lasted about 9 months in total. Now, that's just
80 pages in 9 months? Bro, this guy was speedrunning. Holy fuck! That's insane! He did all this in less than a year?
9 months. But with the sheer number and severity of the accusations in this document, it almost makes it unbelievable that it all went down in less than a year.
Yes!
That being said, the first issue Alice faced was Alex's constant need for attention. He expected her to be available for Discord calls 24/7.
Oh my God.
And she states, Alex felt that because I'm home all day and work from home, that I would be able to call 24/7 and to completely shut out any other social interactions I have with my friends.
Always a very healthy ask from somebody else. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, he wants the Discord kitten, apparently.
Couldn't join a call because she was busy elsewhere, like with friends or family. Alex would emotionally blackmail her, saying things like, guess everyone has got something better to do, or
nobody wants me around. You know what? That's kind of true.
It's me. Either that, or he would get angry and start dishing out a barrage of insults. Idiot. You text like a retard, so call me. You're
I mean, oh my God.
And if Alice tried to apologize and calm things down, he'd stay heated and go as far as calling her to and calling her a cunt. She further...
Jesus Christ, bro. Like, to be honest, she's dry texting? Yeah, because she's fucking busy, man.
Explains, after screaming at me in calls and disregarding everything I've ever said, he would explain how it's always my fault and that I should apologize, that I should fix it and fight for him after he's made it worse by completely dehumanizing and degrading me. What's extremely disturbing is
this guy's nuts, man. It's crazy because, like, the stories where it's like, because you guys have probably, like, how many of you have been around a girl that's like him? Yeah, me? Same. The times where an unstoppable force meets a immovable object with like a girl and a guy like this, do you know when you hear about those? On the news. Like, whenever two of these people that are like this fucking come together. Yeah, somebody died, they robbed a bank together. Like, it's on Jerry Springer, something crazy. It's a bad combo, yeah. Clash of the Titans.
Dehumanizing here as a metaphor.
Now, when it's too fucking late to admit you did everything fucking wrong, but when it actually matters, when you should lay down like a good fucking dog.
During this time, Alice also found out that not only was Alex keeping touch with several of his exes despite...
Okay, right. Of course he is. I think that the probability of somebody getting jealous that you're talking to other guys or other girls and then them doing it themselves because it's actually just projection, I feel like you're at about 90% with that. It's like a really, really high number, you know? 90%, yeah.
She also discovered that he was even stalking one of his previous girlfriends and still had her explicit images on his phone.
Naturally.
However, this was only the start of Alex's twisted behavior.
I love how that's the beginning and not the end.
Towards Alice. In July, the two of them went on a holiday to Italy. However, what should have been an opportunity for the two of them to finally make up got ruined when, according to Alice, Alex started watching a video about, quote, a girl being hypersexual after trauma, unquote, which is a terribly disturbing notion on so many different levels. So, when Alice noticed
I think I know where this is going.
Contents of this video, she opened up to Alex about her own past essay-related trauma. However, instead of consoling her or understanding her struggles, Alex told her that he, quote, doesn't want to know what has been done to her by other guys, unquote. He also got angry and threatened to leave Alice on her own in a foreign country with no way of getting back home. And...
Jesus, man. What a nasty little rat. This is what a fucking loser, right? This is crazy. This guy's a menace. He is. He's a fucking menace.
even blamed her for ruining the trip after coming back
Of
and saying
course.
things like, bringing up weird shit on our first holiday, you ruined every moment, as well as, I have no fond memories with you. However, things got even.
How does this go? Like, okay, to be honest, I do know exactly how this goes on. I know that extensively. But man, it shouldn't have.
Been worse for Alice when she asked Alex for advice about getting into Twitch streaming and expanding her online career. Instead of helping her in any meaningful way, Alex just resorted to belittling her for trying. You're like everyone else, stupid idiots who think they know better than the only man who has done it all successfully. As well as, it's easy to sit there like everyone else and cry about it when you're a jobless freak. Imagine trying to teach retards like you and my mates how to do this. And for yourself, I just told you how to make 6 figures, so fuck off. They would even call Alice a quote dumb multiple times during this argument.
I hope this guy, you know, like, there's a really big part of me where, like, I genuinely kind of feel bad for him. There's something really wrong with this dude. This isn't the way a normal person acts. Bro, this dude is like, there's like a chemical imbalance in his fucking brain. So, like, this is insane. This anger, yeah, there's something wrong here, bro. Like, what the fuck?
And while this is awful, Alex managed to take things even further into the realm of depravity. For some context, many years ago, Alex posted a video in which he criticized Hannah Mojo's use of a racial slur by saying the N-word.
See, this is why I fucking love downfalls like this, because of how nasty. Remember what I was saying about yesterday about how I love seeing people that are virtue signalers fall from grace? Dude, this is like, bro, this is like porn. I fucking love this. Like, I could watch this all day, every day, and I would never get tired of it. This is my favorite thing to see. Nasty little rats like this getting exposed.
Out loud and
you like the drama? I do. I love it. Watch porn all day? Yeah, come on, boy.
He later apologized for this and admitted that it was a dumb thing to do.
I deleted that video because I don't stand by that video, and that video was and there's no excuses for that video that I made.
Most bought this apology as genuine, with comments reading, "As a black person, I think he was genuinely sorry in his apology. You could tell he was ashamed. That doesn't excuse the fact he said it at all. But from the looks of things, it's clear that his use of the N-word wasn't a dumb mistake, but rather a deliberate..."
Are you telling me that he uses the N-word? I believe it. I don't need any evidence. I immediately believe it. Yep, I believe. True, of course.
Of course. This is because Alex seems to have no issues about using the N-word as an insult to his girlfriend. If you're already disgusted by Alex's emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and condescension, it gets even worse. Because these usual insults quickly escalated into threats of physical violence, with Alex telling Alice to, quote, die in a hole and kill yourself.
By using the N-word with the A in a private conversation, this is like, it's not really, like, I mean, who the fuck gets mad? Who's getting mad about this, right? It's such a silly thing to get mad about. However, like, going out and making statements about it publicly, that's weird. It's like, yeah, Twitter. Yeah, for sure. Different worlds? Yeah, exactly.
And even directly threatening her by saying things like, "I'm going to f***ing kill you."
I'm going to... I love how he spells you wrong, and then he's like, wait a minute, I meant you. No, I'm going to kill you. Oh my god.
I'm going to break your neck. Alice also managed to record one of...
This dude's nuts, bro. This guy needs to be medicated. This is a wild animal.
Also managed to record one of these horrible threats he made during a video call.
Acting like
Oh, I
this
didn't
is all
mean
just
it.
me, and that's something you really need to fix.
This is
bash your head against the wall with a brick if you don't shut the up.
After putting up with these threats and constant abuse for a bit over 9 months,
How tall was he? Is he a tall guy? He's 5'2", you think so? Yeah, I don't know. Man. I don't know. So I was, yeah, like what the fuck, man? This is crazy.
finally decided that enough was enough and broke up with Alex on the 28th of December 2023. She detailed the events leading up to this breakup in the document she shared with everyone on Twitter. According to her statements, on the day of the breakup, Alex asked if he could help with any house chores. She told him to clean the sides of the kitchen cabinets and take out the bins, but instead of doing the tasks he asked for, he started screaming at her for giving him more than one task and telling her that he couldn't handle more than one at a time. And
dude, this guy, dude, I feel like the government's doing wrong by him. He needs to be in a padded room. We have to help him. This is a problem.
And as Alice tried to walk away to avoid any further escalation, Alex crossed a major line. He allegedly became physically violent.
Yep.
According to the document in Alice's Google Drive, Alex kicked her in the back, nearly making her fall to the ground. At this point, Alice was scared out of her mind.
What, like fucking 300? What?
And was panicking. She was afraid that Alex would hit her again, so she started recording on her phone just in case. All the while, Alex began following her around, insulting her further and trying to incite another argument.
Oh my God.
During his rambling, he also says that he's the one who pays for everything, so what Alice has to say doesn't matter one bit. After
Naturally.
Alice left, he also began threatening to throw her remaining stuff out,
Naturally.
including her PC setup worth over £4,000. She quickly returned to take it back, but it was too late. Her setup was on the floor in pieces.
Wow, who could have ever predicted this? Oh my God. Dude, fuck this guy. The thing is, like, this is insane. I saw one clip and I was like, oh, this guy, look at this. It's actually just a rat after all. Bro, this isn't a rat, bro. This is a rampage. This guy's a fucking animal. Holy shit. It's a psycho, yes.
The keyboard was broken and scattered everywhere, and both her monitor screens were also smashed to bits.
Oh, I bet.
From what we've seen so far, there's plenty of evidence to show just how abusive Alex had been towards Alice since the very beginning of their relationship. Yet something completely...
Like, I mean, this guy should just... Like, really, he should be in jail. I mean, threatening to kill her, saying how he's gonna kill her, being... Like, he should be in jail. It's not even a question.
Surprising happened after the breakup. Put simply, Alex suddenly turned into a new man, or at least that's what he began saying, stating that he, quote, wants to make stuff better, and that he, quote, wants everything to be normal again. By this point, Alice wanted nothing to do with him, so she began ignoring him completely and even blocked his number, which is a clear indicator that she did not want to discuss anything with him. However,
no. Listen. This is the kind of guy who says my love is stronger than any restraining order. You really think this is gonna work with him? Bro. No.
However, Alex kept messaging her on different social platforms, including ones she made for her cat, in hopes of gaining her attention.
She's messaging her cat's Instagram. It's like, I wonder, like, in his head, do you think he ever has, like, thoughts of, like, am I going too far? Wait a minute. Am I batshit crazy? I'm messaging her cat's Instagram, all these paragraphs about how I love her? Am I actually fucking insane? Like, no, it's her. It's her. She's making me do this. Why would she do this to me? Why is she making me feel this way? Fucking bitch. What a psycho.
Even sent her a 24-minute long voice note,
I'm serious.
crying, admitting fault, and begging Alice to give him another chance.
Oh, here we go.
I'd convince myself that
20 minutes?
you were always looking for a way out. When in reality, you just wanted me to be normal, you didn't want money, you didn't want anything.
By the way, if somebody ever goes and does this, like, y'all probably had this happen, right? If you've been in... I was in a relationship with a girl that inside of the same chat frame, I love you and I hate you would be there. Okay? There will never be a point where they stop doing this. It's never gonna happen. They're never gonna be like, they're not going to change for you. This is a person, it's like, you know what a good example of this is? It's like a hollow in Dark Souls. They've already gone hollow. They're not people anymore, they're animals. And you should treat them like that. Just do whatever you need to do to make it not bite you, and then get the fuck away from it. Yeah, they have no humanity left. They're animals.
What I could be all the time.
They're withered, yep.
I'm so sorry.
You can't fix them.
When that didn't work, he tried sending her a gift through Amazon with an apology message reading, "I'm deeply sorry for upsetting you and letting you down constantly.
I'm surprised he hasn't showed up at her house yet.
I hope one day you can forgive me and we can talk." He even tried the pre-internet technique of sending a handwritten letter to Alice, reading,
That's cute. If he wasn't insane, this probably would have worked.
"Alice, I'm so sorry for not fixing my behavior before, and I understand this might be too late or too little. You are the love of my life, and I will never forgive myself for hurting you." During this time, Alice began posting things on Twitter and other social media platforms relating to domestic abuse and toxic relationships. Now, if someone suddenly starts making these kinds of posts, it's natural for people to assume they've experienced something similar.
Naturally.
These posts can come across as a subtle cry for help, a way to share their struggles without openly announcing them to everyone. And since many of Alex's subscribers knew about his relationship with Alice, they'd likely start asking questions. To avoid such a situation, Alex tried to talk Alice into keeping their matters hidden by saying stuff like, "We have a right to a private life," and that, quote, "venting to your friends I understand."
I agree. Alice should not have gone to the public. She should have gone to the police. This dude should be in jail. He should actually be in jail. It's not even a question. Like, he's a danger to society. He's a fucking psycho. Like, it just... You act like an animal, I think they should put you in a cage. Should do both? Yeah, sure, I'm just saying, like... I hope that she presses... I hope somehow the police find out about this. Harmful for the environment, exactly, yes.
But this makes this whole situation harder for both of us and takes it to an unneeded place. But when Alice refused to cooperate one bit, Alex changed his approach and adopted a more threatening tone, saying things like,
They never change. No, I told you, they never change, bro. They never do this. It never gets better. It never gets better, bro. Like, that's it. Some people are just animals.
posting this stuff, it'll end up being a huge problem. This is also where he began threatening to make up a counter story that Alice mentioned near the start of this document. Alex, I don't want to talk about you hitting me, and I found the text about the cat. Alice, because I didn't, and you'd be lying. Alex, when you said you'd punched me. Alice, I didn't punch you over a cat. Is this you saying you're gonna use that? Alex, no, I'm not. But right now, you're pushing against me. Before Alex could make up any stories about what, quote, actually happened, Alice decided to come forward with her story and all the evidence she'd gathered over the months. Which brings us back...
maybe, but straight up calling him a psycho is kind of out of our competency. I don't really care, right? If you act like you're a psycho, you're a psycho. And also, like, at the end result, like, I think he's a psycho, like, for sure. I don't really care whether he is or not. What I think he really is I just think he's an obnoxious, annoying, disgusting animal that needs to be in a cage. I don't care about his feelings. I don't care about why he acts this way. It doesn't matter to me. Like, it literally has nothing to do with me. He was abused. It was because he wasn't taking the right drugs. I don't care. Get rid of him. Why the fuck would I care? Yeah, because you're ignorant? No, I'm not ignorant. See, the thing is that I care about trying to do what's best for people that aren't psychos. And so, in doing that, you have to hold people like this accountable. And you just get rid of them. I'm not really a big one for, let's give them therapy, let's have them do different drugs. No, bro, put them in jail, get them the fuck out of here. No. Why is it that anybody should have to, why are we padding out society for him to bounce around in it? He's so lucky that he is born in this day and age. If this was 150 years ago, they'd have taken him outside the town and shot him in the head. He's lucky. This is his best case scenario. We're not doing anything wrong. In fact, we're being nice. But it's not. What's this here? We got more civilized? I know. And in some cases, what happens is the civilized people, there's people that fuck up that civilization. They do, and you gotta acknowledge that. Is off in his head. Yeah, bring back the hammer. We go, yeah, bro, you did that. Bro, it's still wrong. They're still humans, though? No, they're not. They're not real people like you and me. These are animals. These are, you can't treat this person like a person. Absolutely not. No, you see psychos like this. You see people that act like this. They're not like you and me. They're not normal. It's like a hollow from Dark Souls. You don't got no humanity left. It's an animal. You got to put them in a cage. There's no other solution. You're not going to fix them. You're not going to talk them out of it. They're not like us, bro. Like, that's it. But some people can change. Some people can change. You're right. But do you want to risk the well-being of your sister or your daughter or your mother on it? No, you don't. So put them in the box. Everybody's always generous with somebody else's well-being.
To June 15th, when Alice made the Twitter post that started this whole controversy. As soon as the post went live, people started voicing their support for Alice, with a tweet from Wonderstruck reading, "Just finished reading through the drive. Genuinely deplorable behavior. I sincerely do apologize for the volatile behavior that was directed towards you." With another user tweeting, "I am literally shivering after seeing all this. More love and support to you. Please take care of yourself." The YouTube community is completely on Alice's side as well, to the point that they...
Yeah, I wonder why. I wish the police community was on her side. This is crazy.
Isn't a single person on YouTube who's defending Alex's actions.
Isn't it Disability Month? Isn't it supposed to be a month helping others from suffering from disability? Why would I care about him being disabled? Why would I even be thinking about him? I don't give a fuck about him being disabled. What does that have to do with me? What? No, you go and you attack people and you're violent and you threaten to kill them. Like, what does that? No, like, I don't care what. Your disability is the fact that you're not in a fucking cage. You're an animal. Get the fuck out of here. It doesn't matter. Like, so if you have a disability and that disability hurts other people, then you have to be removed from society. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter whether it's a disability, or it doesn't matter whether it's your fault or not. It's not about you. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't matter. Like, everybody else is the one that matters. Everybody else is getting hurt by you is the one that matters. I don't think about you.
It's important to note that a big reason why everyone's unanimously taking Alice's side is because the evidence she's published leaves no room for doubt. There are dozens of texts.
People make excuses for psychopaths are the epitome of wokeness. I remember there was one chick that she had like this guy that killed her mom, and then she tried to make friends with him afterwards because she thought like that, and then he killed her. It's just like, bro, some people, oh man, we live in a society now that they get saved from natural selection, right? But every once in a while, one of them gets selected. And that's the way it goes, right? And these people should serve as an example for everybody else. And these people, by the way, I don't have any sympathy for them, and I don't care. They deserve it. And I'm going to explain why. Because these are the people that will put your life in danger in order to make themselves feel virtuous. They will hurt you to make themselves feel like they're doing the right thing. That's why they're dangerous. There is a tremendous amount of selfishness in their altruism. It is not motivated by what's best for anyone else other than making themselves feel good. And they will put your life on the line so they can tell themselves that they're a good person. And so when I see one of those people have the same thing happen to them that they put everybody else at risk for, I say good. Fuck them. Because they would do the same thing, and they would put somebody who you care about in that same situation and then act like, oh, oops, right? Oh, too bad. Yeah, nah, bro. Nah. Deserve his space. And I understand that I am extremely harsh. I get that I am very brutal about this. But I think they deserve it.
Calling her all kinds of horrible names, and clips of him calling her a dog and threatening to smash her head against a wall with a brick. That's some pretty deplorable stuff. And while everyone else on the internet was bashing Alex's behavior towards his ex-girlfriend, two of his friends also came forwards with statements condemning his actions. Memulus made a post on Instagram stating, "I'm aware of the Alex situation. I would usually wait until both parties have said their side publicly before speaking out. But I think the evidence here is
he's gonna have his side.
I spent this morning reading what Alice has written and going over the evidence she has provided, and no one should have to go through what she has. It's awful and disturbing and has seriously shocked me. I'm still processing what's happened.
This is crazy, bro. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I bet he probably had issues like this with his friends, but he probably felt more comfortable doing it to a woman. If you're illogical, if you think the two options are put them in a cage, they're an animal, and let them run free in society, do whatever they want. No, it's not true. If an animal bites somebody and it's dangerous, you just kill the animal. That's it. I feel like putting him in a cage is nicer than what I would do. Yeah, they're lucky that they're lucky they're not in an electric chair. That's it. You don't give when you do something like this to somebody, it's not like we get to play, oh, let's see if this works with you. Let's see if that works with you. Oh, maybe this will work. Because every fail state of that means somebody else gets hurt.
One of the worst situations I've ever seen in my life.
It's not worth the risk.
I hope Alice is okay. It took a lot of courage to speak out about this. Will and E also took a similar stance and completely sided with Alice, but also made a shocking revelation. Firstly, I really hope Alice is doing well and commend her massively for having the courage to get that out there. As Mia mentioned, there were rumors of his behavior earlier last year. Myself and a few others hadn't had contact with him since or been his friend for even longer. With that being said, the severity of the abuse that Alice published was far worse than anything I'd heard being discussed, and what he went through is inexcusable.
The severity of it's even worse. Oh yeah. No, I mean that's it. Yep.
In other words, people close to Alex already knew about his toxic traits, or at least had suspicions, but chose to ignore the matter until Alice came forward with her complete story.
Well, that's the right thing to do. Like, I understand that everybody can get mad at these guys for not coming out and saying this,
But at the end of the day, they're hearing this secondhand. They have no actual experience of this happening, and they're not going to go and expose somebody else's trauma story to talk about it themselves, especially not whenever they have full information about it. Like, I understand, like, and I think it would be very different if they saw this happen, but they didn't. They're hearing this secondhand. So, like, if you're 98% sure, I still probably wouldn't take that chance. Because it's not your place, you don't know this happened, so they did what I think an intelligent person would do. They took it seriously, they distanced themselves from the person, and they moved on.
Well, not everyone. According to Willani's ex, Mia Exmon, she and Alex were signed to the same YouTube talent agency up until last year. For those of you who don't know, a YouTube talent agency is a company who helps them find sponsors in their videos.
Yep.
But when she became aware of the abuse back in June of 2023, she forwarded the information to the agency and pressured them into dropping Alex, which they did. And
Of course. Yeah, I mean, of course. It's not even a question. Yeah. Like, why would they want a YouTube talent agency? As somebody who's an owner of a talent agency, talent management company, let me tell you, it's not a KEKW. They're incredibly useful. They provide a lot of value. And honestly, make a lot of money. That's not true. They are incredibly popular. There's a reason why people have that. Agencies have been popular for a long time. Yeah, it's common sense.
Most see this as a good thing. Some are calling Mia's moral compass into question, with a tweet reading, "Isn't she just as bad as everyone else who knew by staying silent? I feel like we can't criticize everyone else and give her praise because she also knew about it and didn't say anything publicly."
What a surprise that the person with a flag in their name is making a virtue signal statement that they have no idea what they're talking about with. Wow. Isn't that a shock? Has this ever happened before? This hasn't happened probably for 5 seconds. So, obviously, she's staying silent about it because it's not her place to come out and speak about it. Because in some cases, the reason why somebody like this doesn't want to talk about it is because if you expose this person, that could cause that person to go and attack or hurt the person who you're exposing them for hurting. This could trigger it to get even worse. So again, like, these are people, what matters to them is what sounds good. What matters to them is what makes them feel like they're the protagonist in a superhero movie. But the reality is much more complex than that. Twitter being Twitter. Yeah, it's just Twitter. What about police though? They don't have the evidence for it. They can't report a crime. How can they, oh, I heard this happen to somebody else. I mean, it's already really, really hard to prosecute cases like this. So police pretty much need to hear it from one person. And so unless this person has bruises all over them, the police aren't going to be able to do anything.
As someone else points out, it's the victim's story. What if Alice wasn't ready to share it? Ultimately, it is a very complex situation.
Well, what do they respond? I agree with what you're saying, but I think it isn't fair that everyone is viewing her in a different light in comparison to Will or in Aber. I don't know. This is, again, so he agrees with what she's saying. So let me get this straight. You're shitting on her because other people are shitting on somebody else, and you don't think that's fair. So in order to make things fair in your made-up world, now you're harassing another person. God. This is why I love seeing these rats. Bro, like, every time bad shit happens to these rats, God, makes my day better. I hate these people, bro. Absolutely fucking hate them. Twitter brain? Yep.
Isn't ready to share it. Ultimately, it is a very complex situation with no clear answer. Though, in light of Alice's bravery, a couple other victims of Alex have also come forward, detailing their
Remember what I fucking said, bro? Every single time one of these people gets exposed, it's never one person. And that Me Too shit, that's scientifically fucking, sorry, not scientifically. That is studied and proven.
that the majority of people who are victims of abuse, and there is an abuser, they have on average 5 victims before it happens and it comes out. It is a statistic. Look it up. Look at Doc. Yeah, look at Doc.
Experiences with him. The first of these is his ex-girlfriend, Jess Carter, who replied to Alice's tweet talking about how she had to endure similar treatment from Alex. She also posted a screenshot of texts one of her friends received from Alex back in 2019, which includes messages like, "I'm going to kick her head in, might kill her, might actually kill her," when talking about Jess. So from the
normal
looks of things, the threats of physical violence towards his romantic partner aren't exactly a new thing, and have been part of Alex's personality for a long time. And just like with Alice, people were quick to come forward to support Jess. At the same time, a YouTuber by the name of King Annie also came forward about her horrible experience with Alex.
Right.
But instead of receiving support like Alice and Jess, she's getting immense backlash for something she did alongside Alex about 4 years ago. For context, in mid-2019, the YouTuber Slazzo's ex-girlfriend, Shay, published a tweet longer accompanied by screenshots in which she accused Slazzo of being controlling, manipulative, and sexually abusive. A few weeks later, Slazzo made a video titled My Side, where he showed the screenshots, the proof, everything. He proved that he did not abuse her, he didn't force her to do anything, and he was just an immature boyfriend. In other words, the accusations against him were completely off base and inaccurate. Despite this, some people still kept saying that Slazzo was in the wrong, most notably King Annie. In the end,
yeah, so like here's a good example. Were a bunch of other people coming out trying to shit on this guy? No, it was just that one girl. For me, when one person gets accused by multiple people, I go from assuming that it's not true to assuming that it is true. Because if you're like this, you're gonna do this to everybody. And in almost all of the cases where it's somebody who actually did something bad, there is a list of victims. Almost never is it just one isolated incident or one person. You discount tribalism? I don't discount it. I think that this is I also don't discount common sense. Now, I'm not saying that I would, you know, convict them of this, but I would start from the position that I believe that it's probably true, because I've seen this happen so many times. Like, I've probably seen this happen 100 times, and with like 95 of them, it's like this. Probably more. There's smoke, there's fire. Yeah.
These false allegations completely ruined Slazzo's career and forced him to quit YouTube entirely soon after. So now that the allegations against Alex came out, King Annie came out and blamed the entire Slazzo situation on Alex as well. With a post reading, "We started to realize that when there was even the smallest amount of drama, and he heard about it, he would make sure to involve himself, even if the subject had absolutely nothing to do with him. And he would just make everything so much worse. For example, the Slazzo situation. Though it was never said in the original statements by Shay, he somehow came to the conclusion that it was and everyone else got the blame for saying his words. However, people are not willing to let King Annie declare herself as a victim in the Slazzo situation. With a post from Wavy Websurf reading, "You helped spread those Slazzo allegations. Don't try to slink out of that. You heard a rumor, did zero vetting, and went with it. Take some accountability for what happened. You
And that's why people don't want to come out when talk about, like, this is the exact, because they're right to shit on her for this. They're completely right. She deserves this. That's the reason why those other people didn't want to come out with their story about Alex. Because it might have seemed true to them, but they weren't sure. And if you're wrong about something like this, it will destroy your career because everybody will hate you. Deservedly so.
That false story. Some don't even want to acknowledge her as a victim of Alex's toxic tendencies. With a tweet reading, "And now they're trying to take a piece of the victim pie. Alice is the victim, not her. What should have been a straightforward story of a domestic abuse victim coming out to the world has turned into a web of drama which somehow involves multiple YouTubers and incidents from over 4 years ago. This has also made it quite difficult to predict where the situation will go from here. The biggest unknown factor..."
I just hope this guy goes to jail. I do. I hope this guy goes to jail. I hope that they get this guy medicated. He's a danger to society. Really, like, I mean, he's going to have another girlfriend after this. And I'll tell you what the probability of him abusing that girlfriend is. It's 100%. It's a 100% probability. It's going to happen. And so you just have you have to stop these people, right? If you don't, they're just going to keep hurting more and more people. If he gets prosecuted, he's screwed. I hope so.
In this regard, however, is Alex's response, or lack thereof. At the time of writing this video, Alex has not yet responded to Alice's allegations in any shape or form. The video of him threatening to smash his girlfriend's head is enough to sink his career on its own. Not to mention the remaining videos and dozens of screenshots proving.
I mean, I really don't care about the YouTube channel, right? Like, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, it's this is legitimate dangerous to society. Really, physically abusing a girl while falsely accusing someone else of rape? Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, he is. How would he even respond to this? Yeah, it's a good point. Oh, wow. We gotta understand, so, like, guys, my bad. Yeah, like,
points Alice has
had a
brought
bad
up against
day.
him. Some speculate he'll make a half-assed apology and try to play the bad mental health card.
I was
But
in a
given the
dark
severity
place.
of the situation, that'll only enrage more people. In all honesty, it'd be a miracle if he somehow managed to keep even 10% of his audience, since there's nothing he can say or do that will restore his reputation at this point.
That's right.
Which is exactly the sort of situation Illuminati has found herself in as well. Click the video on screen to find out more.
Man.
YouTube,
I love seeing rats like this get exposed. I do. I think it's so funny. Women hit men all the time and it's considered playful, but if a guy even thinks about touching a woman, he's an abuser. Oh, I have the radical idea that hitting another person is a bad idea. Yeah, so like if a woman hits you, it's bad. So I don't know who you're arguing against. You're jousting with windmills. Who are you trying to convince? You're trying to convince yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Take your cross somewhere else. I'm not going to nail you up here. Get the fuck out of here, freak. This is a great video. It's a great fucking video. Take your medication. Take a nap. I love this, bro. I really hope this guy goes to jail. I do. I hope he goes to jail. I hope that there's some degree of like actual accountability. Because, so this is what the problem is that a person like this, they are the most perverse of parasites. And I'll tell you what's going to happen, is he is going to use some stupid, naive girl's sympathy against him, against her, make her feel sorry for him, and then turn around and do the exact same thing to her too. That's what's going to happen. And to be fair, the girl is stupid. She's stupid, but she doesn't deserve to be abused because she's stupid. Right? Bro, doctor, but I'm saying like that's what it is though, right? That's exactly what it is. And so she'll learn the hard way. Yep, exactly. I doubt he goes to jail. Most people don't care about this stuff. It happens online. This didn't happen online. Yeah, do you think there's a higher prevalence of these people in the influencer sphere? No, I actually don't think so. I think that there's people like this all over the world, and there's people, I think that you only hear about, like, you hear about this guy, and so, like, this video, how many people are looked at this video? 1 million people have watched this video so far. So, like, obviously, everybody's hearing about it, and there's, like, an awareness of it. But in the private space, I actually hear about stuff like this that happens all the time from like friends of friends and stuff like this. Yeah, it's actually super common, and like really bad stuff like this happens all the time. Like if you go down to a trailer park, you're gonna see people fighting like this before all the time. If you go to like the projects, or you go to like a a grocery store around there where everybody's using like food stamps, you're gonna see domestic abuse constantly. You go down to like, a bar, like a shitty bar, you're going to see violence like this constantly. So yeah, Waffle House, PvP zone, exactly. And so, yeah, it's extremely common. I think that the reason why people talk about it happening whenever it's like popular or like known individuals like this guy, the reason why is because oftentimes there is like this person is able to use their position in order to leverage the ability to do what they're doing, right? Lol, sweeping generalizations. Yeah, they are sweeping generalizations, but on average they're true, and they're also backed up by like different domestic violence statistics and things like that. So if you want to educate yourself about the topic, you can. But yeah, if you want to just get mad about statistics, then, you know, you can keep doing that too. But, you know, that's what happens. Yeah, this is very, very common. But anyway, does the hair say it all? No, it doesn't. It happened before the internet too. Yeah, and it was probably worse before the internet. That's what's so crazy about this, is like, everybody thinks that like the internet is like why people are crazy. No, man. Like, this shit was like fucking horrible back in the day. Because back then you had, and I don't like to use the word because it's so fucking charged, but you had an unironic patriarchy where like men would beat the shit out of their girlfriends or their wives, and it would be like, oh, that's the way it is, right? Like, why didn't she do what you asked her to do? That's her job. Like, no, this is the way it used to be, guys. And it was not that. Like, there are people that are still alive today that lived that life. They were around in that culture. So that's still, yeah, in many places in the world, they still do that. So it's not like this is some crazy thing. So in fact, things have gotten so much better than they used to be. And things are better now than they ever have been in society for situations like this. And nothing has even come remotely close. And it's a beautiful and great thing that that's true. Shitty people did not in older times thing. Well, what I'm saying is that shitty people did it in old times and they got away with it. Good people might not have done it, but shitty people could do it then with less repercussions. That's the difference. So yeah, internet made it harder for these people to hide away. Yeah, exactly. Abuse is abuse. Yeah, exactly. And so like if I've got somebody who's got, you know, like their idea of, oh, well, women do this too. If you're hitting somebody, you're wrong. It's really simple. Don't you tend to argue about living a traditional life because it's been that way for thousands of years? Yeah, I do. I just don't think beating your wife is a good part of that. Yeah, I just don't, I don't agree with that part. Like, I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, it's a gotcha. No, yeah, and like, obviously, like, there's a lot of things that we used to do. We don't do that anymore, etc. What did Ricardo comment? That was, that I think that we will, let me see, can I scroll up and ban that guy? Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna ban them. That was a completely retarded comment. It was. It's like one of those gotcha comments where it's like, oh yeah, but you said this, so I'm gonna interpret it in a bad faith way and then act like, you know, you want people to beat their wives. Nah, that, you're done. Get the fuck out of here. That's a waste of everybody's time. So yeah. Can't bait the masturbator. There it is. You can't judge history on modern day standards, though. I'm not saying that you can judge it on modern day standards. What I'm saying is that if you compare it to the way it used to be, it's a lot better than it used to be. It's just that simple. Like, I don't actually, no, I'm not even gonna get into that. But yeah. We haven't changed one bit. No, we haven't. I don't think people have changed. But I do think that people's impulses and their ability to control their impulses has changed, because if they don't, they will get punished. It's very simple. If you put a high punishment for something, you will make people not do it. It's so simple. The culture has changed. Yeah, and the culture has changed, by the way. It has definitely changed. But there are a lot of people, again, you go to a trailer park, go to the projects, go to like a shitty bar, and you're gonna see shit like this happening now. Absolutely. In the past, it was widely socially acceptable to beat women and beat the weak, which was horrible. Yeah, it was. It was absolutely socially acceptable. Yeah, 100%. And that's not the punishment. It's a market force, supply and demand. I don't know about that. I think it's the punishment. I think it's absolutely the punishment. Like, if you have a really bad punishment for something, I'll link you guys the video again to give it a like. I love this fucking video, bro. Like, this is such a good video. Society is made the way it should be. Now people are being held accountable. Yeah, exactly.
Or constantly moving the front line of society, good or bad. Yeah, and also a lot of times, like, people like to be like, oh yeah, that's actually like kind of a good thing that like guys used to be able to do that. Like, you don't really believe that. And like, if somebody did that to your mom, like, you know, you had like a stepdad that did that to your mom, what would you want to do? Well, you'd want to kill him, right? So like, you don't really believe this, right? You don't actually think this. You only think this because it's not happening to you, right? Or it's not affecting you. I'll be right back. Or sister, yeah, daughter, anything like that. Rise of incels. I see these videos pop up, and I love watching videos like this because I will always have a lot of things to say. It's your chat. It's real. Yep, here we go. The video of my subreddit. Yes, a video of Twitch.
When I was 10 years old, I had my first real crush. It was 4th grade, and summer was approaching. There were rumors spreading around about a girl in my class named Maddie who apparently liked me, or rather, more than liked me. As a young kid who hadn't yet been conditioned by the internet, societal norms, or proper manners, I decided to confront her about it. "Is it true that you like someone?" I said. She replied simply, "Yes." After asking her, "Who?" 1,000 times in the hallway in between classes, she told me I was starting to sound like an owl, and she stormed away. But eventually, she did open up about her feelings towards me, and I told her that I had a crush on her too. But then summer hit, and I no longer had any way to see her other than romanticizing her yearbook picture in my room. I didn't have a phone, and at most, I'd be lucky to see her online in AOL Instant Messenger. Now, how many of y'all remember that? As the first few weeks...
I had AOL Instant Messenger too. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yep, AIM, exactly. AIM, ASL.
Weeks of summer went on, I couldn't bear being away from her for any longer. So I decided to look up her house phone number in our school's directory and give her a call. After around 9 rings, it went to voicemail, and I left one explaining that it was her classmate Cole trying to talk to her. I then proceeded to call her another 5 times because I had no conception in my head of what...
I'm surprised his parents let him do that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, my mom would always be sitting next to the phone. She's like, "Who are you calling?" "No, you're not calling him. He's not coming over today. Nope. Not him."
Creepy guy would be like.
5 times, yeah.
I was being that creepy guy. Finally, she called me back after a few days, and she said to me, "My mom says you need to stop calling me. It's getting weird." She hung up, and we barely spoke to each other again. As I was reflecting back on this story when I thought about the idea for this video, I wondered how radically different this interaction was from what most 10-year-olds do now. And not just 10-year-olds, but people of all ages. It's clear a lot has changed in terms of dating and how we interact and form relationships in the past 15 years. With kids in single-digit ages having access to any information they could possibly desire at their fingertips,
That's a bit
dating
weird.
apps on the rise, and individuality becoming more realistic, the landscape of intimacy has morphed into something scary. The number of sexless men between 18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And
Yes, but also the graphics in video games have also tripled from 2008 to 2018. So whenever you think about it, it makes sense. Yeah, it really does make sense. Like once you put everything into perspective here, I've showed this graph before too. There's a lot of guys, and this is the thing, right? Is there's a lot of guys that they don't really do anything. They just sit around all day, and they can't get a girlfriend because they're losers. I don't know. I can't think of anybody like that offhand. Yeah, I can't think of a single one. Wow.
18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And I can only imagine that it got much, much worse when the pandemic hit.
Yeah,
With this has come the rise of the involuntary celibate movement, or incel for short.
Yeah.
A group of men who are convinced that they cannot and will not be able to form a relationship with women ever due to all the problems brought upon by the modern dating market.
Well, I think it's also like guys, they don't really have a girlfriend in like, you know, in middle school, and then you don't have a girlfriend in high school, and then it becomes like a thing because like you didn't do it,
And so now you feel like you can't do it, but you want to do it, but you can't do it. And so like it turns into this like weird paradox of like getting your first job or something like that, where you need to have experience, but in order to get the job, you have to have experience, but you can't get experience if you can't get the job. It's like one of these situations. And so you have a lot of guys that get put in that position for, you know, whatever reason. It could be 100 different reasons.
Much of these men's assumptions are based on fact, and how much of it is
hold
men
up, I'll read something. He's acting like this is a self-diagnosed thing. No one calls himself an incel. It's mostly an online label used for slander. So, well, I mean, number one, you contradicted yourself, because you can't say no one calls himself an incel and then say it's mostly used. I don't think that's true. There are a lot of incel subreddits of people that talk about being incels, and they say that they are incels. Yes, this is not something that you would do if you had your real name attached to it, but I think that people often seek out these conversations in an anonymous setting.
Rejecting their trauma as a way to cope with the fact that they're fat, lazy, and socially awkward. Today, I want to explore that question, the ways in which dating and marriage have changed, and what young men struggling with loneliness can do to improve their current situation so they don't end up an incel. Because that is a very, very...
Well, number one, you have to make more money. Number two, you have to get taller. And number three, did I mention making more money? Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, again.
And lonely path that you do not want to tread on. More choices, more opportunity. First off, we need to deal with the elephant in the room: online dating. As I was doing research for this video, diving into the depths of internet forums, YouTube videos, and studies, I found a common theme throughout almost all of them. Most of the data collected had to do with dating apps like Tinder. Sadly, this is where a lot of researchers and incels seem to be basing their ideas off of. Before I was doing research, I thought that...
Well, I think it's also like a lot of guys, they want to date a hot girl, but the girls don't want to date them because they're like, they're ugly, right? It's like these guys, they want to date a girl that goes to the gym every day. Meanwhile, they've never been to Planet Fitness even. Like, this is just what happens. And I think that there's a lot of times where it's like, yeah, a guy can get a girlfriend, but the girl that he wants to date is like way more attractive or higher status, and he's not able to do that.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty good idea to see where dating is in the modern world.
Okay.
I feel like most of my friends in real life have at least tried online dating, but what I found shocked me. The percentage of adults who use Tinder above the age of 18 in the United States by April 2020 was only 13%
not that
total.
much.
17% of men have used Tinder, and just 7% of women have used Tinder. Now,
I feel like, yeah, that's about right. And I feel like if you add in all of the dating apps, right, you're talking about like Plenty of Fish, I don't even, those are the only, that's the only two that I know. What are some? Bumble, is that another one? Okay, Hinge, Match, yeah, Match.com, okay, Cupid, yeah, yeah, there you go, Farmers, yeah, Christian Mingle, Farmers Only, Grindr, yeah, you put all of these together, and you're probably going to be looking at like 40 to 50%. I'd say somewhere around there.
There were only 602 respondents for this study, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's closer to 20% total who have used Tinder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's probably more.
After the pandemic.
And especially like whenever you consider Tinder is effectively in this conversation interchangeable with any other dating app.
That means 80% of the dating market over the age of 18 has not even used Tinder once. 80%. Not only that, but 80% of the people on dating apps like Tinder are men, and only 20% are women. It's complete.
Yeah, of course it is. Like, it's the same, like, yeah, fucking obviously. Like, personally, I've never used Tinder before. I've never used any of these dating apps. I didn't really get into it. It's not my thing. If there, like back in the day, if there was a hot girl, I would just find her on Facebook. I would just message her like, hey, you're really hot. You know, do you want to start talking? And that would be it. So it's not like I would just use social networking sites as dating apps. But it's not like I never did this. I just didn't get a dating app exclusively for this.
completely skewed in women's favor, meaning they have endless options that they can choose from on these apps. When you take 20% of people on a dating app and you allow them to choose from a pool of 80% of people on that app, it's no wonder that pretty much only the above attractive guys are getting swiped on.
Exactly.
Women have endless choices on these apps, whereas men would be lucky getting even one match. And frankly, what I've heard from women and what I've seen on most of these dating apps from like my friends showing me or something, most men's dating profiles are not exactly optimized. When a woman...
No, they don't min-max it at all. Like, they have, like, a picture of, like, it's like them with, like, a Pops collar and a Bud Light or something like that. And it's like the thing is like, yeah, I love bitches. You know, I like fucking bitches. I got a fucking problem. And it's like this guy, and he's like 110 pounds, and he's 5'9", and he's wearing a 3XL t-shirt. Guess what? You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody. But if you go down to some of these like fucking these ratchet ass clubs downtown, I'm sure that guy could find a girlfriend. He's just looking in the wrong place.
Men can only judge you based on your appearance and some lines in your bio, then the main determiner as to whether she's gonna swipe or not is your looks. And the same is for us guys. So if you add most...
Well, it's not the same for us guys. Any guy, so like, this is my assumption that if you are looking at dating profiles, obviously, first thing you look at, is she hot? If you've, alright, established that, you look at, does she have any kids? And if the answer to those questions both is like, yes, she's hot, and no, she doesn't have any kids, that's a yes. It's that simple.
Men being bad at taking photos of themselves onto the fact that women can get the cream of the crop guys even if they're just average looking, then you can convince an average looking or above average looking guy that they're way uglier than they are because they aren't getting any matches. These apps completely distort who and what you actually are like in reality. When this happens, and since this is happening more often...
Oh, that's so fucking true, man. I'm gonna fucking hit you guys with a red pill. Man, there's some people that I meet them in real life, they don't look the same way they did on the internet. I'll tell you, that's a fact. Some of them, I didn't even recognize them. I didn't even know who they were.
We see more and more men running to online communities to confirm their biases. The human brain naturally will look for things to confirm how it feels about reality in that present moment. And so you'll get a guy who, in real life, is actually not too bad looking, reading all these black pill and incel Reddit posts about how it's over for even average looking guys, and a bunch of stories similar to what he just went through on a dating app. And he will...
I've been on these subreddits before. I've readed them multiple times, and it sucks. I mean, the thing is, like, it's always funny to meme on it, but there are a lot of guys that are in like a bad position, you know. It just sucks. I mean, they feel like they have, you know, they have low self-esteem. I think like the worst one for guys, I would say, is probably being short, because if you're short, there's nothing you can do about that, right? Like for me, I'm a skinny fucking guy. I'm a very skinny guy. And I'm gonna be honest, whenever I was growing up, I felt really self-conscious about this. If you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, you'll see that I never even show my arms in my videos because I was self-conscious about it back then. I didn't like being very, very skinny. It hurt me a lot. I even used to wear a shirt in the pool, right? And this would bother me quite a bit. But, you know, now that I'm older and all the people that, you know, I felt were at a healthy weight then, well, now all of them are fat. And I'm not. So look who's winning now. Yeah, they've got, yeah, so I've got no problems with it now. I'm not complaining anymore. But the fact is that even back then, I could have just gone to the gym. I could have done something about that. If you're really skinny or you're really fat, Jeff was really fat, Cody was skinny, they both went to the gym, and they both worked out a lot, and then they have a much better physique. Both of them, right? Like, that's something that you can do. You can do that if you want to do that. You know, if you don't have a lot of money, you can fix that. But being short, bro, like, you're fucked. Like, you're just straight up fucked. It's crazy to me how somehow it's less socially acceptable to make fun of a woman's weight than it is to make fun of a man's height. I can't believe that. You know, maybe that's an incel take from me, but I always thought that was a little bit of bullshit.
Think there's no hope. And if you think there's no hope for you, and that's the mindset that you're giving off to the world, then yeah, nobody's going to be attracted to you in real life. But we're going to be talking about the impact of the rise of mental health issues soon. We need to stop basing and correlating online dating statistics with real life. It's been shown that the majority of people are only on dating apps as a confidence booster anyways. It's a tool for validation, not for true intimacy and connection. Okay,
That's crazy. I feel like, do guys do that, or is that a girl thing? Like, bro, I never even heard of that before. Like, do people actually do that shit? Like, yeah, it both? Damn, that's nuts. Guys do that? Yeah, to think like, oh yeah, I could, maybe, I don't know. I never heard that before.
Most women can choose from the top percentile of men on these apps.
Oh yeah.
Plus they can only judge you based on your looks. Plus they're only on there because they want a confidence booster and not because they actually want you. Then why the hell are we taking evidence and statistics from dating apps?
Well, it's also the opposite too, because like, have you ever been working at an office and there's only one girl there that's around your age, and every other person there is like 47 with 3 kids? And so this girl is proportionally way fucking hotter than she would naturally be in like an average environment. Yes, at the IRS, exactly. Yeah, there was definitely one of those there for the IRS for me. 100%. Yeah, and so it works the opposite way too. It's like if there's only one girl there, well, I mean, shit. You know, I guess we're gonna have to simp for her now. Warehouse syndrome,
So seriously in the first place. Men, my advice to you, if you are an average or below average looking guy right now, just don't use dating apps at all. Honestly,
just
probably
give up.
don't stand a chance. But here's the good news. The online
That's actually not true. I mean, like, again, I'm an ugly dude, okay? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm a fucking ugly dude. And if you just send a girl a message, like, you will automatically be above the bottom 20% of guys if you don't send your dick. Just don't send a picture of your dick, and you're automatically over like 20 or 30% of guys. If you don't ask for nudes within like the first probably 10 minutes of talking, that's another 20%. So just get good at talking to people. That helps a lot. Yeah, confidence does big work. Yeah, it does.
Is not real life. That is a phrase you'll be hearing me say throughout this entire video, and the online world is completely screwing up your mental health. That is why I want to talk about something that I think so many of you could benefit from before you step your feet into the dating world again and you try to pursue something meaningful, which is therapy, and specifically online therapy with the sponsor of today's video, BetterHelp.
See, like, I can tell now, because the way that I can tell with YouTube videos is you look at the time. It's like at about the first third into the video, so like you've already got them on the hook. Like, people are interested in the video, because if you play the video this early, if you play the fucking ad this early, shit, you know, people might click off of it because they're not as invested. But like, if you go into right here, that's whenever things are gonna get serious. Yeah, and it's like, whenever they say, and you know what else is gonna help you with X, Y, or Z thing, you fucking know it's about to be an ad.
On my channel for a while, you've probably heard of BetterHelp before.
Yeah,
they will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist. BetterHelp has already helped over 2 million people live happier, healthier lives, and they have over 20,000 therapists on the platform, and they're adding more to meet demands. Much of what drives this incel mindset and culture is just a lot of traumatized men projecting their traumas and trying to cope with the fact that they have these problems, these mindset problems, and all these mental health problems that are
I don't think it's all a mindset problem. I don't. I think that if you are shorter than average, or even average height, because average height is not 6 feet tall. If you are shorter than average or just average height, if you don't have a great job, if you, you know, you're not a really good-looking guy, I think you're gonna have a really hard time. Yeah, you're gonna have a fucking hard time. You're gonna have to work harder. That's it. Yeah, there's some reality in it, man. Now, obviously, a lot of people, it's the same thing as in video games, right? It's like, well, you know, like we have a, let's say a Fury Warrior who's doing a lot of damage in our next raid. So like Fury Warriors are actually really good. But like if you actually go and you look at the statistics, Fury Warriors are really at the bottom of the meter. So like just because you have like one Fury Warrior that does really well, doesn't necessarily mean that it disproves the rule.
Completely destroying the way reality actually is. And so if you can really open up to someone like a therapist and someone who can actually help you overcome this trauma and all of your bad mental health habits that you have and your low self-esteem, then you can start getting towards the path of being someone who naturally is confident and attractive. On BetterHelp, you can start communicating within 48 hours, and the service is available for clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your therapist.
Have any of you guys ever tried this?
You'll get timely and thoughtful responses. Plus, you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions, so you won't ever have to sit in an uncomfortable waiting room as with traditional therapy. And if you find you're not vibing with the therapist that you get matched with initially, it is free and easy to change therapists at any
I heard there was
time.
something
It's
weird
more
about it. I don't know
affordable
if
than
it's
traditional offline therapy, and financial aid is available. So if you finally want to take charge of your mental health, escape this incel black pill mindset, and join the over 2 million people that are improving their relationship with themselves and others, then you can go to betterhelp.com/Cole. That is betterhelp.com/Cole. Then click the link in the description, and there's a special offer for listeners of my channel where you get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/Cole. Now, along with the rise of dating apps has come a sharp decline in marriage rates. Why is this happening? Are women becoming more selective in real life and not just dating apps?
I think it's also because you can't make a living as easily now as you were able to back in the fucking 50s or the 60s. So it's like obviously marriage rates are going to go down because it's harder to settle down and make a living. People are saddled with insurmountable student aid debt. And, you know, people like my parents, I think, got married whenever they're like 27 or 28 or something like that. I feel like, yeah, a lot of people's parents probably got married younger than maybe you did. And I think there's a lot of reasons, economic and also social. I feel like that explains no kids, not marriage decrease. I feel like kids and marriage are kind of hand in hand with a lot of people.
Women becoming more promiscuous, only choosing the Chads and Tyrones as attractive men are commonly referred to.
True.
As an incel, I'm sure that's the argument that you want to make, but that's not the entire story. What incels fail to realize is that women now have more of an opportunity to not be forced to be in a relationship with a man that they don't want to be in a relationship with.
That's definitely true, right? It's like if you had a kid with a guy because, you know, it's harder to get contraception back in the day, you're going to have like a much bigger reason to stay with the guy. Whereas like now, whenever you can get birth control a lot easier, it's like you're not going to have to worry about it, right? You want to break up with them, it's not a big deal. It's not like you have any, there's no strings attached.
And 100 years ago, marriage was pretty much a necessity for women. They had less flexibility with the jobs that they could pursue, and the amount of things that they could do only if they were married is pretty astonishing. It's something I first found out when I interviewed people on the street about modern dating.
When we were younger and dating, I mean, you had to get married if you wanted. You couldn't check into a hotel room unless you were married. You couldn't get rent an apartment unless you were married. And so you know, society kind of dictated that I couldn't get a job, you know, my first teaching job unless I was married. So that's
holy shit, that's crazy.
So it's less pressure.
Is it really a bad thing that...
What the fuck, dude? That's so weird. Oh my god, shit was crazy? Yeah. What the fuck?
Women aren't forced to date and marry just anyone now. A lot of men like to use the statistic that 50% of marriages end up in divorce as an excuse to not even bother trying to find a partner. But divorce rates have been dropping steadily, probably due in part to the fact that women are no longer thinking to themselves, oh shit, if I don't get married at some point, I can't do anything. Guess I'll...
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a fucking like, oh, I have to get married at 25.
Just marry a dude who I don't even find that attractive, but it's worth it anyways. Like, are we seeing that as a bad thing? Now, I still think marriage is set up to be much more advantageous to women, but the reason I'm using that example is just to show how much more freedom that women have now.
Oh yeah,
least
100%. Like, yeah, because like if it's back in the fucking 1800s or the 1900s, it's a lot harder to go and you know, like go on your own as a woman. Like, I'm not talking about like nowadays, right? Nowadays, women have a lot of options. Obviously, like there's always going to be problems and setbacks, etc. But you know, in general, women have gotten a lot better than they did back then. And holy shit, it's a much different thing. Now, to me, I've always said that I think that marriage is best for the kids, and you know, I'm an advocate of marriage. One day, I hope to get married. If I ever have a girlfriend or something like that, and I want to take it more seriously, I would absolutely get married. It's not even a question to me. Now, I know that there are some people and some guys that are like, oh, well, this is, you know, like you're gonna get taken advantage of, etc. I feel like there's a lot of girls. Like, here's the thing: is that like if you're a girl and you have a kid with a guy and then the guy leaves you, it is way fucking harder to get another boyfriend. It's way fucking harder, and you have like all of these fucking problems, right? With like, you know, your boyfriend getting along with your kid and all this shit. Like, a lot of guys, I mean, let's be honest, boys. How many of you guys, if you see a girl that has a kid, she's automatically off the menu? How many of you guys feel that way? Call them projects? Yeah, you're not going to play somebody else's saved game. Yeah, it's very, very common. Me. Right, okay. So that's one of the reasons why they have marriage. Yep, that's one of the reasons. So I don't think it's as cut and dry that it's more advantageous for women than men. I do, however, think that probably in terms of child custody, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, yeah, is it the same for single dads? I think it is much less the case for single dads because in a way, like, most moms are more involved with their kids' lives, like single parents. Like, you look at most average, there are way more single moms with a kid than single dads with a kid. But I do think that, yes, of course it would probably be the issue with anybody. Yeah, for sure. Not true. There are a lot hunting single dads. There are a lot of hurting single dads. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not. There's never going to be. This isn't a 100% situation. I just think it's a trend. That's all.
In that regard, they can now.
It's okay to have, oh yeah, yo, real quick, it's totally fucking fine. If you don't want to date a girl that has a kid, that's fine. That's totally fine. Then don't do it. Yeah, then don't do it. Like, that's it. Yeah, it's a preference. Yeah, you do or date whoever you want.
Much money is men,
or don't
and have the option to choose when they want to settle down and with whom. Perhaps in this case, we can now make the argument that women have the ability to be more picky, but maybe they've always been like that, but they just never had the opportunity to use that. So now the men who lack desirability
and I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, to say that like women have the ability to be more picky, I think that's probably a good thing because it's agency. I think everybody should have agency over their own future.
Are being exposed because they can't just force women to marry them. And I don't think it's at all...
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, you know? Because, like, back in the day, people used to have, like, 6 wives. What moron 3,000 years ago got rid of that? How did this happen? Like, what fucking idiot got rid of this? Where did this go away? Like, I mean, you think about this. Yes, it's like we used to have that, and now it's gone. How the fuck did this happen? Christianity? Shit!
That's people like incels think. For example, a common argument is that most women want a guy that is 6 feet or over. If you're a guy below 6 feet, then don't even try. That's a common saying among communities like the incels and the black kids. But if you really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comments section...
I should watch this.
But if you...
100 black pill beliefs in one video. Oh, that's a good one. I should definitely watch that. That's a great idea.
Really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comments section. Question what they are spamming, an ability that most people don't have the capability of doing, and look at real life. That is not the case at all. A study published by Rice University showed that 49% of women want to date a guy taller than them.
I love how guys act like this is women being fucking, picky and it's not fair. But meanwhile, they're like, yeah, I want to grow with really big boobs. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, we've got to have that. Absolutely. Yeah, and they're like, yeah, but these fucking superficial hoes only want tall guys.
The average height for a woman
is
is 5'4", and the average height of a male is 5'8". This means that as long as you're 5'5" and over, you still have a chance with the average women. And even if you are under 5'5", you still have 51% of the dating market that's willing to date you. You absolutely still stand a chance so long as you have what is considered to be desirable to most women in real life. And don't worry, I'll be going over why most men are not desirable these days and how you can be more desirable.
I think that whenever he goes that, it's going to be like a checklist of things that I do. You know, like it's gonna be, yeah. Basically, I've told people that I've crafted my own infinity gauntlet of being an incel, right? Never shower, play video games all day, live at mom's house. Let's see, what are the other ones? Balding. And, let's see, is there another one? Doesn't wash hands? Yeah, bad teeth? It's a minor thing. Yeah, I'll have to think of one more. Yeah, I'm sure I can think of one. Yeah, I'm not social. Completely antisocial. Yes, I have the infinity gauntlet. The Exodia.
At the end of the video. Unrealistic expectations and the change in social values.
Yes.
Can we all agree that the pandemic a lot of things up? Loneliness and mental health issues skyrocketed. People...
That's crazy, man. Like, I had no problem. My life did not change at all during the pandemic. Nothing changed at all. Like, I was fine.
Could not interact with each other in real life anymore for the past couple years, and till this day, many people still haven't fully recovered from what used to be much more extreme, and they rarely go outside. This trend was already starting to become more prominent, but the pandemic just sped it up tenfold.
Yeah, it did.
No longer are teenagers interacting occasionally through AOL Instant Messenger and having to get their fix of actual social connection through real life. My generation was probably the last one where we at least had a childhood and some teenage years.
And I think there's also like the reality where, have you ever talked to a girl online and then you met her in real life and she was like really fucking annoying and you realize like it's not worth it? Yeah, it's like, this is like, I thought this was gonna be a great idea. Like, this is really fucking annoying. Like, I don't want to deal with it. And I think like if you have a few of those circumstances, I think it'll cause guys to lower their standards a bit, because maybe the standards are holding them back. Yeah, my wife. That's great, man. I'm happy for you.
Without a smartphone. But now, the virtual world makes the real world go round. So what happens when you take the majority of kids growing up and give them unlimited access to a device where every app is designed to keep you on it for as long as possible, that highlight drama, negativity, what's wrong with dating, men getting cheated on, women getting cheated on, tweets about really bad relationships? It starts to give everyone, both men and women, completely unrealistic expectations. You get a whole generation of people spending half of their waking hours in a reality that does not at all reflect how things actually are. Not only that, but it's so easy to feel like you're getting some form of connection by interacting with people online or watching videos of others, or to use it as a distraction from working on a version of you that is unmotivated, unappealing, and unconfident. It's something that I explained in detail in my video, The Love Shortage. For men, there's a couple key problems. First, there's dirty websites. Having access to this type of content at such a young age will absolutely shape the way most men view women and how they think.
Oh, that's definitely true, right? I mean, I'm gonna
like being treated on a sub.
Yeah, I had to change that. It's an uncomfortable thing to look at. But like, just in general, yeah, absolutely. It's like you fucking grow up and you know, you spend all your time on these weird fucking websites. Then by the time that you're 25, the only things that you're sexually attracted to are animals that don't exist. Yeah, that's a fucking problem. That's absolutely a fucking problem, man.
Conscious level, your brain is going to be focused on all the wrong things, and you'll never be able to go beyond superficiality. You'll just be thinking of creepy ways that you can get her to do stuff with you. But the even bigger problem is what happens when men get rejected a couple times. If they haven't been taught at a young age how to approach women, be more confident, and handle rejection, which is the situation that most men find themselves in, then they will hate themselves and others. And when this happens, they will start to think that they're just destined to never find a girl who likes them.
Oh,
all
for
of
sure.
us guys know the complete destruction of self-esteem that a girl's rejection can have on us if we're still stuck in that mental stage of basing our worth based on whether that girl approves of us or not. In some cases, men can get completely traumatized if their situation is bad enough. So naturally, these guys go to the internet for advice or for some sort of confirmation.
Right, and the thing is, if you go to the internet, like that, yes, that happened to me. I was very upset about it. And it's denied 115 times. Well, it was a long time. It's a numbers game. Yeah, it was. It was awful, man. Simply stop caring. Well, the way that I kind of got over that is, it's instead of just trying to talk to one of them, you'll talk to like 5 or 10 at a time. And then based off of that, you know, whichever one is going better, you just focus on that one instead. Like, that's what, you know, again, I get me and Cody to come back and Cody to come over at some time and we'll talk about, what it used to be, because that's what it was. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not saying I do that shit now or anything, but I'm saying, like, when I was, like, 20 or 21, like, 22, 19, absolutely. Fucking absolutely, without a question. Not anymore? No, I can't. Bro, I can't. Like, you think I could fucking go and, like, DM, like, 20 girls? Like, oh, hey, you're really hot? No, they're gonna post that shit on Twitter. I'm gonna look like an asshole. I can't do it. Remember, who was that guy? That holy fuck, that body of yours is insane? I don't want to have that happen to me. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. No way, Adam Levine. Yeah, that guy looked like a fucking fool, man. No shot. I'm gonna put myself in that position.
Because they are in a state of mind that is looking for reasons as to why it's not their fault they got rejected, because they lack the ability to take responsibility, which is a trait that turns off a lot of women anyways, they eventually find themselves on these forums or videos that talk about how men are screwed if they don't have a ton of money, six-pack abs, and they're 60.
By the way, women have these same fucking groups and these same support groups, by the way. Well, I don't want people to think that, like, this is some kind of, like, toxic male trait. Women do this same shit. Men are trash.
And on all of these videos, the majority of the people in the comments completely agree with what the person is saying.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course they do, because they don't want to take accountability for the fact that they are
No, it's not just because that. It's because a lot of the guys that are on the fucking internet, it's like whenever I was dating Izzy, I didn't have a lot of time to be on the internet commenting, because it's like, whenever you have a girlfriend, especially with Izzy, it's like you had to do, it's like 20 extra daily quests every single day, right? It's like we had to go out and we had to, oh, it's Sunday, we have to go out and buy candles. All right, and so then after you buy the candles, it's like, well, there's this nice restaurant full of a bunch of food you don't want. We're going there, and I'm bringing my friends. Oh, great, and you're paying for, oh, great. This is, what a wonderful time. And then get home, oh, well, you never watched anything with me. All right, well, now we've got to watch a show together. And before you know it, and then I want to get on the game. She's like, well, I'm going to go to bed, so you've got to come to bed. Okay, all right. So I never would have had any time to comment and complain. I wouldn't have any time. Like, what? Yeah, there's nothing. When would I ever get onto the internet to watch one of these videos? Yeah, yeah, it's so many dailies.
They don't take care of themselves, and they're socially awkward and have no game. This creates these pill bubbles, as I like to call them, where people can't see a real objective approach to reality and dating outside
Well,
of
I think that the problem with the black pill and the red pill stuff is that some of it is true. Right? It is fucking true. If you're ugly and you're short, you're gonna have a harder time. It's a fact. Like, that's it. And I think it's not contextual. Sometimes it's not contextualized around the fact that like sometimes you can overcome these things too.
Whatever pill content they're taking, whether that's black or red pill.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of guys coming together, all projecting their trauma and playing the victim because they got rejected a few times or they had their women cheat on them, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But with that being said, I know that I'm going to get attacked for that in the comments. There are some things that these pill people, whatever, say that are in fact true. But when you completely subscribe to that ideal and you think this is the only way that reality is, then that's when reality starts to get skewed, and you get to a very doom and gloom mindset if you take it too seriously and you're just so invested in these online things and what everybody is saying in the comments, like, yes, dude, yes, that's how it is, that's how it is. Like, go.
It's just, bro, what? This guy's delusional. There's actual statistics he's ignoring? Are you a person or are you a statistic? There are a lot of statistics that you, by the nature of the fact that you exist, you have already overcome. He's right, and that's what I was saying, is that it is true.
Outside. If you consume enough of this content, it'll start to shape your worldview, and you'll give up hope. Bro, look at this graph this random YouTuber made that said my jawline isn't perfectly aligned so that I can get girls. Bro, look at all these guys in these comments that I don't realize are basement dwellers with zero experience. This content is not real life. But if you believe in it enough, then you'll approach every potential situation with a girl with the mindset of, what's the point of even doing this anyway?
By the way, I think that accelerationism will lead to it becoming more like real life. And more superficial ideals and things that are artificial will become more valuable. And these extremes and these types of, you know, if you don't have X, Y, and Z, you're a nobody. I think these are going to become more and more common and way more prevalent. Because online life is merging with real life. I think that saying online life is different from real life today is a much more gray statement than it was 10 years ago. And 10 years before that, it's a much less gray statement as well.
She's not gonna like me, I'm so ugly, everything sucks, and that is gonna be unattractive, and of course she's gonna reject you then, and then the cycle is gonna go on and on. Of course, we should take responsibility for our trauma and where we're at as men, but I do think for a subset of women, their expectations of what they think they deserve has also gone completely haywire. Now that
we've always seen these. We've seen these, you know, the pictures of the single moms that want a guy that makes over $240,000 a year, and she has like 3 different kids with 4 different guys. Somehow that happened. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's gonna be delusional women too, yeah.
It is easier than ever for women to get validation from hundreds, if not thousands of guys simply just by having a social media presence. They will only want the best of the best, and they think they deserve that. And here's the thing about even below average looking women. They'll get the attention because guys who have been brought up by dirty websites, who are controlled by what's in their pants and haven't had a father figure to tell them how to actually interact with women, will simp over any woman if it means they'll even get a lick of attention back from them. We blame women.
Apparently this guy, this guy goes on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch a lot. Yeah.
For having unrealistic expectations, but the reason they have unrealistic expectations in the first place is because of us men. With that being said, here's what is extremely important to understand. The women with unrealistic expectations, here's what is extremely important to understand. The women...
he moved up, and I thought he put a chain on in between the different cuts. It freaked me out.
With unrealistic expectations due to social media attention are probably strongly overlapping with the women who can pick the cream of the crop on dating apps like Tinder, which is most likely a very small subset of women. But this is what I was talking about. All the data, all the stories on modern dating and women, they're based on a minority group. A group of women who you shouldn't even be focused on pursuing anyways, who won't go beyond superficiality and develop a deep connection with you, who won't support you, and who are in fact deluded and just want a guy with a ton of money who's super attractive and in the top 1% of men. These are the women that are highlighted in red and black pill videos because they confirm broken men's biases and they make for good controversial content.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you guys ever date a guy shorter than you?
Oh, absolutely not.
The light at the end of the tunnel. Everywhere I go, when I look around in public, I am astonished at how many average to below average looking men have girlfriends. The typical 3s and 4s that don't stand a chance, according to black pill YouTubers, are having tons of success with finding a partner and getting laid. It does not at all match up to what is
No, it's definitely fucking true. It always surprises me too.
being told to men on the internet.
See, whenever I saw that, I thought to myself, wow, so it is my personality. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, alright, yep. 100%. It's not just how I look, it's also because I'm an asshole. Damn. I'm getting hit coming both ways here. Shit.
Plenty of my friends in real life who don't have that great of a job, who don't have a good physique, and aren't necessarily that good looking, have girlfriends. You know why? Because the women that are highlighted and complained about on the internet represent a small subset of women in real life. And even if it is true that women can be more independent and more selective, the pool of which they now select from has a greater chance of you getting picked, so long as you can heal. What all of this doom and gloom and artificial love has created is much less competition with the men who are actually taking care of themselves.
That's what I said before, is like if a girl mentions to you that she's interested in something and you don't say, you know, like let's say a girl mentions that she likes certain video game and you don't automatically quiz her and contest her on being a fake fan of that game, you've already beaten 10%. If you don't send her a picture of your dick, you've already beaten 20%. If you don't call her a hoe, you've already beaten, 15%. If you don't bring up Andrew Tate in the first date, you've already beaten 5%. If you don't talk about your political views and like how you think women are hoes nowadays, that's another 10%, right? So it's like I learned this whenever I would take algebra tests, because obviously, I didn't do anything in the class. We would bang on the wall, and then other people on the other side would bang on the same wall, and we'd do we do that, then they do that, and then we do, and then they do that. And that's what we would do in algebra. We never fucking gave a shit about the class. And so anyway, I had to break down and look at, what do I have to know? I write my name on the page, that's 5 points. I turn it in on time, that's 10. I show my work, that's 3 points. So then I do things that I have no idea about, but I show my work, so I get 3 points on each one. And you build up that 71 in an aggregate. But you actually have no fucking idea how to do anything. But you just get the 71. You're not trying to learn algebra, you're trying to get a 71 on the test. Two different things.
Actually going out and talking to women in real life. Most men these days have low testosterone, they don't take care of their bodies, and they're depressed. If you can heal whatever social or relationship trauma you went through in the past, have an optimistic attitude, start putting yourself out there more and gain more social experience, genuinely take care of yourself, and have goals and ambitions, you will be miles ahead of the majority of modern men.
And don't send them a picture of your
19,
dick.
20 years old, ready to give up on women entirely.
Yep.
You know how ridiculous that sounds? You don't even know who you are yet. You don't even have a personality yet. You've been rejected 3 times. You've never had a girlfriend.
No, there's plenty of people that have been rejected 40, 50 times by that point. Let's be honest.
Or maybe you've just had one and it ended really badly, and now your worldview is completely skewed and you're just a doomer. Of course most women aren't going to be very attracted to you. If your mental health is in ruins, start there. Stop spending all your time analyzing black pill graphs and what your sexual market value is, and start spending time figuring out the root of your low self-esteem and social anxiety. Watch videos that uplift you and help you to gain a better understanding of yourself. Realize that you have way more potential and power than you think if you can start to develop the right mindset towards life. And then clean yourself up. Take care of your skin, go to the gym, get a good haircut, dress fashionably, socialize with people.
This is getting to be a bit personal. Yeah, I don't know about this video, guys. Yeah, I don't know about it. I think this is a bullshit video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this is. Yeah, what the fuck?
Keep flexing that social muscle so you can start to get more comfortable in social situations and have more confidence when you're there. Put the damn phone down and look around you. See how many average and below average looking guys are still pulling girls because they have high self-esteem, they have game, and they lean into what they like and the interests that they're pursuing. And for the love of God, please get rejected more often. Rejection is the greatest thing that can happen to you. If you can reflect on rejection properly and see what you did wrong, then eventually you will become completely indifferent towards it. And when you're going to a situation or a potential date with a girl with the mindset of, I don't really give a shit how this goes, that is attractive and you'll have a higher success.
Oh, I definitely think that's true. Like, to be detached from the outcome of things gives you control over them. I think that's in general true. Like, generally, whenever I play a game, whenever I'm doing anything, if I don't care about what happens, I play better. The more you care, the more you lose. For me.
Of her being attracted to you. And if, after all of that, you still get rejected 30